I clearly awakened as a rare professional spirit master, but was falsely accused by my younger brother of being a thief. My parents unjustly locked me up in a dungeon and tortured me to death, simply because I was frail and sickly since childhood, which made me have the constitution of a spirit master that they failed to recognize. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn back to the third day of being imprisoned. At this moment, a middle-aged man was pointing at me and scolding. I, Lin Jinbei, have a great reputation. How can I have such a worthless son like you? Faced with Lin Jinbei's anger, I was filled with rage. 3 days ago, I just passed by my younger brother Lin Zilong's room and inexplicably got framed for stealing. During these 3 days, I didn't drink water or eat a single grain of rice, and now this guy came up to me and started scolding me without reason. Just as I was about to retort, a voice suddenly sounded in my mind. System activation successful. Please make the following choices. First, apologize to parents and younger brother. Beg for their forgiveness, and promise to behave well in the future to receive the reward. SSS level diamond body indestructible turtle skill. Second, as a man standing in the world, how can one bow down to others? Tear apart relationships with parents, and bind with the God of Slaughter system to receive the novice gift package. Without hesitation, I chose the second option. Ding, the host has made the choice. The God of Slaughter system is successfully bound, automatically repairing all hidden illnesses in the host's body to perfect condition. The function of the God of Slaughter system is very simple. I can replicate the dancers or monsters I see. The replicated objects will appear in the virtual martial arts arena. In this unique battlefield, I can continuously battle with the replicated opponents. During the process, I have immortality and the ability to resurrect infinitely on the spot. Each successful kill of a replicated body allows me to gain experience points to improve my skills. Each opponent can only provide a maximum of 10 experience points. The only downside is that you have to kill someone before you can activate the function of the Void Martial Arts Arena. So you haven't spoken until now. Is it because of shame? Lin Jinbei's voice was full of anger and disappointment. This useless thing of mine really disgraced the Lin family. Lin Jinbei's reprimand brought me back to my senses. At this moment, my eyes became extremely indifferent. I have never stolen anything. So what's wrong? Also, my surname is Jiang, not from your Lin family. Lin Jinbei was furious after hearing this. You are my son. The reason I let you have the surname Jiang was just a temporary measure. It will definitely be changed back in the future. Upon hearing this, I burst into laughter. You are my father. Then may I ask, have you announced my existence to the outside world since I returned home? I looked coldly at Lin Jinbei. What kind of nonsense temporary measure is this? If you really have no time, why have you kept Lin Zilong by your side all this time? Why have you been able to pamper him in every way over the years, giving him the best of everything, while I could only cower in the slums? And when my foster parents were framed and beaten to death, where were you? If I remember correctly, you should have known my identity at that time, right? So you deliberately chose to see us die without helping? I couldn't say a word in response to Lin Jinbei's series of questions. At this moment, 2 figures walked in from the entrance of the dungeon. And these 2 people were my mother Wang Ruoyao and my younger brother Lin Zilong. Wang Ruoyao pulled Lin Jinbei aside and looked at me with a gentle tone, saying, Jiang Hao, in these 20 years, your father and I have indeed neglected your growth, letting you endure hardships in a place like the Grey Original District. But you shouldn't confront your father like this. In the conversation, Wang Ruoyao's eyes were full of disappointment. Clearly, they were all children born after 10 months of pregnancy. Why is there such a big gap? When she learned that I was living in the Huiyuan district, she immediately went to visit her long-lost son. However, what she saw was a street thug who fought and brawled all day, while her younger son was excellent, already becoming an 8th-ranked dancer at just 18 years old. He was honest and kind, while I was unruly and dishonest. Even my talent was quite poor. The Lin family is too high to reach, and I, a rogue thug, am not worthy. From today on, I will cut off all ties with you. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room fell into dead silence. Lin Jinbei was so angry that his eyes were blazing, his breathing became rapid, and Wang Ruoya was dumbfounded on the spot. Who would have thought that Jiang Hao would say something as treacherous as severing ties? It was also at this time, Lin Zilong, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but curse out. Jiang Hao, who the hell are you to talk to mom and dad like that? Kneel down and apologize at once. He had already looked down on Jiang Hao, his so-called elder brother. Now Jiang Hao actually dared to say such treacherous words. If he didn't care about that little bit of kinship, Lin Zilong would have made his move to kill Jiang Hao. Make me kneel down and apologize. Do you deserve it? All the resources and favors have gone to you alone over the years. If you were in the same situation as me, would you be able to become an 8th-ranked martial artist at this age? That's hilarious. What? By the look in your eyes, could it be that you want to kill me? Jiang Hao touched his neck provocatively. Come on, punch this and slash cleanly. You think I wouldn't dare? Since Lin Zilong was a child, he had been the pride of the heavens who had collected thousands of favorites. And what Jiang Hao said at this moment directly negated his efforts over the past 18 years. At this moment, Lin Zilong couldn't stand it any longer. A vicious kick to Jiang Hao's body, coming from the power of an 8th-ranked martial artist. Jiang Hao couldn't withstand it at all and was directly kicked away, heavily slamming into the wall of the dungeon. A large mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. Zeren! What are you doing? Lin Zilong suddenly struck out at Jiang Hao, which caused Lin Jinbei and Wang Ruoyao to be startled. Wang Ruoyao hurriedly ran towards Jiang Hao. I wanted to assist Jiang Hao to stand up, but he shrugged it off. Don't sympathize here. He's an 8th-ranked martial artist. And you too, a war god and a higher war general, are both far stronger than him, and how can he not be stopped? So in your minds, I deserved it even if he kicked me to death? If you are born and not raised, you can return with a broken finger. This kick of his today counted as my repayment to you. In the future, I, Jiang Hao, will no longer have any relationship with you. After saying that, Jiang Hao ignored Wang Ruoyao's obstruction and walked straight toward the outside of the dungeon. Originally, Lin Jinbei was still a bit distressed by Jiang Hao, but Jiang Hao's current words had once again enraged him. How could Lin Jinbei, who had always had a violent temper, endure it? Get out! Get the hell out of the Lin family. I, Lin Jinbei, will not have an unfilial son like you from now on. At this moment, Jiang Hao slowly walked out of the dungeon. Originally, with his physical condition, being heavily kicked by an 8th-ranked martial artist would definitely result in serious injuries. But what made Jiang Hao feel strange was that he merely had a slight bruise on his chest, which was not too serious. In his opinion, this should be the power of the system. After all, when he bound the god of killing system just now, it did automatically repair Jiang Hao's weakened body. At this moment, Wang Ruoyao hurriedly chased out. Howard, you quickly come back and kowtow to your father to apologize. You can't just leave. We're family. She pulled Jiang Hao's hand tightly, unwilling to let him go. Ha? Family? And I have to kowtow and apologize? Get out! Jiang Hao looked indifferent as he shook off Wang Ruoyao. It completely ignored the rest of the Lin family members present, walking out the door of the Lin family home on his own. The moment he stepped out of the gate, Jiang Hao felt unprecedentedly relaxed and free. It's like breaking free from a cage. Wang Ruoyao looked at Jiang Hao's decisive departure. Her heart was like a knife. Heartbroken. No matter what, Jiang Hao is also her biological son. And now it's gotten to the point of breaking up with her family. Wang Ruoyao simply couldn't bear it and couldn't stop the tears from flowing out. And this scene was all clearly seen by Lin Zilong, who was on the side. This was the first time he had seen his mother cry so hard. And he hated Jiang Hao more and more in his heart. In his opinion, all of this was caused by Jiang Hao. If this so-called brother hadn't suddenly been retrieved, how would the family have gotten into such a mess? Jiang Hao. A flash of stern killing intent flashed through Lin Zilong's eyes. I will absolutely not let you go. Another aside. After leaving the Lin family, Jiang Hao returned to the dilapidated building where he lived in the Great Plains district. This place was the only property left to him after his adoptive parents died. Immediately afterward, he sat cross-legged on the reclining couch, closed his eyes and looked inward, exploring his body's condition. In a world where martial arts is the norm, it is vital to know your own strength. The original body's martial talent was mediocre, and so far it was only a second-ranked martial artist. Much of Lin Jinbei's distaste for Jiang Hao stemmed from his weakness and incompetence, thinking that Jiang Hao didn't deserve to be his son at all. But that's when Jiang Hao frowned as if he had discovered something strange. Shouldn't a martial artist's origin be at the Dantian location? Why is my Dantian empty? Instead, there's a ball of light in your head? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Crap! It's hard to believe that I'm a spiritual nihilist. To test this suspicion, he gazed at the battered old woodchipper in the corner. In an instant, his eyes blossomed with a blue-colored light. As if summoned, the firewood knife slowly levitated in midair. As Jiang Hao's mind moved, the firewood knife penetrated the wall with astonishing speed. Even the whole wall. There were a lot of cracks. After a short period of shock, Jiang Hao jumped up and down excitedly. Good. Now I kind of know why the original body has become a martial artist all these years. But its body is getting weaker and weaker. It turns out that it's not a case of having any disease at all, but the body is starting to mutate. It's a sign of becoming a spiritual nemesis. Spiritual luminaries were different from ordinary martial artists. Their origin power was not stored within the Dantian, but deep within the depths of their minds. Prior to the war god level, spiritual luminaries possessed a marvelous advantage. At the same level, a spiritual nihilist could defeat an ordinary martial artist in minutes. Fighting at a higher level was also not at all a concern. No matter how skillful your martial arts skills were and how agile your stance was, the spirit nemesis could always avoid it from afar and maneuver the flying daggers into a swift attack. These flying daggers could change direction in a split second, and their speed was even far beyond the speed of sound. But the gift of a psychic reader is not for everyone. Looking at the entire Yen country, the number of spiritual luminaries were extremely rare, never exceeding 2,000. This means that the probability of becoming a spiritual nemesis is 1 in several hundred thousand. As a war god level martial artist, it was impossible for Lin Jinbei not to be aware of the matter of spiritual chanting masters. The reason why he hadn't been able to see the changes in Jiang Hao's body, there was only one possibility: that Jiang Hao hadn't mutated thoroughly enough before. Lin Jinbei also didn't believe at all that this waste of a son of his could become a spiritual numinous master, and after receiving the reward from the system, all the dark diseases of Jiang Hao's body were removed and his body was restored to a perfect state. This also prompted Jiang Hao to complete his metamorphosis. Right, I also have a newbie package. Turn it on now. Jiang Hao hurriedly called out. Ding! Host request received. Newbie package being opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-ranked weapon Blood Spike and the S-ranked Kung Fu technique Gale Jedi Blade. Along with the disappearance of the system voice, a blood-red short sword appeared out of nowhere in front of Jiang Hao's eyes. At the same time, a brilliant golden light suddenly shot into his head. The entire essence and mystery of the S-class technique, the Gale Absolute Blade, was presented in Jiang Hao's mind at this moment. And, in this instant, comprehending it to its peak. In today's world, both weapons and feats are clearly graded F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Every S-ranked technique was considered a rare treasure, and its power was naturally extraordinary. And Jiang Hao's most skillful weapon was precisely the sword, and the technique Gale Extreme Blade was simply tailor-made for him. But, what was more appealing to Jiang Hao right now was the S-ranked weapon, the Blood Spike. This was not a conventional weapon, but a numinous weapon that belonged exclusively to spiritual numiners. In addition, blood spikes have an extremely special effect. For one, it was able to instantly manifest 4 blade shadows, and the manifested blade shadows possessed 30% of the power of the main body. Secondly, the blood thorns came with special toxins, and once hit by the blood thorns proper, it would be difficult to heal within their wounds, and they would get worse and worse, with more blood flowing. Jiang Hao naturally couldn't just expose such a precious S-class Nianli weapon. Otherwise, it is bound to cause unnecessary trouble. Jiang Hao properly put away the blood thorn and used it as the biggest card in his hand at the moment. However, it was the moment Jiang Hao put away his blood thorns, the door to the room was suddenly kicked in. A biker guy in a studded leather jacket and black sunglasses struts in. Well, you piece of shit, you're back. The biker man removes his sunglasses, revealing the scar at the corner of his eye. His tone was filled with resentment. This scar, it's all thanks to your father. If he hadn't suddenly appeared on his broken three-wheeler, would I have overturned and been injured? Woi biker man gritted his teeth and continued. Since ancient times, it's all about the father paying the son. Since your parents are gone, the $300,000 they owe me will be paid by you. By the way, I'll mention to you that my father, Gui Yunhai, is the chief instructor of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School in Tianhe Bay City. If you dare not pay back the money, I promise to make your life worse than death. The moment he saw the biker guy appear, Jiang Hao's original joyful expression was gone. In its place, there was endless killing intent. This man is the same rich kid who drunkenly assaulted his foster parents earlier. Obviously he was drunk and delirious himself, racing and falling, but they put the blame on Jiang Hao's adoptive parents and even beat them up. This ultimately led to the tragic deaths of the adoptive parents. And the $300,000 he was talking about was him and the people from the law enforcement team colluding with each other to force the Jiang family to carry a huge amount of money owed to them. Now this guy actually came to my door. How could Jiang Hao let him off easily? It just so happens that opening the Void Arena feature requires killing a person. The dumbass in front of me is too good a fit. Jiang Hao surveyed Gui Yi in front of him. If he remembered correctly, this guy should be a 4th-ranked martial artist. Moreover, his father was also the chief instructor of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, and he was quite powerful. This meant that Gui Yi must have mastered quite a few powerful martial arts. It was most appropriate to take him as the first opponent in the Void Martial Arts arena. Copy. As Jiang Hao silently chanted, the system voice immediately sounded. Ding! Received host's request, have successfully copied Gui Yi. Cooling time 72 hours. The host can reduce the cooling time by killing martial artists and demonic beasts during the period. I'm talking to you. Didn't you fucking hear me? Gui Yi saw that Jiang Hao was silent, and his heart exploded with rage. Rolling up his sleeves, he intended to violently beat Jiang Hao. Anyway, in Gui Yi's eyes, Jiang Hao was nothing more than a stinky rat inside the slums. Even if you kill them, what's the point? Moreover, he wasn't really asking Jiang Hao to pay back the money now that he had come over. Its main purpose is to vent its anger. Guo Yi thought his handsome face was now left with a scar. All of this was caused by Jiang Hao's parents. Even after beating their parents to death, Guo Yi still didn't get over his hatred, which is why he came to find Jiang Hao. As a fourth-ranked martial artist, Guo Yi had enough confidence to toy with Jiang Hao. Slow down. Jiang Hao hurriedly shouted out when he saw Guo Yi preparing to strike. Brother Guo, 300,000 is really too much. I've only managed to raise 70 to 80,000 in the past few days by selling my parents' family assets. It's in the front closet. I haven't eaten in a few days and I'm too weak. You can get the money from the locker yourself. This money is considered interest, and I'll slowly pay you back later. As he said this, Jiang Hao pretended to act rather weak. He knew very well that Guo Yi's strength was actually not weak. If he really fought Guo Yi, with his current strength, it would be difficult to win. The only way to kill this guy easily was to sneak up on him. Nowadays, Jiang Hao was a spiritual nihilist. As long as he had the right opportunity, he could instantly kill Guo Yi with the blood thorn in his hand. What? You actually put together $70,000 or $80,000? Guo Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. A mere $70, $000 to $80. 000 was nothing to him, but it's a waste of money to not want it. Guo Yi, who had always been greedy for money, had the corners of his mouth rise up. Okay, seeing as you're still honest, I won't hit you then. Guo Yi smiled coldly and turned towards the cabinet in front of him. I don't know. As Guo Yi turned towards the cabinet, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up with a blue-colored glow. He slowly took out the S-rank short sword blood spike he had previously obtained from his arms. Under Jiang Hao's control, the blood spike slowly floated in midair. There's not half a dime in this locker. Guo Yi carefully searched the cabinet several times and found nothing. It wasn't until this moment that he reacted to the fact that he had been caught by Jiang Hao. You brat! How dare you tease me? I will definitely teach you a good lesson today. Before Guo Yi could finish his harsh words, a dazzling blue light suddenly flashed by. The short knife's blood sting ran through Guo Yi's chest like a swift wind. A terrifying bloody hole appeared in his chest, and blood gushed out like a stream. Guo Yi looked at Jiang Hao in shock, then collapsed helplessly into a pool of blood and died miserably. He had never expected to die at the hands of a punk like Jiang Hao until he died, and it's still a one-hit kill, with no chance to react. Looking at Guo Yi, who had fallen in a pool of blood, Jiang Hao's face was also filled with shock. An S-rank weapon, combined with the power of a psychic nemesis, was too powerful. Even if the opponent's cultivation was far stronger than Jiang Hao's, he could still manage to kill him in a single strike. In fact, with Guo Yi's strength, if he had prepared himself in advance just now, there was no way he could have died so easily. All because of his greed, his stupidity, defenselessly turning his back to Jiang Hao. If he doesn't die, who will? In this world of the weak and the strong, Jiang Hao wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. Since the Great Plains area is a mixed bag, there are all kinds of people. If someone found out that Guo Yi had died here, Jiang Hao was bound to get into big trouble. Thus, Jiang Hao immediately rummaged carefully through Guo Yi's corpse. Take everything of value from Guo Yi's body, including a storage ring he wore in his hand. Immediately after, he dragged Guo Yi's body to the backyard and dug a deep pit to bury it on the spot. It wouldn't take long for Jiang Hao to leave the Great Plains district anyway. In addition, he briefly rinsed the House of Blood. When this was done, Jiang Hao officially opened the void martial field. Soon, he felt a wave of vertigo and was in a trance. When Jiang Hao regained consciousness, he found himself in a strange space that looked like a martial arts arena. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Except for this martial arts arena, everything else was submerged in nothingness. Welcome the host to the void arena. Currently available opponent, Guo Yi, 4th level martial artist. Does the battle begin immediately? According to the rules presented by the system, within the void martial arts arena, I am immortal. In that case, what's there to be afraid of? Let the battle begin. With Jiang Hao's command, countless points of light quickly converged together. Guo Yi, who had previously died, appeared alive in front of Jiang Hao. This is not Guo Yi coming back from the dead. He is merely a replica doll. Possesses all of Guo Yi's combat abilities. Jiang Hao gazed coldly at Wang Tao in front of him. Previously, he had been able to easily defeat this opponent, all thanks to the ability of the spirit nemesis to make a sneak attack. If he truly fought Guo Yi head-on, with his current strength, his chances of winning were slim, if only to gain combat experience and improve cultivation. Then, Jiang Hao could completely use the power of a spiritual numinous master to quickly kill Guo Yi 10 times. However, doing so would not fully utilize the true value of the void martial arts arena. Combat experience could certainly enhance cultivation, but practical combat skills were just as important. Anyway, within the Void Martial Stadium, Jiang Hao wouldn't really die at all. It would be better to let go and fight Gui Yi to the death. It was this kind of all-out fighting with no scruples that often led to the greatest enhancement. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao's mind moved, and a long black blade appeared in Zhang Yan's hand. This blade was called the Black Blade, and it could barely be considered a B-grade weapon. In this world, the quality of a martial artist's weapon is categorized from high to low as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. This black-fronted knife was bought by Jiang Hao's adoptive parents, who had exhausted half of their life savings, as an 18th birthday present for Jiang Hao. It's vital for Jiang Hao. It was just the right time to use the power of the Void Martial Stadium to properly practice the Gale Jedi blade that he had just learned. Kill! Jiang Hao shouted angrily and swung his sword towards Gui Yi. The fighting mannequin in front of him was an exact replica of Gui Yi's strength as a fourth-ranked martial artist. He easily dodged Jiang Hao's attack and viciously kicked Jiang Hao in the abdomen. The force was extremely strong, directly kicking Jiang Hao several meters away. Several ribs were broken by the kick and a large mouthful of blood was spewed out. But, although this strike heavily injured Jiang Hao, it did not directly incapacitate Jiang Hao in the slightest. He completely ignored the injuries on his body and continued to attack Gui Yi. Even if he was killed, Jiang Hao would resurrect in the same place and fight again. He was about to use the Void Martial Arts arena to decapitate Gui Yi without relying on the power of a spiritual numinous master. After about half an hour of hard fighting, Jiang Hao finally dragged his severely injured body to decapitate Gui Yi's head, and the combat mannequin then dissipated. Immediately after, a golden energy surged into his body. Jiang Hao could clearly feel that his cultivation level had increased significantly. At this rate, the combat experience gained from killing Gui Yi 10 times would be enough to allow him to advance to a third-ranked martial artist. Kind of. After Jiang Hao recovered his full status, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Keep coming. In the meantime, in the Lin family manor in Tianhe Bay City, adverse son, a bastard son. How dare he really cut us off? Fine. Since he's so capable, let him get the hell out of here. Get as far away as you can. Lin Jinbei's roar echoed throughout the entire manor. All of the Lin family servants were trembling in fear, and no one dared to say a word on Jiang Hao's behalf. Even Wang Ruoyao could not stop the furious Lin Jinbei at all. In addition, she was immersed in the grief of Jiang Hao's departure from home for a long time. Lin Jinbei had finished venting his emotions out loud before he gradually calmed down. He really couldn't figure out why Jiang Hao, who was also his son, had turned out to be so bad. In his opinion, his harshness towards Jiang Hao stemmed from the fact that Jiang Hao had been around the street thugs of the Grey Plains district since he was a child, and his character had yet to be corrected. Only through repressive education can Jiang Hao be led astray and return to the right path. But he hadn't expected that Jiang Hao wouldn't even be able to withstand the setback, even cut ties with his biological parents. The moment he thought of what Jiang Hao had just said, Lin Jinbei's heart rekindled with anger. He couldn't control his emotions, and the terrifying aura of a war god level suddenly erupted. The surrounding tables, chairs and benches instantly turned into pieces under this force. Lin Jinbei roared, "Someone come! Throw out all the things of Jiang Hao, the rebellious son! From this day forward, I do not have this rebellious son." As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Ping, the butler at the side, showed a difficult expression. He seemed to have something to say, but hesitated for fear of Lin Jinbei's anger. Lin Jinbei noticed Zhang Ping's expression and said rather unpleasantly, "Why? Looking at you, could it be that you think I've done something wrong? Since this rebellious son dared to threaten to sever ties with us, he must pay the price. I'd like to see how long a punk like him can last out there without my Lin Jinbei's shelter." When Zhang Ping heard this, he was so frightened that he directly knelt on the ground. "Master, you have misunderstood me. How dare I question your decision? It's just that there's nothing at all in the Lin family for the eldest young master. Not even him. Not even a room for him. Not even." The moment Zhang Ping said this, the entire room fell into a dead silence. Wang Ruoyao, who was originally immersed in grief, turned around violently and looked at Zhang Ping in shock. "What did you say? The huge Lin family doesn't have a single room for Howard?" Wang Ruoyao only felt that Zhang Ping was talking nonsense at the moment. It had been 2 whole months since Jiang Hao had returned to the Lin family, although most of the time, he had been practicing in the martial arts hall, but it's not as if his room wasn't prepared. Wang Ruoya clearly remembered that he had ordered his subordinates to clean Jiang Hao's room. Lin Jinbei, who was already angry, heard Zhang Ping's words and became furious on the spot. He clenched his fists and snapped, "Zhang Ping, who gave you permission to talk nonsense? If the Lin family doesn't have a room for Jiang Hao, then where does he stay at night? Why is it that every morning, he comes over for breakfast on time?" Speaking of this, Lin Jinbei's eyes suddenly became gloomy. Jiang Ping, could it be that you received some favor from Jiang Hao? Is that why you deliberately spoke up for him? Trying to win our sympathy by selling out? Seeing that the misunderstanding was getting deeper and deeper, Jiang Ping was so scared that he was sweating and trembling. He hastily defended. It's not like that. My lord, you're mistaken. Have you forgotten? You were the one who resented the eldest young master for having been a street hustler in the first place. You think he's covered in the filth of the Grey Plains and needs a good cleansing. Plus you want to refine his temperament for fear that he will be blinded by a life of luxury. That is why you instructed me not to prepare a room for the Grand Master for the time being. For a while now, the eldest young master has been coming from the Grey Plains district every day before dawn, and then going to the martial arts school to train again. He went back and forth between the three places and didn't return to the Grey Plains area to rest until nightfall. All I did was follow your instructions. Jiang Ping only felt so aggrieved now. It's obviously their problem as parents, but they end up dumping it on him. In his mind, he really wanted to curse. What? Lin Jinbei froze in place in shock as he heard Jiang Ping's words. He echoed Jiang Ping's words in his mind, gradually recalling that he had indeed given an order like that. For a moment, he was so speechless that he didn't know how to respond. It was hard for him to imagine that Jiang Hao didn't have a shelter of his own in this huge Lin family manor. Is this even a home? It's not even as good as a servant's treatment. Wang Ruoyo, who was sitting on the side, was originally heartbroken by Jiang Hao's departure. Tears instantly broke out when I learned this truth at this moment. As a mother, it dawned on her at this moment why Jiang Hao was becoming more and more distant from them. Why would he say something as decisive as severing ties? It turns out that the root of it all is actually in themselves. She was deeply remorseful for her past behavior. Jiang Hao and Lin Zilong grew up in very different environments. So why does she always have to compare them? The more Wang Ruoyao thought about it, the more she felt that she owed too much to Jiang Hao. She turned to Jiang Ping and chided. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? I asked you to prepare a room for Jiang Hao. Why are you delaying? If you had warned me earlier, why would I only know this now? As soon as Wang Ruoyao's words fell, Jiang Ping showed his bitterness. Ma'am, the master's orders, how could we as subordinates dare to disobey? Without the master's orders, how could we dare to prepare a room for the young master without authorization? Besides, I've reminded you of this before, but you turn your head and forget. Wang Ruoyao stood up in anger. She angrily pointed at Lin Jinbei. This is all your fault. You're mouthing off about how Jiang Hao is a rebellious son and how he's disloyal and unfilial. But what about you? You are a father, yet you treat your own son so harshly. Is Zarin the only son in your eyes? Also, Howard doesn't even have a room. He doesn't even dare to talk to us about this kind of thing, so how could he go to Zarin's room and steal something? Lin Jinbei, this is all your fault. You're the one who made me lose Howard. If you don't get him back, I'm not done with you. After saying this, Wang Ruoyao angrily left. Lin Jinbei knew in his heart that he was in the wrong, and hurriedly chased him out. Wife, I just learned about this matter as well. I just wanted to sharpen Howard's character. How would I know that he wouldn't dare to say anything? Those who don't know, they'll think we're deliberately treating him harshly. I don't know what use he has for a long mouth. Lin Jinbei wrapped his arms around Wang Ruoyao. Don't worry, wife, I will find Howard. Before Lin Jinbei finished, Wang Ruoyao violently pushed him away. I'm annoyed right now. Don't talk to me. I just want Ho-chan to come home. Afterwards, Wang Ruoyao left the Lin family manor without looking back, watching his beloved wife leave him as well. Lin Jinbei's heart was like a knife for a moment, and he sat helplessly on the ground. Dad! Lin Zilong first saw his father so disoriented, rushed forward to assist. Dad! You're not to blame for this. It's all because Jiang Hao himself didn't say anything. You get some rest and I'll go get mom back. As he said these words, Lin Zilong's resentment towards Jiang Hao deepened in his heart. He thinks that all of this is caused by Jiang Hao. Not only did it break the mother's heart, but it caused problems in the parents' relationship. A once happy family is now in tatters. Lin Zilong silently swore in his heart that he would make Jiang Hao pay for this. Just as Lin Zilong was about to leave, he was stopped by Lin Jinbei. Wait, you can't go. Don't forget, 3 days from now is the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall competition. You must give your full attention to the race, and you need not worry about such trifles at home. Hearing Lin Jinbei's words, Lin Zilong's eyes immediately lit up. A tournament? Yeah, how could I forget about the tournament? As long as Jiang Hao is able to compete, I'll be able to teach him a lesson myself on the field. While the Lin family was in disarray, Jiang Hao, who was in the Void Martial Arts arena, had already managed to kill Gui Yi 10 times. It was very smooth to be promoted to a third-order martial artist. Nowadays, he was able to instantly kill Gui Yi within 3 slashes with extraordinarily ease. Also, in the course of the kill, Jiang Hao had obtained 2 types of martial arts from Gui Yi. They were Grade B Swift Thunder Steps, and great at heavenly soaring sword technique. Both martial arts techniques came from the Wind and Thunder Martial School, but not all martial arts students could learn them. Either you have a special background, like Gui Yi's father is the chief instructor and can open the back door for you. Either that or you have to be a core student of the martial arts school. Only by fulfilling these conditions will you be able to access these types of advanced martial arts. For ordinary martial arts school students, the martial arts skills they had access to usually did not exceed C rank. However, in the void martial arts arena, Zhang Hao could instantly comprehend a martial art as soon as it fell from his opponent. It was as if he had been practicing for decades, and the essence and mysteries of these martial arts were completely mastered by him, since 10 experiences had already been gained. Even if he could still fight Gui Yi next, he wouldn't have any combat experience. Plus, having spent a long time in the void martial arts arena, Zhang Hao was worried that something might happen in the outside world. So with a thought, he re-entered the real world. However, when Zhang Hao checked the time, but it was amazing to realize that only a few dozen seconds had actually passed in the real world. This meant that in the eyes of outsiders, Zhang Hao had merely froze for a moment, and the power of one's own third-ranked martial artist, as well as the martial skill that one had just realized, was again the real deal. Zhang Hao then realized how powerful this system he had acquired was. It's just that it takes 72 hours to cool down after each copy. Just now, after killing Gui Yi, the time was reduced by 5 hours. It also meant that if Zhang Hao wanted to use the replication function as soon as possible, he would have to keep killing martial artists, or perhaps demonic beasts. Under the legal system of the Yen state, random killing in the street was obviously impossible. The only thing that is reasonable and legal is to hunt demonic beasts. If I remember correctly, outside of Tianhe Base City, there is a gray mist mountain forest where demonic beasts gather. The demonic beasts that live on the outskirts of the gray mist mountain forest aren't very strong. This is certainly the perfect place to hunt. The corners of Zhang Hao's mouth rose up slightly, and he already had a clear plan in mind. Just engage in constant battles in the void arena. Then both my cultivation realm and practical combat skills will rapidly increase. Even without the Lin family's help, what can be done? I'm still able to soar to the heavens. At this time, Zhang Hao suddenly thought of something and hurriedly took out his cell phone to search. Sure enough, in 3 days' time, it would be the Wind and Thunder Martial Halls tournament. It was said to be a martial arts competition, but it was actually a competition organized within the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall. The purpose was to test the strength of the younger generation of martial artists. Participants who finished in the top 10 were given generous rewards by the martial arts school. Lin Zilong, as Lin Jinbei's son, was also known as the leader of the younger generation of the Feng Lei Martial School. He was bound to participate in this tournament. If it was the Zhang Hao of the past, he would never have dared to sign up for it. At that time, he was too weak, and even if he participated, he was just cannon fodder. But things are different now. Being in the God of Killing system, Zhang Hao could quickly become stronger in a short period of time. Not only is he going to compete in the tournament and win it in one fell swoop, all the more reason to take this opportunity for revenge. When he was in the Lin family, he was kicked hard by Lin Zilong. How could he not take this revenge? This guy took advantage of his parents' favor and repeatedly messed with Zhang Hao. The original body's forbearance over and over again made this guy more and more rampant. Today's Zhang Hao was no longer the suffocating sufferer. Lin Zilong, your time to die has come. Zhang Hao clenched his fists, his eyes showing endless killing intent. Afterward, Zhang Hao changed his clothes and prepared to head to the Grey Mist Mountain Forest to hunt demonic beasts. But it is not expected. A tall, sharp-looking woman kicked open the door to Zhang Hao's room. Upon smelling the lingering smell of blood in the air, Guo Fang looked horrified. What's with this bloody smell? Zhang Hao, what have you done? Where is Gui Yi? Guo Fang is Gui Yi's older sister, and originally didn't want her brother to continue to cause trouble in the Grey Plains district, but in the way of Gui Yi is too disobedient. In order to prevent him from doing anything out of the ordinary again, so Guo Fang could only accompany him to the Grey Plains area. As the first lady of the Guo family, she thought that this place in the Grey Plains district was too dirty, high and mighty. She didn't even want to set foot in this place of filth. Originally, she thought Gui Yi wouldn't take long to come out, but she didn't expect to never return. Forced to endure the discomfort in her heart, she could only enter to find Gui Yi. Never in a million years did he expect to smell the pungent odor of blood as soon as he entered this shabby house of Zhang Hao's. There were even remnants of blood on the ground around them. This immediately made Guo Fang feel uneasy. Zhang Hao, I asked you a question. Didn't you hear me? Answer me. Where is Gui Yi? Guo Fang said as he erupted with the aura of a self-fifth-ranked martial artist. In her opinion, her own brother was a fourth-ranked martial artist, and Zhang Hao was nothing but a stinking rat in the Grey Plains district. Even if one was also a student of the Wind and Thunder Martial School, there was absolutely no way he could beat his own brother. Not to mention, how could Jiang Hao dare to kill Guiyi? Their father, after all, was the chief instructor of the Wind and Thunder Martial School. Faced with Guo Fan's inquiry, Jiang Hao gave a disdainful smile. Well, now that you found out, let me get this straight. Your brother is dead, and it was a miserable death. That bloody hole in his chest. I can't even look back on it now without being shocked. The good thing is, he wasn't in a lot of pain, and he gagged all at once. Jiang Hao casually took out a black and gold longsword and threw it on the ground. This sword was called the Yujin Steel Sword and was a grade B weapon, the very same weapon held by Guiyi. Even though this ebony steel sword was quite a bit better than the black blade sword that Jiang Hao possessed, but for Jiang Hao, who was already accustomed to using swords, sword-type weapons were too light, and there was no way to utilize the power of the Gale Jedi Blade, so it was better not to use it. What? Guo Fan burst into a rage at the words, simply unable to accept this fact. Impossible. This is never possible. My brother is currently a 4th-ranked martial artist. How could a stinking rat like you kill him? You must be full of shit. Guo Fan was deeply in love with Guiyi's siblings, and at the moment she was like a mad tigress, frantically rushing towards Jiang Yen, but just as he was about to do it, Jiang Hao's mind moved, and the S-ranked short sword blood spike flew out instantly. Even though Guo Fan reacted quickly, she simply couldn't match the speed of spiritual thoughts. Plus, the blood spikes were extremely powerful. In an instant, her abdomen was penetrated by sharp, bloody spikes. Ah! Accompanied by Wang Feng's screams, she fell to her knees in pain, tightly covering her injured abdomen. But the bowl-sized bloody hole, the blood simply could not be pressed, and the internal organs also flowed out together. Never in her wildest dreams could she have imagined that Jiang Yen, who used to be regarded as a waste of space in the martial arts school, would, surprisingly, he would be a spiritual Nian master. Jiang Hao, my father is the chief instructor of the Wind and Thunder Martial School. If you dare to kill my siblings, he will never let you go. Guo Fan struggled and cried out a few times before finally collapsing in a pool of blood and dying miserably. The siblings died in exactly the same way. What a pain in the ass. Blood all over the floor again. Jiang Hao didn't care in the slightest about Guo Fan's threat. Their father, Gui Yunhai, was indeed very strong, and was the second only to Lin Jinbei in the Wind and Thunder Martial School. But so what? The Grey Plains district that Jiang Hao was in nowadays was originally a place of mixed fish and dragons. As long as it's handled cleanly enough, who's going to know it was him? Not to mention, the Guo family siblings were already stronger than Jiang Hao. Even if Jiang Hao went around saying it now, no one would believe it. Jiang Hao then confirmed the cooldown time of the duplication and found that it had actually been reduced by 7 hours this time. This meant that the stronger the martial artists and demonic beasts that were killed, then the more time that could be reduced. We can't wait. Let's set off immediately to hunt the demonic beasts. Jiang Hao similarly searched Guo Fan's body for anything of value. Then her body, too, was buried together in a deep pit in the backyard. When he finished cleaning up the blood in the house, Jiang Hao hurriedly left the Grey Plains district. A few moments later, Jiang Hao arrived at a mountain forest filled with grey fog. This place was not too far away from Tianhe Bay City, and the place where he was currently standing was the outskirts of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest. The demonic beasts living here were generally only around the 2nd or 3rd stage of the beast soldier class, and were not very strong. Usually, it was a place for rookies who hadn't been martial artists for long to hone their strength. Due to the depths of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest, it was very treacherous, and any demonic beast that casually came out would reach at least the 8th rank of the beast soldier class. There were even beast general level demonic beasts out there. As a result, at the junction of the outer and deeper parts, there were Yen Kingdom regiments guarding the area. Civilians, or weak martial artists, were not allowed to enter. Even though they couldn't enter the depths, the demonic beasts living in this periphery were enough for Jiang Hao to hunt. As soon as he stepped into this place, Jiang Hao immediately smelled danger. Turning to look, a black wolf with red eyes was staring at him. This fellow was covered in a faint black aura, and his strength had reached at least the 3rd stage of the beast soldier class. I didn't expect to encounter a black shadow wolf as soon as I arrived. Jiang Hao casually took out the blood thorn, which was suspended beside Jiang Hao's body under the ability of the spiritual nemesis. Even if it was a beast soldier grade 3rd stage demonic beast, he didn't put it in his eyes in the slightest. With a thought, the blood spur shot away. The black shadow wolf was just about to strike when a blood spike ran through his head. Without even having a chance to react, he collapsed in a pool of blood and died miserably. Jiang Hao hurriedly confirmed the system cooldown. A successful reduction of 2 hours was found. Nice. Jiang Hao nodded with considerable satisfaction. In that case, what am I waiting for? Let the frantic hunt begin. To ensure that he could attract more demonic beasts, Jiang Hao's mind manipulated the blood spikes and dissected the black shadow wolf's corpse. While digging out the beast core, he deliberately spilled the demonic beast blood everywhere. He wanted to use the strong smell of blood to attract more demonic beasts. Soon, a burst of demonic beasts' roars then came from all around. A large number of demonic beasts, attracted by the smell of blood, surrounded Jiang Hao. Despite the large number, they were generally beast soldier ranked 2nd and 3rd stage demonic beasts. While Jiang Hao drove the blood spikes, he also executed the swift thunder steps. This was a martial skill taken from Gui Yi, a special stance martial skill that allowed Jiang Hao to easily roam between the various demonic beasts. Usually, it takes years and years of constant practice to learn the swift step. Even Gui Yi had only just begun. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, was different. With the ability of the Void Martial Arts Stadium, he had already melted through it a long time ago. A mere beast soldier level 2nd or 3rd stage demonic beast could barely injure Jiang Hao. Plus, the terrifying killing power of the blood spikes. Any demonic beast that was hit by the blood thorns would be seriously injured, if not killed. Less than half an hour, a large number of demonic beast corpses were piled up right around Jiang Hao. The original system's 72-hour cooldown has long since been zeroed out. The current Jiang Hao is now able to use the copy function again to pick the right opponent. Almost. Now that it's getting late, continuing to stay in this kind of place will only become more and more dangerous. It's also time to leave. Jiang Hao hurriedly left the place after putting all the beast cores into his storage ring. He was in no hurry to get home. Instead, he headed to the martial arts store located on the central street of the Ishiguro district. Boss, do you accept beast cores around the 2nd or 3rd rank of the beast soldier class? Jiang Hao opened the door and asked directly. An obese middle-aged man sitting in a reclining chair casually glanced at Jiang Hao. Then he spoke faintly. Take it. Of course. A beast core from a beast soldier of the 2nd rank is 200 apiece. And if it's of the 3rd rank, it's 500 apiece. As he said this, the middle-aged man didn't even look at Jiang Hao squarely. Instead, he closed his eyes and coiled the wrapped walnuts in his hands. In his eyes, these martial artists in the Grey Plains district were generally weak, and with poor families, there are even many who are addicted to drugs. The first impression Jiang Hao gave him was that of a martial artist from a poor family. It was hard to hunt a demonic beast for money, so it wasn't even on the radar. Even he deliberately lowered the price. In fact, the market recovery price of a beast soldier grade 2nd order beast core was at least around 250%. The people in the Grey Plains district were short of money anyway, and even if he deliberately lowered the price, the people in the Grey Plains district would definitely sell. After hearing these words from the middle-aged man, Jiang Hao frowned. He was in no hurry to speak. Instead, from the storage ring, he took out a sack full of beast cores and directly threw it on the counter. Bang! With a loud bang, the beast cores in the sack tumbled down onto the counter. When the middle-aged man saw it, his eyes widened. Crap! This bag is full of beast cores? I fucking thought you were fooling me with a rock. He couldn't wait to open the sack and count the beast cores one by one. Among them, there were 27 beast soldier grade 2nd order beast cores and 18 3rd order beast cores. He couldn't imagine in any way that the martial artist from the Grey Plains district in front of him could actually hunt so many demonic beasts. This made him immediately realize that Jiang Hao's strength was perhaps quite powerful. Never the kind of street jerk he was in the old days. So, he changed his disdainful look from earlier and smiled fawningly. Sorry. I accidentally made a mistake just now. In fact, a beast soldier grade 2nd order beast core, one is $250. For a 3rd order beast core, it's $600. Ha! Looking at the change in his boss's attitude, Jiang Hao sneered twice. This is a world where the strongest are honored. At first it was considered by the other side to be the bottom of the Ishiguro district, and it was only natural that they were not taken seriously. In this case, opening your mouth to talk is a waste of time. The only way to deter the other party was to show a strong enough strength. Boss, this price you gave is in line with the normal market price, but if I can often provide you with so many beast cores in the future, can this price? Before Jiang Hao could finish, the boss nodded his head hastily. Yes, that's certainly possible. If you regularly provide this many beast cores, then I can naturally increase the price. Satisfaction guaranteed. In this world, the beast cores in the bodies of demonic beasts were of great use. In addition to being used to forge all kinds of weapons and defenses, special substances could even be extracted from it to make potions. A beast soldier level 2nd stage demonic beast. He $250 to collect in, then resell it in the right market for at least 280 or so. Even he could find someone in secondary process these beast cores. All in all, how about he makes a profit? If there are enough of them, then there is no harm in even raising the price. Well then, I'll be coming every so often in the future. You can settle the money for these beast cores first. No problem. The owner took out his calculator and did some serious math. Perhaps they were afraid of Jiang Hao's strength, or perhaps they wanted to express their willingness for long-term cooperation. When the final settlement was made, the owner purposely paid 10% more. Thanks a lot. Jiang Hao smiled slightly after noticing the amount of money that his boss had transferred over. Being able to do business in a place like Great Plains, this guy is really smart. In order to be able to continuously use the abilities of the Void Martial Field, Jiang Hao was bound to continuously hunt demonic beasts. The best way to get these beast cores was to sell them to these merchants. Afterward, Jiang Hao casually picked up a business card of his boss and turned around to leave the place. It is now late in the day. Jiang Hao went straight home to rest, and waited until tomorrow morning to head to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall to sign up for the competition. Prepare to replicate it from within the Martial Arts Center, looking for a suitable target. However, as soon as Jiang Hao returned to his house in the Great Plains district, he saw a black-faced strong man standing outside the door. It's him. This black-faced strong man in front of him was one of the core students of the Wind and Thunder Martial School, named Wang Tao. He currently had the strength of a 7th-ranked martial artist, which was considered quite outstanding among his peers. In addition, this Wang Tao and Lin Zilong's relationship was quite good, and the two of them were still high school classmates. It was also one of the few people who knew Jiang Hao's true identity. Now that this guy has suddenly come here, it's not going to be good. Jiang Hao, you're finally back. Wang Tao walked up to Jiang Hao and spoke in a cold voice. Although I'm not sure why you want to break up with your family, you are definitely the most stupid person I've ever seen. Letting go of the young master of the Lin family, he actually reverted back to the now filthy Great Plains district. I really don't know what the hell you were thinking. Ever since he had learned of Jiang Hao's identity, Wang Tao had actually been incredibly envious of Jiang Hao. He had also been fatherless and motherless since he was a child, growing up in an orphanage in Tianhe Bay City. Ever since becoming a martial artist, Wang Tao had worked extra hard. For the sake of his future, he purposely made good relations with Lin Zilong in order to want to utilize the Lin family's resources for his cultivation. But he didn't expect that a bottom feeder from the Great Plains district would actually be the Lin family's eldest young master who had been living in exile for 20 years. Why don't you have this kind of splashy riches yourself? Normal people would definitely hold on to the behemoth that was the Lin family for dear life. But Jiang Hao would actually give up this status. In Wang Tao's opinion, Jiang Hao was purely brain dead. What's it to you what I do? Jiang Hao looked at Wang Tao with cold eyes. Get out of the way. Do you think it's rare for me to come over to you? Wang Tao, who was already jealous of Jiang Hao's status, roared. If I hadn't been entrusted with this, do you think I would have come to this filthy place? Jiang Hao, I'll tell you the truth. I came over to look for you on Lin Zilong's behalf. If you're still a man, then participate in the Wind and Thunder Martial Halls tournament. If you dare not agree, then don't blame me for not being polite. As he said this, Wang Tao squeezed his hardened fist. Lin Zilong had given him the task of making sure that Jiang Hao was able to enroll in the competition. In order not to let Lin Zilong down, even if Wang Tao did something extreme, he would not hesitate to do so. What's more, it was late in the day and the Great Plains district was already chaotic. Even if he did beat Jiang Hao severely, what was the harm? Where else could Jiang Hao sue? So it was Lin Zilong who sent you over. Hearing Wang Tao's words, Jiang Hao smiled faintly. You go back and tell him. Just say that I will definitely participate in this Wind and Thunder Martial Halls competition. Let him be prepared to be defeated by me. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Hao directly pushed Wang Tao away and walked into the house in large strides. In the meantime, in his mind, he murmured, copy Wang Tao. Ding. Received host request. Have successfully copied Wang Tao. Cooling time 72 hours. The host can reduce the cooling time by killing martial artists and demonic beasts during the period. Wang Tao's strength was definitely considered to be quite powerful among the students of this session of the Wind and Thunder Martial School. In the Void Martial Stadium, continuously fighting a martial artist of Wang Tao's caliber was undoubtedly a huge boost to the current Jiang Hao. What? Wang Tao froze as he looked at Jiang Hao's departing figure and what he said. He had thought that Jiang Hao was weak and incompetent, and it was unlikely that he would agree to sign up for the competition. But I didn't expect that Jiang Hao not only agreed, but even made a big deal out of it. Just a piece of trash like you. How dare you presume to defeat Lin Zilong? If you are truly so outstanding, how could the Lin family look down on you? It's hilarious. Wang Tao spat disdainfully in Jiang Hao's direction, then hurriedly left the place. He found Lin Zilong at the first opportunity and told him about it. Upon learning of this, Lin Zilong was initially shocked, then laughed madly. Ha 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 ha, are you sure you heard right? Jiang Hao told me to be prepared to be defeated? Lin Zilong became more and more amused. Who does he think he is? If he is truly gifted, then I will more or less still honor this older brother, but he's nothing but a loser. Speaking here, Lin Zilong's eyes flashed with a fierce color. It's this trash that caused mother to be unwilling to return home to this day. turned the whole family upside down. I'll teach him a lesson and make him apologize on his knees in front of the whole family. At this moment, it was as if he had already seen the scene of Jiang Hao kneeling on the ground, repenting. In the meantime, in a dilapidated hut in the Grey Plains neighborhood, Jiang Hao had already entered the Void Martial Arts arena long ago and was fighting with the Wang Tao clone. As a 5th-ranked martial artist and a core student of the Wind and Thunder Martial School, Wang Tao was undoubtedly extremely powerful. The weapon he used was a pair of finger tigers made of Xian steel. Plus, Wang Tao's own physical strength was strong enough, but whenever he gets close, a punch is thrown. Even if Jiang Hao didn't die, he would fall to the ground and be heavily injured. Without relying on the ability of a spiritual thinker, it would be as difficult as heaven to defeat Wang Tao. However, the more difficult the battle was, the more it improved Jiang Hao. This kind of battle can be fought at full strength without fear, and not only experience can be gained, you can also learn a variety of combat techniques during the battle. This is undoubtedly vital for a rookie martial artist. After about 7 or 8 deaths, Jiang Hao had been able to anticipate Wang Tao's various attacks and make a counterattack at the first opportunity. Combined with the power of the Gale Jedi Blade, as long as Jiang Hao was given the opportunity to find it, it was a frantic output. After successfully killing the first Wang Tao, Zhang Nian gained huge amounts of experience. In just an instant, he had elevated to a 4th-ranked martial artist. Crap! Jiang Hao was surprised and delighted. This promotion is a bit too fast, truly worthy of being a 7th-ranked martial artist. In that case, let's continue. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao once again summoned the Wang Tao clone and engaged in a fierce battle. By the time he had killed Wang Tao 10 times, Jiang Hao had already stepped into the realm of a 5th-ranked martial artist. Even in the Void Martial Arts arena, after fighting for a long time, for the real world, only a few dozen seconds had passed. It also meant that in the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Hao merely froze for a moment. Just instantly, he went from a 3rd-ranked martial artist to a 5th-ranked martial artist. This certainly proves the power of the system once again. With his current strength, even if he really fought with Wang Tao, he would be able to easily defeat him without relying on the power of a spiritual thinker. For Jiang Hao, the spiritual reckoner was his biggest card, and it must not be easily exposed in this world of treacherous hearts. The next day, Jiang Hao left the Grey Plains district early in the morning. He didn't rush out to hunt demonic beasts, but instead headed to the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall, which was located in the main part of Tianhe City's base city. Today was the day when the registration for the tournament closed, and he had to go and register immediately. Soon, Jiang Hao then walked into the middle of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Center. As one of the students of the martial arts school, Jiang Hao could naturally enter and exit this place freely, since Lin Jinbei had never announced Jiang Hao's identity in public. Even for the sake of the so-called pavilion owner's face, Lin Jinbei had never spoken to Jiang Hao inside the martial arts pavilion, deliberately keeping a distance from him. It was as if he was a stranger, deeply afraid that Jiang Hao's appearance would affect his reputation as a pavilion master. Plus, Jiang Hao was still from the slums of the Grey Plains district, and his own strength was very weak. This made Jiang Hao's presence extremely low in the Fon-Lei Martial School. After arriving at the registration office for the tournament, Jiang Hao saw the young instructor in charge of registration, packing up his things. So, he hurriedly walked forward. "I want to sign up for the tournament." "Sorry you're late. Registration is now closed." The young instructor didn't even look squarely at Jiang Hao, but instead packed his own things. Granted, registration doesn't officially close until 2 p.m. However, in the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, the strongest students had already signed up long ago. How powerful can a trainee who dares to enroll at this time be? Moreover, Jiang Hao was even more recognized as a waste in the Wind and Thunder Martial School. After joining the martial arts school for 4 years, it was surprising that he was still only a 2nd-ranked martial artist. In the eyes of them instructors, a trainee with no potential like Jiang Hao didn't need to care too much at all. If you don't pass the test next year, you're fired through and through. Right now, he's in a hurry to go on a date with his girlfriend, and his things are pretty much packed. And how could he waste any more time specifically for Jiang Hao? He spoke briefly and then prepared to leave. "Slow down." Jiang Hao immediately called out to him. "It's only a little after 8 in the morning. Enrollment doesn't close until 2 in the afternoon. What's to stop you from letting me enroll? On what grounds?" When the young instructor heard Jiang Hao's words, he instantly became furious. "Just because I'm the instructor of the Wind and Thunder Martial School, you're a ghetto bottom feeder with no talent and no background. With trash like you, even if you participate in the tournament, what can you do? Jiang Hao, I advise you to die. The tournament is far more dangerous than you think by a lot, and there have even been cases of people being killed in past years. If you have this time, you might as well go and practice and cultivate more. If your talent is so much worse than others, You have to cultivate hard on the ground instead of daydreaming all day long. To be able to become an instructor of the Wind and Thunder Martial School, that would be the weakest martial artist of the 5th rank of the Battle General class. He didn't even put a weak martial artist like Jiang Hao in his eyes. It was a pity that instructors couldn't strike at trainees at will. Otherwise, he would have had to teach Jiang Hao a good lesson. Jiang Hao didn't have any fear in the face of the instructor's cynicism. He spoke in a cold voice. I said I'm signing up. Now that the registration time has not yet closed, if you leave early, do you believe that I will go to the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School to complain about you? Reverse. How dare you trash threaten me? The young instructor was completely enraged by Jiang Hao, but just as he was trying to teach Jiang Hao, he suddenly stepped aside and walked out a man with a haughty demeanor. Jiang Hao is right. The registration for the tournament has not yet closed, so on what grounds do you not allow others to register? The reputation of my Wind and Thunder Martial School has been tarnished by people like you. Starting today, your qualification as an instructor is cancelled. Get the hell out of the Wind and Thunder Martial School. The man who spoke was none other than Lin Zilong. He had counted on Jiang Hao to sign up for it so that he could teach him a lesson as well, but to his surprise, the instructor in charge of enrollment actually disallowed Jiang Hao to enroll. This really pissed Lin Zilong off. Moreover, this instructor acted too overbearingly. Lin Zilong would never allow an instructor who bullied his students like this within the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Lin Zilong's appearance scared the young instructor so much that he directly sat on the ground. With his strength, he actually completely crushed Lin Zilong. But Lin Zilong was the Pavilion Master's son. Who dares to mess with him when he's the top man in the martial arts school? Young Pavilion Master. Young Pavilion Master, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Lin Zilong simply ignored the other party's pleas for mercy. And with a flick of his right hand, he directly asked the other instructors of the Wind and Thunder Martial School to throw this guy out. Afterward, Lin Zilong took large strides to Jiang Hao and whispered, Jiang Hao, don't think I'm helping you. I just don't like what this man is doing. I admire your courage in signing up for the race, but you're really too weak. If you're willing to come back with me right now and apologize to mom and dad on your knees, then I might let you off the hook. Otherwise, I will show you no mercy in the martial arts arena. Looking at Lin Zilong's lofty appearance, Jiang Hao couldn't help but sneer out. You're asking me to kneel and apologize to the two of them? On what grounds? I can't have anything to do with your Lin family. Now, when he said this, Jiang Hao's expression was incomparably cold. Jiang Hao, don't you go too far. Lin Zilong tried to suppress the anger in his heart, his voice slightly hoarse. Do you know that when you make a mess, the entire Lin family will be restless? Mother, moreover, blamed father for your departure for no good reason, and finally left home in anger as well. I'm warning you, you'd better hurry back and admit your mistake, or I'll make you pay for it. Facing this so-called elder brother in front of him, Lin Zilong could no longer see any brotherly love in his eyes. There was only a biting, killing intent that was quietly permeating the area. To him, Jiang Hao didn't deserve to be his elder brother at all, much less the Lin family's youngest master. Is that a threat? Jiang Hao snorted disdainfully. Kill me with your hands if you can. Otherwise, don't gab here. Good dogs don't get in the way. Get out of the way. After saying that, Jiang Hao pushed Lin Zilong away and walked straight out of the Feng Lei Martial Arts Center. Jiang Hao had long been disgusted with this top martial arts school that everyone aspired to within the Tianhe Bay city. After this tournament, Jiang Hao would officially leave the Wind Thunder Martial Hall. Lin Zilong looked at Jiang Hao's determined back and gritted his teeth in hatred. Jiang Hao, you forced me to do this. When the time comes, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. In the meantime, the matter of Jiang Hao signing up for the martial arts competition had quickly reached the ears of Pavilion Master Lin Jinbei. What did you say? Jiang Hao signed up to compete? Lin Jinbei spoke incredulously. On what grounds does he have? He's a second-ranked martial artist. Where did he get the confidence to compete? Doesn't he know that the Wind and Thunder Martial Halls tournament has resulted in deaths and injuries throughout the years? What if something happens to him? When Lin Jinbei learned of this news, it really pissed him off. Originally, because of Jiang Hao's matter, the Lin family had already been disturbed in the past 2 days. Even the wife ran away to her mother's house. Lin Jinbei planned to go to Jiang Hao personally in a couple of days, and even if he had to use strong-arm tactics, he would still bring Jiang Hao home. He was not allowed to run out again. As long as Jiang Hao came back, then his wife would naturally come back as well. But he didn't expect that Jiang Hao would actually go and sign up for the tournament. Nowadays, on the Blue Star, the demonic beasts were becoming more powerful and rampant, and human martial artists had to grow up as quickly as possible. Although the competition is a sparring match between students of the martial arts school, nominally on point, it is inevitable that it will get out of hand in actual combat. Even when instructors are present, it is sometimes difficult to stop them in time. Therefore, Every trainee who signed up to compete in the tournament signed a life and death contract by default. If there are any injuries or deaths during the tournament, the military officials are not liable for any of them. At best, it would be compensation for medical bills, burial expenses, etc. In his opinion, Jiang Hao's strength was too weak. He was already 20 years old and was still only a second-rank martial artist. What's going to happen if this meets a strong opponent who, by accident, kills Jiang Hao? Why don't you stop Jiang Hao from registering for the competition? Lin Jinbei sternly questioned a middle-aged man in front of him. This person was none other than the chief instructor of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, named Gui Yunhai. Within the martial arts school, he was not only powerful, but he was also Lin Jinbei's beloved. At the same time, it was one of the few people who knew Jiang Hao's true identity. Only, due to Lin Jinbei's orders, the matter of Jiang Hao's true identity was not allowed to be mentioned to anyone. Therefore, Gui Yunhai did not even inform his own family. At this moment, Gui Yunhai hurriedly spoke. Pavilion Master, you've misunderstood. Actually, Jiang Hao was blocked by the instructor when he enrolled. But that's when the second young master suddenly appeared. And he was the one who granted Jiang Hao permission to enroll and also fired that instructor. The second young master's orders. There's nothing I can do to stop it. Gui Yunhai knew very well that this was their Lin family's family matter. How could he, an outsider, block it? What? Did Zarin allow this? Lin Jinbei immediately understood everything after a brief moment of shock. This must be Lin Zilong trying to get back at Jiang Hao. He wanted to teach Jiang Hao a lesson on the field. Shit! Lin Jinbei clenched his fists angrily. He was well aware of Lin Zilong's disposition, upright and kind, and never used his status to oppress others, but instead often helped poor trainees. Now he was going to strike at Jiang Hao. Obviously Jiang Hao's severance of ties and his mother's departure from home had made him unable to bear it. Pavilion Master, then do I need to forcibly disqualify Jiang Hao? That way, the two of them won't have a big fight. As soon as Gui Yunhai finished speaking, he was immediately opposed by Lin Jinbei. No need. Since that kid wants to compete, let him. Such a disobedient or rebellious son also really needs to be taught a lesson. When the time comes on the field, you and I will just pay more attention. At first, Lin Jinbei did consider disqualifying Jiang Hao, but after careful consideration, he felt it was not necessary. Jiang Hao was too weak and would probably be eliminated in the first round, and was unlikely to meet Lin Zilong. Even if they did encounter each other in the first round, he believed that Lin Zilong would just teach Jiang Hao a lesson and wouldn't really kill him. Jiang Hao had already caused the whole family to have no peace. Even if Lin Zilong didn't make a move, Lin Jinbei planned to teach him a lesson himself. Such rebellious children must be treated with strict discipline. Okay then. Gui Yunhai nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Immediately after, he dialed his daughter Guofang's phone, but for a long time no one answered. What's going on? Calling Gui Yi doesn't answer, and now even his daughter isn't answering the phone? This must be Gui Yi, this brat, causing some trouble again. I will definitely teach him a good lesson when the matter of the tournament is over. Gui Yunhai hated this dude son of his. During the weekdays, it was even if he didn't practice properly at the martial arts school, but he actually ran out often to cause trouble for him. Not long ago, Jiang Hao's adoptive parents were killed alive by Gui Yi. This matter was suppressed by Gui Yunhai's use of relations, which did not sound out. If the people of the Lin family knew about this, Gui Yi's life would be in danger. Without thinking much about anything, Gui Yunhai hurriedly headed to the Feng Martial Hall to prepare for the competition. And just as Gui Yunhai walked out of the Lin family in the front foot, Wang Ruoyao came back in the back foot. She rushed into the middle of the hall in a rage. Lin Jinbei, why didn't you stop Hauer? Hauer is only a second-ranked martial artist so far. Wouldn't it be a joke for him to participate in the competition? I've even heard that it was Zilong who intentionally let Jiang Hao enroll in the program. So as the father of the two of them, why are you sitting back and doing nothing? Would you really like to see the two brothers turn against each other and fight? Wang Ruoyao hadn't forgiven Lin Jinbei yet and didn't intend to come back so soon, but after learning about it, she couldn't sit still any longer. The palm of her hand was all flesh, and she would be heartbroken no matter which of her brothers was injured. What's more, this tournament was organized to make Lin Zilong famous in one fell swoop. If Lin Zilong had fought against his own elder brother on such an occasion, once Jiang Hao's identity was exposed later, Lin Zilong's reputation would definitely be affected. Honey, you're finally back. Lin Jinbei hurriedly stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Wang Ruoyao. I've only just heard about Hauer's matter, but I don't think that's a bad thing. And Ho-chan's identity hasn't been made public yet anyway, so it won't affect Zarin at all. Besides, Hauer is too disobedient. If we don't teach him a good lesson now, what will happen in the future? Besides, it's better to be defeated by your own brother than to be taught a lesson by someone else later. I just want Jiang Hao to realize how big the gap is between him and his brother. Wang Ruoyo had originally felt that Jiang Hao's participation in the tournament was too dangerous, but now after listening to Lin Jinbei's words, she felt it was quite reasonable. Jiang Hao had never come home like this, and as a mother, she didn't even know how she was going to make it up to Jiang Hao. This time, if he was defeated by Lin Zilong, then perhaps he would realize the importance of being strong. In that case, Jiang Hao would definitely choose to return to the Lin family in order to be able to become stronger. Lin Jinbei, listen to me. I haven't forgiven you yet. In this tournament, if you dare to let Howard get hurt, I won't spare you. Zarin can't get hurt just the same. Lin Jinbei smiled faintly. Wife. Just don't worry. Howard will definitely be fine. As for Zarin, that's even less to worry about. His strength has long since crushed any student in the same class of the martial arts school, and he will definitely be able to win the competition. In order to make Zarin famous in one battle, I even invited quite a few prestigious figures to watch the battle. This tournament will definitely make him famous. Let's just forget about this matter. When Howard comes back, I'll make it up to him. Wang Ruoyo snorted coldly and then went back to her room. In the meantime, on the outskirts of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest, with his outstanding strength, Jiang Hao maneuvered the blood spikes and decimated a large number of demonic beasts. After clearing the system's cooldown time, he once again returned to the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall to find a suitable opponent to replicate. There were still 2 days to go before the tournament. If Jiang Hao wanted to win the championship at the tournament, then he would need to at least reach the strength of a 7th-ranked martial artist or so. Only then would he have enough certainty that he could defeat Lin Zilong. For the past 2 days, Jiang Hao had either been hunting demonic beasts or fighting constantly in the Void Martial Stadium. By the time the night before the competition was over, Jiang Hao had a good night's sleep to restore his body to its best state. Next day, morning, the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall's triennial tournament had officially begun. This grand tournament is not just to test this class of academies. More than that, it was to show the strength of the Wind and Thunder Martial School to the outside world. At this moment, the martial arts hall was bustling with people. Lin Jinbei, Wang Ruoyo and other senior members of the martial arts hall were all present. In addition, there were also famous families from all over the Yen Kingdom. These people didn't come to Tianha Base City's Fon Lei Martial Hall just to watch the match. Its true purpose was for Lin Jinbei's son, Lin Zilong. They all wanted to see just how powerful this heck of a Heaven's Pride would be. Just then, a black and gold-colored airship appeared over Tianha Base City. Next moment, a bearded uncle in golden armor jumped from the airship and landed firmly on the ground. At the sight of this person's appearance, even an expert of Lin Jinbei's level had to greet him with a smile. He hurriedly cupped his fists and walked forward. I didn't expect that Procurator General Liu would actually come here in a big way. The Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Center in Tianha Base City is truly fluffy. The bearded uncle who appeared in front of the crowd at the moment was one of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall's supervisory envoys, named Lu Jinshan. He was stronger than the local branch library owners in terms of both strength and power. During the weekdays, the job of an inspector envoy was to travel to the various Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall branches and be responsible for supervision and management. Now that the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Tianha Base City was organizing a martial arts competition, for Lu Jinshan to personally come over, this undoubtedly gave Lin Jinbei a great deal of face. Ha, there's no need for old brother Lin to be like this. As the Procurator Envoy of the Wind and Thunder Martial School, Mr. Lu naturally has the obligation to check on the strength of the students in this class. As he said this, Lu Jinshan looked towards Lin Zilong who was standing beside Lin Jinbei. Not bad, becoming an 8th-rank martial artist at such a young age. Elder brother Lin, your son has a great future ahead of him. As the Procurator Ambassador, Lu Jinshan had no need to flatter Lin Jinbei. He really appreciated Lin Zilong as a person. Even in the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial School, there were various rumors about Lin Zilong, definitely considered the leader of the younger generation. Hearing Lu Jinshan praising his son in such a way, it made Lin Jinbei and Wang Ruoya, both of them, feel immensely proud. Wherever, my son Zarin still has a lot of room for improvement. In the future, we still need Procurator Lu to take care of us. As soon as Lin Jinbei finished speaking, Lin Zilong walked over to Lu Jinshan. Uncle Lu, later on, if there is anything wrong with my junior during the competition, I would like to ask you for more guidance. Don't worry, the martial arts school definitely spares no effort in teaching a talent like you. After Lu Jinshan said a few words, he was welcomed into the guest seats of the martial arts center and seated. All of this was clearly seen by Jiang Hao, who was standing in the crowd. Even though he didn't have any feelings for Lin Jinbei, Wang Ruoyo and the others, he had to sympathize with the original body. On such an occasion, it was clear that they were both his sons, so why should Lin Zilong be allowed to stand beside him? Jiang Hao, on the other hand, could only stand in the most inconspicuous place. Even throughout the entire process, Lin Jinbei never mentioned Jiang Hao, constantly showing off his youngest son to others. It was as if there had never been a son like Jiang Hao. These actions undoubtedly made Jiang Hao loathe him even more. It was also at this time, behind Jiang Hao, there was a sudden cry of alarm. Jiang Hao, why are you here? You're a second-rank martial artist. Who gave you the courage to sign up? The one who spoke was a tall girl with a high ponytail. Jiang Hao recognized the identity of the other party at a glance. One of the core students of the Wind and Thunder Martial School, Maggie Chen. Her father, Chen Hai, was originally a close friend of Lin Jinbei. Unfortunately, he was tragically sacrificed in the beast tide 20 years ago. So Lin Jinbei adopted Chen Meiqi and took care of her over the years as if she were his own daughter. This meant that Chen Meiqi was also one of the few people who knew Jiang Hao's true identity. Jiang Hao, originally I thought you were quite honest as a person. But now it seems that you are a powerless scumbag. If you want to sever your relationship then just do it. Why do you want to upset the Lin family? Now you want to sign up for the competition. This is clearly looking for death. Are you doing this to try to gain sympathy from your godparents? Jiang Hao, you're too shameless. In her eyes, Jiang Hao's strength was too weak, and coming to the tournament was simply a disgrace. Press has no chance of winning and will be eliminated in the first round. There's even the possibility of a serious injury. In Meiqi Chen's opinion, there was only one possibility for Jiang Hao to deliberately participate in the tournament. That was trying to win the sympathy of the Lin family by selling out in public, forcing Lin Jinbei to recognize Jiang Hao as his son in public. The more she thought about it, the more she hated Jiang Hao. Maggie Chen, don't you fucking go crazy here. If you want to kneel to the Lin family, then go to Lin Jinbei, Lin Zilong and the others. Don't bother me here. Get the hell out of here. Jiang Hao looked at the Chen Meiqi in front of him, and there was only disgust in his eyes. Although this person was adopted by Lin Jinbei and Wang Ruoyao, she was not willing to just be their adopted daughter. All she could think about was how to marry Lin Zilong and become the true mistress of the Lin family. During the 2 months that the original body had returned to the Lin family, although Chen Miaomia was not often at home, as long as she came back, she would make all kinds of cynical remarks to the original body. The original body will even be used as a subordinate. Today's Jiang Hao wasn't like before, letting her bully her. This dog woman scolded him for no reason. How could Jiang Hao endure it? Naturally the first to dislike it. Nowadays, Jiang Hao had long since become a 7th-ranked martial artist with the help of the system. As for why the breath fluctuations were not perceived by others, in Jiang Hao's opinion, this should be the system's role in helping him mask part of his aura. You dare to scold me. Although Chen Meiqi wasn't the Lin family's true first lady, over the years, the Lin family had treated her like their own daughter to take care of her. This also made Maggie Chen develop an arrogant and domineering personality since childhood. Being abused by Jiang Hao like this in public, Chen Meiqi simply couldn't stand it. She ran directly to Jiang Hao and angrily rebuked. I kindly advised you not to compete. Who are you to scold me? Shouldn't you not go and apologize for making a mess of the Lin family? Our father and mother are doing it for our own good. That's why they're being a bit harsh on us. Why are you so glassy-eyed? And to break it off is childish. Jiang Hao, let me tell you the truth. This tournament today is actually specially prepared for Zilong. If Zarin is affected because of your destruction, I will absolutely not spare you. Chen Meiqi looked at Jiang Hao condescendingly. Nominally, Jiang Hao was considered her righteous brother, but in her eyes, she didn't have the slightest bit of respect for Jiang Hao, her elder brother. It was as if he was looking at a foul-smelling beggar with immense disgust. However, even though she was now furious at everything Jiang Hao had done, her voice wasn't very loud. Deliberately lowering her voice, the other trainees around her, as well as the instructors, didn't hear her and Jiang Hao's conversation. In this way, Jiang Hao's identity would not be exposed, and none of the Lin family would be shamed by the public. So you don't understand human language? Don't you understand when I tell you to leave me alone? Jiang Hao didn't spoil Chen Meiqi. Seeing her being so unreasonable, he raised his hand and slapped her. Snap! The crisp sound of the slap quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding people, who looked at Jiang Hao and Maggie Chen. Isn't that Miss Chen? How come she's staying with someone like Jiang Hao? And Jiang Hao actually dared to hit her? Doesn't he realize that Maggie Chen is the adopted daughter of the Pavilion Master's man? Crap! Jiang Hao is bullish. To be honest, I've long wanted to beat up Chen Meiqi, but I don't dare to do so at all. Regardless of Jiang Hao's reason for striking, I rather admire him. Originally, being suddenly slapped by Jiang Hao had already angered Chen Meiqi to the extreme. Now that the cadets around her were talking, it made her even more ashamed and angry. Jiang Hao, how dare you hit me? You kill you! Chen Meiqi was enraged and was ready to strike immediately, but as if he had thought of something, he stopped abruptly. Jiang Hao, I know what you're trying to do. You must be deliberately provoking me. Force me to take a shot at you and cause a ruckus. That way, the attention of the entire room will be on you, and you can take this opportunity to identify yourself in public. You're so mean. I'm not going to let you get away with this. You wait for me. Since you insist on finding death to sign up for the competition, I'd like to see what kind of dog you'll be beaten into. Humph. Chen Meichi touched her red and swollen cheeks and turned away angrily. Stupid 13. Jiang Hao was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot Chen Meichi. He just wanted to wait for the match to start now. It was also at this time. In the distant sky, there was a loud and refreshing laughter. Ha 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 ha. Lin Zhenbei, your Wind and Thunder Martial School is holding such a grand event. How could you not invite me? A red-haired burly man leapt off the back of a flying demonic beast that had been tamed. This person's appearance instantly caught the attention of everyone present. Upon noticing his trademark head of red hair, Jiang Hao was startled. Isn't he Li Zhenhao, the branch master of the Heavenly River Extreme Martial Arts School? What brings you here so suddenly? Nowadays, there were only two strongest martial arts schools in the middle of the Yen country, which were the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School and the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Foam Lei Martial Arts School belonged to the most formal martial arts school, meeting all the standards of the Yen state, and from time to time winning all kinds of awards, commendations, and so on. Not so with the Yakuza Martial Arts Center. He didn't have as many rules as the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall. As long as you were strong enough, then you had a high enough status within the martial hall. You can also enjoy the various resources of the martial arts school. Even if you have the ability to defeat the local branch library owner, you can take his place. The Li Zhenhao in front of him had personally defeated the branch master of Tianhe City many years ago, and had soared to great heights ever since. It was the very different styles of the two martial arts schools that led to the exceptionally different martial artists that were taught. The martial artists who came out of the Wind and Thunder Martial School were equivalent to graduating from the science class, and they all acted in a disciplined manner. The Yakuza Martial Arts School is the opposite, and simply put, both are pricks. These two martial arts schools may appear to be well watered on the surface, but in reality, they are both constantly fighting in the shadows. The duo, Li Zhenhao and Lin Zhenbei, had fought many times. While not talking about any kind of enemies, both of them looked at each other with disdain. Now that Lin Zhenhao had appeared, it undoubtedly made the people of the Wind and Thunder Martial School immediately alert. Even Lu Jinshan, the inspection envoy of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall, showed a displeased expression. He was actually stronger than Li Zhenhao, but the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School should never take action against someone from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to two martial arts schools going to war directly, which would have a great impact on the Yen Kingdom. However, in order to prevent Lin Zhenhao from intentionally looking for trouble, Lu Jinshan immediately got up and stood up. Li Zhenhao, today is a big day for my Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, so don't mess around. Ha 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 ha. Li Zhenhao sniffed and laughed twice, then spoke. I came over today purely to watch the fun. I'll just be a spectator. You guys can just pretend I don't exist. After saying that, Li Zhenhao walked into the guest seats and took a seat. Not caring about the eyes of the crowd, Lu Jinshan was forced to let out a slight sigh. Lin Zhenbei didn't want to get into a fight with Lin Zhenhao today, and since he had come to watch the match, there really was no reason to stop him. He turned and walked over to his son Lin Zilong. Son, you must win this tournament, so that everyone present can see your strength. As for Jiang Hao, speaking here, Lin Zhenbei paused. My father knows about your conflict with him, though with his strength, he'll be eliminated in the first round. But if you're matched with Jiang Hao in the first round, you must save your hand. Just go out and teach him a lesson. Dad, don't worry. I know what's in my heart. Lin Zilong responded with an expressionless face. His icy eyes landed on Jiang Hao in the crowd. Jiang Hao, I'll make you realize how big the power gap is between you and me. As the Wind and Thunder Martial Halls tournament was about to kick off, Lin Zhenbei, who is the owner of the pavilion, took the stage and gave an inspiring speech. After an opening ceremony similar to previous years, a tense and exciting competition is about to take place. This year's martial arts competition was personally presided over by Gui Yunhai, the chief instructor of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. He walked calmly to the center of the stage and announced in a loud voice, "Warmly welcome all the trainees and guests to this grand tournament. This tournament will continue to follow the computerized system of drawing lots to randomly assign opponents to the participants. When one side surrenders or is incapacitated, the other side is adjudged the winner. I would like to solemnly remind you of one thing. In all the previous tournaments of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall, deaths and injuries would occur, so as long as a participant signs up to compete, then it is considered an automatic signing of a life and death contract. If any of the cadets are afraid, they can now offer to forfeit the match." Speaking here, he purposely paused for a moment, sweeping his gaze over every cadet present who was preparing to compete. On one hand, It was to make sure that there were no trainees who were going to forfeit the match, while on the other hand, it was to observe Jiang Hao. For this pavilion owner's unproductive waste of a son, he more or less had to take care of him today. Those who were able to choose to participate in the martial arts competition, then naturally they all knew what the rules were. None of them chose to forfeit the game early. This kid's got some nerve. In that case, let's hope he'll be eliminated in a hurry in the first round. Seeing that Jiang Hao didn't choose to give up either, Guo Yunhai had no choice but to announce the start of the match. Soon, a large screen slowly rose behind Guo Yunhai. The avatars of the 32 players who had signed up for this year's Wind and Thunder Martial Hall competition appeared in the screen. Immediately after that, the computer system started to match automatically. About 30 seconds later, 32 players, 2 by 2, were automatically assigned. Players in the same group will then need to enter the corresponding numbered battle arena to compete. Jiang Hao, who was standing in the crowd, looked up at the big screen. The opponent he would face in the first round was named Wang Shen. Although this person was not a core disciple of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall, he was currently a 4th-ranked martial artist. If Jiang Hao had been as strong as he was a few days ago, it would have been nearly impossible to defeat this Wang Shen. But things are different now. A mere 4th-ranked martial artist, Jiang Hao didn't give it a second thought. He walked straight into the third battle arena and silently waited for the match to begin. And at the moment, among the guest seats, Lin Jinbei and Wang Ruoyo, husband and wife, were staring at Jiang Hao. Jinbei, Wang Xian's strength can only be considered to be at a medium level amongst this class of trainees. But even so, it's far stronger than Jiang Hao. You can have to step in at the critical moment. Don't let anything happen to Hao. Wang Ruoyo was worried that Jiang Hao's strength was too weak and that he would be seriously injured, and spoke with great concern. Don't worry, ma'am, I have everything in place. Guo Yunhai will keep an eye on Hao at all times. Meeting Wang Xian in the first round of the tournament is considered Hao's luck. Lin Jinbei didn't think Jiang Hao would win from the beginning. His eyes filled with contempt for him. In his eyes, Jiang Hao was his own untalented waste of a son who had to be hammered and taught a lesson in order to grow up. Wang Ruoyo sniffed and nodded slightly without speaking. Immediately after, under the duo's gaze, Jiang Hao's opponent, Wang Xian, walked into the third battle arena with his head held high. Wang Xian was 18 years old this year. His body was quite robust, and since entering the Wind and Thunder Martial School, he had been practicing hard all day long. He knew that if he wanted to become a core disciple and be appreciated by the pavilion master, he would inevitably have to participate in the competition. The opponents you are matched with in the first round are often not very strong, but he didn't expect that it would actually be Jiang Hao, a blatant waste within the martial arts hall. This made Wang Xian feel quite shocked. On one hand, he was marveling at his luck, and on the other hand, he was shocked that a waste like Jiang Hao would dare to participate in a martial arts competition. Jiang Hao, although it's unclear where you got your backbone, but you can only count yourself unlucky if you meet me. I'm a person who has never liked to keep my hands up, so if you're afraid, just surrender. Not only will this save time, you won't get hurt. In Wang Xian's eyes, Jiang Hao was too weak. This kind of opponent didn't deserve his seriousness at all. Ha! In the face of Wang Xian's cynicism, Jiang Hao didn't care and simply ignored him. Instead, he turned his head to the instructor acting as a referee on the side. May we begin, please? As soon as both players are ready, then they can start at any time. The referee spoke faintly. Jiang Hao sniffed without saying much and immediately took out the black blade. Ouch! By the looks of you, are you really planning to fight me? Wang Xian smiled disdainfully. In that case, don't blame me for not being polite. After saying that, Wang Xian took out his own sword, as if he was looking at an elementary school student, his eyes full of contempt for Zhang Yan. The district was just a second-ranked martial artist. An opponent of this level could be defeated by Wang Xian with a casual sword strike. However, just as he was about to strike, Jiang Hao came rushing in with an amazingly fast swing of his sword. Wang Xian did not even have time to react before he felt a sharp pain in his right arm. In just a single glance, his right arm had been instantly chopped off by Jiang Hao's black blade. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Wang Xian collapsed to the ground, pressing his right shoulder dead center and letting out an incomparably miserable cry. The Gale Absolute Blade was known for its swiftness and ferocity, and after practicing it to its full completion, waving the blade at will was like a howling wind. Wang Xian wasn't weak, but he was too arrogant. In Jiang Hao's eyes, he was broken. In this situation, Jiang Hao stepped on the swift thunder steps, and a single slash was enough to seal the victory. How? This scene occurred, and the referee, who was in charge of the third battle arena, was greatly shocked. As the instructor of the Wind and Thunder Martial School, he was familiar with the information of all the students in this class. Naturally, it was also clear that Jiang Hao was merely a second-ranked martial artist. As for his opponent, Wang Xian, that was a fourth-ranked martial artist, and there was a huge gap between the two sides. But now, Jiang Hao had seriously injured Wang Xian in an instant, causing him to doubt his life on the spot. What was even more alarming was that Jiang Hao's strikes were so vicious that they far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. In the guest seats, Lin Jinbei witnessed this scene and was so shocked that the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. When did Howard cultivate the swift thunder steps to this realm? And the sword technique he performed was not from the Wind and Thunder martial school. Lin Jinbei's face was filled with disbelief. This set of swords may look ordinary, but its power is quite astonishing. When did Howard master such a powerful blade technique? And when did he become so decisive and ruthless? Wang Ruoyo, who was sitting beside her, had already been so shocked that she couldn't say a word. In their eyes, Jiang Hao was cowardly and incompetent. How could he have become so brutal now? Shinbei, what the hell is going on here? Why is Ho-chan like this now? How could he do such a thing to a student of the same martial arts school? Wang Ruoyo was shocked at the strength Jiang Hao had displayed. But more than that, she was surprised that Jiang Hao, who was normally a coward, had cut off Wang Xian's arm with a single slash. Even if he was able to reattach his arm through some special drugs at a later stage, he could not become like his former self. In a certain situation, Jiang Hao was considered to have directly abolished Wang Xian. Even though the two of them hadn't crossed paths much, they were both students of the same martial arts school anyways. This is really too heavy-handed. It was completely different from the Jiang Hao they knew. Well, I can't believe he's been lying to us all this time. He's obviously ruthless, but he pretends to be weak and incompetent in front of us. What on earth does he have in mind? Is that a deliberate attempt to embarrass us? How could I, Lin Jinbei, have a son with such an evil heart? Lin Jinbei by no means believed that Jiang Hao's strength had skyrocketed only recently. Even if he had some sort of miraculous encounter and his strength had increased greatly, it was impossible for him to even have a radical change in his personality. To him, it was obvious that Jiang Hao had been deliberately hiding his cultivation. From the very beginning, Jiang Hao might have been deceiving them. This kid is even pretending to be coy. He doesn't even dare to say such things as he doesn't have a room. So he's been acting in front of us the whole time. The more Lin Jinbei thought about it, the angrier he became, and his voice trembled. Jinbei, there may be something else going on in this matter. Howard is not necessarily this kind of person. Wang Ruoyao tried to defend Jiang Hao, but Lin Jinbei immediately retorted. Stop it. This kid was fearless when he made a move with Wang Xian and chopped off his arm with a single slash. This is by no means the work of a novice. The viciousness of his methods is far beyond our imagination. I, Lin Jinbei, have lived a life of honor and integrity, without shame to anyone. To have such a brutal son. I only hate that I didn't personally teach him all these years, which made him so brutal. This time it's just right to borrow Zalong's hand to teach this rebellious son a good lesson. No way. Howard will definitely not be like this. Wang Ruoyao still didn't believe that Jiang Hao was this kind of person. And at the moment, she was worriedly looking toward the third battle arena. In the third battle arena, the referee called out the medical staff at the first opportunity and quickly dealt with Wang Xian's broken arm, sending him down in time for medical attention. This would at the very least allow Wang Xian to later maximize his recovery. After doing so, the referee looked at Jiang Nian angrily. You've hit too hard. If you are so strong, why did you deliberately break his arm? Do you know what it means for a martial artist to lose his right arm? Means his future is ruined. Although Wang Xian was not a core student of the martial arts school, his talent was considered good. Now that it had been destroyed by Jiang Hao just like that, as the instructor of the martial arts center, he was really feeling angry. Doesn't the Wind and Thunder Martial Halls tournament always require tournament competitors to fight relentlessly? Besides, there have been deaths and injuries occurring throughout the years, so why should you target only me? What if I accidentally get killed by this guy because I purposely left my hand open? Can you afford the responsibility? Jiang Hao looked at the referee coldly. I'm too lazy to talk more nonsense with you. Pronounce the result. The referee clenched his fists tightly and glared at Jiang Hao. Good. I really didn't expect that you were this kind of person. This match is won by Jiang Hao. The words, a few of them, came out of his mouth through gritted teeth. There was no way around it. According to the rules of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall competition, Jiang Hao really hadn't violated the rules. Everything is within the limits allowed by the rules. Forced to do so, he could only declare Jiang Hao the winner. This statement instantly caught the attention of everyone in the audience. It's been less than 3 minutes since the game started. Even the most highly regarded, Lin Zalong, is just getting started. But there was actually a cadet in the battle arena who had already won? That's a little too quick even for surrender and concede. Moreover, this was the Wind and Thunder Martial Halls tournament. Who would somehow surrender on purpose? When the crowd learned that the winning trainee was Jiang Hao, a second-ranked martial artist. And when his opponent, Wang Xian, was actually defeated by him with a single blow and also lost his right arm, the whole audience was shocked. How is that possible? Wang Xian is at the very least a fourth-ranked martial artist. Right, but he can't beat this second-ranked waste of a man like Zhang Hao, to actually have even his right arm cut off with a single slash. This is too outrageous. Did any of you witness this game? Who wants to see a battle between second-ranked martial artists? Just now our attention was on Lin Zilong's body, and the whole thing happened so fast, there was nothing to see. Could it be that Zhang Hao was actually deliberately hiding his strength from the start? Everyone present, including some of the trainees who had looked down on Zhang Hao in the past, all exuded looks of disbelief. Chen Meiqi, who was in another battle arena in the distance, was shocked to learn of this situation. In his impression, Zhang Yan was a waste of space. How could he defeat Wang Xian? Moreover, due to Zhang Hao's poor talent, the vast majority of the martial arts techniques in the martial arts school could not be learned. Even Lin Jinbei had no choice but to accept the fact that his eldest son was a waste. But now, he actually managed to kill Wang Xian in a second. Who could believe that? Could it be that Zhang Hao was actually a hidden genius? He's been pretending to be a pig all this time? Just as soon as Chen Meiqi had this thought, it was immediately dismissed by him. She shook her head. No way. That's never going to happen. Godfather and Godmother are both top-notch powerhouses. How could they not see Zhang Hao's strength? It must be that this Wang Xian fellow was too gullible, which gave Zhang Hao an opportunity to take advantage of. It must have just been a fluke for him to defeat Wang Xian. Yes, it must be. Chen Meiqi immediately threw herself into the battle after she had done her mental construction. All of this, naturally, was also learned by Lin Zilong. With his outstanding strength, he defeated his opponent in an instant. But he didn't expect that Zhang Hao was actually faster than him. This really shocked Lin Zilong. After all, when he was in the dungeon earlier, he had seriously injured Zhang Hao with a single kick. At that time, Zhang Hao was clearly just a second-ranked martial artist. Unbeatable. Why did your strength skyrocket in just a few days? After a short period of contemplation, Lin Zilong sneered twice in disdain. Even if he has been hiding his strength all along. So what? A salted fish is still just a salted fish even if it turns over. There's no way he can defeat me. After finishing the first round, Lin Zilong walked out of the battle arena with a haughty look on his face, just in time to see Zhang Hao coming from the front. He then opened his mouth and questioned, "Is this fun for you? You shouldn't think that you can humiliate me at the tournament by deliberately hiding something? Zhang Hao, the gap between you and I is as hard to cross as a chasm. You will lose." Listening to Lin Zilong's words at the moment, Zhang Hao smiled coldly. The competition hasn't even taken place yet, and you think you'll definitely win? I don't know where you get your confidence. Get out of my way. Zhang Hao pushed Lin Zilong away and strutted towards the rest area. Along the way, Zhang Hao didn't care about the strange gazes of the people around him. Sit back and wait for the second round to begin. This Zhang Hao is just too hateful. At this time, Chen Meiqi huffed and walked over to Lin Zilong. Does he really think he's great? That battle with Wang Xian just now was clearly Wang Xian being too gullible. He's not going to be able to catch up with you, no matter what. Lin Zilong sniffed and didn't open his mouth to respond, but instead looked straight at Zhang Hao's distant figure. For some reason, the current Zhang Hao always gave him a very different feeling. It was a far cry from the cowardly and incompetent Zhang Hao before. But, even so, Lin Zilong still had enough confidence. How could a trash who had been living in exile for 20 years compare to himself, the true heir of the Lin family? Without saying anything more, Lin Zilong turned around and left with Chen Meiqi. After a short break, the second round of the tournament has officially begun. A total of 16 players managed to advance. As with the previous rules, all are randomly matched by a computer system. Gui Yunhai, who was in charge of this martial arts competition, paid particular attention to Zhang Hao's round. Gui Yunhai had also watched the earlier battle between Zhang Hao and Wang Xian. This made him immediately realize that Zhang Hao's strength was far stronger than they had imagined. But in his opinion, at best, he was only a little more powerful than Wang Xian. It is still necessary to remain vigilant if you meet an opponent who is too strong. Prevent accidents. Soon, the computer system then completes the match. Zhang Hao's opponent in this round was a core student of the Wind and Thunder Martial School named Zhao Yuan. His strength had already reached the 6th rank of martial artist. To be able to have this strength at less than 20 years old was already considered quite outstanding. However, Zhang Hao's heart didn't half ripple after seeing that his opponent in this round was Zhao Yuan. With an unmistakably calm demeanor, he walked into the 4th battle arena requested for this round. Zhang Hao, the first round of your match just now. I didn't see it with my own eyes though, but you were able to defeat Wang Xian. You are indeed stronger than I thought, but even so, there's no way you'll be a match for me. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Yuan casually took out a large ring-headed sword from his storage ring. The body of the blade was crimson in color, and it was engraved with various runes, emitting a fiery fluctuation of fire attribute energy. Upon seeing it, Jiang Hao immediately recognized it as an A-ranked weapon, the Blazing Sun Blade. Compared to the Blazing Sun Blade, the black blade in his hand was too weak. In the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Hao was far inferior to Zhao Yuan in both strength and weaponry. Do you guys think Jiang Hao can still perform a miracle this time? Where's the miracle? That round just now I think it's clear that Wang Xian was too gullible. In my opinion, Jiang Hao is indeed hiding his strength, but at best, he's around a 4th-ranked martial artist, and it's impossible for him to defeat Zhao Yuan. If Jiang Hao is really so powerful, why has he been a silent little transparency for so long? If he was really so outstanding, he would have become a core student a long time ago. I can guarantee that within 3 slashes, Jiang Hao will be defeated. Since Jiang Hao had defeated Wang Xian too brightly earlier, so much so that there were quite a few spectators that were now looking towards the 4th battle arena. They all wanted to see who would win this round between Jiang Hao and Zhao Yuan. And at the moment, Zhao Yuan, who was in the battle arena, suddenly swept a flash of stern killing intent in his eyes. Jiang Hao, originally you didn't have any grudges against me, and I didn't want to come down hard on you, but the Wang Xian you seriously injured just now, that's my dear friend. You broke his right arm, almost destroying his future path as a martial artist. Today, I will definitely chop off both of your arms to avenge Wang Xian. Zhao Yuan looked askance at Jiang Hao with a condescending stance, revealing his contempt for Jiang Hao with every word. It was as if he could easily cut off Jiang Hao's arms with just a single lift of his blade. Ha! In the face of this naked threat, Jiang Hao, however, only sneered twice in contempt without saying a word. He gripped the black blade in his hand tightly and made a provocative gesture to Zhao Yuan, signaling him to let his horse come over. Arrogant! Zhao Yuan was completely enraged by this contemptuous behavior of Jiang Hao. He roared, and the blazing sun blade in his tight grip was instantly wrapped in blazing flames. Let's show you the power of my burning flame blade technique. Explosive chop. Zhao Yuan's right foot violently stepped on the ground as if he was an arrow off the string, wielding his burning greatsword and charging fiercely at Jiang Hao. The burning flame blade technique belonged to one of the top martial arts of the Wind and Thunder Martial School, and it was an A-ranked blade technique. It was already extremely powerful. Now that it was combined with the blazing sun blade in Zhao Yuan's hand, its power was multiplied even more. Zhao Yuan was going to use this move to instantly defeat Jiang Hao. Anyway, as long as you don't intentionally kill someone, then there's no problem. Under normal circumstances, he cast a sword technique of such power. A martial artist like Jiang Hao, who was weaker than him, must be the first to dodge. But what was shocking was that Jiang Hao didn't look like he was going to dodge. Instead, Jiang Hao swung his sword to meet him directly. Clang! The flame blade and the black blade clashed fiercely in midair, emitting a deafening sound of metal clashing. Jiang Hao, who should have been unable to resist, was very calm at the moment, and the corners of his mouth even rose slightly. His black-fronted blade had long since attached itself to an invisible layer of gusty wind. This not only dramatically increases the power of the knife, but also makes it indestructible. If not, with the original hardness of the black blade, it would not have been able to withstand the blazing sun blade's overwhelming attack. How is this possible? This shitty sword of yours, it actually didn't get cut? You actually managed to block it? By what right? Zhao Yuan was skeptical on the spot. That's an explosion of mind? You can't. Jiang Hao smiled coldly. Since that's the case, let's let you see what kind of power my Wild Wind Jedi blade is. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Hao suddenly exerted his strength and kicked Zhao Yuan out. Immediately afterward, he swung the blade at an extremely fast speed, stirring up the air currents around him, and all of a sudden, wild winds rose up in all directions. First style, the wind rises and the clouds surge. As Jiang Hao let out a loud shout, he swung out a sword violently. The whistling gusts of wind converged into a green-colored blade chi that rushed towards Zhao Yuan like a giant dragon. With an astonishing power, the green-colored blade chi cut through the sky, swift as thunder. Wild winds accompanied the sword chi as it swept in, carrying with it an unrivaled aura. Zhao Yuan simply couldn't believe that this unbelievable attack could actually be executed by Jiang Hao. Even though he wielded the blazing sun sword to block it the first time, he was unable to block the terrifying attack of wind-rising clouds. Ah! Zhao Yuan's miserable screams echoed inside the martial arts center. The blazing sun blade in his hand was fiercely knocked away by the sword chi, cracks on the blade spreading like a spider web. Zhao Yuan himself fell heavily to the ground, his abdomen splitting open with a deep wound and blood pouring out. His entire body was even covered with wounds cut by the wind blades. A shocking sight. With just one strike, Zhao Yuan, who was a core student of the martial arts school, was seriously injured and fell unconscious. This scene left everyone present stunned in disbelief. How? Zhao Yuan was defeated by Jiang Hao with another blow? The power of Jiang Hao's blade was too terrifying. Even Zhao Yuan's blazing sun blade was severely damaged. That's an A-class weapon. And it can't even block Jiang Hao's attack. If it wasn't for the blazing sun blade blocking some of the damage, I'm afraid Zhao Yuan would have died. Jiang Hao is also too ruthless in his strikes. He doesn't show any mercy at all. Is this the same Jiang Hao we usually know? The crowd was talking. And these words inevitably reached the ears of Lin Jinbei and Mr. and Mrs. Wang Ruoyo. They had witnessed Jiang Hao's astonishing slash with their own eyes, and their hearts were shocked beyond words. Lin Jinbei, being a war god level martial artist, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes as well. Where did this kid learn this kind of blade technique? This is by no means a martial art from our Wind and Thunder martial school. He keeps complaining about how he's having an aggravating, hard time. But where did this swordplay come from? I can't believe he's suddenly had such a strange encounter in the last few days. This kind of skillful swordsmanship must be the result of practicing hard since childhood. Despite the distance between the guest seats and the battle arena, Lin Jinbei could still clearly feel the power of Jiang Hao's slash. That kind of power was by no means something that an ordinary court cadet like Zhao Yuan could resist. Thinking back to Jiang Hao's past behavior, Lin Jinbei felt that he had a deep heart and was able to deceive even his own parents. Wang Ruoyao looked at Jiang Hao in the battle arena, and a strong sense of strangeness surged in her heart. If Jiang Hao had shown such strength from the start, they would have been proud of him and would have spared no effort in training him. But Jiang Hao had been hiding his strength, and even such a brutal character was disguised like a lamb. This is clearly Jiang Hao. Who never thought of them as parents? Not even close to the adoptive parents in the plebeian ghetto of the Grey Plains. Lin Jinbei noticed the change in Wang Ruoyao's expression and tightened his arm around her. Madam, since he has never treated us as parents, then we don't have to expect anything more from him. So what if he hides his strength? Zarin is still stronger than him. When Zalong gives him a good lesson, he'll realize that he can only become stronger if he relies on the Lin family's resources. Wang Ruoya was silent and sat down on the chair with a forlorn expression. She still couldn't accept that her oldest son was such a person. And the powerful blade technique that Jiang Hao had performed caught the attention of Li Jinhao in the guest seats. He himself was good at using swords. But over the years, there simply hadn't been a single genius with a sword within the extreme Dao martial arts school. This made Li Jinhao quite disappointed. I didn't expect that I would actually be able to meet a dreamy genius in the Wind Thunder Martial Hall today. Shit. How come all the good seedlings have been taken away by the Wind and Thunder Martial School? How good would this be if it was someone from my extreme Dao martial school? Li Jinhao felt very jealous. It was only a pity that Jiang Hao was a member of the Feng Lei martial school. Unless Jiang Hao himself was willing to quit the Feng Lei martial school. Otherwise, there was no way for Li Jinhao to snatch it. But, from the surrounding Wind and Thunder martial school instructors, as well as the murmurs of the students, he could roughly tell that Jiang Hao should have been deliberately hiding his strength all through the Wind and Thunder martial hall. Had it not been so, it could not have caused such a huge stir. This made Li Jinhao more and more interested in this person, Jiang Hao. And at the moment, Jiang Hao turned around and walked out of the battle arena without looking back after seriously injuring Zhao Yuan. The referee in the fourth battle arena was declaring that Jiang Hao had won. Immediately called for medical personnel to provide emergency treatment to Zhao Yuan. Although Zhao Yuan didn't have an arm chopped off like Wang Xian, however, his injuries were far worse than Wang Xian's. His dantian was shattered by Jiang Hao. The origin power of a martial artist was all in the dantian. And a broken dantian also meant that Zhao Yuan's life was over. He could never be a martial artist again. Zhao Yuan, as a core student of the martial arts school, was directly wasted by Jiang Hao, which undoubtedly made the instructors present angry to the core. Gui Yunhai, the chief instructor, even directly stopped Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, what is your intention? If you have such strength, why have you been deliberately hiding it? Repeatedly and thrice to the same martial arts school students, to lay such poisonous hands on them. How can you be so malicious in your mind? Gui Yunhai had thought that Jiang Hao was a waste of space, thus following Lin Jinbei's instructions to pay more attention to Jiang Hao. But he didn't expect that Jiang Hao hadn't done anything at all, but instead, his opponents, one after another, were reduced to uselessness. If this continued, who would dare to fight Jiang Hao? Looking at Gui Yunhai in front of him, Jiang Hao's eyes flashed with a thick flash of killing intent. This man was none other than Gui Yi and Guofan's father. Even when Gui Yi drunkenly killed his adoptive parents, Gui Yunhai didn't step in. But everyone knows that Gui Yi was able to avoid prison, and even managed to bite back at the Zhang family, all because of his father, Gui Yunhai. It must have been Gui Yunhai who secretly pressurized the law enforcement team, which suppressed the matter. While in the Lin family, the original body even tried to tell Lin Jinbei about it, but Lin Jinbei, on the grounds that there was no evidence, pressed him and turned his head and forgot about it. Now that Gua Yi and Gua Feng had been killed by Jiang Hao, only this guy was left. It's just a shame. Jiang Hao was currently not strong enough to match Gua Yunhai, so he could only hold back for the time being. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Who gave you permission to look at me like that? Although Gua Yunhai knew that Jiang Hao was Lin Jinbei's son, Lin Jinbei had said that there was no need to be too polite to Jiang Hao. There was even a need to hammer Jiang Hao more. In order to prevent Jiang Hao from harming the outstanding students of the martial arts school again, he had to reprimand Jiang Hao. Instructor Gua, may I ask if I violated the rules of the competition by playing normally? If you don't have it, why are you stopping me? Jiang Hao responded in a cold voice and turned in the direction of the rest area. Unbridled. Stop right there. Gua Yunhai tried to stop Jiang Hao, but Jiang Hao didn't pay any attention to him. He even gave him the middle finger directly. Brat, I am at least the chief instructor. How dare you be so rude to me? Pissed off. Gua Yunhai was not only the chief instructor of the Wind and Thunder Martial School, but also a 7th Order War General. Looking at the entire Tianhe base city, Gua Yunhai was a big shot with a big name. But now, he was humiliated by a brat like Jiang Hao. It angered him to no end. Nah, Jiang Hao was Lin Jinbei's son, and even if there was more than enough displeasure in his heart, he could only endure it. But in order to get back at Jiang Hao, he decided to stop paying attention to Jiang Hao from now on. Even if Jiang Hao was crippled or even killed, he wouldn't make a move. However, for the next 2 rounds, it didn't matter how strong the opponents Jiang Hao was matched with were. Without exception, they were all easily defeated by Jiang Hao. It was a great ride and advanced to the final. However, all of Jiang Hao's opponents were either crippled or directly wasted. Even for the core students of the martial arts school, Jiang Hao never showed any mercy. Just a moment ago, Gua Yunhai had wanted to block it, but it was simply too late. One could only watch as the core students of the Wind and Thunder Martial School fell, one by one. Originally, the purpose of holding the tournament was to let Lin Zilong make a name for himself as well as to show the strength of the Wind and Thunder Martial School to the crowd. But nowadays, Lin Zilong's limelight was completely overshadowed by Jiang Hao. The Wind and Thunder Martial School did show strength, but the loss was even greater. The angry Nakabayashi Jinbei in the guest of honor's seat, his face reddened and his whole body was trembling slightly. Husband, calm down. Don't get angry. Wang Ruoyao saw Lin Jinbei being infuriated like this for the first time. When Jiang Hao had contradicted him before, he hadn't even been this angry. She knew very well that it was all because Jiang Hao had seriously injured one core student after another. These people, all of whom the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School had focused on cultivating over the years, didn't know how much effort had been expended. Now that they were being destroyed one by Jiang Hao, Lin Jinbei, who was the owner of the pavilion, could not be angry. What's going on with this Jiang Hao? How could my Wind and Thunder Martial School have such an outlawed student? Lin Jinbei, you've been remiss in this job. Ever since Jiang Hao had seriously injured Wang Xian, Lu Jinshan had been a bit angry. Now that so many of the core trainees were seriously injured, it made him, the prosecutor's ambassador, unable to sit still any longer. Even if he and Lin Jinbei were close friends, he had to open his mouth to accuse him. Brother Lu, this son has been purposely hiding his strength ever since he entered the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall. He acts like a coward and incompetent during the week, but I didn't realize that he was such an outlawed demon. Don't worry about it. When the tournament is over, I will immediately expel this son from the Wind Thunder Martial Hall. In the meantime, I'll punish him severely. In fact, as long as Lin Jinbei now publicly stated that Jiang Hao was his eldest son, then everyone's dissatisfaction with Jiang Hao would vanish. There was even a possibility that Jiang Hao would be praised for his decisive killing and strength. But Jiang Hao's various behaviors had completely angered Lin Jinbei. And still, Jiang Hao took the initiative to sever the relationship. So Lin Jinbei pretended that he didn't have this son. Humph. Lu Jinshan didn't say anything more and gave a rather disgruntled cold snort. In the past, the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall's martial arts competitions had actually resulted in trainees being seriously injured or even killed. But there has never been any session where there have been casualties of this magnitude. And all of them were also core trainees who were seriously injured. The loss to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Center was really too great. If Lin Jinbei didn't teach Jiang Hao a lesson, he, Lu Jinshan, would have taken action himself. And the conversation between the two of them was heard by Li Jinhao on the side. Although Jiang Hao had struck extremely hard, Li Jinhao didn't think that Jiang Hao had made any mistakes. On the contrary, he was now becoming more and more fond of Jiang Hao, a genius with a sword, acting viciously enough. This kind of talent Li Jinhao had to pull in. Only the extreme martial arts school could truly inspire Jiang Hao's potential. Now the more dissatisfied Lin Jinbei, Lu Jinshan, and the others were with Jiang Hao, the more excited Li Jinhao was in his heart. Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao, if you can defeat Lin Zilong, then no matter what I have to pay, I will let you enter the extreme martial arts school. Li Shanhao immediately clenched his fists as he thought of this. In the meantime, in the 7th battle arena of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall, the sound of cheering came from the arena. Good. Lin Zilong is truly worthy of being the strongest student of our Feng Lei Martial School this term. The one who fought with him just now was Wang Tao. That's a 7th ranked martial artist. I didn't expect to be defeated by Lin Zilong in an instant. In my opinion, I'm only afraid that Lin Zilong is already infinitely close to being a 9th ranked martial artist. It shouldn't be long before we can officially step into the war general level. Such a young battle general ranked martial artist. Ordinary people like me wouldn't even dare to think about it. That is, after all, our pavilion master's son. How can he not be excellent? As the crowd cheered Lin Zilong's name, Jiang Hao curiously looked towards the 7th battle arena, just in time to watch Lin Zilong walk out of the battle arena with a haughty look on his face. After noticing Jiang Hao's gaze, Lin Zilong's eyes flashed with a flash of thick killing intent. Originally, he only intended to teach Jiang Hao a lesson and force him to admit his mistakes and apologize to his parents. But Jiang Hao had repeatedly and seriously injured the core members of the martial arts school, which made Lin Zilong unable to bear it any longer. Jiang Hao, I didn't expect you to be so brutal. Today, no matter what, I'm going to chop off both of your arms to avenge those seriously injured core students. The only way to quell the anger. As Lin Zilong said this, his eyes, filled with murderous intent, glared straight at Jiang Hao. The final was next, and he had to beat Jiang Hao. Otherwise, it's all a joke. Ha! How could Jiang Hao not see Lin Zilong's intentions? But he didn't care at all. Lounging on the couch in the lounge area, recovering his strength. A few moments later, Jiang Hao suddenly seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. He found Chen Meiqi standing in front of him with an incomparably angry expression. Why? Why do you want you to do this? Jiang Hao, if you have such great strength, why are you deliberately hiding it? If you had shown such strength early on, you wouldn't have known that you were treated as a waste. In that case, our parents will surely spare no effort to train you, to make you like Zarin, the pride of heaven. Chen Meiqi forced down the anger in her heart and accused Jiang Hao. But you're madly mutilating the students of the same martial arts school. So many people have been seriously injured and reduced to uselessness by you. Practicing martial arts is inherently difficult, and it was so hard to become a core student, all of which you destroyed with your own hands. Jiang Hao, aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this? I'm warning you, go apologize to mom and dad right now, or you're dead. Zarin won't let you go. Filth, get out of here. Don't bark here. It's affecting my mood. Jiang Hao felt sick at the sight of Chen Meiqi. It was a pity that the several rounds of fighting just now had not matched Maggie Chen. If he could have met him, Jiang Hao would have torn her stinking mouth off, pull out her tongue, make her unable to speak for the rest of her life. As for why he had to hit so hard, Jiang Hao was purely taking revenge on the Wind and Thunder Martial School for his original body. All along, the cowardice of his original body led to his humiliation in the martial arts school. A mouthful of crap and constant bullying of the original body. Now that Jiang Hao had crossed over, how could he not take revenge on them? Not killing them all was already Jiang Hao's greatest mercy. You, don't you dare curse me. Chen Meiqi was so angry that her face turned red, but before she could open her mouth to say something, Jiang Hao raised his hand and gave her a big mouth. Don't talk about scolding you. What can I do if I beat you? I'm warning you, if you ever yak again, I'll make sure you can't speak for the rest of your life. Get out. As soon as Jiang Hao's words left his mouth, he viciously kicked Chen Meiqi out. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable cry, Chen Meiqi fell heavily to the ground. Although Jiang Hao's blow didn't cause her much damage, but to be beaten by Jiang Hao like this in public, it made Chen Meiqi feel disgraced. As the eldest miss of the Lin family, when had she ever been so humiliated? Jiang Hao, you're crazy. You even hit a woman. Seeing this, Lin Zilong hurriedly helped Chen Meiqi up. Afterward, he hissed at Jiang Hao. Meiqi is your sister no matter what. How can you poison her next time? You're incorrigible. Chen Meiqi, who was lying in Lin Zilong's arms, broke down emotionally and cried out on the spot. Woo woo, Zilong, you must teach Jiang Hao a lesson. He's a murderous demon. The occurrence of this scene instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Upon seeing the conflict erupt between Jiang Hao and Lin Zilong, Lin Jinbei and Wang Ruoyo, the two of them, rushed over at the first opportunity. Jiang Hao, you're too unbridled. Not only did you maliciously and seriously injure a martial arts school student during the competition, but now you are even beating up a student for no reason. Do you still have me? This pavilion master, in your eyes. Lin Jinbei was worried that the exposure of Jiang Hao's identity would affect him, so he did not indicate Jiang Hao's identity. Oh, pavilion master. What a pavilion master. Jiang Hao smiled disdainfully when he heard these words spoken by Lin Jinbei. Sure enough, Since the beginning, he had never cared about Jiang Hao. In their minds, only their youngest son, Lin Zilong, was flawless, and him? It's just optional. At the moment, Jiang Hao was truly heartbroken for the original body. In the end, the status of his own son was not even as good as that of an adopted daughter. After a short period of silence, Jiang Hao's eyes were incomparably cold as he looked toward Lin Jinbei. When did I maliciously and seriously injure a martial arts student during a match? In the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall competition, deaths and injuries have occurred throughout the years. I was merely fighting at full strength. As for why I hit Maggie-chan, it was because she was interfering with my rest. If this makes me unable to exert my full strength in the finals, then wouldn't I be at a great loss? I never feel like I've done anything wrong. In the past, Jiang Hao was undoubtedly cowardly and incompetent in the crowd's impression. But now, Jiang Hao not only showed a vicious side, he even contradicted Lin Jinbei in public. This really pissed off Lin Jinbei. Who gave you permission to talk to me like that? Lin Jinbei looked at Jiang Hao in front of him and became furious, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to slap Jiang Hao. But at this critical moment, however, he was stopped by Li Jinhao of the Extreme Dao Martial Hall. Lin Jinbei, you are at least a war god level martial artist. And you are even the branch master of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall. You openly made a move on a junior. What is the decency? Besides, what Jiang Hao has done so far really hasn't violated the rules of your tournament. What gives you the right to take a shot at him? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Li Jinhao was quite appreciative of Jiang Hao, and in this situation, he had to stand up for him. Who are you, an outsider, to stop me from teaching my own martial arts school students a lesson? Lin Jinbei was already furious. And now that he saw Li Jinhao step in to protect Jiang Hao, this made him even angrier. It is true that I am an outsider and should not have meddled in the internal affairs of your martial arts school, but what you've done is more than I, an outsider, can bear to watch. If you want to fight, fight me. Li Jinhao protected Jiang Hao and looked at Lin Jinbei with cold eyes. You think you wouldn't dare? Lin Jinbei instantly erupted from the aura of a fifth-order war god and looked at Li Jinhao with his sword drawn. Stop it all. At this time, Wind and Thunder Martial School Procurator Lu Jinshan walked over. He was the strongest person present and his words carried quite a bit of weight. Lin Jinbei and Li Jinhao, who had planned to make a move. Calm down. The tournament has not yet ended, so if there's anything, wait until the tournament is over. And now on to the start of the game. Lu Jinshan clearly glared at Jiang Hao when he said this. In his opinion, everything that happened today was because of Jiang Hao. If he hadn't intentionally hidden his strength, if he hadn't laid his hands on the martial arts school students, would he have made Lin Jinbei angry? Such ill-intentioned trainees must be severely punished. But not now. The priority now was to make sure the tournament went smoothly. Let the much-anticipated Lin Zilong win the championship. Since Procurator General Lu has already spoken, then I'll bypass you for now. Humph. Lin Jinbei snorted coldly and turned towards the guest seats. And after Wang Ruoyao glanced at Jiang Hao with immense disappointment, she helped the injured Chen Meiqi and went to the side to rest. Jiang Hao, wait for me. I'll make you pay. I'll let you know how big the power gap between you and me is. Lin Zilong glared at Jiang Hao and then left the place. Jiang Hao didn't care about Lin Jinbei's and Lin Zilong's threats and respectfully looked at Li Jinhao. Many thanks to Senior for extending a helping hand. The late generation is grateful. From the moment he saw Li Jinhao just now, Jiang Hao had already made up his mind. He had to get into the Yakuza Martial Arts Center. This was the top martial arts school he had dreamed of. No need to care. I just don't like what some people are doing. You focus on the game. Li Jinhao glanced at Jiang Hao with satisfaction and returned to the guest table. After what happened just now, Li Jinhao now had full certainty that he could pull Jiang Hao in. This man he had to take down. If he continued to allow such an outstanding seedling to remain in a place like the Wind and Thunder Martial School, he would only be buried. Soon, the finals of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts competition have begun. Lin Zilong and Jiang Hao slowly walked into Combat Arena No. 1 under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Although in between, the things Jiang Hao had shown were far beyond Lin Zilong's imagination, but he wasn't the least bit flustered. On the contrary, he was getting more and more excited now. As long as they were able to defeat Jiang Hao, then not only would they be able to avenge those seriously injured trainees, he, Lin Zilong, was also able to take this opportunity to become famous in one fell swoop. This martial arts competition was originally prepared for him. At this moment, almost all of the eyes in the room were focused on Lin Zilong's body. Despite Jiang Hao's rise like a dark horse, Lin Zilong's light is just too bright. As the son of the pavilion master, he not only had a prominent status, but he was also the best among the trainees of this session of Wind and Thunder Martial Hall. At only 18 years old, he was already among the 8th-ranked martial artists. Such talent was first-rate and remarkable in the entire Yin country. Almost everyone had decided that the laurel of this year's martial arts competition would be his. Whether it was cultivation, weaponry, or martial arts, Lin Zilong had crushed Jiang Hao on all fronts, making this final seem like it had no suspense. Finally, the final. Jiang Hao maliciously and seriously injured so many martial arts school students before. This time he must be made to pay the price. I'd like to see how this kid could possibly be a match for Brother Lin. Big Brother Lin is an 8th ranked martial artist. What does Jiang Hao count as? Do you really think that just because you defeated a few core trainees that you can be compared to Big Brother Lin? I don't know where he gets his confidence. Big Brother Lin, go for it. Among the crowd of onlookers present, there were quite a few Lin Zilong's fangirls. When they were in the martial arts school, they had a crush on Lin Zilong. Now that they had finally waited for the finals to begin, they all desperately wanted to see the scene where Lin Zilong hangs Jiang Hao. Another aside, in the guest gallery, Lin Jinbei witnesses his son, Lin Zilong, making a powerful entrance, and his anger over Jiang Hao gradually subsides. Lin Zilong's excellence is his greatest pride. Over the years, he had poured countless efforts into Lin Zilong, training him at all costs, and Lin Zilong has not lived up to his expectations, working hard and accomplishing a lot. Now, Lin Jinbei hoped that through this martial arts competition, he would let the executives of the Wind and Thunder martial arts school see Lin Zilong's talent. As long as he gained their favor, Lin Zilong would have a chance to enter the headquarters of the martial arts school. One might even become a personal disciple of the chief pavilion master and soar to the heavens in the future, not to mention stepping into the war god level. Even if it was further, it was still entirely possible. For this reason, Lin Zilong absolutely could not lose this battle. As for Jiang Hao, even though his strength had deeply surprised Lin Jinbei, Jiang Hao's various behaviors had long since enraged Lin Jinbei. All he wanted now was for Lin Zilong to teach Jiang Hao a good lesson for him. In his opinion, Jiang Hao was a disobedient rebellious son who had to be severely punished and hammered. Jade can't be made unless it's cut. Only in this way can Jiang Hao know how to respect his parents. Gui Yunhai, you don't need to interfere in this match, Lin Jinbei said to Gui Yunhai beside him. Zilong has his own measure and will not lay a heavy hand. Understood. Gui Yunhai nodded in response. Even if Lin Jinbei didn't say anything, he had no intention of interfering in this match. Jiang Hao had disgraced him before, and he couldn't wait to see Lin Zilong give Jiang Hao a hard lesson. In the meantime, in Battlefield 1, Lin Zilong had already prepared for battle, and a blue golden long sword appeared in his hand. The body of the sword was surrounded by lightning, and even though it had yet to be sheathed, it was already radiating powerful lightning attribute energy fluctuations. This sword was called the Thunderclap Sword, and its strength had reached S rank. It was Lin Jinbei's 18th birthday gift to Lin Zilong. Compared to that, the worn-out black blade in Jiang Hao's hand was too weak. The difference between it and the Lei Jun sword was self-evident. Jiang Hao, it's still not too late if you voluntarily surrender and admit defeat now. Otherwise, once I strike, you will never be able to resist. In Lin Zilong's opinion, even if Jiang Hao had hidden his strength, his cultivation wouldn't be more than a 7th-ranked martial artist at the strongest. Plus, with all the junk weapons, how could he match himself? Facing Lin Zilong's mockery, Jiang Hao smiled coldly. You're so confident, but do you really think you can win the title? I'll tell you the truth. You will definitely lose today. I'll trample you underfoot and let everyone see you in a state of disarray. Jiang Hao had chosen to participate in the tournament in order to humiliate Lin Zilong. The reason why the original was imprisoned in the dungeon and eventually died a miserable death. All because of Lin Zilong in front of him. He accidentally lost his stuff. Why should he blame it on Jiang Hao's head? Just because Jiang Hao grew up in the slums, he would steal from him? What was even more ridiculous was that Lin Jinbei simply didn't listen to any of Jiang Hao's explanations and insisted on imprisoning him. No food or water was given for 3 whole days and nights. It made Jiang Hao, who was already physically weak, end up dying alone in the foul-smelling dungeon. Now that Jiang Hao had traveled across, how could this revenge not go unrewarded? Lin Jinbei, I'd like to see if you'd immediately go crazy if I really killed your precious son today. Jiang Hao's eyes flashed with stern killing intent as he thought of this. Lin Zilong met Jiang Hao's gaze, and the bone-piercing chill pushed right into the depths of his mind. It was as if what stood in front of him was not Jiang Hao, but a killing god who had returned from the sands. What's with the eyes? Lin Zilong looked at Jiang Hao incredulously. Obviously before, Jiang Hao was a waste of space to be bullied and humiliated, but now not only had his strength increased greatly, but even this look in his eyes made him shudder. Lin Zilong, who had always thought highly of himself, couldn't help but feel a pang of panic at this moment. No, impossible. This guy must be deliberately trying to be strong. I will not be intimidated by such trash. Lin Zilong exuded a determined look. Jiang Hao, don't look at me with such a look. It won't work on me. Since you're ready, take my sword. Lin Zilong was unwilling to delay any further, and with a flash of blue golden splendor, A set of radiant battle armor emerged. The gemstone embedded in the chest of the battle armor glittered, containing amazing lightning attribute energy. This was precisely the battle armor made by imitating the chaotic thunder armor of yesteryear, called the 10,000 thunder armor, and its strength was at S rank. As Lin Zilong's mind moved, powerful lightning instantly surrounded his body. He gripped the Lei Jun sword in his hand tightly and rushed toward Jiang Hao with near instantaneous speed. Another S-rank weapon, another S-rank battle armor, truly worthy of being the future heir of the Lin family. But do you really think you can beat me by relying on your equipment advantage? Lin Zilong, as far as I'm concerned, you're just a flower in a hothouse. Unbeatable. In the countless life and death battles in the void martial arts arena, Jiang Hao had long since possessed a willpower that far exceeded that of normal people, as well as combat skills. These past few days, he had even hunted and killed a large number of demonic beasts, and his strength had increased greatly. In contrast, Lin Zilong's so-called genius aura was nothing more than a product of the family's patronage in Jiang Hao's opinion. Even if he didn't rely on the power of the spiritual luminaries, Jiang Hao was still confident enough to defeat him. In the face of Lin Zilong's flashy moves, the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth hooked up in disdain. He had long since seen through his opponent's every move, and while lightly sidestepping the attack, he casually swung out a blade. Even though Lin Zilong blocked the blade in time, he couldn't withstand the gust of wind that followed. His entire body was blasted out like a kite with broken strings and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Zilong was slashed away by Jiang Hao in a single glance. The occurrence of this scene undoubtedly shocked everyone present. How? At this moment, Lin Jinbei and Lu Jinshan, both of them, got up and stood up. Both of them looked at Lin Zilong, who had fallen to the ground, in disbelief. Brother Lin, didn't you say that Lin Zilong would surely win this battle? Why such an unfavorable start? Could it be that he's not as strong as that Jiang Hao? Lu Jinshan actually didn't need to come and watch the tournament at all this time. The fact that he was able to come was purely to give face to Lin Jinbei. At the same time, he also wanted to introduce Lin Zilong to the Pavilion Master and facilitate him becoming the Pavilion Master's personal disciple. But this was provided that Lin Zilong had to show excessive strength and win the championship of this tournament. If he couldn't even win the championship, what qualifications did he have to become the Pavilion Master's personal disciple? No, it's not true. Lin Jinbei hurriedly spoke. Procurator General Lu Zilong is the most recognized strongest amongst the students of this term of the martial arts school. Currently, he has also reached the level of an 8th-ranked martial artist, so how could he not defeat Jiang Hao? It was nothing but an accident. After all, as you can see, the martial skill Jiang Hao performed was not a martial skill from the Wind Thunder Martial School. It's normal for Zarin to not be able to react for a while. Once Lin Jinbei's words came out, Lu Jinshan had not yet opened his mouth. But Li Jinhao, who was sitting on the sidelines, sneered 2 times in disdain. That's not too funny for you to say. If it was just because Jiang Hao had performed some cold martial arts, Lin Zilong would have been beaten like this. Doesn't that prove that he's just a flower in a hothouse? If I'm not wrong, Lin Zilong shouldn't even have actually fought a demonic beast yet, purely relying on family resources to pile up. What kind of genius is this? It's ridiculous. Li Jinhao's words pierced deep into Lin Jinbei's heart. Exactly what he said. Over the years, Lin Jinbei had been overly protective of Lin Zilong, and he hadn't allowed Lin Zilong to go out and hunt demonic beasts until he had yet to reach the level of a battle general level martial artist. The beautiful name was to protect him, but in reality, he was worried that Lin Zilong would have an accident. After all, he was the heir that he had poured his heart and soul into raising, and he had to grow up safely. Originally, according to Lin Jinbei's plan, Lin Zilong would win the championship smoothly and then become the Pavilion Master's personal disciple. In this way, Lin Zilong's future achievements would definitely be above his. But now, all this was broken by the sudden rise of Jiang Hao. Even though Jiang Hao was also his son, it made Lin Jinbei furious to the core. He would never allow himself to have an ungrateful son who contradicted and disobeyed him at every turn. Lu Jinshan saw that Lin Jinbei was silent, so he knew that Li Jinhao was right. It could be clearly seen that a flash of disappointment flashed through Lu Jinshan's eyes. Jinbei, I still say that if Lin Zilong wants to be seen by Lord Pavilion Master, he has to win the championship. Lu Jinshan has no right to say anything more about how Lin Jinbei educates his children. Even if he also felt in his heart that Lin Zilong was a hothouse flower, he didn't say it to his face, preserving a trace of face for Lin Jinbei. Procurator Lu, don't worry, my son will definitely win. Lin Jinbei knew very well what kind of character Lin Zilong was. All these years, it was incomparably arrogant. Now that he had been slashed out by Jiang Hao, he hadn't suffered too much damage, even though he was protected by the 10,000 thunder armor. But it also definitely affected Lin Zilong's self-confidence. If this continued, Lin Zilong was only afraid that he would not be able to utilize his full strength at all due to his fear of Jiang Hao. Zarin, Get your ass up. Have you been working hard for the past 18 years just to be a joke? Do not let excessive anger affect your strength. In this battle, you will win. Lin Jinbei's words echoed throughout the entire Feng Lei Martial Hall in an instant. In the battle arena, Lin Zilong, who had risen to his feet in a sorry state, heard his father's words, and his originally panicked mind gradually eased up quite a bit. That strike from Jiang Hao just now was truly beyond his expectations. He had never expected that Jiang Hao would be able to dodge his attacks so easily without the help of any battle armor. This could only mean one thing. Jiang Hao might have already practiced the Swift Thunder Steps, to the point of reaching the peak. The Wind and Thunder Martial School's Swift Thunder Steps, although it was only a B-grade stance, the actual strength rivaled that of a grade. The only drawback was that the cultivation process was too difficult. For the vast majority of martial artists, at best, they could only cultivate to the point of initiation. Anyone who was able to practice to great success was already one in a million. Not to mention the summit. Even he, Lin Zilong, had only just begun. It was for this reason that Lin Zilong, who had always been confident, began to become flustered. But, with his father's words as a reminder, Lin Zilong once again regained his confidence. Even if Jiang Hao was exceptionally gifted and was able to cultivate the Swift Thunder Steps to its peak, so what? Lin Zilong's advantage could be more than just being strong enough in cultivation. It was more of an equipment advantage. The S-ranked 10,000 Thunder Armor, as well as the S-ranked Lei Jun Sword, both of which Jiang Hao did not possess. Even the martial arts he practiced were similarly S-ranked, far stronger than Jiang Hao. In Lin Zilong's opinion, even if Jiang Hao could continuously perform the Swift Thunder Steps, there would always be a time when his stamina would run out. At that time, it would also be the right time for him to defeat Jiang Hao. Ha! Looking at Lin Zilong in front of him, Jiang Hao smiled coldly, saying that you're a hothouse flower really isn't wrong at all. You fucking need a reminder from Pops on a game like this? Lin Zilong, I advise you to admit defeat and hurry back to hug your mom and drink milk. Martial artists aren't for losers like you. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Hao wasn't surprised that Lin Jinbei would shamelessly open his mouth to remind Lin Zilong. He knew very well that Lin Jinbei was such a person. But even so, Jiang Hao wasn't the least bit intimidated. In his eyes, Lin Zilong was just too weak. It wasn't even as good as the Wang Tao he had met before. Wang Tao at the very least relied on strength, while Lin Zilong relied more on family resources. If it wasn't for his luxurious equipment, Jiang Hao's slash just now would have been enough to seriously injure him. Jiang Hao's words were like sharp knives stabbing into Lin Zilong's heart, stirring up a raging anger deep within him. Jiang Hao, I want you to die. Lin Zilong roared. His entire body's thunder attribute energy surged crazily, condensing on top of the Lei Jun sword in his hand. He rushed towards Jiang Hao like a bolt of lightning, the tip of his sword pointing straight at Jiang Hao's throat. Garbage is just garbage after all. Facing Lin Zilong's attack, Jiang Hao disdained it and swung his sword to charge straight ahead. Although the black blade in Jiang Hao's hand was only a B-grade weapon, however, with the ability of the Gale Jedi sword, it was not weaker than the Lei Jun sword in the slightest. Knives and swords collided fiercely in midair, and the sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the martial arts center. The two were separated at the touch of a button and crossed paths. At that instant, Lin Zilong noticed Jiang Hao's eyes that were filled with killing intent. Couldn't help but feel a chill. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Why he was just a loser before. Now it's going to be like this. When Jiang Hao saw the flicker of fear in Lin Zilong's eyes, a contemptuous sneer welled up in his heart. Even if he was armed with S-class weapons and clad in S-class battle armor, what could he do? Under the crushing of absolute strength, these so-called equipment are nothing more than smoke and mirrors, without substance. Before Lin Zilong could recover from his shock, Jiang Hao had already wielded the black blade in his hand and launched another swift attack. With the addition of the Swift Thunder Steps, Jiang Hao's speed far exceeded that of Lin Zilong, who was clad in the 10,000 Thunder armor, and was as swift as lightning. The power of the Gale Jedi blade was even more astonishing, causing Lin Zilong to only be exhausted and busy defending. Bam bam bam! Blade lights and sword shadows intertwined, each collision emitting a deafeningly loud sound. Lin Zilong's arms were numbed by the shock after receiving Jiang Hao's attack, and cold sweat fell like rain. He looked incredulously at Jiang Hao in front of him, an opponent that he had once regarded as a piece of trash, but was now so ridiculously powerful. What shocked him even more was that the martial skill Jiang Hao had performed was far beyond anything he had ever seen. It was most likely an S-ranked martial art. This unique and powerful blade technique was not at all a martial art of the Feng Lei martial school. So where exactly did Jiang Hao acquire it? Why? Aren't you arrogant? Didn't you claim to defeat me and cut off both my arms? How come defense is all you know now? You attack instead. You piece of shit. Rubbish. Jiang Hao gripped the black blade in his hand tightly and executed the Gale Jedi blade stance again and again. Unlike the agile and ethereal nature of swordsmanship, Swordsmanship was more wild and overbearing, and between the wide openings and closures, each strike was filled with a deadly threat. In this close encounter, the power of the Gale Jedi Blade was even more fully utilized. Even with the increase of the S-Class 10,000 Thunder Armor, Lin Zilong simply couldn't match Jiang Hao's terrifying strength. Originally, the martial skill that Lin Zilong practiced was the S-ranked Thunder Shadow Thousand Blades, combined with the 10,000 Thunder Armor and the Thunder Even Sword. It was able to allow Lin Zilong to explode with an extremely terrifying strength. But the problem was that the Thunder Shadow Thousand Blades he was practicing was only just getting started. There were even moves that could not be performed very skillfully. Plus, Jiang Hao's aura and killing intent made him already panic. In this situation, how could his childish swordsmanship defeat Jiang Hao? Jiang Hao saw the right moment to execute the Gale Jedi Blade Wind Scroll. When this move is activated, the knife hand swings the knife and spins, as if a gale is rising, rolling up clouds in the sky. Wherever the blade passed, the air was as if it was being torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Lin Zilong was confused by the sudden gust of wind, making it difficult to see the true trajectory of the blade. Bam! With a loud bang, the Lei Jun sword in Lin Zilong's hand was directly shaken out by Jiang Hao. Even Lin Zilong himself was blown away by the terrifying power of the gale. The occurrence of this scene caused everyone present to exude a look of incomparable horror. Lin Zilong's weapon, knocked away by Jiang Hao? Oh my god, that's an S-class weapon. What the hell is going on here? Why is it that the district's B-ranked Black Blade not only didn't have any damage, but also managed to withstand the onslaught of S-ranked weapons? No way. Can't you all see it? It was actually Jiang Hao's special gong method that protected the Black Blade. It's like a protective film has been put over it. What kind of martial skill is this? Does our Wind and Thunder martial school have this kind of martial skill? And every time it's performed, it's accompanied by a howling wind. It's simply awesome. Lin Zilong shouldn't be losing. While the crowd was shocked, Lin Zilong in the battle arena had already been scared out of his wits by Jiang Hao's strength. As Jiang Hao had said earlier, Lin Zilong was a flower in a greenhouse. Over the years, being so well protected by Lin Jinbei, he hadn't suffered any setbacks at all. Nowadays, he simply didn't know how he was going to face Jiang Hao. The earlier self-confidence was gone. Don't you come over. Lin Zilong tried to stand up, but found his legs limp. In fact, his injuries were not very serious, but rather caused by his exploding mind and excessive fear. It could only struggle and keep retreating. Losing face. Oh, now you know you're scared? Sorry, it's already late. Jiang Hao's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Lin Zilong, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. He didn't care if Lin Zilong was his brother or not. He only knew that Lin Zilong caused the original body to die miserably in the dungeon. Now that Jiang Hao had traveled across, how could this revenge not go unrequited? Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao casually swung his sword at Lin Zilong's body. Unfortunately, the 10,000 Thunder Armor on Lin Zilong's body had a very powerful defense. The lightning shield was automatically triggered when it sensed that Lin Zilong's life was in danger. Jiang Hao's Black Blade was only a B-grade weapon after all, and even with the added power of the Gale Jedi Blade, it was difficult to break through the defense of the 10,000 Thunder Armor. But even so, Jiang Hao still didn't show any mercy. Swing it down, slash by slash, in front of everyone. Ah, help, help! Lin Zilong was completely scared out of his wits and rolled and crawled to escape. No one had expected that Lin Zilong, who used to be a formidable figure in the martial arts school, was now fleeing around like a rat. At this moment, let alone fighting back, he didn't even have the courage to look directly at Jiang Hao. What was even more terrifying was that the lightning shield on Lin Zilong's body had already cracked. Once it was shattered, the effect of the 10,000 Thunder Armor disappeared. Then how would Lin Zilong be able to block Jiang Hao's terrifying attack with only the strength of his physical body? Break me! Along with Jiang Hao's roar, wild winds rose in all directions. Jiang Hao gathered this terrifying power and ruthlessly blasted the lightning shield with a single slash. Ka-ching! The shield, which was already in pieces, completely shattered at this moment. The lightning gem on Lin Zilong's chest became dull with it. The thunder power of the 10,000 Thunder Armor was limited, and now it had been consumed. Due to the fact that everyone present was stunned by the scene, coupled with Lin Zilong's excessive panic not shouting out surrender, Jiang Hao then didn't hold back. His eyes were cold, and he swung his sword towards Lin Zilong's head. With this blade, he vowed to cut off his head. Ah, you sinful animal! Stop it! Earlier, when Lin Zilong had been beaten by Jiang Hao and fled in all directions, Lin Jinbei had been unable to sit still. However, due to the fact that he was the owner of the pavilion, this made it inconvenient for him to intervene. But now that he saw that Jiang Hao was planning to kill Lin Zilong, he couldn't just sit back and watch. At this moment, he had long forgotten his identity as a pavilion master. and his powerful aura from the war god level instantly erupted. In just an instant, Lin Jinbei appeared in the battle arena. The moment he blocked Jiang Hao's attack, he then blasted out with a palm. Jiang Hao, who was currently still only a 7th ranked martial artist, couldn't block Lin Jinbei's attack at all. He was directly blown out by a palm and fell heavily to the ground. A large mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. No one had expected that on such an occasion. Lin Jinbei, who was the pavilion master, would suddenly strike out at Jiang Hao. Good. What a good owner of the Wind and Thunder Martial School. What are you doing striking out at an ordinary cadet like me in public? Do you still want to be ashamed? Although Jiang Hao had expected to kill Lin Zilong painfully, Lin Jinbei would definitely make a move to stop him. But he hadn't expected it, since he was so protective. He even went so far as to hit Jiang Hao hard with a palm. Sure enough, in his eyes, only Lin Zilong was his son, and Jiang Hao has been nothing but a joke since the beginning. At this moment, not to mention Jiang Hao, everyone present looked at Lin Jinbei in shock. In fact, it was a normal thing for Lin Jinbei to want to make a move to stop Jiang Hao. After all, Lin Zilong was his son, and it was impossible to sit back and do nothing. But he should never have taken a shot at Jiang Hao. Wouldn't it be a disgrace if it got out? Lu Jinshan, who was sitting in the guest seat, had an even more horribly gloomy face. Lin Jinbei's move not only brought shame to the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School in Tianhe Bay City, it also brought shame to the headquarters. Li Jinhao, who was on the side, could no longer hold back the anger in his heart and rushed into the battle arena with an instantaneous step. He snapped, Lin Jinbei, you're at least a war god level martial artist. What kind of skill is it to take a shot at a junior? I really didn't think that the original Wind and Thunder Martial Halls tournament was something that the Hall Master could intervene in at will. If we had known that this was the case, then what's the point of organizing this tournament? What's the point of competing when the winner has already been determined internally? It's ridiculous. Li Jinhao's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. At this moment, the students and instructors of the Wind and Thunder Martial School were not the only ones watching the martial arts competition at the scene. There were also famous families from all over the Yen Kingdom. These people, originally, were all invited by Lin Jinbei to witness his son winning the championship, but I didn't expect it to turn out to be a joke on him. Under the crowd's strange gazes and Li Jinhao's verbal ridicule, Lin Jinbei actually appeared to be at a loss for words in a rare way. His party's impulsiveness stemmed from his excessive concern for his son Lin Zilong's well-being. It resulted in a moment where it was as if he had lost his proper sanity. Now that he has calmed down, he realizes that his actions were very wrong. Not only did it make him, the pavilion master, lose face, but it also seriously damaged the reputation of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Pavilion. At this point, Lu Jinshan slowly got up and stood, his face serious as he rebuked, Lin Jinbei, you are too impulsive. It's reasonable for you to love your son and step in to stop the match, but why did you take a shot at Jiang Hao? Do you know the error of your ways? Seeing this, Lin Jinbei hurriedly cupped his fists and responded, Inspector Lu, I was too reckless in this matter. He deeply knew that Lu Jinshan was giving him a step down, so he did not hesitate to choose to admit his mistake. He then turned to the crowd and explained, Guests, as Lin Zilong's father, I couldn't just sit back and do nothing in that situation. Not to mention that Lin Zilong is also a core student of the martial arts school with outstanding potential. Something must not happen. As for Jiang Hao, speaking of this, Lin Jinbei's expression became extremely angry. He was too ruthless in his strikes, and all the martial arts hall students who fought with him were seriously injured. If not taught a lesson, what will happen later? But I also realize that my actions have had an impact on the fairness of the game. Therefore, this match will be suspended for now, and the battle will continue after both sides have recovered. That way, fairness is also guaranteed. Lin Jinbei both proves his love for his son and explains the reason for his outburst against Jiang Hao. At the same time, take the opportunity to end this fight. But it was at this time, Jiang Hao, however, suddenly laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. The pavilion master has personally come down to block the match. So what's the point of this match? Are you going to come out and block me every time I'm about to win? All to somehow take a shot at me? What kind of fairness is that? In that case, why don't I just admit defeat? I'm giving up this title to Lin Zilong. Jiang Hao knew too well what Lin Jinbei was thinking. This guy was clearly unwilling for Lin Zilong to lose just like that. This martial arts competition was originally the stage he had set for Lin Zilong. Seeing that the champion was taken away by Jiang Hao, how could he be willing to do that? Jiang Hao didn't just want Lin Jinbei to lose face today, but more than that, he wanted to completely detach himself from the Feng Lei martial arts school, and right now is a perfectly good time. Jiang Hao, what do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm deliberately taking sides? Lin Jinbei held back the anger in his heart and questioned Jiang Hao. Isn't it? If you hadn't made a sudden move, Lin Zilong would have lost to me long ago. Now you're proposing a rematch. But you're just trying to give Lin Zilong a chance. How can there be any fairness in a game like this? As soon as Jiang Hao's words came out, Li Jinhao, who was standing by the side, burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Well said. This kind of unfair competition. Don't take part in it. Lin Jinbei was already angry, and Li Jinhao added more fuel to the fire, making him even more irritated. He looked at Li Jinhao with cold eyes. Do the internal matters of my Wind and Thunder Martial Hall have any semblance of relation to you? Please get out of here now. Li Jinhao smiled disdainfully. Wasn't it you who said that the match hadn't ended yet? Since it hasn't ended, why should I leave? Is it hard to believe that the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall's tournament doesn't allow others to watch the battle? Then why don't you guys just compete behind closed doors? The champion is already internally determined anyway. Senior Li, you don't have to say it. In fact, there are other reasons why Lord Pavilion Master targeted me. Jiang Hao spoke conspiratorially. I've already admitted defeat anyway. In his eyes, only a good son, Lin Zilong, can be a champion. No one else is worthy. If I win the title, won't he become a joke? It's okay, I'm generous. I don't care about the title. Just let it go to Lin Zilong. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, everyone in the room looked skeptical. What does he mean by that? Li Jinhao sniffed and frowned. Could it be that there are other reasons why Lin Jinbei is targeting him so much? Indeed, from the very beginning, Lin Jinbei seemed to be very dissatisfied with Jiang Hao and quite opinionated. Just as the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, Wang Ruoyo in the guest seat couldn't hold back any longer. She really didn't want to see father and son become such enemies again. Wang Ruoyo immediately got up and stood. Enough! Jiang Hao, I know you have a grudge against your father, but you can't do this. We're all family. There's no need to make a scene like this. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Father? Lin Jinbei is Jiang Hao's father? I didn't hear you wrong just now. Mrs. Wang said Jiang Hao is the Pavilion Master's son. Hasn't the Pavilion Master's son always been just Lin Zilong? What the hell is going on here? In the atmosphere of confusion and bewilderment among the crowd, a voice suddenly rang out like a thunderous explosion. I remember, when Tianhe Base City was attacked by a beast tide back then, Pavilion Master Lin stepped forward and repelled it, but his eldest son also disappeared by accident during this wave of beasts. Now it seems that Pavilion Master Lin's eldest son isn't dead. He's Jiang Hao. But that doesn't make sense. Why is Jiang Hao still being targeted so much when he already knows he's his own child? And Jiang Hao didn't take the Lin family's surname. That's too strange. I really didn't expect that coming to watch the tournament would actually allow me to learn such powerful news. If Jiang Hao is really Lin Jinbei's son, then perhaps this scene of father and son and brothers fighting each other is too wonderful. The crowd's murmur was like a tidal wave, and Lu Jinshan was stunned by the sudden news. He and Lin Jinbei were very close friends, but in all these years, Lin Jinbei had never mentioned Jiang Hao's existence to him. Lu Jinshan had always thought that Lin Jinbei's eldest son had long been killed in that beast wave. Because of this, Lin Jinbei pampers and cares for his youngest son, Lin Zilong. However, the facts in front of him completely overturned his perception. It turns out that his eldest son is Jiang Hao. But why does Lin Jinbei not recognize Jiang Hao? Obviously, Jiang Hao was so powerful. This was all too unreasonable. Soon, the fact that Jiang Hao was Lin Jinbei's son had spread throughout the entire Wind and Thunder Martial School. Everyone's eyes became visibly odd as they looked at Lin Jinbei. Although this is a world of the weak and the strong are honored, it is not so bad as to disown even his own son. Lin Jinbei, who was already extremely angry, completely exploded in rage as Jiang Hao's identity was revealed. Shut up! Lin Jinbei roared angrily. His face twisted. Lin Jinbei, do not have a rebellious son like him. Wang Ruoya's heart was like a knife, and tears came out of her eyes. She sprinted forward and pulled Lin Jinbei tightly, her voice trembling. Jinbei, calm down. He is our child after all. This kind of rebellious son, how can you make me calm down? Lin Jinbei spoke angrily. In all this time, when has he treated us as parents? Deliberately disguising his character, deliberately hiding his strength, and making a mess of the whole family. Even intentionally participated in the tournament in order to make a fool out of me. Is he worthy to be a son of man? Even his own brother is willing to kill him. He's worse than an animal. At this point in time, there was no need for Lin Jinbei to continue hiding. His words undoubtedly solidified the identity of Jiang Hao as his son, but it also reveals the deep hatred between their father and son. Lin Jinbei, you're right about that. I've never thought of you guys as parents, because you don't deserve it. 20 years of inattention, leaving me alone in the slums while you all enjoy heavenly pleasures with Lin Zilong. At that time you obviously knew who I was, so why did you leave me alone? And why did you turn a blind eye when something happened to my foster parents? I'll tell you the truth. The The one who beat my adoptive parents to death alive is Chief Instructor Gui Yunhai's son. And what did you do then when I told you about it? Instead, you accuse me of climbing all over people without proof? Speaking here, Jiang Yan smiled coldly. I can actually understand you, because at that time I was considered a waste by you. You think that the existence of a punk like me will affect you, the high and mighty wind and thunder martial hall master. So you loathe me in fear that if I recognize my ancestors, you will be disgraced by all. If I hadn't taken the initiative to join the Wind and Thunder Martial School, I'm afraid you would still be ignoring me even now. What's even more ridiculous is that I've already returned to the Lin family, and you guys still turn a blind eye to me. And my status isn't even as good as that of an underling, and you deserve to be my father? It's ridiculous. Jiang Yan's words were like a thunderbolt exploding in the ears of the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened. Although they knew that there was a great conflict between Lin Jinbei and Jiang Hao, but it didn't occur to me that this is how things would actually turn out. Lin Jinbei even abandoned his own son for the sake of the so-called face. This behavior is simply outrageous. If it was because they hadn't found Jiang Hao, it would be excusable. But obviously they had found it. But they didn't bring Jiang Hao back to the Lin family in time, which was incomprehensible to them in a million ways. A tiger's poison does not yet eat its children. Lin Jinbei's move undoubtedly angered everyone present. At this moment, there were many people who understood Jiang Hao's approach. Lu Jinshan was even more furious and couldn't say a word. He didn't even know what words to use to explain for Lin Jinbei. At least abandon the biological son of this matter. Lu Jinshan is absolutely impossible to do. And where did Jiang Hao look like a loser? This kind of talent, this kind of strength, far stronger than Lin's alone. It's not even a matter of not properly cultivating such an outstanding talent, but actually not wanting it? Lu Jinshan's heart at the moment could not be more speechless. He even took the initiative to take 2 steps back, clearly drawing a line with Lin Jinbei. In addition, Lu Jinshan had already thought it over. Since the conflict between Jiang Hao and Lin Jinbei could not be resolved, Jiang Hao must not be allowed to stay at the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School in Tianhe Bay City any longer. This session of the tournament was essentially a victory for Jiang Hao. Such a talent must be sent to headquarters for training. Remaining here will only lead to being buried. Reverse. It's reversed. Jiang Hao, I am your father after all. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you think that by deliberately twisting the truth, anyone will believe you? I don't have an unfaithful and unfilial rebellious son like you. Get the hell out of the Lin family and out of the Wind Thunder Martial School. Lin Jinbei had long since lost his mind due to his excessive anger. Plus, the strange looks of the surrounding crowd all made it impossible for Lin Jinbei to endure any longer. I have long since severed any relationship with your Lin family. Since you expelled me from the Wind and Thunder Martial School again, then fine. From now on, I'm officially separated from the Wind and Thunder Martial School. As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Jiang Hao really turned to look at Li Jinhao on the side. He bowed and spoke with firm eyes. Pavilion Master Li, the late Jiang Hao would like to worship you and implore you to accept me as your disciple. Let me join the Yakuza Martial Arts School. Crap. Li Jinhao was still eating his melon, and really didn't expect that Jiang Hao would suddenly pay his respects. What's more, it didn't occur to me that such a talented person Lin Jinbei said he didn't want it? It's the equivalent of pie in the sky. Li Jinhao was incomparably excited and hugged Jiang Hao. I'll take you as my disciple. Ha 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 ha. From now on, Jiang Hao is a core student of the Extreme Dao Martial School and a disciple of me. Li Jinhao. This heavenly surprise made Li Jinhao incomparably excited. His laughter echoed in any corner of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall. The executives of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall present were caught off guard by this sudden change. Their faces were filled with shock and anger. Although Jiang Hao had been extremely ruthless in the previous match, it was undeniable that Jiang Hao was too strong. Even Lin's alone was far from his match. Jiang Hao is a veritable champion. If this kind of talent is properly cultivated, its future will be unlimited in the future. But now, it actually turned around and joined the Extreme Martial Arts School. Who could accept that? Lu Jinshan, who was standing on the side, had already planned to take Zhang Yan to the headquarters. But who would have thought that Lin Jinbei would suddenly expel him from the Feng Lei Martial School, giving such a good seedling to the Yakuza Martial Arts Center? At this moment, Lu Jinshan's face was hard to see. In order to keep Jiang Hao, he immediately opened his mouth and angrily rebuked. Lin Jinbei, are you crazy? Jiang Hao is gifted, a rare talent. Who allowed you to dismiss him at will? Besides, Jiang Hao hasn't made any substantial mistakes. What reason do you have to fire him? Immediately after, he hurriedly ran to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, this is all a misunderstanding. Calm down first. Your strength is too excellent. You'll only be buried if you stay here. I can take you back to the Wind and Thunder Martial School headquarters instantly, letting you receive the best teaching, letting you enjoy all the resources of the headquarters. and even letting you become the personal disciple of the chief pavilion master. It's much better than staying at the Johto Martial Arts Center. You have to think about it. Moreover, there is no such thing as an overnight feud between father and son, so staying at the Wind and Thunder Martial School is the wisest choice. Lu Jinshan spoke sincerely, trying to bring Jiang Hao back to his senses. Nowadays, compared to Lin Jinbei, Jiang Hao was the most important. Procurator Lu, I'm really sorry. I am merely a tiny student of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School's Tianhe Base City branch. Since it's all been expelled by a certain high and mighty pavilion master, I naturally have nothing to do with the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall. As for headquarters, Jiang Hao laughed coldly twice. How can the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School be something that a punk like me can climb up to? Let's just forget about it, lest certain people come after me again later. Jiang Hao then looked at Li Jinhao beside him. Master, let's go. Don't worry. Wait a minute. Li Jinhao looked at Lin Jinbei with cold eyes. Everyone saw it just now. Jiang Hao defeated Lin Zilong with absolute strength. He's a deserving champion. That's why you should give Jiang Hao a championship reward. If I remember correctly, it should be 2 million in cash. Speaking here, Li Jinhao exuded an incomparably angry expression. Give back the reward that belongs to my disciple. When these words came out, all the people present at the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall were as if they had eaten shit, and their faces could not be more ugly. Originally, because of the loss of Jiang Hao, a genius martial artist, the loss to the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall was already great. Now Li Jinhao actually wants to claim the championship reward? Who can stand that? Originally, because of Lu Jinshan's accusations, it had already made Lin Jinbei very angry. Now Li Jinhao's words were such that Lin Jinbei could no longer hold back. He opened his mouth and roared, Li Jinhao, don't go too far. He's not even a student of the Wind and Thunder Martial School anymore, so why should I give him a reward? Li Jinhao had already expected Lin Jinbei to say this and snorted coldly. Lin Jinbei, when Jiang Hao won the championship just now, he hadn't been expelled by you from the Feng Lei Martial School. It also means that Jiang Nian was still a member of the Wind and Thunder Martial School at that time. So what makes you not give it? Hasn't your Wind and Thunder Martial School always placed the greatest importance on rules? Is it possible that you, as the head of the pavilion, are going to take the lead and violate it yourself? Jiang Hao had just been thinking about getting out of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Center as soon as possible, and had really forgotten that there was still a champion reward left. Now after reacting, he immediately looked at Lin Jinbei. That's right, the reward that belongs to me. You must give it to me. Whether it was Li Jinhao's remark or Jiang Hao's demand, all the people present at the Wind and Thunder Martial School were dumbfounded. Theoretically, they did still owe Jiang Hao the championship reward. If Jiang Hao was still a member of the Wind and Thunder Martial School, then there was naturally no harm in giving him a reward. But the problem was that Jiang Hao was now out of the Wind and Thunder Martial School. It's the equivalent of a meat bag with no return. Looking at Lin Jinbei's silence, Li Jinhao faked a sigh. It looks like someone doesn't intend to give it. What a scumbag. Forget it, it's only a mere $2 million. They can't afford to give it to Wind and Thunder Martial School. I'll make it up to you. Let's go. There's nothing to say to them scumbags. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Jinhao took Jiang Hao and prepared to leave. But just then, Lin Jinbei suddenly roared, slow down. Immediately afterward, he casually took out a black suitcase and threw it to Jiang Hao. It's just a championship reward. I'll give it to you. In fact, Lin Jinbei's heart was 100 times reluctant, but if today's matter was not handled well, the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall would undoubtedly lose its reputation. He could only be forced to compromise. Many thanks to Grand Pavilion Master Lin. Jiang Hao wouldn't be polite with Lin Jinbei, and immediately put the black suitcase properly into his storage ring. At this stage, $2 million is a lot of money for him. Seeing this, Li Jinhao nodded in satisfaction. Then he opened his mouth and mocked. Thank you, Brother Lin, for giving my Extreme Dao Martial School a pride of heaven for nothing. Remember to let me know if there is such a good thing in the future. Ha 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 ha. Along with Li Jinhao's loud laughter, a sound of an eagle suddenly came from mid-air. A giant eagle with a pitch-black body hovered overhead. Li Jinhao leaped up with Jiang Hao and landed on the back of the giant eagle, leaving the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall at breakneck speed. Before he left, Jiang Hao clearly noticed Lin Jinbei's expression of anger to the extreme, as well as the killing intent-filled eyes of the many Wind and Thunder Martial Schools present. However, Jiang Hao was not in his eyes at all. Since he dared to do this today, he was not afraid of Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall retaliating against him. Lin Jinbei, don't think that our grudge is over if I break away from the Wind and Thunder Martial School today. It's early days yet, and I'll make you double what you owe me all these years. Beside him, Li Jinhao noticed Jiang Hao's expression and frowned slightly. Look at you. Could it be that today's revenge isn't enough? Of course it's not enough. Jiang Hao spoke in a cold voice. Sooner or later, I will trample Lin Jinbei under my feet, just like a dead dog. Hearing this, Li Jinhao's eyes flashed with a flash of shock. Obviously, the grudge between Jiang Hao and Lin Jinbei's father and son was far more serious than he had imagined. However, Li Jinhao didn't care too much. What he saw was Jiang Hao's potential. Such an excellent disciple. He had to cultivate it with all his might. Afterwards, Li Jinhao slowly spoke. Jiang Hao, I'm sure you've heard of the rules of the Extreme Dao Martial School. I've never had any personal disciples since I became the branch master. You're the first. It also means that there are bound to be people in the martial arts school who will be displeased with you. The Extreme Dao Martial School honors the strongest, so you must be mentally prepared for the challenge of the crowd. Jiang Hao knew all about the situation of the Extreme Martial Arts Center, but since they had all joined the Extreme Dao Martial School, then he naturally had no half-hearted fear. He would like to see how strong the students of the Extreme Dao Martial Hall, which had always honored the strongest, would actually be. And at the moment, Lin Jinbei, who was in the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall, had already been so infuriated that his entire body was shaking. At first, the reason why he wanted to expel Jiang Hao from the Feng Lei Martial School was actually said in anger. It was expected that Jiang Hao would be scared by this and thus kneel down to apologize to himself. After all, if Jiang Hao was still expelled from the Wind and Thunder Martial School without the help of the Lin family, then even if his potential is strong, without someone to train him, he will be buried just the same. As long as Jiang Hao knelt down and apologized to him, Lin Jinbei would be able to forgive Jiang Hao for being so gifted. He had even planned that he would organize a banquet for Jiang Hao to openly prove Jiang Hao's identity to everyone. At the same time, let Jiang Hao recognize his ancestor and change to Lin Hao. But who would have thought that Jiang Hao would turn around and join his nemesis Li Jinhao's Extreme Dao Martial Arts School? And he also took away the reward of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall competition champion in public. This made Lin Jinbei angry to the extreme. However, just then, Lu Jinshan slowly walked behind him. Lin Jinbei, this is all you're doing. Hearing these words, Lin Jinbei's entire body shook, and his expression instantly changed from his original anger to trepidation. It was only after seeing Jiang Hao and Li Jinhao's figures completely disappear that Lin Jinbei came back to his senses. At this moment, his original angry look was gone, replaced by trepidation. No, not like this. That wasn't my intention. Lin Jinbei turned to look at Lu Jinshan. Procurator Lu, you saw what happened just now. It was Zhang Yan who forced me to expel him from the Feng Lei Martial School. Before Lin Jinbei could finish, Lu Jinshan could no longer hold back and snapped. Enough! Now that it's over, you still want to argue. Lin Jinbei, even though Jiang Hao has done something wrong, he is your son after all. Such a gifted son, and you abandoned him? I really don't know what's going on. In your head, Lu Jinshan forced down the anger in his heart and warned in a cold voice. Jiang Hao was originally my Wind and Thunder Martial School's heavenly son, but now, because of you, it has caused him to be taken away by the Extreme Dao Martial School. This is a great loss to the Wind and Thunder Martial School. If this matter is known to the higher-ups, you'll be finished. With these words, Lin Jinbei for the first time in his life showed a look of extreme panic. One didn't pay attention and almost fell. Fortunately, Wang Ruoyo, who was beside him, assisted him in time. It could be seen that at this moment, Wang Ruoyo had already cried uncontrollably, tears falling like rain. Jiang Hao was her own son, and now not only had he severed his relationship with them, he had even left the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School forever. All of this was done by Lin Jinbei, which made Wang Ruoyo unable to hold back any longer. Snap! Wang Ruoyo slapped Lin Jinbei's face. It's all you. Hao is such a genius. Why did you expel him from the family? And why did you expel him from the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall? He's been in exile all these years, and if it weren't for you, how could he have never come back? The more Wang Ruoyo spoke, the more horrified she was at Jiang Hao's talent in her heart. You can become so strong after so many years of living in a place like the Great Plains. If he had been taken back to the Lin family early on and received the Lin family's training, wouldn't he have stepped into the war general level in minutes? Now that's his finest son. But he was driven away by Lin Jinbei. Wang Ruoyo couldn't accept it for a while and passed out on the spot. Ma'am, Lin Jinbei didn't care about being slapped by Wang Ruoyo in public, and immediately ordered his men to send Wang Ruoyo to medical treatment. Lin Zilong and Chen Meiqi, both of them, also hurriedly followed to take care of their mother. During this process, the people who had come to watch the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall's competition left one after another. Every single one of their faces showed their derision for Lin Jinbei. It was as if they were looking at a big joke. Hey! At this time, Lu Jinshan sighed deeply. Lin Jinbei, although you and I have been close friends for many years, but there's nothing I can do to protect you in this case. If you don't have a way to bring Jiang Hao back, you'll just wait for your punishment from headquarters. When he said this, Lu Jinshan's face was filled with disappointment in Lin Jinbei. At least he was a war god level martial artist, a long-established top powerhouse. How could he be so stupid? Holding back from hitting Lin Jinbei now was already his greatest mercy. Lin Jinbei wanted to open his mouth to explain, but suddenly it was as if he had thought of something. The original terrified look once again became incomparably angry. Procurator General Liu. All of this may have been planned by Jiang Hao himself. He's the one who tried to rationalize his defection from the Wind and Thunder martial arts school. Don't forget that the sword technique Jiang Hao performed during the match didn't come from the Wind and Thunder martial school at all. Li Jinhao is an expert with knives. It's very likely that he conspired with Jiang Hao in advance. Today, Jiang Hao and Lin Jinhao came to smash the scene on purpose. Lu Jinshan's brows furrowed when he heard this. What did you say? At first, he thought it was Lin Jinbei who was being sophomoric, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that everything that had just happened was too much of a coincidence. As the procurator envoy of the Wind and Thunder martial school, Lu Jinshan knew very well that the blade technique Jiang Hao had performed was definitely not a martial art of the Wind and Thunder martial school, and Li Jinhao just happened to use a sword as well, which was obviously what Li Jinhao had imparted to Jiang Hao. Otherwise, where would Jiang Hao have learned such a powerful blade technique without the help of the Lin family? The most crucial thing was that Li Jinhao had come uninvited to today's competition at the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall. Perhaps it was really as Lin Jinbei had said. Li Jinhao had colluded with Jiang Hao long ago. On the surface, he had come over to watch the match, but in reality, he was trying to get Jiang Hao to reasonably leave the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School and join the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. At the same time, it was able to bring the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School into disrepute. Procurator General Liu, I've confirmed it over and over again. The strength of the blade technique Jiang Hao performed is at least S grade. This must have been imparted to him by Li Jinhao. Speaking here, Lin Jinbei showed an extremely angry look. I am his father. If he wants to learn martial arts, why doesn't he come to me? In favor of going to join forces with an outsider against his own martial arts school, and even maiming his brothers in arms, all these years, and deliberately disguising himself as a loser in front of me. How could I, Lin Jinbei, have such a beastly son? Lin Jinbei didn't think he had done anything wrong. He thought that everything was due to Jiang Hao's bad character. Damn it! Lu Jinshan shouted angrily, his eyes showing a stern killing intent. Originally, he had lamented the fact that a talent like Jiang Hao had been poached by the extreme martial arts school, but now it seemed that what Jiang Hao had done was really too abominable. Being the son of a human being, but not having even the slightest respect for his parents. As a student of the Wind and Thunder martial school, he was secretly colluding with a rival martial school to seriously injure a core disciple. This kind of natural bad seed, even if the talent is strong, what's the use? Procurator Liu, don't worry about it. I'll handle this matter of Jiang Hao properly. Since he disowned me as his father, I will pretend that I never had a son. As Lin Jinbei said this, the corners of his mouth rose up slightly. He already had a solution in his mind. After a short silence, Lu Jinshan slowly opened his mouth. In the future, this kind of thing must never happen again. The reputation of the Wind and Thunder martial arts school must not be damaged either. You must deal with it cleanly. After Lu Jinshan briefly said a few words, he turned around and left the Feng Lei Martial Arts Center. Immediately after, Lin Jinbei called out to Gui Yunhai, the chief instructor, at the first opportunity. Tell me, what's going on with Jiang Hao's adoptive parents? Gui Yunhai was so scared that he directly knelt on the ground. Pavilion Master, listen to my explanation. The one who blundered to death Jiang Hao's adoptive parents was indeed my untalented son. But there is a reason for all of this. Gui Yunhai spoke tremblingly. In fact, that night, it was Jiang Hao's adoptive parents who traveled against traffic and caused my son to fall down on his motorcycle. The brat struck out in a fit of rage. Who knew that Jiang Hao's adoptive parents were so fragile that they would die at the slightest touch? Gui Yunhai was sweating like a pig. His whole body was trembling, and he didn't even dare to look directly into Lin Jinbei's eyes. In fact, what he said was not true, and the root cause of what happened at that time was because his son was drunk and deliberately causing trouble. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell the truth, but at this time Lin Jinbei was angry. If he really told the truth, then he would be finished. Whether it was to protect his son or the Guo family, he had to keep this matter under wraps. Anyway, now that Jiang Hao is gone, the people related to that incident, Gui Yunhai has dealt with cleanly. Even if Lin Jinbei goes to investigate, he won't get any clues. Humph, I knew this wasn't that simple. People from places like the Grey Plains district are really all extremely unqualified, deliberately traveling against the traffic on the road. It is clear that they are looking for death. In Lin Jinbei's opinion, the reason why Jiang Hao has become like this is definitely all taught by Jiang Hao's adoptive parents. It's these ghetto stink rats that have brainwashed his son. Being killed by Gui Yunhai's son was purely deserved, and Gui Yunhai was secretly glad at this moment. He really didn't expect that Lin Jinbei had believed his words. Gui Yunhai, listen to me. Immediately inform the entire city of Jianghao's collusion with the Extreme Dao Martial School and his brutalization of the Wind and Thunder Martial School students. At the same time, issue a statement for me that I, Lin Jinbei, sever all ties with Jiang Hao, and that he is no longer my son. Hear me. Gui Yunhai was first dismayed, but he quickly reacted. This was clearly Lin Jinbei trying to salvage the reputation of the Feng Lei Martial School. Even if there is no evidence of anything right now, this has to be put to bed. Afterwards, Gui Yunhai exuded a treacherous look. Don't worry, Pavilion Master. I'll do this matter beautifully. As soon as the words fell, Gui Yunhai hurriedly left. In the meantime, on the other side of Tianhe Base City, Li Shenhao brought Jiang Hao and arrived at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Center located in this area. Just like the Feng Lei Martial Hall, the branches of the Extreme Dao Martial Hall were spread throughout the entire city of Yin Country. On the surface, the two martial arts schools do not interfere with each other, but in reality, they are both secretly fighting. Due to the recruitment standards of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, they were much higher than the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. This led to the fact that the number of students in the Extreme Dao Martial School was far less than that of the Wind and Thunder Martial School. At first, Jiang Hao's first choice was actually the Extreme Martial Arts School. In his mind, an uninhibited martial arts school like the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School tended to maximize the growth of its students. At that time, Jiang Hao's body was extremely weak due to the fact that he hadn't awakened the spiritual luminaries thoroughly enough, resulting in a body that was far inferior to that of his peers. No surprises were eliminated. Now that he was once again standing in front of the door of the Extreme Martial Arts Center, his heart was filled with emotions. The current him had long since ceased to be the trash of yesteryear. Rather, its genius. At that moment, Jiang Hao noticed a huge human statue in the center of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. This person was none other than the chief pavilion master of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, Mo Wanshan. Mo Wanshan was one of the most powerful martial artists in the history of human martial artists. The current realm had even long surpassed the war god and stepped into the planetary level. He had once used his own strength to kill 3 major monarch-level demonic beasts, and his fame shook the heavens. Nowadays, although Mo Wanshan had retired, he was still the chief pavilion master of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, with a prominent and powerful position. Jiang Hao's goal was to become a supreme top powerhouse just like him, trampling all those guys like Lin Jinbei and Lin Zilong under his feet. Afterward, led by Li Zhenhao, Jiang Hao stepped into the gate of the martial arts center with his head held high, but just as he was looking around and familiarizing himself with his new surroundings, a bare-chested, burly man suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Hao. His fists were clenched and his eyes were filled with jealousy towards Jiang Hao. I'm going to challenge you. The bare-chested, burly man who spoke looked at Jiang Hao with eyes full of anger. Those who didn't know, thought they had a deep grudge against each other. But the truth is, it's not. This bare-chested burly man was named Lu Chang, a core student of the Extreme Dao Martial School, and was currently a 7th-ranked martial artist. Li Shenhao was the head of the Extreme Dao Martial School, but he did not have a single personal disciple. Over the years, Lu Chang had longed to become Li Shenhao's personal disciple. Not long ago, Li Jinho said that he worked very hard and had outstanding strength, which gave him great recognition. It made him think that he would definitely become Li Jinhao's disciple. But who would have thought that a student who had been expelled from the Wind and Thunder Martial School would suddenly become Li Jinhao's personal disciple? This was unacceptable to him in a million ways. Saying anything to challenge Zhang Nian today, the Extreme Dao Martial School didn't have as many rules as the Wind and Thunder Martial School, so if someone didn't like the other person, they could launch a challenge at any time. But that's only if you don't lay your hands on them. There are no rules beyond that. If it's an ordinary cadet that challenges a core cadet, then after winning, the ordinary cadet can replace the other. Lu Chang was to challenge Jiang Hao in public, defeat him, and then replace him as Li Jinhao's disciple. As Lu Chang appeared, a number of students from the Extreme Martial Arts School came out one after another from the surrounding area. Almost everyone was sizing up Jiang Hao. Regarding the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall's competition, although they hadn't gone to see it with their own eyes, they knew roughly what it was like. Jiang Hao was able to defeat a group of Wind and Thunder Martial School students, and even defeated Lin Zilong. This kind of strength absolutely crushes people of the same age. Only, the one they were in now was the Yakuza Martial Arts Center, and there had always been a conflict between the two martial arts centers. This couldn't help but make those of them from the Extreme Dao Martial Hall more or less hostile towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, if you want to truly fit in here, then speak with strength. Li Zhenhao didn't block Lu Chang's challenge. On the contrary, he is very supportive of trainees sparring with each other in private. In his opinion, between men, the only way to better their relationship is to have a painful fight. At the same time, it also strengthens itself more quickly. Of course, all of this assumes that both sides must never come down on each other. If there was a person who maliciously injured or killed a fellow martial arts student, then Li Jinhao would personally execute him. No problem. Jiang Hao had long known the rules of the extreme martial arts school, and not only would he not refuse Lu Cheng's challenge. Instead, I'm really looking forward to this cutthroat challenge. Compared to the conservatism of the Wind and Thunder martial arts school, this style of the extreme Dao martial arts school was something that Jiang Hao liked too much. A few moments later, the two of them arrived in the martial arts arena of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Center. In addition to the instructors of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School and the surroundings, there were also quite a few young martial arts school students. Lu Cheng, who stood in the middle of the martial arts arena, was tall and muscular, holding a thick long sword. A faint golden luster emanated from the blade, clearly not an unusual blade. This is a grade A weapon, golden shadow steel blade. Lu Cheng waved the golden shadow steel blade in his hand as if he was showing off. Jiang Hao, this was given to me by Lord Pavilion Master. Originally, in his mind, I was the most suitable personal disciple, but it was all taken away from you. Today, I am using this sword to prove to Lord Pavilion Master that I am better than you. Don't think that just because you won the championship at the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall competition, you can come here and strut your stuff. Every student from the Extreme Dao Martial School is stronger than the Wind and Thunder Martial School. Before Lu Cheng's words fell, his figure had already pounced on Jiang Hao like a gale, and the golden shadow steel blade carried a stern blade light, aiming straight for Jiang Hao's vitals. In the face of Lu Cheng's fierce attack, Jiang Hao appeared unusually calm. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, as if he had already seen through Lu Cheng's moves. Just as the golden shadow steel blade was about to touch Jiang Hao's body moved with a speed so fast that it was almost impossible to catch. He instantly flashed to Lu Cheng's side, dodging the attack while casually swinging a knife out towards Lu Cheng. It seemed like an ordinary slash, but it was accompanied by a whistling gale. Although Lu Cheng reacted quickly and blocked the blow with his golden shadow steel blade, the gust of wind made him unsteady on his feet and almost fell to the ground. Jiang Hao saw the right time, and violently struck out, like a gust of wind rising up to drive the airflow around his body to rotate rapidly. The black blade in his hand transformed into a silver whirlwind, sweeping towards Lu Cheng at an extremely fast speed. Lu Cheng was unable to see Jiang Hao's moves at all. Before he could react, the golden shadow steel blade he held tightly in his hand was directly shaken out by Jiang Hao. Next moment, Jiang Hao's feet stepped on the swift thunder steps, and his figure was like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Lu Cheng. He fiercely slashed at Lu Cheng's neck, but Jiang Hao did not strike with a deadly hand, but used the back of his knife to slash at Lu Cheng's neck. As such, the slash didn't cause any great injuries to Lu Cheng. If it was under normal circumstances, Jiang Hao's knife would have gone over and Lu Cheng would have been separated from his body. And all of this scene was seen clearly by all of the people present at the Extreme Dao Martial Hall. An incomparably shocked look spread across every single face. Lu Cheng was the leading student of this session of the Extreme Dao Martial Hall. But even so, they were still instantly defeated by Jiang Hao. This was enough to prove how strong Jiang Hao was. Within the Extreme Dao Martial Hall, the strongest were honored, and Jiang Hao's display of strength shocked all the students present. This caused these trainees, all of them, to respect Jiang Hao. There was no longer a single person that thought Jiang Hao was not qualified. And at the moment, in the martial arts arena, Lu Cheng stood frozen in place, his face full of dismay. In fact, he knew very well that Jiang Hao was able to be accepted as a personal disciple by Li Jinhao, so he definitely had something to offer. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to win the championship of the Wind and Thunder Martial School. But he just wasn't willing, and that's why he came to challenge. It turned out to be a losing proposition. If Jiang Hao hadn't stayed his hand in time just now, he would have been dead already. Ha! Lu Cheng sneered twice in self-deprecation. With this strength of mine, I actually dare to presume to defeat you. I really am so stupid. Speaking here, Lu Cheng's eyes became firm once again. Jiang Hao, even though I can't beat you right now, don't be too complacent. Lu Cheng, swear that sooner or later, I will defeat you with my own hands. Humph. As the words fell, Lu Cheng picked up the golden shadow steel blade that had fallen on the ground and walked out of the Extreme Dao Martial Hall without looking back. Compared to giving up on himself after a defeat, Lu Cheng was more hopeful that he could use this blow to make himself stronger. In the Jodo Martial Arts School, there is a maxim: failure is the mother of success. The only way to become stronger is to keep learning lessons and summarizing experiences after failing. Jiang Hao looked at Lu Cheng's departing figure and smiled slightly. Sure enough, cultivating in a place like this was far better than the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall. Immediately afterward, Li Jinhao walked out into the martial arts arena, and he had intended to take this opportunity to announce Jiang Hao's status as a pro-disciple to everyone present. But that's when an instructor from the Extreme Martial Arts School walked over to Li Jinhao in a hurried manner. Pavilion Master, Something big is going on. The Wind and Thunder Martial School has posted a notice informing everyone in Tianhe City, Bay City. It is claimed that Jiang Hao, while practicing at the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, disregarded the rules and regulations of the martial arts school and stole the sword techniques of the Extreme Way Martial Arts School, and united with outsiders to disrupt the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts competition, causing a number of outstanding martial artists of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts competition to be reduced to invalids. They actually want you to publicly apologize. When Li Jinhao heard this, his eyes snapped wide open, and an angry fire flashed in his eyes. What did you say? Someone from the Wind and Thunder Martial School is asking me to apologize? He took the notice from the instructor and read it carefully. The notice stung his eyes like pinpricks. Not only did the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School slander Jiang Hao and Li Jinhao for colluding to harm the students of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, but they also blatantly defamed Li Jinhao's reputation, accusing him of seducing Jiang Hao and causing Lin Jinbei's father and son to turn against each other. All in all, the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall pointed the finger of blame for everything at the Extreme Dao Martial Hall, create the image that they are just victims. What was even more outrageous was that the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Center did not just post notices everywhere in Tianhe Bay City. Even the major online platforms and media outlets were retweeting the incident, interviewing the students who had been seriously injured by Jiang Hao, and deliberately pouring dirty water on the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. As the head of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School, Li Jinhao could not just sit back and watch. The many people from the Extreme Dao Martial Hall present were also incensed by the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall's behavior of throwing dirty water. It was clearly Wind and Thunder Martial Hall's own problem, but they wantonly denigrated the Extreme Dao Martial Hall for the sake of their reputation. Who can stand that? Lin Jinbei, you've bullied people too much. I would have thought that as a war god level powerhouse, you would have the bare minimum of a bottom line, but I didn't realize that you are a despicable, moralistic villain. Since you're using such underhanded tricks, then don't blame me for not showing you the slightest bit of mercy. Li Jinhao clenched his fists, almost burning with rage. He absolutely could not tolerate such slander and defamation. For many years, although the Extreme Dao Martial School had conflicts with the Wind and Thunder Martial School, they had all fought each other in secret. And with this move, Lin Jinbei directly put their conflict out in the open. If this matter was not dealt with properly, not only the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Center in Tianhe Bay City would be affected, even the reputation of the headquarters will be affected. Li Jinhao immediately organized a meeting with the top management of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Before he left, he looked at Jiang Hao at the side. This matter has nothing to do with you. Do not affect your cultivation. You don't need to care about these things. Just focus on cultivating. You can speak directly with the martial arts instructor if you need anything. In Li Jinhao's opinion, the current Jiang Hao was already a student of the Extreme Dao Martial School, and even more so, his disciple. It must not affect Jiang Hao in such matters. Don't worry, Master. I know very well that Lin Jinbei is a moralistic villain. It doesn't surprise me that he could do such a thing. Instead of caring about these things, we should work hard to become stronger. Jiang Hao was well aware that he had caused Lin Jinbei to lose face by making a scene at the Feng Lei Martial Arts Center. He's bound to retaliate. This guy puts on a facade of how great he is, but in reality he is small-minded and vindictive. From this incident, one could see how detestable Lin Jinbei was. Originally, Jiang Hao had not even wanted to take care of Lin Jinbei and his family anymore, but now it seemed that the Lin family must disappear completely before he could cultivate in peace. As he thought of this, a flash of stern killing intent flashed through his eyes. However, before that could happen, Jiang Hao had to make himself strong enough first, at least have the strength to rival Lin Jinbei. Very good. Li Jinhao nodded with considerable satisfaction. Jiang Hao was far more mature than he had imagined. There is both the hot-blooded streak of his peers and a calmness that far exceeds his peers. In Li Jinhao's opinion, this should be Jiang Hao's personality that he had developed since he had lived in a place like the Grey Plains district since he was a child. Jiang Hao had already suffered for 20 years, and now as Jiang Hao's master, he must not let him suffer anymore. Immediately after, he then led a group of the top management of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School to deal with the matter. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, was led by an instructor towards the dormitory building of the Jodo Martial Arts Center. This was the residence that Li Jinhao had arranged for Jiang Hao, and it had everything inside, far better than the Ishiguro area. Also, Li Jinhao also gave Jiang Hao the privilege of logging onto the internal website of the Extreme Martial Arts School to learn all the martial arts techniques within the Extreme Martial Arts School. However, Jiang Hao preferred to utilize the power of the Void Martial Arts Stadium than going through the painstaking training on his own. Just feel free to copy the students within the Extreme Dao Martial Hall and fight in the Void Martial Arts arena. Then all the martial arts they had learned could be comprehended by Jiang Hao in an instant. When Jiang Hao fought Lu Chang just now, he had already copied it with the power of the system. As a core student of the Extreme Dao Martial School, He must have mastered quite a few of the excellent martial skills of the Extreme Dao Martial School. Just the right opportunity to master them all. In the meantime, in a basement of the Lin family mansion, the devastated Lin Zilong locked himself in here. Before he was defeated by Jiang Hao, he thought he was the pride of heaven. But now, Jiang Hao had destroyed all his confidence. It had reduced him, the original pride of heaven, to a laughingstock. When he thought about the fact that before the martial arts competition, he had constantly taunted Jiang Hao verbally and even threatened to chop off both of Jiang Hao's arms, it just made Lin Zilong feel more and more like a clown. The heavy blow of being defeated by Jiang Hao, as well as on the field, the greedy escape, it made Lin Zilong feel like he no longer had a face to live. He's going to choose suicide in this dimly lit basement. But just the moment he took out a dagger and was about to slash his neck, suddenly the door to the basement was kicked open by Lin Jinbei. What are you doing? Because of this little shock, you're going to choose to kill yourself? Do you want me and your mom to live in pain for the rest of our lives by dying like this? Get the fuck up. The sound of Lin Jinbei's roar brought Lin Zilong back to his senses, but he was still beyond desperate. He looked at Lin Jinbei with empty eyes. Dad, Jiang Hao is right. I'm actually a waste. No. Who said you were a loser? Lin Jinbei yanked Lin Zilong up with one hand. In terms of talent, Jiang Hao can't even compare to one of your fingers. He was able to win by nothing more than speculation and surprise. If he hadn't stolen the sword technique from the Extreme Dao Martial School and made you unable to deal with it for a while, would you have lost to him? Saying this, Lin Jinbei threw the dagger in Lin Zilong's hand, directly onto the ground. Listen to me. If you want revenge, if you want to prove that you're better than Jiang Hao, then pull yourself together. Dad's protected you too well over the years, and that's why you lack real-world experience. Next, I'll give you a specially formulated course that will allow you to gain strength far beyond Jiang Hao's. As for the damage to the reputation of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, Dad has taken care of it all. Actually, Lin Jinbei could understand Lin Zilong's despair. Originally, this martial arts competition was the stage he had set for Lin Zilong. If there were no accidents, then today Lin Zilong would be in front of the crowd, winning the championship in one fell swoop, revealing his amazing talent, his strength. He became the proud son of heaven in the mouths of the people, and successfully entered the headquarters to cultivate. But all this was ruined by Jiang Hao. Who would have thought that the waste who had been practicing at the Wind and Thunder Martial School for 4 years and was only a second-ranked martial artist would actually become so powerful? Until now, Lin Jinbei had a hard time believing that this had happened. Hearing Lin Jinbei's words at this moment, Lin Zilong's empty eyes gradually lit up. He recalled the images of his previous fight with Jiang Hao, and it was indeed as Lin Jinbei had said, because the blade technique Jiang Hao had executed was too special. Totally seeing it for the first time, it's inevitable that you won't know how to resist it. If it was normal, how could he have lost the battle? That's right, I'm not weaker than Jiang Hao. I've already become an 8th-ranked martial artist at only 18 years old. Compared to me, Jiang Hao's cultivation talent is mediocre to the extreme. Dad, Jiang Hao was merely a fluke to defeat me. If I can fight him again, I will definitely be able to win. Lin Zilong clenched his fists and quickly regained his usual confident look. Dad, please also prepare another match for me. I want to defeat Jiang Hao in public. I'm going to prove to everyone that I'm the strongest. This time, I definitely won't let you down again. Lin Jinbei sniffed and nodded with considerable satisfaction. Not bad. This is my good son. Right now all you have to do is to receive the special training that my father will give you. I'll make you a lot stronger in a short period of time. In Lin Jinbei's opinion, Jiang Hao was able to win because, in addition to using that special blade technique, more than anything else, he had practical combat experience with demonic beasts. Lin Zilong, on the other hand, had been too well protected by him all these years. Even though his talent was outstanding, his lack of experience in actual combat resulted in his loss to Jiang Hao. So what Lin Jinbei had to do now was to let Lin Zilong fight against real demonic beasts. The only way to truly grow up is to experience this life and death competition. In his mind, Lin Zilong was still his most perfect and outstanding son. As for Jiang Hao, even if you're gifted, what can you do? For Lin Jinbei, who has a strong desire to control, this kind of unfilial son who disobeys his parents and eats out of the house, don't want it. In the meantime, the Jodo Martial Arts Center acted quickly to quell the clamor of outside opinion. The owner, Li Jinhao, personally stepped in and publicly condemned Lin Jinbei's egregious behavior of abandoning his parentage to major media outlets. He unreservedly made public all the details of what he knew. It even reveals the truth that at the Wind and Thunder martial arts competition, Lin Jinbei, in order to protect his youngest son, disregarded his status and struck out to injure Jiang Hao. This move immediately triggered widespread media attention, and the headlines of major media outlets were almost all occupied by the conflict between Lin Jinbei and Jiang Hao's father and son. Jiang Hao's identity as Lin Jinbei's eldest son has become the center of public attention and has caused a lot of fuss. The moment. In the center of the Yan Kingdom's South China main city, a lofty and spectacular building stood there. This was the Guild Hall of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, symbolizing the authority and status of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School in the main city of South China. In addition to the main city of South China, there were 6 other main cities in the Yan country, and each of them had a Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall. These clubs are not directly responsible for recruiting and teaching martial artists. Instead, they are responsible for overseeing the operations of all base city branch libraries in the main city to which they belong, as well as taking care of a number of important matters. Lu Jinshan, as one of the procuratorial ambassadors of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall Association in the main city of South China. At that moment, with an extremely grave face, he walked into an office in the clubhouse. Standing in front of him was a stalwart-faced, inch-haired man. He was none other than the guild master, Zhao Changming. In the Feng Lei Martial Arts School, the status of the guild master is second only to the chief master, and governs all base city Feng Lei Martial Arts Schools in the main city. Even Lin Jinbei had to follow Zhao Changming's orders. Tell me what's going on with the Tianhe base city branch. When Zhao Changming saw Lu Jinshan, he immediately opened his mouth and questioned, why did such a thing happen? Over the years, the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall had always had a better reputation than the Extreme Dao Martial Hall. The number of students enrolled is also far greater than that of the Extreme Martial Arts Center. Nowadays, 2/3 of the officers and generals in the Yan Kingdom's martial arts corps were from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Even though the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School and the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School had certain conflicts, but it has always been just a private, secret battle. But Tianhe City, however, directly triggered a huge conflict between the 2 major martial arts schools, and the cause of this was actually Lin Jinbei's abandonment of his own son. This had undoubtedly brought about a great negative impact on the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. When Zhao Changming learned of this, he was the first to pressure the media to rip off all news about it. Ensure that the reputation of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School will not be affected too much. Lord Zhao, calm your anger first. The reason why this is happening is because Jiang Hao is eating his words. He's the one who joined forces with Li Jinhao to plan this. Although Lu Jinshan didn't have any substantial evidence, he can only say this for the sake of the reputation of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. After all, the blade technique Jiang Hao had performed, as well as Li Jinhao's appearance, were too coincidental. When Zhao Changming heard this, he was instantly enraged. From an extremely powerful war god level aura that instantly erupted, to be able to become the guild master of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall, one's strength would have to be at least beyond the war god level. The so-called transcendent war god level was a martial artist who was at the 10th rank of the war god level, but had not yet stepped into the planetary level. Even the Procurator General, Lu Jinshan, could hardly withstand such a powerful aura, and was so frightened that he directly knelt on the ground. This man Lin Jinbei is quite a hero. He was also the one who killed the Beast King in one fell swoop and quelled the Beast Tide in Tianhe Base City once. But I didn't realize that he had such a bad son. It's reasonable for Lin Jinbei to cut ties with this kind of beast. It's just that he's really too confused. How could he take a shot at Jiang Hao at the tournament? If it wasn't for that, it wouldn't have allowed the people from the Extreme Martial Arts School to catch a hold of it. Zhao Changming said here and glared at Lu Jinshan. Why didn't you stop it at that time? I didn't react either. Who knew he was so impulsive? Lu Jinshan said in a very aggravated manner. That's just it. I'll discuss this matter with the guild master of the Extreme Martial Arts Center. You go back to rest first. Lu Jinshan was relieved and hurriedly turned around to leave. Immediately after, a well-dressed young man walked into the office. Dad, the reputation of our Wind and Thunder Martial School can't be affected in any way. This is all something that this Jiang Hao fellow has done. Since Lin Jinbei can't lay a harsh hand on him, why don't I do it? The young man who spoke was none other than Zhao Changming's son, Zhao Wei. Currently at the age of 20, he had already become a war general level martial artist. This kind of talent, when looking at the entire Yan country, was considered top-notch. At the same time, Zhao Wei was also one of the disciples of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School's head pavilion and was personally taught by the head pavilion master. After reaching the rank of war general, Zhao Wei graduated from the Wind and Thunder Martial School and returned to his father. He was extremely angry at what Jiang Hao had done after learning about the Tianhe Base City branch. In his mind, anyone who affected the reputation of the Wind and Thunder Martial School deserved to die. After a short silence, Zhao Changming nodded slightly. Jiang Hao's behavior is worse than a beast. If we let him continue to grow, sooner or later he will plague our Wind Thunder Martial Hall. In that case, let's finish him off. Remember to make sure you take care of it. Within Zhao Changming's eyes, a thick killing intent flashed. In his opinion, Jiang Hao's talent was actually very powerful, or else he wouldn't have been able to win the tournament. What was even more unbelievable to him was that Jiang Hao had not received any help from the Lin family at all since he had been living in exile since he was a child. Such a gifted person should have had to stay in the Wind and Thunder martial arts school and be taught with care, but now it's been reduced to the Yakuza Martial Arts Center. Instead of growing up later and targeting the Wind and Thunder martial school at every turn, it would be better to strike now and strangle it in the cradle. Don't worry, I know what to do. A flash of bloodlust flashed through Zhao Wei's eyes. With that, he turned and walked out of the clubhouse. And in the first instance, with the help of his own identity, he investigated all the information about Jiang Hao. Oh, so it's just a ghetto stink rat. A stinking rat. How dare you tarnish the reputation of my Wind and Thunder martial school. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The moment Jiang Hao opened the void martial arts field inside the dormitory of the Extreme Dao Martial Hall. This time, his opponent was Lu Chang, a 7th-ranked martial artist. In the real world, he was no match for Jiang Hao. And now within the void martial arts arena, he was even more unbeatable. With his amazing strength, in less than a moment, Zhang Yan completed 10 kills. The experience gained allowed him to step into the 8th-rank martial artist realm with ease. Also, the B-ranked fiery avalanche fist that Lu Chang had mastered, as well as the A-ranked blade technique, red wave blade technique. Jiang Hao had also comprehended them all in an instant. Even if he had already reached the peak of Ascension realm, he was not really interested in these two types of Extreme Dao Martial Pavilion martial arts. After all, the power of these two martial arts was far inferior to the Gale Jedi blade he had mastered. But, the more martial arts skills he mastered, the greater Zhang Yan's advantage in actual combat would be in the future. For example, if he were to fight Lu Cheng again at this time, he would be able to see through his opponent's red wave blade technique with a single glance and react. All of Lu Cheng's moves would look broken in Jiang Hao's eyes. After ending the void martial arts arena cultivation, Jiang Hao was the first to head to the Grey Mist Mountain Forest to hunt demonic beasts and clear the system's cooldown time. Then he returned to the Grey Plains district and sold all the beast cores obtained from hunting demonic beasts to the store owner. Martial artists will need more and more money as they get stronger. A casual S-rank weapon in the later stages would cost at least millions. Even now that Jiang Hao was already a disciple of Li Jinhao, he had to work hard to save up for a rainy day. As it was getting late, Jiang Hao didn't intend to return to the Johto Martial Arts Center overnight, but rather, he was in his old home in the Grey Plains district, resting for the night. By the way, pack up your stuff and say goodbye for good to the plebeian ghetto you've lived in for 20 years. But just as Jiang Hao walked into the house, only to find that inside the house, there was actually a man sitting in a blue and gold uniform. This particular dress made Jiang Hao immediately recognize the identity of the place. He was none other than the Tianhe-based city law enforcement team. When Jiang Hao saw this, he frowned. Not good. Could it be my killing Guai Yi and Guofang has been exposed? However, upon careful consideration, Jiang Hao felt that it was unlikely. If his killing of Guai Yi and Guofang was exposed, then it was never likely that someone from the law enforcement team would show up here. Rather, it was Gui Yunhai himself. How could he let Jiang Hao go? In Jiang Hao's opinion, there must be something odd about this guy's sudden appearance. Jiang Hao, please come with me. The enforcement team man's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion. Ha! Jiang Hao let out a cold laugh and stared sharply at him. There has to be a reason for me to go with you guys. When can your law enforcement team arrest people at will? Where's the warrant? His words revealed his disdain and disgust for these members of the enforcement team. If they were truly impartial, then Jiang Hao wouldn't be so. But the problem is that they are simply a bunch of scum. If they hadn't been bribed by Gui Yunhai before, Jiang Hao's adoptive parents wouldn't have died tragically. Unbridled. What warrant do I need to arrest you? A slum rat? The members of the enforcement team were all at least war general level martial artists. What could a martial arts school student like Jiang Hao do even if he was gifted? In his eyes, such cadets were just children who hadn't grown up yet. The man from the law enforcement team snorted. Jiang Hao, is it possible that you think you're really the youngest master of the Lin family? Lin Jinbei has already publicly declared that he has severed his relationship with you, so you're just a clown, a stinking rat abandoned by the Lin family. I'm warning you, if you don't come with me, I can get you killed right now. Originally, Jiang Hao was already incredibly disgusted with these law enforcement team members. At this moment, his words completely enraged Jiang Hao. Without any hesitation, a fiery avalanche punch fiercely bombarded his abdomen. Although it was only a B-grade martial art, as long as one practiced it to its peak, its power would still be terrifying. The law enforcement team man in front of him didn't even have a chance to react, and was directly blown away by Jiang Hao's punch. Blood mixed with internal organs spewed out of his mouth. Ben wanted to struggle to stand up, but Jiang Hao didn't give him the slightest chance, stepping forward quickly and chopping off his head with a knife. Even if this guy had the strength of a second-ranked war general, however, being unprepared, It couldn't withstand Jiang Hao's surprise attack. Dog scum! How dare you threaten me? I shucks! Jiang Yan extremely disdainfully rushed at his corpse and spat. But the other party was, after all, a member of the law enforcement team. And the crime of killing a member of the law enforcement team was not a small one. Jiang Hao hurriedly then dragged the corpse of this law enforcement team member to the backyard to bury it. Boy, so you can be scared too. The sudden voice behind him caused Jiang Hao to be startled. When he turned to look, he found a well-dressed man strutting in. Everything Jiang Hao did just now was seen by Zhao Wei. A cadet who had yet to graduate from the martial arts school was actually able to kill a second-ranked war general. This really shocked Zhao Wei. Although it was because the people from the law enforcement team had taken Jiang Hao too lightly and were seriously injured by his sneak attack. But it was enough to prove how strong Jiang Hao was. So you're on the law enforcement team too? Jiang Hao casually threw the body aside and looked at Zhao Wei with cold eyes. Ha 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 ha. When Zhao Wei heard this, he burst out laughing. This young master is not a member of any law enforcement team. I am the son of Zhao Changming, the head of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall Association. Jiang Hao, on account of your exceptional talent, I can pretend that I didn't see anything tonight. I'll take care of this cleanly for you, too, but you must rejoin the Wind and Thunder Martial School from breaking away from the Extreme Dao Martial School. I'll even give you an introduction to the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial School. At first, Zhao Wei's goal was indeed to kill Jiang Hao. The man from the law enforcement team who had just died in Jiang Hao's hands had also been called out by Zhao Wei. The purpose was to lure Jiang Hao out of the Grey Plains area and into the Grey Mist Mountain Forest. Then he could take the opportunity to strike and kill Jiang Hao, disguised as if he had been killed by a demonic beast. But today, the strength Jiang Hao had displayed had shocked Zhao Wei. It would really be a shame to kill such a talent just like that. Zhao Wei thought that in the future, he would definitely succeed his father and become the South China Main City Guild Master. Therefore, he planned to pull in a wave of Jiang Hao first. What? Hearing Zhao Wei's words, Jiang Hao frowned. He had actually seen that Zhao Wei's identity wasn't small, but he hadn't thought that it would actually be the son of the Guild Master Zhao Changming. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Hao immediately understood everything. The man from the law enforcement team just now was obviously directed by Zhao Wei. Its purpose, supposedly, was to kill him. However, Jiang Hao made a mischievous mistake and killed the enforcement team in return, which was what impressed Zhao Changming. Immediately after, Jiang Hao smiled faintly. It's not impossible to get me to rejoin the Wind and Thunder Martial School. As long as you make Lin Jinbei kneel all the way from the Lin family, all the way here, then I'll consider going back with you. Or get the hell out of here. When Zhao Wei heard this, anger flared up in his heart. Jiang Hao, I'm giving you a chance because of your exceptional talent. You don't want to be toast. In his opinion, Jiang Hao's talent was certainly powerful, but after all, he hadn't grown up yet. Lin Jinbei, on the other hand, was a long-established war god-level powerhouse. Would he be able to humiliate a war god-level powerhouse for the sake of a Jiang Hao? Not to mention, Lin Jinbei is also Jiang Hao's father. How in the world can a father kneel down his son? Ha! Jiang Hao gave a disdainful smile. Listening to you, could it be that you plan to take a shot at me as well? I can even kill a second-ranked war general. How can I be afraid of you? The moment he saw Zhao Wei, Jiang Hao had already sensed the other party's cultivation. It was only a mere first-order war general. Shouldn't be long since he graduated from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. It just so happened that there was still a strong opponent missing in the Void Martial Arts arena. This Zhao Wei in front of him was the son of the head of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall Association. He must have mastered all kinds of powerful martial arts. This person was exactly the right choice for Jiang Hao. Copy. Jiang Hao murmured in his heart, and with the power of the system, he copied it to the Void Martial Arts arena. As for Zhao Wei at this moment, he was completely enraged because of Jiang Hao's provocation. His original feelings of admiration and appreciation for Jiang Hao's talent had vanished, replaced by icy killing intent. Jiang Hao, you forced me to do all this, in order to preserve the honor of the Wind and Thunder Martial School, and in order to eradicate you as a future hidden danger. I must execute you today. The Grey Plains District, this fringe area of Tianhe Bay City, was like a forgotten corner, full of chaos and darkness. Unexplained deaths occur every day. Even if the Yin Kingdom's laws were strict, it would be difficult to touch this chaotic soil. Zhao Wei knows this very well, so he is not worried about being sanctioned by the law afterwards. As long as you can buy off the law enforcement team afterward, everything can be squared away. With that, Zhao Wei let out a furious cry, and his body was instantly covered with a layer of dark golden battle armor. It was as if this battle armor had fused with his body, and whether it was speed, strength, or defense, it had taken a qualitative leap at this moment. He rushed towards Jiang Hao like a bolt of lightning, and his fist fiercely blasted at his opponent's face. Jiang Hao reacted quickly and crossed his arms to resist, but he was still shaken back several meters by Zhao Wei's strong force, and a gust of numbness and pain came from his arms. Ha, kid reacts pretty fast. Zhao Wei smiled smugly. But it's normal. If you didn't have this kind of strength, how could you win the championship of the martial arts competition? His words changed as he continued. But don't think you can fight me like that. You were able to defeat that punk just now, but only because he was too gullible. My strength is far beyond your imagination. Hearing Zhao Wei's words at this moment, Jiang Hao's face sank. He wasn't afraid of Zhao Wei's strength, but was attracted by the mysterious dark golden battle armor on the other party. The battle armor fit perfectly with Zhao Wei's body, as if it was a part of his body, and this magical fusion shocked him. He immediately realized that this should be a replica of the legendary dark gold demon armor. If it was a true dark gold demon armor, it would never be something that the current Zhao Wei would be able to obtain, and he wouldn't be able to control the power of the dark gold demon armor. But if it's just a knockoff, that's fine. Just like the previous Lin Zilong wearing the 10,000 thunder armor made by imitating the chaotic thunder armor. This kind of battle armor was all just imitations, but it still reached the level of S-class. The current battle armor on Zhao Wei was clearly stronger than the 10,000 thunder armor. If he could obtain a battle armor of such power, it would undoubtedly increase Jiang Hao's strength greatly. At this moment, a blazing light flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. He had to take the battle armor on Zhao Wei for himself, and that presupposes that he has to kill this person. After the decision is made, Jiang Hao immediately took out the black blade knife, the blade flashing with a cold light, pointing straight at Zhao Wei. With a single step of his feet, he executed the swift thunder steps, instantly erupting with astonishing speed as he launched a fierce attack on Zhao Wei. The intelligence is really accurate. You kids' swift thunder steps have been cultivated to the peak. It's really hard for me to imagine. At your age, how on earth you managed to take the swift thunder steps so far? I have to admit, your talent is truly demonic. Zhao Wei sneered twice. But if you think that you can defeat me by relying on the swift thunder steps, then you're very wrong. With those words, two long black swords appeared out of thin air in both of his hands and attacked Jiang Hao at an extremely fast frequency. Each sword was precisely pointed at Jiang Hao's vital points. Although he was dodged by Jiang Hao time and time again, Zhao Wei didn't care. He knew well that a martial artist's physical strength was limited. As long as Jiang Hao's stamina dropped slightly, his attacks would break. At that time, he would be able to cut Jiang Hao under the sword with just one sword. However, Jiang Hao dared to make a move with Zhao Wei, so naturally, he had the certainty of victory. Facing such a strong opponent, continuing to hide his strength was clearly impossible. With a thought, a dazzling blood-colored light suddenly shot out from his waist, so fast that it was blinding. Zhao Wei was caught off guard and was directly penetrated through his left shoulder by that bloody light. Blood spurted out like a spring, instantly staining the surrounding ground. Ah! Zhao Wei let out a heartbreaking scream, covering his bleeding shoulder and half kneeling on the ground in pain. He looked at Jiang Hao incredulously, his eyes filled with incomprehension and horror. How? What was that just now? He had extremely high confidence in the defensive power of his own battle armor. Not only can it greatly reduce the damage of martial arts, but unusual swords and weapons, it is impossible to see through. There was only one possibility to be able to damage this set of battle armor made by imitating the dark gold demon armor. That blood-colored blow just now was actually an S-class weapon. The shock in Zhao Wei's heart was beyond words. He had never imagined that Jiang Hao possessed such a powerful weapon. What he hadn't expected even more was that Jiang Hao would be able to maneuver this S-class weapon and launch an attack at such an astonishing speed. Even he didn't have a chance to react. Murphy, could he be? A terrifying thought flashed through Zhao Wei's mind, and his expression instantly turned as white as paper. He looked toward the blood-colored short sword hovering beside Jiang Hao, and already had an answer in his heart. Spiritualist. Zhao Wei lost his voice and exclaimed, his self-confidence completely collapsing at this moment. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of spiritual nihilists. Even a spiritual nihilist at the 8th rank of martial artist had the ability to counterkill a battle general ranked martial artist. What's more, the weapon Jiang Hao was controlling was still S-class, below the war god level. Unusual martial artists were simply unable to fight against spiritual luminaries. Zhao Wei no longer had any luck in his heart. He turned around and ran without hesitation. Just one strike had seriously injured him. This would surely die if he didn't run again. You're running now. I'm afraid it's too late. Jiang Hao's knife just now was intended to directly penetrate Zhao Wei's heart. Nay, Zhao Wei's speed was really fast, and he still dodged a little. But now, Zhao Wei, who had been seriously injured and scared out of his wits, was simply not enough to worry about. Under Jiang Hao's control, the blood spikes instantly manifested 4 detachments in midair, forming a dense web of blades. Zhao Wei was simply unable to resist. and was slashed and pierced through his body by the blood spikes one after another. Eventually fell in a pool of blood and died miserably. What kind of shit will the curator's son? But still not the same death in my hands? Ridiculous. Jiang Hao dragged Zhao Wei's body into the old house. Before he could bury him, he had to take off the battle armor he was wearing. When a true dark gold magic armor was worn on the body, it would blend perfectly with the body like a second skin, and in absorbing blood from parts of the body, it can also change its form at will according to the wearer's wishes. And this imitation battle armor, although the appearance is no different from the real thing, it lacks that spirituality and cannot change its form. It will only automatically detach upon the death of the wearer. It was a pity that just now, in order to kill Zhao Wei, he had struck a little too hard, causing this battle armor to be damaged a bit severely. But Jiang Hao didn't care. As long as it wasn't completely damaged, then there was still a chance to repair it. In addition, Jiang Hao had also found quite a few valuable treasures from the storage ring worn by Zhao Wei. After counting the loot, Jiang Hao had planned to bury Zhao Wei's body, but on second thought, he thought this was very wrong. After all, Zhao Wei had a special status. If he suddenly disappeared, the Zhao family would definitely search the world for him. It won't take long and it might be discovered. By that time, Jiang Hao wouldn't even have a chance to run. The Zhao family's power was far beyond what the current Jiang Hao could match. Even Li Jinhao didn't dare to mess with the Zhao family easily. In order to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to himself, Jiang Hao decided to dispose of Zhao Wei's body completely. After a short period of contemplation, Zhang Nian took all the corpses here and received them into his storage ring. Then, taking advantage of the night, he quietly traveled to the Grey Mist Mountain Forest. He sought out a remote corner and took all the bodies and sprinkled blood around them. The fishy odor of all this blood spread quickly through the night. It was like an invisible signal that attracted the demonic beasts lurking in the depths of the mountain forest. In this way, all 4 corpses would be chewed up before dawn came, thus faking that all 4 died in the mouths of demonic beasts. Done. After completing this, Jiang Hao quietly returned to the Grey Plains area. The next day, Jiang Hao hurriedly walked towards the Extreme Martial Arts Center. Along the way, he noticed that members of the law enforcement team were busily moving about. As if they had received an urgent mission, they all headed in the direction of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest. Jiang Hao didn't care too much about this. Apparently it should be the 4 bodies from last night that were found. Anyway, he handled it cleanly enough that even if someone suspected him, they wouldn't have any evidence. Jiang Hao, Lord Pavilion Master is looking for you. Tell you to go to his office immediately. As soon as Jiang Hao walked into the Extreme Martial Arts Center, an instructor hurriedly walked up to him. Aha! Jiang Hao nodded slightly, then walked towards Li Jinhao's office. When Li Jinhao saw Jiang Hao approaching, he waved his hand casually. Feel free to sit down. Immediately after, from his storage ring, he took out a long, slender and sharp knife. Upon closer inspection, one could also find flowing cloud patterns engraved on the blade, as if it contained endless wind power. Though I'm not sure who taught you that particular blade technique of yours, but just casting it with the black blade simply doesn't bring out the true power of your blade technique. This S-ranked Blizzard Breaker blade is considered a gift from your master to you. Li Jinhao was one of the world's masters in the use of swords, and had a collection of countless powerful treasured swords. This blistering wind-breaking blade was obtained by Li Jinhao from an auction with a high bidding price years ago. It was a pity that the blade was too slender and lightweight, and was not very suitable for Li Jinhao's fierce blade style. The last time he was at the martial arts competition, he realized that the blade technique Jiang Hao was performing was extremely compatible with this blast wind-breaking blade of his. Now that Jiang Hao was his disciple, he naturally wanted the best of everything for Jiang Hao. An S-class weapon. Jiang Hao was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. He really didn't expect that Li Jinhao would give him such a precious treasure in the opening round. Other than that, this S-class blast-breaking blade was worth at least $30 million or more. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, Li Jinhai immediately stopped him. Jiang Hao, if you still consider me your master, then take it. From now on, this blasting windbreaker will be your weapon from now on. If Li Jinhao had said so, then Jiang Hao categorically had no reason to refuse. Filled with joy, he picked up the blast-breaking blade and casually swung it twice. This knife weighs almost the same as the black blade. Jiang Hao used it without any discomfort. Moreover, the wind attribute energy contained in the blast wind-breaking blade was indeed able to greatly enhance the power of the Gale Absolute Blade. If Jiang Hao at this moment were to encounter another opponent of Zhao Wei's level, even if they didn't rely on the power of a spirit nemesis, they could easily defeat them. Watching Jiang Hao accept the blast-breaking blade, Li Jinhao then revealed a pleased smile. But just then, Li Jinhao suddenly looked as if he had thought of something and his face sank. He said in a grave tone, Jiang Hao, something big happened last night. The son of Zhao Changming, the head of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall Association, died in the middle of the outskirts of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest. By the time it was discovered, it had already been chewed up by demonic beasts. In addition, there's Gui Yunhai's son and daughter, as well as a minion from the law enforcement team. With their strength, how could they have died in the outskirts of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest? Even all the possessions, battle armor, weapons, etc., on their bodies have been taken away. This is clearly a well-planned murder. Li Jinhao looked at Jiang Hao. All four of these people have been to the Grey Plains area before they were born, which means that the Grey Plains area is extremely dangerous today. You will live within the dormitory of the Jodo Martial Arts Center from now on, and you are not allowed to return to the Ashigara district. It's the only place where you'll be absolutely safe. Now that Jiang Hao was Li Jinhao's disciple, he was also well aware of how strong Jiang Hao's talent was. If he was not careful and something happened, Li Jinhao would be very distressed for the rest of his life. Today, he was talking to Jiang Hao about these things to keep him from returning to the Grey Plains district for the time being. Feeling Li Jinhao's deep concern, a warmth surged in Jiang Hao's heart. After a brief moment of reflection, he decided not to hide it any longer and to be honest. Master, in fact, the deaths of those four people are all related to me. I killed them myself. Originally, Jiang Hao hadn't intended to talk to anyone, but the Zhao family was powerful. It was only a matter of time before this was discovered. Moreover, Zhao Wei's purpose of coming to the Grey Plains district was to kill Jiang Hao. There must have even been people, too, who saw him heading towards Jiang Hao's old house. As time went on, it was inevitable that Jiang Hao would be suspected. Instead of catching Li Jinhao off guard later, it was better to tell him the truth now. What did you say? When Li Jinhao sniffed, the teacup that he had just lifted up instantly fell to the ground. You killed Zhao Wei? Among these four people who died here, only Zhao Wei's identity was remarkable and incomparable. The remaining three are insignificant. He had never expected that Jiang Hao would actually be able to kill Zhao Wei. Is that possible? Zhao Wei had already graduated from the Extreme Dao Martial School and was at the very least a first-ranked battle general-ranked martial artist. Moreover, he was still the young master of the Zhao family, and he must have powerful weapons and battle armor on his body. How did Jiang Hao, a yet-to-be graduated martial arts school student, do it? It's simply mind-boggling. The thing is, Jiang Hao didn't hide anything and told Li Jinhao about those four people. However, there was something about spiritual luminaries that Zhang Nian hadn't said for the time being. This was his biggest card, and he couldn't expose it, at least at this stage. When Li Jinhao learned everything, the shock in his heart was hard to quell. Gui Yunhai's son and daughter purely deserved to die. That dead member of the enforcement team was nothing more than a minor minion. Irrelevant. But Zhao Wei's identity is too prominent. If the Zhao family learns of this matter, they will never let you go. No, you can't stay in Tianhe Bay City any longer. You have to get out of here right now. Li Jinhao stood up anxiously and paced back and forth in his office, thinking about how to find a way out for Jiang Hao. Looking at Li Jinhao's anxious appearance, Jiang Hao knew that he had made the right bet on himself. Li Jinhao really wouldn't betray him. Since this was the case, Jiang Hao didn't have any worries. He hurriedly spoke. Master, originally, according to my very first plan, I was planning to cultivate for a period of time at the Extreme Dao Martial Hall, but nowadays the Zhao family doesn't seem to give me that chance at all. So want to plan to join the Polaris mercenaries. The Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps that Jiang Hao spoke of was established by Mo Wanshan, the former chief pavilion master of the Extreme Dao Martial Hall. Cadets taught by the Jodo Martial Arts Academy often have a hard time adjusting to the barricaded life in the military. To put it bluntly, it's all a bunch of pricks. So basically, after graduation, many cadets would choose to join a mercenary group. The missions that mercenary groups engaged in were dangerous, but they were extremely well paid. For martial artists from poor families, it had great appeal. At the same time, this kind of long years of fighting with demonic beasts was also able to greatly sharpen martial artists, making them stronger in a short period of time. In fact, Li Jinhao probably knew what kind of personality Jiang Hao had. It didn't surprise him at all that he would choose to join the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps, but he didn't expect that Zhang Nian would actually want to join the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps right now. This is so wrong. You haven't even graduated yet. You're still nothing more than a cadet. There's absolutely no way you can join a mercenary group. Master, I know that the minimum criteria for joining a mercenary group is to successfully graduate from the martial arts school. Jiang Hao looked at Li Jinhao firmly. What if I can meet the graduation requirements now? I want to take the graduation test straight away. Originally, Jiang Hao's offer to join the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps had already shocked Li Jinhao 10,000 times over. Now, he was actually talking about taking the martial arts school graduation test early? The graduation test was extremely difficult, and it required at least a first-ranked war general-level martial artist to pass. In his opinion, Even if Jiang Hao was exceptionally talented, he was still only a martial arts school student at the moment. It was impossible to pass until one stepped into the level of a war general. Moreover, if it fails, it is even life-threatening. He must not let Jiang Hao take the risk. However, just as Li Jianhao wanted to say something, he saw Jiang Hao's unparalleled look of determination. Master, I'm really touched that you can think of me so much. Honestly, growing up, other than my foster parents, you were the best person to me. There are still a lot of things I have yet to do in this world, and I have yet to become as strong as Senior Mo Wanshan. That's why I can't die, and I'm not going to deliberately seek death. I have full assurance that I can pass the graduation test. After what seemed like a long period of deliberation, Li Jianhao nodded slightly. That's just it. I'll give you this chance then. 5 days from now, it will be the graduation test for this session of Extreme Dao Martial Hall students, and I will make an exception and let you participate as well. Your chance is just this once. If you fail, give me an honest chance to cultivate until you reach the first rank of War General, and then take the test again. In addition, during this period, you can go to the gravity training room to cultivate at any time, and no one will disturb you. But remember, everyone can only practice in the gravity room for a maximum of 2 hours a day. Once this time limit is exceeded, it is absolutely impossible for your body to withstand it. The moment he heard about the gravity training room, Jiang Hao's eyes immediately lit up. As a martial artist, he knew too well what a gravity training room was. In a gravity training room, you can put yourself into overload through gravitational force. Every cell of the body suffers from the pull of gravity and is constantly fighting it. It will consume its own energy to a great extent. Cultivating in this state would be at least 10 times faster than normal cultivation in the outside world. Moreover, practicing in the gravity training room could also enhance all bodily functions. To a martial artist like Jiang Hao, the gravity training room was undoubtedly a place that one could only dream of entering. It's just a shame. Once upon a time, when he was at the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall, Jiang Hao was not even qualified to enter. It tends to be occupied by those core trainees. And now, Li Jianhao actually opened the back door for him, allowing Jiang Yan to go in and cultivate every day. Sure enough, the choice to join the Yakuza martial arts school in the first place was really too right. During these 5 days, Jiang Hao was able to enter the Void martial arts arena to kill while cultivating through the gravity training room. Not to mention passing the graduation test, he could step into the War General level in minutes. At that point, all the criteria for graduation will also be perfectly met. Master knows that the blade technique you are practicing is not weak, and it has even been cultivated to at least the grand completion realm as well. Therefore, there is nothing that Master can teach you in terms of sword techniques. All I can do is to raise your strength as much as possible so that you will no longer be bullied by anyone. Li Jianhao patted Jiang Hao's shoulder. Alright, you can get ready to go to the gravity training room now. The Master has prepared everything for you. Thank you, Master. Jiang Hao bowed at Li Jianhao before turning around and leaving in a hurry. Looking at Jiang Hao's departing figure, Li Jianhao couldn't help but think back to when he was young. His and Jiang Nian's experiences were quite similar, both having been abandoned in the middle of the Great Plains district as children. At that time, Li Jianhao dreamed of leaving the slums and becoming a human being, so he practiced desperately, getting stronger at all costs. Now Jiang Hao's appearance had touched him deeply. Jiang Hao's experience was even more brutal than his childhood, and he had to protect Jiang Hao. In the meantime, in the middle of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall in the main city of South China, Zhao Changming learned about his son's death from Lu Jinshan's mouth, and the whole person was struck by lightning. He had never dreamed that his only son, after a trip to Tianhe Bay City, had died miserably in the middle of nowhere. Even the corpses were gnawed by the demonic beasts and were bloody and miserable. At this moment, he could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. A hand pinched Lu Jinshan in front of him. In the end who did this? Zhao. Lord Zhao, this is something I don't know. Lu Jinshan spoke in a trembling tone. The things that we know so far is that the young master traveled to the Great Plains district in Tianhe Bay City. The purpose of his trip was to deal with Jiang Hao, but he inexplicably died in the Grey Mist Mountain Forest. Maybe it all has something to do with Jiang Hao. It was not Lu Jinshan's unwarranted speculation that the 4 people who had died in the Grey Mist Mountain Forest, aside from an insignificant minion of the law enforcement team, the remaining 3 all had some sort of conflict with Jiang Hao, and all of them had been to the Great Plains area before they died. Although there is no substantial evidence now, the most suspicious person is undoubtedly Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao? When Zhao Changming heard this, anger flared up in his heart and he blasted Lu Jinshan out with a palm. Jiang Hao is just a mere martial arts school student. Even if he's gifted, it's impossible for him to kill my child. There must be something odd about this. Lu Jinshan, I don't care what means you use. Bring Jiang Hao here for me. In Zhao Changming's mind, his own son Zhao Wei that was quite outstanding. At the age of 16, he joined the Wind and Thunder Martial School, and at 17, he was promoted to the main school, becoming a battle general-ranked martial artist at the young age of 20. Even the graduation test was top of the list. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, even though the talent displayed was quite good, he hadn't reached the level of a battle general level martial artist after all. He didn't believe that his son would be killed by Jiang Hao no matter what. In his opinion, there should be someone who was secretly helping Jiang Hao. If there was substantial evidence, Zhao Changming wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble at all. He could have gone out in person, but since there was no evidence, he could only let Lu Jinshan strike in the dark. As long as Jiang Hao is captured and tortured, then everything will be known. Obey. Yes. Lu Jinshan hurriedly knelt on the ground and responded respectfully. Zhao Changming's strength was extremely powerful, plus he was still the guildmaster of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, so he wouldn't dare to mess with such a strong person. Lu Jinshan, you listen to me. If in the course of your arrest of Jiang Hao, Lin Jinbei makes a move to block it, then you teach him a hard lesson, live or die. Zhao Changming had already been overwhelmed by anger long ago. Nowadays, all he could think about was avenging Zhao Changming. Jiang Hao is, after all, Lin Jinbei's son, even if on the surface the father and son fell out, but it is still hard to guarantee that there will not be accidents. Lu Jinshan sniffed and hurriedly spoke. Don't worry, Lord Zhao, I know what to do. Soon, news of the tragic death of Zhao Wei, the youngest master of the Zhao family. It spread quickly like wildfire throughout southern China, causing a great shock. The Zhao family was powerful, and Zhao Changming was one of the top powerhouses of the world. How could his son just casually die in the Grey Mist mountain range? This was clearly not an accident, but more like a well-planned murder. As soon as this matter came out, the major base cities in South China started to investigate deeply. Meanwhile, within the Lin family mansion in Tianhe Bay City, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Lord Pavilion Master, please still do it for me. All of this must be the work of this kid Jiang Hao. He's the one who killed my sons and daughters. Originally, Gui Yinhai thought that his son Guo Yi was just playing around and had not returned, while his daughter was probably following him around. But who would have thought that they would all die on the outskirts of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest? Moreover, even the corpses were gnawed and bloodied by the demonic beasts. If it hadn't been authenticated, he wouldn't have believed it anyway. In Gui Yunhai's opinion, Jiang Hao is the most likely murderer. After all, it was Gui Yi who had caused the death of Jiang Hao's adoptive parents in the first place, and he had every motive to take revenge. At this moment, Lin Jinbei was sitting on the main seat, with an iron collar, not saying a word. Since the martial arts competition, his wife Wang Ruoyo had fallen ill because she couldn't take the shock. He was too busy working on a training program for Lin Zilong to do anything else. I really didn't expect to learn such terrible news early this morning. Lin Jinbei didn't care about Gui Yi and Guofang's deaths, but Zhao Changming's son, who actually died as well. If Gui Yi and Guofang died at the hands of Jiang Hao, wouldn't that mean that Zhao Wei, as well as that unknown member of the law enforcement team, could all have been killed by Jiang Hao as well? After all, the corpses of the four of them had appeared at the outskirts of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest at almost the same time. But the question is, does Jiang Hao have that kind of ability? Can he kill Zhao Wei, a battle general? Pavilion Master. Gui Yinhai saw that Lin Jinbei was silent and hurriedly opened his mouth to shout. But just as he was about to say something, Zhang Ping, the butler of the Lin mansion, hurriedly walked in. Master, Procurator Ambassador Lu is here. Before the words were finished, Lu Jinshan walked into the hall with heavy steps. Procurator Lu, what brings you here? Seeing this, Lin Jinbei hurriedly got up and stood, giving his place to Lu Jinshan. Gui Yunhai, who was still crying on the side, left first under the signal of Lin Jinbei's eyes. In Lin Jinbei's opinion, it was impossible for Lu Jinshan to suddenly come to the Lin family for no reason. It must be because of what happened to Zhao Wei. Brother Lin, I won't beat around the bush with you. I came to find you this time because of Jiang Hao, Lu Jinshan said in a cold voice. The demonic beasts on the periphery of the Grey Mist mountain range are all too weak. With Mr. Zhao's strength, he must not have an accident in a place like this, and he's been to the Grey Plains district in his lifetime to look for Jiang Hao. So, speaking here, Lu Jinshan paused for a moment, his eyes revealing a smear of murderous intent. So all of this might have been Jiang Hao's doing. Although there isn't any substantial evidence, Lord Zhao has ordered that Jiang Hao be captured. I came on this trip mainly because I wanted to know your attitude. As soon as the words fell, Lin Jinbei immediately opened his mouth. Procurator General Lu, although all of this is nothing more than speculation, but as far as I can see, the most suspicious person is indeed my rebellious son. Don't worry, this matter doesn't need you to personally take action. Just leave everything to me. If this matter is really his doing, I will definitely hand him over to Lord Zhao myself. In Lin Jinbei's mind, Jiang Hao was a born bad seed. He's even capable of such things as maiming his brothers. So what's the point of killing? Even though he didn't think Jiang Hao had the ability to kill Zhao Wei, Jiang Hao must be suspected. Lu Jinshan had thought that Lin Jinbei was Jiang Hao's father and would more or less say a few words for him. But I didn't expect that Lin Jinbei actually also identified Jiang Hao as the murderer. If Lin Jinbei had personally taken action, then he could have saved himself a lot of trouble. Afterward, Lu Jinshan nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. After Lu Jinshan left, Lin Jinbei immediately called out to Gui Yunhai. You go to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Center right now and bring me this beast Jiang Hao. Gui Yunhai's initial thoughts were actually the same as Lu Jinshan's. All thought that Lin Jinbei would speak for Jiang Hao, but now it seems that he was completely overthinking it. Even Lin Jinbei didn't dare to take Jiang Hao's side at all. Thus, he immediately summoned a group of strong men from the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall and aggressively headed towards the Extreme Dao Martial Hall. He knew very well that the current Jiang Hao must be hiding in the Extreme Martial Arts Center. In the meantime, inside the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Center, Jiang Hao entered the gravity training room under the arrangement of Li Jinhao. Jiang Hao, you're a martial artist, so naturally you know the gravity training room well. So I won't say anything more to you. If you're ready, head toward the station in the center ahead of you. Remember, with your body you can only take up to 2 hours. At this moment, an instructor in the gravity training room rushed at Jiang Hao with a grave tone. Aha! Jiang Nian nodded slightly and walked towards the platform without hesitation. He already knew all about the gravity training room. At this moment, he looked firmly at the staff. Just get started. As Jiang Hao's words fell, the staff immediately pressed the remote control in their hands. In the next moment, a pale blue pillar of light descended from the sky and enveloped Jiang Hao. In just an instant, Jiang Hao was half-kneeled by this terrifying gravity. A look of pain on his face. Sweat poured down like a torrential downpour, dripping onto the hard floor. Jiang Hao, this is your first time entering the gravity training room. Your first task is to adapt to the environment here. Stand up. When the instructor saw Jiang Hao's difficult condition, he knew that he had never experienced this kind of training before. As the son of the owner of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall, he should have enjoyed all the privileges and resources. However, Jiang Hao had never even set foot in this most basic gravity training room. Enough to see the aggravation and injustice he had suffered over the years. Even as an outsider, he deeply sympathized with Jiang Hao's ordeal. In his heart, he also felt more and more disgusted with what Lin Jinbei had done. Okay. Although Jiang Hao had prepared himself long ago, he still failed to fully withstand the pressure the moment the gravity kicked in. It's also gradually proving that his body is still fragile and vulnerable right now. To do so, he had to use the power of the gravity training room to make himself stronger. Ah! Jiang Hao let out a hiss, gritting his teeth and struggling to stand up. At first, his legs trembled slightly, but they soon regained their stability. He panted heavily, bearing the terrifying gravity of the oppression. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Jiang Hao's rapid breathing gradually returned to normal. Even when they were constantly suppressed by the terrifying gravity, they could still move freely. The instructor on the side glanced at the time, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. He was actually able to adapt to the gravity environment in such a short period of time. This talent is truly terrifying. He had been in charge of the gravity training room for many years and had witnessed countless martial artists step into this place. Most of them, on their first experience, need at least half an hour to get used to the gravity. A number of people even had to give up halfway through the program because it was too much to bear. However, Jiang Hao only used 7 or 8 minutes. It shows not only his amazing talent, but also his amazing perseverance. Jiang Hao, since you've already adapted, you can continue to cultivate deeply. But remember, the limit is 2 hours. Over-cultivating will only backfire. After the instructor gave Jiang Hao a few final words, he turned around and walked out. Jiang Hao didn't waste any time and sat down cross-legged, officially beginning his cultivation. On this blue star, the martial arts practitioner's cultivation method is called the 4 poles through the sky. By adjusting the 4 poles of the body, the palms of the hands and the palms of the feet, to connect to the energy of heaven and earth, and thus strengthen the martial artist himself. If one couldn't even perceive the energy of heaven and earth, that would also prove that the person didn't have the ability to become a martial artist. Although Jiang Hao could rely on the Void Martial Stadium to raise his cultivation in a short period of time, but this most basic cultivation method, he must also master. 2 hours passed in a flash. Jiang Hao had wanted to continue cultivating, but his body had already reached its limit. If you continue to practice, it will only backfire. He didn't choose to be brave and ended his cultivation, striding out of the gravity training room. But just as he was about to go back to wash up and enter the Void Martial Arts arena to cultivate, suddenly outside of the Extreme Martial Arts Center, there were sounds of a heated argument. The moment Gui Yunhai brought a group of instructors from the Feng Lei Martial School and barged directly inside the Extreme Dao Martial School. Gui Yunhai, who gave you the authority to dare to trespass the Extreme Dao Martial Hall? The moment Gui Yunhai barged in, a burly man immediately blocked his way. This person was none other than the chief instructor of the Extreme Dao Martial School, Xiongyu. Within the Extreme Dao Martial House, it was the strongest person after Li Jinhao. During this period of time, there had originally been constant clashes between the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School and the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. Now that Gui Yunhai had actually directly barged in, this made Xiongyu feel angry to the extreme. Xiongyu, I didn't come here today to fight with your Extreme Dao Martial School. Hand over Jiang Hao, the murderer, to me. Gui Yunhai's eyes scanned the surroundings, and when he saw Jiang Hao not far ahead, he became furious. Jiang Hao, why did you brutalize my sons and daughters? He was about to rush over to settle the score with Jiang Hao, but was stopped by Xiongyu. Gui Yunhai, now Jiang Hao is a member of my Extreme Dao Martial School, and is even the personal disciple of the master. Who are you to come and arrest him? And besides, you say he is a murderer. So where is the proof, please? If you dare to take a shot at my Extreme Dao Martial School's people, don't blame me for being impolite to you. The instructors and trainees of the Extreme Dao Martial School stood out one after another, blocking behind Xiongyu as they stood in wait. They would never allow the Wind and Thunder Martial School's people to take another step forward. Within the Jodo Martial Arts Academy, martial arts are honored. Jiang Hao had proved how strong he was when he first came here, and this was recognized by them. The Polar Path Martial Arts School was united as one, and would never tolerate their wanton capture of Jiang Hao. Xiongyu, let me tell you the truth. Jiang Hao even killed the son of Zhao Changming, the head of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall Association. It's not like you don't know how powerful the Zhao family is. If you don't obediently hand over Jiang Hao, then you're bound to suffer the Zhao family's insane retaliation. After all, this was the territory of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Center, and Gui Yunhai didn't dare to be too reckless, so he could only use the Zhao family's name to threaten them. Jiang Hao wanted to go over and deal with the matter himself, but was immediately stopped by Li Jinhao. Immediately after, with an instantaneous step, Li Jinhao appeared in front of Gui Yunhai. His eyes were cold, and he raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap that viciously slapped Gui Yunhai's face. With this slap, he showed no mercy and directly slapped Gui Yunhai several meters away. Dare to cause trouble in my Extreme Dao Martial Hall? Are you damn tired of living? Li Jinhao's voice was cold and majestic, echoing throughout the martial arts center. He knew very well that Gui Yunhai's purpose of coming to the Extreme Martial Arts Center was to capture Jiang Hao. But in Li Jinhao's opinion, no matter if it was Gui Yunhai's son or daughter or the Zhao family's son, that all deserved to die. Jiang Hao was merely protecting himself. Now that he was Jiang Hao's master, then he would never let anyone harm Jiang Hao. Li Jinhao. Gui Yunhai struggled to get up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and angrily rebuked. Do you know what Jiang Hao did? Not only did he murder my sons and daughters, but even Zhao Wei, the son of the Zhao family, was brutally murdered by him. Li Jinhao, you won't be able to protect him. I'm warning you, you'd better hurry up and hand over Jiang Hao. When Li Jinhao heard this, he just laughed contemptuously. You said that Jiang Hao killed your child and also killed Zhao Wei, so where is the evidence? With proof, even the powerful Zhao family will never be able to take Jiang Hao away easily. Today, I, Li Jinhao, will put my words down here. If anyone dares to harm Jiang Hao again, I will definitely kill him with my own hands. As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura of the 5th rank of the War God class suddenly erupted. This aura was as heavy as a mountain, pressurizing Gui Yunhai as well as all the people from the Wind and Thunder Martial School to fall to their knees, making it difficult to even lift their heads. Li Jinhao. Gui Yunhai raised his head with difficulty, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. You're clearly harboring Jiang Hao. I will definitely inform Lord Zhao about this. Gui Yunhai had just Gui Yi and Guofeng, a pair of sons and daughters, and now that they had all been killed by Jiang Hao, the grief and anger in his heart could be imagined. As a father, how could he not take revenge? However, Li Jinhao's strength was too strong for him to match. One could only use the prestige of the Zhao family to try to deter Li Jinhao. His words, completely enraged Li Jinhao. Li Jinhao's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Gui Yunhai, ruthlessly choking his neck. I, Li Jinhao, have never been threatened in my life. Who are you to talk to me like that? After saying that, he fiercely picked up Gui Yunhai's entire body. His right fist was ablaze with flames, and he mercilessly blasted towards Gui Yunhai's abdomen. Ah! As Gui Yunhai let out a mournful scream, his body flew out like a kite with broken strings, smashing heavily on the ground. His abdomen was severely burned by the flames, the whole thing sunken in, blood and guts spewing out of his mouth as he lay dying. This punch not only severely injured Gui Yunhai, but also destroyed the origin within his abdominal dantian. Even if Gui Yunhai can be saved in time, his martial arts path has been cut off, destined to be a waste of life. Chief Instructor. The people present at the Wind and Thunder Martial School rushed over in shock, their faces instantly turning pale as they saw Gui Yunhai lying in a pool of blood. After a quick examination, they discovered the devastating damage to Gui Yunhai's dantian, and everyone was shocked. Li Jinho, you struck too hard. What you're doing is tantamount to declaring war with my Wind Thunder Martial School. Listening to the words of these people of theirs, Li Jinhao sneered twice. Gui Yunhai trespassed into my Extreme Dao Martial Hall, and even openly struck out at the trainees within my hall. All I did was merely protect the martial arts students. I'll give you a final 10 seconds. If you don't get lost, all of you will end up like Gui Yunhai. This statement frightened the people present at the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall. Without any hesitation, they immediately carried Gui Yunhai and hurriedly left the Extreme Dao Martial Hall. Master, if you do this, aren't you openly making an enemy of the Zhao family? Jiang Hao said worriedly, I'm a one-man operation, and I never want you in the martial arts school to be implicated because of me. Jiang Hao knew Li Jinhao's character well, and he would definitely protect himself with all his might. However, he did not expect Li Jinhao to waste Gui Yunhai so decisively. Gui Yunhai, as Lin Jinbei's beloved, now that he had been reduced to an invalid, he was bound to provoke Lin Jinbei's anger. With Jiang Hao's understanding of Lin Jinbei, it was likely that he would use this opportunity to ask the Zhao family for help. Jiang Hao didn't want to make Li Jinhao and the Extreme Martial Arts School a target of the Zhao family because of his own affairs. At the moment, his heart was filled with guilt. If he had known that killing Zhao Wei would cause so much trouble, Jiang Hao might have chosen to leave him alive at that time. However, at this time, Li Jinhao, however, roared at Jiang Hao. What bullshit, one person does everything for one person. Since you are my disciple, then I will protect you even if I give up my life. Do you think I'm a scumbag like Lin Jinbei? Jiang Hao, listen to me. Li Jinhao's gaze was like a torch as he stared at Jiang Hao. This matter, from beginning to end, is not your fault. How would he have ended up in such a situation if Zhao Wei hadn't attempted to kill you in the Great Plains district? Besides, my Extreme Dao Martial Hall has never been afraid of their Wind and Thunder Martial Hall people. Don't worry, as long as I'm around, you'll never be in half the danger. As for the Zhao family, they would never dare to openly strike before there is full proof. It wasn't that Li Jinhao was overconfident. Originally, the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School and the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School were evenly matched. In the main city of South China, there was likewise the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. When dealing with the public opinion storm earlier, Li Jinhao had already passed all of Jiang Hao's information to the guild master of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall. For an exceptionally gifted martial artist like Jiang Hao, the Extreme Martial Arts School would never let him suffer any harm. Unless the Zhao family could produce conclusive evidence, the guild master of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall would never allow the Zhao family to act recklessly. After Li Jinhao finished speaking, the instructors and trainees in the Extreme Martial Arts School also looked at Jiang Hao firmly. To them, if they joined the Extreme Martial Arts School, then everyone was family. Although in the eyes of outsiders, the students of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School would not be able to move or fight, but really that was just a friendly way of cutting between them. This kind of sparring not only enhanced the friendship between each other, but also led to a rapid improvement in the strength of both sides. The students of the Jodo Martial Arts School had always been united. They believed that no fight, no acquaintance is the best way to make friends. Looking at all the people from the Extreme Dao Martial School present, Jiang Hao felt a great deal of emotion in his heart. Sure enough, his choice to join the Extreme Martial Arts School was the most correct one. Master, I understand. Jiang Hao bowed deeply to Li Jinhao, then turned to everyone present and clasped his fists in greeting. Today, thank you all for your help. In the future, if there's any place where I, Jiang Hao, need to contribute, please feel free to ask. He had only just finished speaking when Lu Chang, who had been defeated by him earlier, hurriedly rushed out. Jiang Hao, cut the crap and fight me again. I don't believe it. I can still lose to you today. Jiang Hao didn't refuse and immediately started a fierce battle with Lu Chang. Although the result was still Lu Chang's defeat, his face did not show the slightest bit of displeasure. It was because in the sparring match with Jiang Hao, he had discovered the flaws in his moves. This made him excited, and he rushed to the training room to practice. Then, one after another, other trainees challenged Jiang Hao. Without exception, they all lost under Jiang Hao. Only after all the competitions were over did Jiang Hao return to the dormitory. He couldn't wait to activate the Void Martial Arts Arena. Then, in front of his eyes, a Zhao Wei look-alike battle figure emerged. Previously, Jiang Hao had been able to defeat Zhao Wei, largely relying on the power of the spiritual luminaries. But at this moment, in the Void Martial Arts Arena, he intended to discard such power and compete purely with martial arts and combat skills. He wanted to see just how big the gap between himself and Zhao Wei was without the aid of spiritual thoughts. In the meantime, the people from the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School had already sent the seriously injured Gui Yunhai to the hospital, and he reported this matter, in the first instance, to Lin Jinbei. What? Li Jinhao abolished Gui Yunhai with one punch? When Lin Jinbei learned of this news, he was so angry that his eyes erupted with fire, and his war god level aura surged out like a tidal wave. Gui Yunhai, as his beloved, was so heavily injured by Li Jinhao, which was undoubtedly a blatant provocation to Lin Jinbei. He found it difficult to endure such humiliation. Li Jinhao, you're really bullying people too much. Lin Jinbei growled angrily as he decided not to hold back any longer. Whether it was to catch Jiang Hao or to avenge Gui Yunhai, he decided to fight Li Jinhao to the death today. However, just as Lin Jinbei was about to move, his son Lin Zilong rushed out from the side and pulled him tightly. Dad, make sure you stay calm. Lin Jinbei forced back the anger in his heart and looked at Lin Zilong. Jiang Hao he is suspected of killing but Zhao Wei ya. It's even if Li Jinhao blatantly harbored him, but he actually abolished the chief instructor of my Wind and Thunder Martial School. If I don't make a move today, won't others think that I, Lin Jinbei, am weak and incompetent? Dad, this matter is indeed serious, but if you personally take action, it would be the equivalent of a direct declaration of war between our two martial arts schools. Lin Zilong eagerly analyzed. Although Uncle Guo was injured by Li Jinhao, but honestly, it's better to just arrest someone without evidence. In a way, it's true that Uncle Gui is the one who is at a disadvantage. Instead of you doing it yourself, I have a better way to catch Jiang Hao and deal with those people from Li Jinhao at the same time. Lin Zilong's words made Lin Jinbei gradually calm down. There was nothing wrong with what he said. If he went to seek revenge on Li Jinhao and the other people from the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School for Gui Yunhai, that would indeed be equivalent to the two martial arts schools going to war directly. Once the two major martial arts schools really fought each other, the impact would really be too great. Thus, Lin Jinbei looked at Lin Zilong. What is the method you speak of, Dad? In fact, we all know very well that Jiang Hao must have had something to do with Zhao Wei's death. It's just that we don't have any substantial evidence in our way. If we can find evidence, even if we don't make a move, the people from the law enforcement team will directly arrest Jiang Hao in order to curry favor with the Zhao family. As soon as Lin Zilong finished speaking, Lin Jinbei sighed helplessly. What you're saying, how am I not aware of it? But the problem is, we don't have any evidence at all. This retrograde son is doing too clean a job. Lin Zilong smiled coldly at his words. Is it really clean? If Jiang Hao's fingerprints were found on Zhao Wei's body, or maybe it was an item on Jiang Hao's body, wouldn't that confirm Jiang Hao's crime? Hearing this, Lin Jinbei first froze, then his eyes widened. Zilong, you mean, we perjure ourselves? What? Couldn't you? It must have been Jiang Hao who killed him anyway. We're just going along for the ride. When Lin Zilong said this, his words changed. Or do you still care about Jiang Hao? Dad, you still want Jiang Hao to return to the Lin family and recognize his ancestors? No. This is impossible. Lin Jinbei clenched his fists in anger. This rebellious son does not deserve to be my Lin Jinbei's son. Since he dared to take a shot at the Zhao family's son, he must pay the price he deserves. Our Lin family, we absolutely cannot be implicated by this rebellious son. At first, Lin Jinbei still had a glimmer of hope for Jiang Hao. After all, his talent was truly outstanding. But now, he had to completely draw a line with Jiang Hao. Otherwise, once the Zhao family pursued the matter, the entire Lin family would face extinction. In that case, leave this matter to me. I promise to do a clean job and sit on the evidence of Jiang Hao's murder. And then we're handing over the incriminating evidence to the Chou family. In that case, the Zhao family will take matters into their own hands. And when that happens, not to mention Jiang Hao, the extreme martial arts school will also suffer with them. We just need to stay out of it. Speaking of this, Lin Zilong revealed a grim smile. Ever since the last time he was blatantly defeated and humiliated by Jiang Hao at the martial arts competition, it had always caused Lin Zilong to harbor a grudge. He thought that his talent, though, was still stronger than Jiang Hao's. Moreover, after the practical training with the demonic beasts, he was also confident enough to be able to defeat Jiang Hao. But if he could use the Zhao family's hand to completely eliminate Jiang Hao, then in the future, the Lin family would have only one young master. Him. No one will ever be able to influence his position again. Even though Lin Jinbei didn't say anything, he nodded slightly. He acquiesced to Lin Zilong's approach. In his mind, Jiang Hao was doomed from the moment he killed Zhao Wei. However, it's not that my father won't help you, but you've really made a big mess. If I had known that you would become what you are now, I should never have given birth to you in the first place. But don't worry about it. When you die, I'll put up a monument for you, so that you won't be a lonely ghost. While Lin Jinbei was mumbling, Lin Zilong had long since turned around and left the Lin family, heading towards the headquarters of the Tianhe-based city law enforcement team. At this moment, in the void martial arts arena, Jiang Hao completed his 10th kill after slashing down Zhao Wei's head. The combat experience gained allowed Jiang Hao to step into the 9th-ranked martial artist very smoothly. During the fight with Zhao Wei, Jiang Hao clearly realized how big the gap was between himself and a true battle general-level martial artist. It was no exaggeration to say that night, if it wasn't for the ability of the spiritual thinker to sneak up on Zhao Wei, Jiang Hao would never have had any chance of winning. The first time he killed Zhao Wei, Jiang Hao revived 18 times. It was too grueling, even though he slowly found a break in Zhao Wei later on. The good thing is, it was all worth it. Nowadays, even if Jiang Hao didn't rely on the power of a spiritual numinous master, with the blistering wind-breaking blade in his hand, he could easily defeat Zhao Wei. From him, Jiang Hao had also acquired another martial art called the Sevenfold Wind and Thunder Slash. This was one of the Fon Lei Martial School's town martial arts, and its strength had reached SS grade, a martial art pioneered by Lei Hongyi, the head master of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School. It fused the dual attributes of wind and thunder, and each swing of the blade was as swift as a blistering wind and rain, while at the same time containing amazing destructive power. Only, the 7 heavy wind thunder slash was divided into 2 volumes, the upper and lower, and Zhao Wei had only cultivated the upper half of the volume. The true essence of it, he had not grasped. This led to the fact that Jiang Hao had also only learned the first half of the 7-fold wind thunder slash. If it was complete, it could undoubtedly greatly enhance Jiang Hao's strength. Afterward, Jiang Hao returned to the real world. The long period of time spent cultivating in the void martial arts arena was only a dozen seconds or so that had passed in the real world. However, this cultivation was extremely draining on Jiang Hao's spirit, and he felt deeply exhausted. This was coupled with the previous workout in the gravity training room and the fierce battle with Lu Chang and the others. Jiang Hao was finally overwhelmed and fell into a deep slumber. The next few days, Jiang Hao either stayed in the gravity training room or fought with Lu Chang and the others. Or perhaps it was a trip to the Grey Mist Mountain Forest to hunt demonic beasts and refresh the system's cooldown. 5 days passed in a flash. It was soon time for the graduation test of the Jodo Martial Arts School. Regardless of whether it was the Extreme Dao Martial School or the Wind and Thunder Martial School, the primary requirement for all students to graduate was that they had to reach the first rank of the War General class. In this way, you will be able to take the graduation test. If they did not reach the level of War General, or if they failed the test, they would all stay in the class. This time, there were a total of 7 students, counting Jiang Hao, who participated in the graduation examination. 5 of them, all of them, were cadets who had stayed down from the previous class. During this period of time, they had basically been out there fighting demonic beasts in order to raise their strength. The other person, on the other hand, was a rather cool-looking woman. She and Lu Chang were both new trainees in this class, but their strength had already reached the first rank of Battle General. What was even more amazing was that she was actually only 18 years old. In this world, those young people with martial arts potential usually set foot in the gates of a martial arts school around the age of 16. To be able to become a martial artist of the 7th rank or above before the age of 18 was already considered to be exceptionally talented. But she, however, was able to become a Battle General level. Such talent was simply appalling. Kind of. Jiang Yan gazed at Luo Qinghan, a smile spreading at the corner of her mouth. He quietly copied Luo Qinghan's ability with the help of the system's mysterious power. When the examination was over, he planned to compete with this clear and cold woman in the void martial arts arena. Jiang Hao, I don't think you know her yet. Lu Chang noticed the doubt on Jiang Hao's face, so he walked to his side and explained in a low voice. Her name is Luo Qinghan, and she's simply a demonic being. Other than the initial half year of basic training where she stayed inside the martial arts center, the time after that, she was almost always outside hunting demonic beasts. The pavilion master originally intended to take her as a disciple, but you know what? She actually refused. Later, the owner recommended her to go to the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Center, which was similarly rejected by her. Even the headquarters had personally sent someone to invite her, but it turned out that she chose to hide in the Grey Mist Mountain Forest, avoiding it. I really don't know what the hell she was thinking. Lu Chang and Luo Qinghan were trainees who entered the Extreme Dao Martial School at the same time. In the past 2 years, Lu Chang had challenged Luo Qinghan many times, but each time ended in a crushing defeat. As a result, Lu Chang had developed a fear of Luo Qinghan. Of all the trainees in the same class, no one had even messed with Luo Qinghan. She was like her name, giving off the impression that she was a stranger. Perhaps sensing that Lu Chang was talking about himself behind his back, Luo Qinghan suddenly turned around, her sharp gaze shooting straight at Lu Chang. That icy cold look made Lu Chang's heart tremble, and he subconsciously backed up 30 meters, keeping a safe distance from Luo Qinghan. Immediately afterward, Luo Qinghan's eyes turned back to Zhang Hao. Although she hadn't been in the martial arts school during this time, she was no stranger to the name Zhang Hao. She hadn't originally cared too much about this guy who had suddenly parachuted into the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School and had become its owner in one fell swoop. But now, Zhang Hao had actually participated in the graduation examination of the Extreme Dao Martial School just like her, which made Luo Qinghan deeply puzzled. Just then, a burly, dark-skinned man suddenly shouted, "Pavilion Master, what's with this guy? What makes him able to take the same graduation test as us? If I remember correctly, it seems that he only just joined the Extreme Dao Martial Hall a few days ago, and he hasn't even reached the battle general rank." This burly man was named Zhang Long, a repeat student from the previous class. At that time, his strength had reached the 8th ranked martial artist, and he also had extremely notable practical combat abilities. Nay, without reaching the first rank of the war general class, one just wasn't qualified to take the graduation test. Forced to do so, he could only choose to remain in the martial arts school to train. And now, a student who had just joined the martial arts school for a few days could actually make an exception for the graduation examination. Not only did this make Zhang Long feel unfair, but the remaining few trainees, too. Facing Zhang Long and the others questioning, Li Zhenhao had long been prepared. He slowly took a step forward. The Extreme Dao Martial Hall honors martial arts. As long as one is strong enough, then one is able to gain privileges. Speaking here, Li Zhenhao looked at Zhang Hao. Since some people don't think you're worthy of taking the graduation test, then prove yourself. If you can't even pass this hurdle, then there's no need for you to take the test early. No problem. Zhang Hao nodded slightly and turned to look at Zhang Long on the side. I want to challenge you. What? When Zhang Long heard this, he was first stunned, then he laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Hao, it's undeniable that you are indeed gifted and strong, but after all, you're not a war general level martial artist yet. If I were to make a move against you, wouldn't I be bullying the small with the big? You don't stand a chance of winning. Zhang Long had heard about Zhang Hao and knew that he was Lin Zhenbei's stray son, but even so, he still had complete self-confidence in his own strength. It simply didn't think that Zhang Hao had the possibility of defeating himself. As for the rumors that Zhang Hao had killed Zhao Wei in the past few days, that was even more unrealistic. In his opinion, how could an ordinary martial arts trainee be able to defeat a war general level martial arts practitioner? Not to mention, Zhao Wei was still the son of the Zhao family, so whether it was equipment or martial arts skills, he definitely crushed Zhang Hao. Cut the crap. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Originally, Zhang Hao thought that with these few days of cultivation, he should be able to become a battle general ranked martial artist without any problems, but as it turned out, it wasn't that easy for martial artists to step into the war general level. Zhang Hao was currently still only at the 10th rank martial artist realm. Although it was only one step away from the war general level, it had not yet been reached after all. If you want to gag these people, then you have to talk with your fists. Kid, you think I'm going to be afraid of you? Zhang Long said with a face full of disdain. You and I are both students of the Extreme Dao Martial School. My cultivation is higher than yours, so there was no need for me to make a move. But since you're so illiterate, don't blame me for not being polite. I'd like to see just what qualifications you have to take the graduation test early. As Zhang Long assumed a fighting stance, the surrounding crowd retreated 100 meters. Leave enough room for the two of them to fight. Zhang Long considered himself to be strong and thus did not take out any weapons. He arrogantly provoked Zhang Hao. Kid, it's too easy to defeat you with my strength. If you can hurt me, I will recognize you. Oh, that's what you said. Zhang Hao sneered twice and casually drew out his black blade. Zhang Long still stood empty-handed, not even thinking that Zhang Hao had the ability to injure himself. However, before he could return to his senses, Zhang Hao executed the swift thundersteps and instantly rushed to Zhang Long like lightning. Crap! What kind of speed is this? Even though Zhang Long reacted quickly and immediately crossed his arms to protect his forehead, he was still sent flying by Zhang Hao's slash. Zhang Hao used only the back of his blade for this one, and did not strike with a deadly blow. However, the power was still astonishing. Accompanied by a gale that whistled out, Zhang Long was directly cleaved out and fell to the ground in a sorry state. How is this possible? Although Zhang Long hadn't suffered any substantial injuries, his clothes had been cut to shreds by the sharp wind blades. What was even more difficult for him to accept was that Zhang Hao used only the back of his blade for that slash. It was certainly a great shame for him. Sorry, I won. Zhang Hao looked at the wretched Zhang Long and spoke coldly. At this moment, not to mention Zhang Long, even the few other war general level martial artists were unable to accept it. Zhang Long was the strongest amongst the few of them. How can you lose so easily? I'm not convinced. It was clearly you who intentionally sneaked up on me. Zhang Long simply couldn't accept the fact that he had been defeated by Zhang Hao and jumped straight up with a carp. With that, he let out a furious cry, and his powerful aura directly shattered his top, revealing his robust muscles. Jiang Hao, I'm a battle general level martial artist. There's no way you can beat me. Zhang Long thought that he would undoubtedly lose face if he really lost to Jiang Hao today. Saying anything, he had to defeat Jiang Hao and defend his dignity as a battle general level martial artist. Then, a pair of flaming armors emerged from his fists, and his eyes spewed fire as he charged toward Jiang Hao in fury. Li Jinhao, who was the head of the pavilion, as well as the other instructors of the Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion, did not make a move to stop them. They knew very well what kind of character Zhang Long was. If he couldn't defeat this guy completely and utterly, he would never let up. No? Jiang Hao sneered twice. Then I'll fight until you're convinced. Looking at the rapidly rushing Zhang Long, Jiang Hao not only did not have the slightest fear, but instead directly swung his sword to meet him. Brat! You seek death. Zhang Long gathered his own strength. His right fist ignited with a blazing flame, a fiery avalanche punch, and blasted at Jiang Hao without mercy. Nah! The martial art of fiery avalanche fist was one that Jiang Hao had long since ascended to the top of, and with just one glance, he was able to see Zhang Long's break. Relying on his speed again, Jiang Hao easily dodged Zhang Long's attack and casually slashed at Zhang Long's waist. This cut, again, was with the back of the blade. The power also remained strong, and once again, Zhang Long was hacked out. Jiang Hao, how dare you fucking humiliate me? Zhang Long could accept Jiang Hao cutting himself, but he could not accept Jiang Hao's humiliation with the back of the knife over and over again. This also caused Zhang Long to fall into a complete frenzy. However, no matter how he attacked, it was as if Jiang Hao was able to see through his movements in an instant and easily make a counterattack. The occurrence of this scene caused the instructors of the Extreme Martial Arts School on the side, and even Li Jinhao himself, to be quite shocked. Xiong Yu, have you ever instructed Jiang Hao lie in the avalanche fist? As soon as Li Jinhao finished speaking, Xiong Yu hurriedly shook his head. I didn't at all. Pavilion Master. He's self-taught. Xiong Yu was well aware that Jiang Hao had the privilege of being able to access any martial art within the Extreme Dao Martial Hall, and since none of them had instructed Jiang Hao yet, there was only one possibility. Jiang Hao was self-taught. Although the fiery avalanche fist was a B-grade martial skill, its explosive power was extremely notable, and was even able to rival A-grade martial skills. Zhang Long had always majored in this martial art within the martial arts school, but now, all of his moves were easily seen through by Jiang Hao. This could only mean that Jiang Hao had at least practiced the flaming avalanche fist to its great completion. It had only been a few days, and it was simply mind-boggling that he had taught himself to such an extent. And just as they were shocked, Zhang Long was once again hacked away by Jiang Hao. Again, Jiang Hao still used the back of his blade. I'm not going to fight, you bully. Zhang Long sat on his butt on the ground, aggrieved like a child. You can't fight me squarely. I know I can't beat you, but wouldn't it be a bit too much for you to keep humiliating me? In fact, the second time Jiang Hao was sent flying by the back of his blade, Zhang Long had realized that he couldn't beat Jiang Hao at all, but by that time, he was already overwhelmed with anger. Plus he felt ashamed of losing to Jiang Hao, so he got up again and continued to fight Jiang Hao. But even so, he still had no way to defeat Jiang Hao. Even throughout the entire process, he didn't even reach Jiang Hao for a moment. As for himself, he was sent flying over and over again, which made him completely recognize the reality. Jiang Hao was far more powerful than he had imagined. Big brother Zhang, it's not that I don't want to fight with you squarely, but we're about to participate in the graduation examination. I don't really want to leave you with no way to pass the test because of a momentary impulse. When Jiang Hao said this, Zhang Long froze. Just now, his mind was so filled with thoughts of fighting Jiang Hao that he forgot the most important thing. If he was really injured by Jiang Hao now, it would definitely affect the subsequent examinations. Thinking of this, Zhang Long immediately got up and stood. Jiang Hao, it was me who was reckless earlier. I apologize to you here. You do qualify for an early graduation test. Not only did Zhang Long recognize Jiang Hao, but the rest of the few battle general level trainees did as well. The entire room also, at that moment, resounded with extremely loud applause. Luo Qinghan was the only one who was silent, her eyes staring straight at Jiang Hao. It was as if they were staring at a rare treasure. Obviously, she was also shocked by Jiang Hao's strength. Alright, since there are all no more questions, then I will announce that this year's Extreme Dao Martial School graduation test will now begin. Li Shenhao looked at the 7 trainees in front of him who were participating in the examination. The rules of the examination are the same as in previous years. All 7 of you must enter the depths of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest alone, hunting 2 beast general level demonic beasts alone. The test will take 8 hours. If you don't succeed in hunting within the stipulated time, or if you give up early, you will be considered to have failed the test. regarding the content of the graduation test of the martial arts school. In fact, they all already knew it by heart. A beast general level demonic beast was equivalent to a battle general level martial artist. It was precisely for this reason that it was stipulated that a cadet had to reach the level of war general before he could participate in the graduation examination. However, just as Jiang Hao and the others were about to leave the martial arts school and head to the Grey Mist Mountain Forest, suddenly a large number of law enforcement members rushed inside the Extreme Martial Arts Center. "Nobody move!" A law enforcement member at the head, wearing a blue and gold uniform, shouted out with an indifferent expression. This person was none other than the chief captain of the Tianhe Bay City Law Enforcement Team, Gu Heng. Gu Heng? What do you mean by that? Today is the day of my Extreme Dao Martial School's graduation test. Could it be that you've come here on purpose to smash the scene? Li Jinhao frowned when he saw Gu Heng's appearance. Gu Heng was no ordinary cat or dog. He was likewise a war god-level martial artist. Although he was not as strong as him, the chief captain of the law enforcement team was in a prominent position and should never be taken lightly. Grand Pavilion Master Li, I'm really sorry, but today's graduation test for your Extreme Dao Martial School must be cancelled. Gu Heng wasn't the least bit intimidated by Li Jinhao and casually pulled out an arrest warrant. Then he looked sharply at Jiang Hao. "Kid, you're under arrest. Jiang Hao, you intentionally killed Zhao Wei, Gui Yi, Guo Feng, and the other four, a heinous crime. I advise you to come with me at once, or don't blame me for taking strong measures against you." As soon as Gu Heng's words fell, the many law enforcement members standing beside him were all ready to fight. The location they were in today was the Extreme Dao Martial Hall. Jiang Hao was also Li Jinhao's disciple, and if he wanted to take Jiang Hao away from a place like this, he would have to bring all the elite of the law enforcement team with him. If Zhao Wei hadn't died, then Gu Heng, who was the chief captain, didn't actually want to meddle in this matter. He would more or less give Li Jinhao some face, and might even turn a blind eye. Anyway, Gui Yi, Guo Feng, and that dead law enforcement member were all insignificant minor characters. But Zhao Wei was different. He was the son of the Zhao family and had a prominent position. Jiang Hao killed Zhao Wei. He must not sit back and watch. More importantly, if they could help the Zhao family capture Jiang Hao, he will then be able to use this as an opportunity to pave a wider path for his future. Therefore, today he had to apprehend Jiang Hao no matter what. "Gu Heng, you're accusing my disciple Jiang Hao of murdering Zhao Wei, so please ask what evidence you have. Without solid evidence, how can you arrest people at will?" Li Jinhao shielded Jiang Hao behind him and questioned in a stern voice. All the instructors and trainees of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School present also clenched their fists, ready to start a battle with the law enforcement team. Ha! Faced with Li Jinhao's questioning, Gu Heng was prepared for it as he smiled faintly. "Pavilion Master Li, you are a big shot in our Tianhe Bay City. If I didn't have solid evidence, how would I dare to easily step into the Extreme Dao Martial Hall to arrest someone? Do you think I'm an idiot like Gui Yunhai?" Speaking of this, Gu Heng pulled out an appraisal report from his arms. After careful forensic identification, blood foreign to their own was found on the bodies of Zhao Wei as well as the other three. And this blood comes from none other than Jiang Hao. This is the conclusive evidence of his murder. Gu Heng gazed at Li Jinhao with an icy gaze. "Pavilion Master Li, may I ask, if Jiang Hao didn't kill anyone, then why was his blood found on all of these corpses? Obviously, it was left behind unintentionally when Jiang Hao was fighting them. Pavilion Master Li, if you dare to openly harbor Jiang Hao, that would be contempt for the laws of Yin country." The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Li Jinhao swiftly snatched the appraisal report from Gu Heng's hands and scrutinized its contents again and again. Just as Gu Heng had said, Jiang Hao's blood was indeed detected on those corpses. Jiang Hao, who was standing on the sidelines, had his eyebrows locked and his fists unconsciously clenched. Whether it was in the encounter with Gui Yi and Guo Feng, or later when he faced Zhao Wei, Jiang Hao had never been injured. When he disposed of the body, he also did it cleanly and without leaving a trace. So how could his blood, then, have stayed on the body? This is clearly a setup, but this identification report is not a forgery, which means that someone deliberately took Jiang Hao's blood and smeared it on the corpse. During this time, Jiang Hao had never been injured, and who could get his blood? Hardly. It's him. Jiang Hao suddenly remembered that Lin Zilong had kicked him hard when he was in the Lin family dungeon earlier. At that time, Jiang Hao was simply unable to match Lin Zilong's strength, and was directly kicked away, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. This was the only injury Jiang Hao had received during this period of time, so the only people who could smear blood on a corpse and falsify evidence were those in the Lin family. Although Li Jinhao didn't ask Jiang Hao, he had already understood everything from his eyes. Next moment, a terrifying aura from the 5th stage of the War God class instantly erupted. "Gu Heng, do you think I don't know that this evidence is actually forged? Don't you make me do anything to you." Li Jinhao's powerful breath directly shattered the appraisal report in his hand. Although Gu Hong was also a war god level martial artist, he was currently only a second-order war god. There was simply no way to match the might of a level like Li Jinhao. If he really wanted to make a move, he wouldn't be able to stop Li Jinhao at all. However, since Gu Hong had dared to barge into the Extreme Dao Martial Hall to arrest someone, he had already prepared for everything. He didn't care about Li Jinhao's threat and said in a contemptuous tone, "Pavilion Master Li, the appraisal report can never be fake. You know this as well. All I know is that there was Zhang Hao's blood on the body, so the murderer must be him. I've already given this evidence to the Zhao family. Once the Zhao family comes, even you will definitely not be able to protect him. If you let me take Zhang Hao away now, I'll be able to let him live comfortably for a while at the very least." Li Jinhao had always been protective of his calves, and Zhang Hao was even his disciple, so he couldn't just sit back and watch. However, just as he was about to say something, Zhang Hao stopped him. Then, speaking in a flat tone, he said, "Captain Gu, if I remember correctly, those 4 corpses found in the forest of the Grey Mist Mountain, their flesh and blood have all been gnawed away by the demonic beasts, and only their skeletons remain. How could my blood be on them in this situation? Could it be that demonic beasts will deliberately avoid my blood when they gnaw on corpses?" Zhang Hao smiled faintly. "It's obvious that someone intentionally painted it on. You and I know that." Unbridled. "Zhang Hao, don't talk nonsense here." Gu Hong had actually viewed the body a long time ago and initially did not find Zhang Hao's blood, but for the sake of his future and not offending the Zhao family, he could only choose to turn a blind eye. Zhang Hao knew very well that Gu Hong would never admit this forged evidence. Right now, in order not to involve the Extreme Dao Martial Hall, he decided to follow Gu Hang out first. However, right at this critical moment, Luo Qinghan, who had been silent, suddenly walked up to Gu Hang. "How dare you run to the Extreme Martial Arts Center to arrest people at will with a single piece of forged evidence? Gu Hong, you've got a lot of guts." Luo Qinghan's words shocked everyone present. Who would have thought that a martial arts school student would dare to accuse Gu Hong in public? As the chief captain of the law enforcement team, Gu Hong had a prominent status. This accusation from Luo Qinghan caused him to storm into a rage on the spot. "Where are you, a yellow-haired girl, from? How dare you talk to me like that? Don't you want to live?" Luo Qinghan was fearless and responded coldly, "I think it's because you don't want to live." After saying that, she casually pulled out a delicate jade tablet, on which was clearly engraved the word Luo. In addition, this jade tablet also emitted an extremely special energy fluctuation. When Gu Hong saw this, he was first stunned. Then a look of horror appeared on his face. This is the Luo clan token. Are you from the Luo family?" "The Luo family. Murphy, could it be the Luo family? One of the 4 great families of the Yin country. Luo Qinghan is from the Luo family? Crap. I thought at first that she just happened to have the last name Lo as well. But the question is, how did someone from the Luo family come to such a remote and small base city like ours?" The people present were all jaw-dropped and shocked after learning Luo Qinghan's true identity. Even Li Jinhao himself was not expected. After all, with the Luo family's lofty status, with just a word, they could directly send someone to the headquarters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School to receive personal guidance from the chief pavilion master. And why did Luo Qinghan choose his unassuming branch library? What made him feel the most incredible was that this Luo family's jade tablet was not something that everyone could possess. To be able to hold this kind of jade token meant that she was of the Luo family's direct bloodline. "Gu Hong, I see that you mean that you are planning to kill me?" Luo Qinghan smiled coldly. "Fine, just do it. I'll make sure my father will set you on your ass. A polite reminder that my father's name is Luo Beifeng." Luo Beifeng. Hearing this, Gu Hang's legs went weak with fear and he sat on his butt. The Luo Beifeng in Luo Qinghan's mouth was none other than the current Luo family's family head. As one of the 4 great families of the Yin country, the Luo family was powerful, and they were known in both the black and white worlds. Even a family like the Zhao family couldn't compare to the Luo family. Although Gu Hong was a noble war god level martial artist, he didn't dare to act out in front of the behemoth that was the Luo family. What's more, this woman standing in front of him was also Luo Beifeng's favorite daughter. It was rumored that Luo Beifeng doted on this little daughter. She was undoubtedly the jewel of the Luo family. Offending her was tantamount to offending the entire Luo clan. At this moment, not to mention Gu Hang, all the law enforcement members present were shocked by Luo Qinghan's identity and their faces turned pale. "Misunderstanding? This is a misunderstanding. MS. Luo, let me explain." Although Gu Hong was not sure why the Luo family's eldest miss would be at the Tianhe Bay City's Extreme Dao Martial Arts Center, but the situation at hand, it was clear that the Luo family was trying to protect Zhang Hao. How dare he, a small district captain, stand in the way? However, without waiting for Gu Hong to open his mouth to explain, Luo Qinghan immediately interrupted him. I don't want to listen to any of your explanations. Surely you must know whether this evidence is true or not. Now get out of here right now. Right now. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. As soon as these words came out, Gu Hong and the others didn't dare to stay and immediately fled the extreme Dao Martial Hall with their men in a hurry. Ching Han, so you're from the Luo family, why have you been hiding it from us? Li Jinhao was well aware of the Luo family's lofty position in the Yin country. He never expected Luo Beifeng's daughter to quietly come to his tiny branch library, and the Luo family had never revealed half of it over the years. He just couldn't imagine that this usually quiet and solitary girl had such a prominent status. Pavilion Master. Although I'm a member of the Luo family, I'm likewise a student of the Extreme Dao Martial School. In that case, it is my duty to guard the martial arts center. Speaking here, Luo Qinghan looked at Jiang Hao on the side. You don't need to thank me either. I'm just not used to seeing those people's faces. As the eldest young lady of the Luo family, Luo Qinghan had resisted the life bound by the family's rules since she was young. She longs for freedom and the ability to live her life the way she wants. Thus, she chose to stay away from her family and came to the small remote base city to cultivate. Although Luo Beifeng was reluctant to give up, he eventually respected his daughter's choice and arranged an ordinary identity for her. It allowed Luo Qinghan to feel at ease and study at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School in Tianhe Base City. Originally, Luo Qinghan didn't want to reveal her identity, but she was shocked by Jiang Hao's outstanding strength. She wanted to find a time to spar with Jiang Hao, so how could she let the law enforcement team take Jiang Hao away? And that evidence Gu Hong had brought out was indeed too fake. How could 4 corpses that had been reduced to skeletons have Jiang Hao's blood in them? Such despicable tactics are disgraceful. Jiang Hao, make a clear distinction between grudges, and I will definitely return the favor I owe you. Jiang Hao was really surprised by Luo Qinghan's sudden offer of help, although it wasn't clear why she was doing this. As far as he could see, Luo Qinghan didn't have any malicious intent. Luo Qinghan didn't respond to Jiang Hao and merely smiled slightly. Then he looked at Li Jinhao. Pavilion Master, can the graduation test begin? Sure, of course. I declare this year's graduation examination of the Extreme Martial Arts School officially begins. There will be Instructor Bear to lead you to the depths of the Grey Mist Forest. After Li Jinhao finished speaking, Luo Qinghan took the lead and walked out of the Extreme Martial Arts Center. Immediately after that, Xiongyu and the other instructors took the remaining trainees and hurriedly followed. In the meantime, Gu Hong returned to the headquarters of the Tianhe Bay City law enforcement team with a group of his men in quite a sorry state. Shit, how could that woman be Luo Beifeng's daughter? Now we're in big trouble. The reason why Gu Hong had climbed into the Zhao family was to give himself a better future. And now it had accidentally offended the Luo family. If he had known this, even if he had been given 100 guts, he wouldn't have dared to arrest Jiang Hao today. What's more, the evidence in his hand was indeed forged. Team, Captain, what should we do now that it's come to this? A young enforcer said with a trembling voice. If you ask me, who do I ask? Gu Hong was at a loss for words for a while. Once Luo Qinghan informed Luo Beifeng about this, he would be finished. It was also at this time, Lin Zilong leisurely walked in. Captain Gu, you're back so soon. I'm sure you must have caught Jiang Hao. Now as long as we hand Jiang Hao over to the Zhao family, then Captain Gu will definitely be able to be promoted. With a smile on his face, he congratulated. Congratulations in advance to Captain Gu. In Lin Zilong's opinion, the evidence he had forged was perfect to the core, and no matter how Jiang Hao tried to explain it, there was no point. Plus, with the threat of the Zhao family, this trip had definitely captured Jiang Hao. But just when he was complacent and thought he could eradicate Jiang Hao, however, he suddenly saw Gu Hang's eyes that were filled with killing intent. Gu, Captain Gu? Before Lin Zilong could react, Gu Hong rushed to him in a flash. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slapped it. The force was so strong that it directly threw Lin Zilong out and landed heavily on the ground. Lin Zilong covered his red and swollen cheeks and looked at Gu Hong in horror. Captain Gu, why are you doing this? You have the fucking nerve to ask me. Who gave you the authority to dare to falsify evidence and accuse others at will? If it wasn't because of you, how could I have offended the Luo family's eldest miss? Gu Hong gritted his teeth and said, Someone, arrest this stupid bastard. Captain Gu, what exactly happened? Why are you doing this to me? Haven't we all agreed to apprehend Zhang Yin? And it was you who gave me permission to falsify the evidence. 2. Lin Zilong had never expected such a huge shift in Gu Heng's attitude. Obviously, when he had applied the blood to the corpse earlier, although Gu Hong had not said anything, he had tacitly approved of his actions. But today, Gu Heng's flip-flopping at the drop of a hat made him feel puzzled. And what did Gu Hong mean by the Luo family's eldest lady just now? When did Jiang Hao get involved with the Luo family? Lin Zilong, when did I ever give you permission to falsify evidence? All that matters is your own audacity. Gu Hong didn't want to say anything more to Lin Zilong at all, and then looked to his men at the side. What are you waiting for? Why don't you drag this fool down with you? Yes, sir. The law enforcement officers present did not hesitate and immediately arrested Lin Zilong. Completely ignoring Lin Zilong's cries, he forcibly pressed him into the prison. Along the way, many people identified Lin Zilong as the culprit and punched and kicked him. By the time Lin Zilong was thrown into the prison, he had already been beaten up. Gu Hong knew very well that he had offended the Luo family. If you want to save yourself nowadays, then you have to leave everything out of the equation. Anyway, the forging of evidence was done by Lin Zilong alone, and he had never made his attitude clear. Just the thing to use Lin Zilong as a scapegoat. Although this would offend Lin Jinbei, compared to the Luo family, Lin Jinbei was simply not enough to worry about. In the meantime, at the entrance to the depths of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest, Luo Qinghan, Jiang Hao, Zhang Long, and other trainees gathered here. Xiang Yu, who was in charge of invigilating the exam, had already greeted the officer guarding the entrance in advance. Today, the deep zone of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest would not be entered by anyone other than the students of the Extreme Dao Martial School. Thus, Xiang Yu looked at the 7 candidates present. The specific rules of the examination have already been stated by the pavilion master, so I won't emphasize them here. But there is one thing I must remind you of. There is a mountain stream in the deepest part of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest that is absolutely forbidden. All candidates are not allowed to enter the mountain stream at will, or else they will suffer the consequences. In addition, after you kill 2 beast general level demonic beasts, you must come out with the demonic beast corpses. This is related to your examination results. Did you hear everything? At those words, the 7 people present all nodded slightly. Good. Then the test begins now. With Xiong Yu's command, all the trainees, one after another, entered the depths of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest. Jiang Hao was no exception, and after entering the depths of the Grey Misty Mountain Forest, he immediately took out his blast windbreaker blade. The graduation test of the Extreme Dao Martial Hall didn't seem to have any difficulty. It only required killing 2 beast general level demonic beasts alone, but in reality, it is extremely dangerous. The depths of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest. Unlike the outskirts, a demonic beast that casually appeared here was at least a beast soldier of the 8th rank or above. The number of demonic beasts that had reached the beast general level was even more numerous. It also meant that they would most likely suffer from a large number of demonic beasts. Even several beast general level demonic beasts jointly surrounded them. Even though Jiang Hao had already killed numerous demonic beasts in the periphery, he still didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless in this deep zone. Soon, Jiang Hao then smelled danger. Next moment, several powerful and extreme wind blades cut through the air and attacked swiftly. Jiang Hao reacted quickly and skillfully dodged by virtue of his swift thunder steps, while swinging a knife violently to the side of the grass. In a flash, the wind roared, the green-colored blade aura flickered. An ape covered in green hair was instantly cut at the waist and fell into a pool of blood. Jiang Hao walked forward and took a closer look, realizing that it was nothing more than a beast soldier 8th order wind ape. This kind of demonic beast was quite cunning, relying on its speed, and especially liked to sneak up on humans. It's just a shame. The Jiang Hao had encountered was killed in seconds with a single slash. Although it's not a beast general level demonic beast, this guy's beast core is still quite valuable. Jiang Hao skillfully dug out the beast core inside the wind ape. Although he was eager to take this opportunity to hunt and kill a large number of demonic beasts here and obtain a large number of beast cores. However, Jiang Hao was more interested in passing this graduation test with the first place, to pave the way for joining the top mercenary corps later on. Anyway, there was plenty of time to hunt demonic beasts in the future. However, just as Jiang Hao put away the beast core and prepared to leave, the ground suddenly shook violently. A wind ape with red eyes and an even larger body size madly rushed toward Jiang Hao's direction. This wind ape was different in that it possessed 4 thick arms. Not good. It's a 4-armed wind ape. Jiang Hao's heart tightened. This aura. I'm afraid it's already reached the 2nd stage of the beast general rank. The 4-armed wind ape was furious as he witnessed the tragic death of his child. It let out a deafening roar and launched a fierce attack on Jiang Hao without hesitation. This is the first time I've fought a beast general level demonic beast. Jiang Hao gripped the blast wind breaking blade tightly. A hint of excitement and anticipation flashed in his eyes. Let me see just how strong you are. After saying that, he rushed towards the 4-armed wind ape without fear and started a fierce battle with it. During this process, the few remaining trainees participating in the graduation examination had also encountered powerful beast general level demonic beasts. All previous graduation tests for martial artists have actually had some casualties. Xiang Yu, who was the invigilator, as well as the other instructors, would not choose to intervene, even when they saw martial artists being killed by demonic beasts. In their opinion, if they couldn't even pass this hurdle, they were also destined to be cannon fodder. And just as the Extreme Martial Arts School held its graduation examination, the news that Lin Zilong had been captured by the law enforcement team reached Lin Jinbei's ears. What did you say? Zarin was arrested by the law enforcement team? Lin Jinbei's face turned pale when he learned of this news. The day of the Fenglai Martial School's graduation test was also approaching, and he was still in the process of creating a special training program for Lin Zilong, allowing Lin Zilong to participate in the graduation examination in advance. If he was able to pass it, he would also surely attract the attention of the headquarters, thus allowing Lin Zilong to smoothly enter the headquarters and become a disciple of the chief pavilion master. But who would have thought that Lin Zilong would suddenly be arrested? Pavilion master. Chief of the law enforcement team Gu Hong said that the young master forged evidence. He only arrested the young master in accordance with the laws of the Yin Kingdom. Before he could finish, Lin Jinbei became furious and smashed the table in front of him with a slap. How dare you? How dare he, a mere district captain, arrest my son? Without any hesitation, Lin Jinbei directly rushed out of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall and rushed towards the law enforcement team's headquarters. He would never allow anyone to hurt his son. Gu Hong. A roar exploded like thunder. What the fuck do you mean? Lin Jinbei angrily barged into the law enforcement team's headquarters and kicked the door to Gu Hong's office open. In his opinion, although Gu Hong was the chief captain of the Tianhe-based city's law enforcement team, he was only at the second stage of the war god. Lin Jinbei was a war god fifth stage powerhouse. He didn't think Gu Hong could stop himself. Pavilion Master Lin. Gu Hong looked calm, turning a blind eye to Lin Jinbei's threats. You should know in your heart why I arrested your son. He forged evidence and deliberately framed Jiang Hao. I'm just enforcing the law impartially. Let go of your bullshit. Lin Jinbei's eyes erupted with fire as he grabbed Gu Hong's collar. Gu Hong, don't think I don't know anything. My son did falsify evidence, but how could he have done it without your authorization? If you release my son immediately, don't blame me for making a scene in the law enforcement team. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hong sniffed and burst out laughing as he violently pushed Lin Jinbei away with force. Lin Jinbei, in fact, I really don't understand what you really think. Isn't Jiang Hao also your son? Why did you willingly let Lin Zilong set him up? Gu Hong's sudden question caused Lin Jinbei to visibly freeze for a moment. Then he shouted angrily, don't you ever mention Jiang Hao, this rebellious son, in front of me, even though Zilong is forging evidence. The murderer is clearly Jiang Hao. For the sake of my Lin family's future, I'm willing to be righteous. Great justice? The corner of Gu Hong's mouth hooked up in a touch of mockery. Do you believe this yourself? You're just afraid of the Zhao family and afraid of drawing fire. So you pushed Jiang Hao out. What's more, there's no evidence to prove that Jiang Hao is the murderer. He turned his words around, his eyes as cold as ice. Lin Jinbei, let me tell you the truth. Lin Zilong must be punished this time, because he offended the Luo family, the Luo clan, one of the four great families of the Yin country. I don't think I need to introduce you again. Lin Jinbei had wanted to make a move against Gu Hong, but he abruptly froze when he heard these words. You, what did you say? His voice trembled. The Luo family? How could my son offend the Luo family for no reason? He was well aware of the Luo family's power, and compared to it, the Zhao family was nothing at all. If what Gu Hong said was true, then everything would be over. Ha! Looking at Lin Jinbei's panicked expression, Gu Hong smiled coldly. Lin Jinbei, the Luo family's eldest Miss Luo Qinghan is in the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall branch. Lin Zilong forged evidence to frame Jiang Hao, upsetting this young lady. That's Luo Beifeng's pearl in the palm of his hand. Offending her is equivalent to offending the entire Luo family. There's nothing I can do. When these words came out, Lin Jinbei stood still as if he had been struck by lightning. As one of the four great families of the Yin Kingdom, the Luo family was not something that a small family like his could offend. How could he not have thought that the grand lady of the Luo family would actually be in the branch of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School? Now that Lin Zilong had offended the Luo family, it left Lin Jinbei at a loss. After a moment of silence, a flash of gloom flashed across his eyes. Gu Hong, don't think I don't know anything. It's obvious that you're the one who wants to clear the air and put all the blame on my son's head. If my son dies, I will make you pay for it. Gu Hong didn't care about Lin Jinbei's threats. Lin Jinbei, it's useless for you to say these words. You should have to beg your son Jiang Hao. The Luo family's eldest miss came forward to stand up for him. This is obviously an unusual relationship with Jiang Hao. If you want Lin Zilong to be safe and sound, you must first calm Luo Qinghan's anger. Gu Hong's words instantly woke up Lin Jinbei. That's right. The only way to save Zilong is to beg Jiang Hao. Without any hesitation, Lin Jinbei immediately left the law enforcement team's headquarters. From the mouths of his men, he learned that Jiang Hao was participating in the graduation examination at the Grey Mist Mountain Forest. Though he was deeply shocked when he first heard about it, he had no time to think about it at the moment. Even if he had to use strong-arm tactics, he had to make Jiang Hao plead with Luo Qinghan. Otherwise, Lin Zilong is finished. Thus, Lin Jinbei hurriedly traveled to the depths of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest. The moment he arrived at the entrance to the depths of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest, he was immediately stopped by Xiong Yu and the other people from the Extreme Dao Martial Hall. Lin Jinbei, what are you doing? Today is the day of my Extreme Dao Martial School's graduation test, and no one is allowed to enter the depths of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest. Xiong Yu loathed Lin Jinbei's character to the extreme, and at this moment, he would never let him affect the Extreme Dao Martial Hall's examination. Fuck off. I'm going in to find Jiang Hao. If you dare to stop, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lin Jinbei was not the least bit afraid of the threat from Xiong Yu and the others, preparing to force his way into the depths of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest. Now that his mind was filled with saving Lin Zilong, he couldn't care too much anymore. What's more, Li Jinhao wasn't currently here, and no one could stop him. Lin Jinbei, you're so hateful. Xiong Yu was well aware of how strong Lin Jinbei was, and all of them together would not be able to stop him. Xiong Yu then ordered his men to go and inform Li Jinhao at the first opportunity. Instead, he delayed Lin Jinbei as long as possible, but just as Lin Jinbei was about to make his move, Jiang Hao, however, leisurely walked out from the depths of the Grey Misty Mountain Forest. At the sight of Lin Jinbei's appearance, Jiang Hao didn't feel any surprise. At this moment, he could tell from Lin Jinbei's anxious eyes that the one who forged the evidence should be Lin Zilong. Jiang Hao. Lin Jinbei immediately rushed over when he saw Jiang Hao. Zilong is your own brother after all. How can you stand by and watch him die? However, I know you hold a grudge against me, but you shouldn't take it out on Zilong. As long as you can get Luo Qinghan to stop pursuing the matter of forging evidence, I can apologize to you and grant you permission to rejoin the Lin family. Let's live together as a family in the future. At the same time, I will hold a grand banquet so that you can recognize your ancestor in the presence of all. What you've been missing all these years. I'll make it up to you slowly. In fact, Lin Jinbei is still dissatisfied with Jiang Hao in his heart, but in order to save Lin Zilong, he has to put down his position and plead with Jiang Hao. Ha! Jiang Hao smiled disdainfully at his words. Why should I save Lin Zilong? He was the one who forged the evidence and offended Luo Qinghan, so it's none of my business? Besides, when you had Lin Zilong falsify evidence and put me to death, did you ever think that I was your son too? And they're talking about granting me permission to return to the Lin family, making it sound like I'm so rare. Lin Jinbei, get the hell out of here as far as you can and don't bother me here. Jiang Hao, I'm your father after all, don't you even have the least respect? Originally, begging Jiang Hao here in a low voice had already made Lin Jinbei feel disgraced, but in order to save Zarin, he could only choose to endure it now. However, even if Jiang Hao didn't agree with him, he actually fell on his sword and even called him by his first name. Lin Jinbei could no longer stand it and exuded a look of incomparable anger. Funny, why should I respect you? Ask yourself, are you worthy to call me father? And wasn't it you who publicly stated that you had severed all ties with me? The corner of Jiang Hao's mouth hooked into a contemptuous smile. Lin Jinbei, I advise you to hurry back and see Lin Zilong one last time. He has offended the Luo family. I'm afraid his days are numbered. Although Jiang Hao didn't know much about the specific incident, he could sense from Lin Jinbei's anxious expression that Lin Zilong's life was already hanging in the balance. It was most likely because Gu Hang, the leader of the law enforcement team, had blamed Lin Zilong for everything in order to protect himself. In Tianhe Base City, the Lin family has a prominent position, and Lin Zilong's falsification of evidence should have been a trivial matter, and he could even turn a blind eye to it. But Luo Qinghan's appearance made things serious. In this situation, Gu Hang would inevitably punish Lin Zilong severely. Jiang Hao. Lin Jinbei violently grabbed Jiang Hao's collar, and his war god level aura was suddenly released. Jiang Hao, don't think I don't know anything. Zhao Wei's death must have something to do with you. As long as you're willing to save Zilong, I'll also help you out and help you get rid of the Zhao family's pursuit. If anything happens to Zilong, don't blame me for disregarding my father-son relationship and laying my hands on you. Faced with Lin Jinbei's threat, Jiang Hao was undaunted and laughed coldly. From what you're saying, are you planning to kill me yourself? Come on, do it. Let everyone see how you, a war god level powerhouse, bully the weak. As soon as these words came out, both the members of the Extreme Dao Martial Hall and the corps of martial artists guarding the depths of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest turned their gazes towards Lin Jinbei. From their eyes, one could clearly see the contempt for Lin Jinbei. When Jiang Hao was in danger, Lin Jinbei disregarded his family and fell on his sword. Now that his youngest son has made a mistake and is facing a life and death situation, he shamelessly comes to beg Jiang Hao. After being rejected by Jiang Hao, he even went so far as to use force. Such a father is simply ludicrous. The crowd's contemptuous gaze was unacceptable to Lin Jinbei, and he couldn't continue to stay here. Since Jiang Hao didn't agree, he would take Jiang Hao by force. As long as he brought Jiang Hao back to the Lin family, then he would have countless ways to force Jiang Hao. But just at this critical moment, a long blade burning with flames cut through the sky and rushed towards Lin Jinbei with lightning speed. What? Seeing this, Lin Jinbei's brows furrowed as he immediately stepped out to block the blade. Although he managed to block it, the blade was so powerful that Lin Jinbei was still shaken back several meters. Immediately after, Li Jinhao descended from the sky and slowly landed beside Jiang Hao. At this moment, he was clad in crimson battle armor, holding a long flaming sword in his hand, and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked towards Lin Jinbei. Son of a bitch, you repeatedly sent people to my extreme Dao martial hall to cause trouble. Now it's even causing a scene in the examination hall during my graduation examination at the extreme Dao martial school. Lin Jinbei, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Li Jinhao reached out to protect Jiang Hao behind him as he spoke. He would never allow anyone to harm Jiang Hao. Li Jinhao, I knew you would show up. Lin Jinbei looked at Li Jinhao angrily. It's true that I was a bit impulsive in today's matter, but Jiang Hao must come with me. I am his father, and between me and him it is a family matter. You have no right to interfere. Bullshit, Li Jinhao shouted angrily. What kind of father are you? I even wondered if Jiang Hao was your biological child or not. How could he have a despicable father like you? Lin Zilong falsified evidence and was arrested and jailed. That's what he deserves. Who are you to ask Jiang Hao to save him? Li Jinhao got angrier and angrier as he shouted. Why didn't you come to save Jiang Hao when he was in danger before? I'm warning you, now that Jiang Hao is my disciple, no one can take him away. As soon as the words fell, Xiongnu and a large number of instructors from the Extreme Dao Martial School quickly surrounded Lin Jinbei. As for the people from the Martial Artist Corps, their duty was only to guard the depths of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest to ensure that no demonic beasts would enter Tianhe Bay City. As for what is happening now, it has nothing to do with them. Plus, they were extremely contemptuous of what Lin Jinbei had done. There simply wouldn't be anyone at the moment who would step in to help Lin Jinbei. Damn it! Looking at so many people in front of him, even though Lin Jinbei was angry in his heart, he could only hold his breath. He and Li Jinhao's strengths were not far apart, and naturally, fighting him alone would not be a problem. But if so many people were to go together, Lin Jinbei would never stand a chance of winning. Moreover, today was indeed the day of the graduation examination of the Extreme Dao Martial School, and it would have been wrong for him to make a scene at the examination center. In this case, he could only be forced to give up. Before leaving, he glared viciously at Jiang Hao. You genocidal brute. I really regret having given birth to you in the first place. If anything happens to Zarin, I will never let you go. Humph. As soon as the words fell, Lin Jinbei turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Jiang Hao, you don't need to care about his threats. Go ahead and take the test. No one will be able to hurt you with me around. Li Jinhao thought that Jiang Hao had been forced out by Lin Jinbei, so he immediately asked him to continue the examination. However, he didn't expect that at this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly took out two bloody corpses. They were four-armed black apes of the second rank of the Beast General class, as well as another demonic beast with the third rank of Beast General. Master, I've actually completed the test. When Jiang Hao said this, not only did Li Jinhao feel shocked, but Xiongnu and the others on the side were even more wide-eyed. How long has this been going on? And he's killed two Beast General level demonic beasts? This is too soon. Just now, Jiang Hao took the initiative to come out from the deep zone, and I thought it was because he sensed Lin Jinbei's aura and was forced to interrupt the examination. Now it seems that it's not like that at all. It's Jiang Hao who has already completed the test ahead of time. Even the people from the martial arts corps in front of them were overwhelmed with shock. Over the years, they had seen quite a few martial arts school students participate in graduation examinations, but it was indeed the first time they had seen one with such a fast speed. Ha 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 ha, Li Jinhao burst out laughing after reacting. Jiang Hao, you really didn't let me down. Congratulations on being the first student to graduate from this year's Extreme Dao Martial School. Li Jinhao could see that the two demonic beast corpses that Jiang Hao had taken out had both just died not long ago, and all of them had wounds on their bodies that were clearly left behind by the blast wind-breaking blade. There was no doubt that both of these demonic beasts were killed by Jiang Hao. From this moment on, you are a martial artist in the true sense of the word. Li Jinhao's eyes were filled with praise and appreciation for Jiang Hao. He really couldn't figure out why Lin Jinbei had given up when Jiang Hao was so good. Simply blind. Master, since I have passed the examination, it should be fine to continue hunting demonic beasts in depth, right? Jiang Hao's eyes flashed with a desire for battle. Actual combat with demonic beasts will help me grow faster. He was very curious about the mountain stream deep in the Grey Mist Mountain Forest, although Jiang Hao knew that the mountain stream was a forbidden place and extremely dangerous. Over the years, people have died miserably around the mountain streams from time to time. Even the demonic beasts didn't quite dare to approach this place. But in his opinion, the more eccentric and dangerous a place was, the more often it was also full of opportunities. If he really encountered any danger, he would be able to utilize the ability of the spiritual nemesis and escape with little problem. Okay, then take care of yourself. Li Zhenhao didn't think anything more and agreed to Jiang Hao's request. In his opinion, Jiang Hao's ability to stand out among his peers was probably due to his frequent encounters with demonic beasts. Therefore, there was no reason for him to stop it. Jiang Hao's ability to easily kill beast-level demonic beasts was sufficient proof that he was capable of dealing with the demonic beasts in this place. After receiving Li Zhenhao's permission, Jiang Hao resolutely turned around and once again stepped into the depths of the Grey Mist Mountain Forest. Subsequently, Li Zhenhao turned to Xiongyu and commanded with a gloomy expression, "That guy Lin Zhenbei might come back to commit another offense. I'm going to personally gate-check the graduation examination this time. You go back now and report the happy news of Jiang Hao passing the examination to the guild hall. I'm going to let the entire South China region know how much of a genius Jiang Hao is." When Xiongyu heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a deep smile. "Pavilion Master, please don't worry. I'll go and do it right now." Afterward, he quickly turned around and hurried back to the Extreme Dao Martial Hall. Another aside. After Lin Zhenbei was forced to leave, his expression was incomparably angry as he returned to the middle of the Lin family. "Rebel son! Jiang Hao the rebellious son! I'll never let him go." Lin Zhenbei's angry voice echoed in any corner of the Lin family. It was also at this time Chen Meiqi walked out from the side, her eyes red, obviously having cried profusely. "Godfather, I just went to the law enforcement team to visit Zilong, but Gu Hong wouldn't let me in at all." She choked back a sob. When has Zilong ever suffered like this? Those people in the law enforcement team are looking at people for what they want. They will definitely torture Zilong severely. "Godfather, please, you must save Zarin." Tears came to Chen Meiqi's eyes once again. If she had known this day would come, she should have stopped Lin Zilong from forging evidence in the first place. That way, Lin Zilong would at least be spared this jail sentence. Outrageous! Lin Zhenbei was already angry over Lin Zilong's matter. Now that she had learned from Maggie Chen that Gu Hong had actually disallowed anyone to visit Lin Zilong, it was even more fuel to the fire. The thought of his precious son suffering in prison was too much for him. Suddenly, Lin Zhenbei glanced meaningfully at the crying Chen Meiqi as if he had thought of something. He recalled that back then, one of the 4 top families in Yen country, the second youngest master of the Sun clan, Sun Mingyu, had visited Tianhe base city. At that time, Sun Mingyu took a liking to Chen Meiqi and wanted to take him back to the Sun clan. But Sun Mingyu is a notorious playboy, and he is even more horny. I don't know how many women have been played to death by him over the years. Maggie Chen was the daughter of Lin Zhenbei's best friend. How could he let her fall into the hands of Sun Mingyu? The devil! So he firmly rejected Sun Myungwoo and angered him for it. Originally, with Lin Zhenbei's strength and contribution, he should have been promoted to a key position in the headquarters long ago. However, until today he is still in the position of the head of the branch library, unable to be promoted, all because of the offense of Sun Mingyu, and now that he wanted to save Lin Zilong, Sun Mingyu became his last hope. For this reason, he decides to dedicate Maggie Chen to Sun Mingyu. "Maggie, I've treated you like my own all these years, and I've never treated you poorly. I also know that you've actually always liked Zarin. But now, because of this beast Jiang Hao, Zilong's life is about to be in danger. In this situation, would you be willing to save Zarin and do your godfather a favor?" Lin Zhenbei walked over to Chen Meiqi and reached out to help her up. "Godfather, just tell me what you need me to do. I'm willing to do anything as long as I can save Zarin." Chen Meiqi thought that Lin Zhenbei had thought of something and needed her to cooperate. So without hesitation, he opened his mouth to say yes. "With your words, Godfather is relieved." Lin Zhenbei smiled rather satisfactorily and then spoke. "You should still remember this person. Sun Mingyu. Godfather intends for you to marry Sun Mingyu. In this way, our Lin family is also considered to have climbed up to the Sun family. Zarin is naturally saved." "What?" Hearing Lin Zhenbei's words, Chen Meiqi was dumbfounded on the spot. In her mind, she immediately recalled the demonic Sun Mingyu from before. She still remembered that at that time, there was a beautiful-looking female student in the Wind and Thunder martial arts school who was insulted by Sun Mingyu that night just because he had taken a fancy to her. Even because Sun Mingyu's methods were too rough, he accidentally played this female trainee to death. Now that Lin Zhenbei wanted her to marry Sun Mingyu, it was obvious that he wanted her to die. "No, I don't want. I'm not marrying Sun Myungwoo." Chen Meiqi's heart was in a million pieces of panic, and she turned around with the intention of escaping. "Nah." Lin Zhenbei didn't even give her the chance and casually knocked her out with a slap. "Maggie, you can't blame me either. It's the only chance to save Zarin, and you've already agreed to it." Looking at Chen Meiqi, who had fainted on the ground, Lin Jinbei's eyes became extremely cold. He knew very well that with Chen Meiqi's status and position, how could she be worthy of Sun Mingyu, much less marry him? Sun Mingyu was only looking at Chen Meiqi because of her beauty. Giving Maggie Chen to Sun Mingyu meant that there was a high probability that she would be tortured to death by Sun Mingyu, but in order to save his precious son, Lin Jinbei could only choose to do so. Anyway, over the years, he had taken care of Maggie Chen in every possible way, and had been kind to his dead best friend. Afterwards, Lin Jinbei ordered his subordinates to carry Chen Meiqi to the car and immediately headed to the South China main city. In the meantime, deep in the grey mist mountain forest, Jiang Hao chopped down demonic beasts along the way to the vicinity of a mountain stream. Introducing to the eye was a small stream of incomparable clarity, a far cry from the extremely dangerous Forbidden Land. But what shocked him even more was that Luo Qinghan was actually sitting alone by the stream, her face pale and looking like she was seriously injured. Jiang Hao walked to Luo Qinghan's side without hesitation. After ensuring that there were no demonic beasts around, he asked in a deep voice, "This is a forbidden place. How did you come here? And by the looks of you, you seem to be quite badly injured." His gaze sharply sized up Luo Qinghan, noting that her face was as pale as paper and a deep scratch was clearly visible on her left arm. Although the wounds had stopped bleeding, the shocking scars were all enough to prove that Luo Qinghan had been in a fierce fight with a certain powerful demonic beast. "If you know that this is a forbidden place, why do you also dare to come over? Aren't you afraid to die?" Luo Qinghan was surprised to see Jiang Hao's appearance. She really hadn't expected that Jiang Hao, a martial artist who hadn't yet reached the level of battle general, would dare to come here alone. The more dangerous a place is, the more often it also hides great opportunities, Jiang Hao said here, pointing to the wound on Luo Qinghan's left arm. "Your strength isn't weak. An ordinary beast general level demonic beast shouldn't be able to injure you like this. Could it be that there are extremely powerful demonic beasts here?" When Luo Qinghan heard this, she didn't answer immediately, but instead carefully sized up Jiang Hao. She was surprised to find that Jiang Hao didn't have the slightest sign of injury on his body. Even though Jiang Hao had defeated Zhang Long before, Zhang Long was after all only a first-ranked war general, and that duel wasn't a life-and-death struggle. But the place they were in now was the depths of the grey mist mountain forest, and every demonic beast here could be at the level of a beast general. Even the zones close to the mountain streams, the strength of the demonic beasts would be even stronger. The fact that Jiang Hao was able to make it all the way here without a scratch made Luo Qinghan feel quite shocked. At the same time, she realized that Jiang Hao's strength might be far beyond her imagination. After a brief moment of thought, Luo Qinghan slowly spoke. "Jiang Hao, how about we make a deal?" Jiang Hao frowned. "What do you mean by that? If you wanted me to help, you could have just said so." Previously, when he was at the Extreme Dao Martial Hall, Luo Qinghan had helped him out. It also led to the arrest and imprisonment of Lin Zilong, a stupid bastard. Jiang Hao didn't like to owe others favors. If Luo Qinghan had a request for him, then he would definitely go all out to help. "Do you know why this mountain stream is called forbidden? It's not that there are many powerful demonic beasts living here, but there is an extremely special demonic beast in this place. This demonic beast's level isn't very high, but its abilities are extremely terrifying." Luo Qinghan pointed to the front of the stream. "Now the demonic beast is in the cave at the end of the stream. You and I will join forces to finish off that demonic beast, and after that, you and I will split what's inside the cave equally. What do you think?" Jiang Hao frowned slightly when he heard this. "You're the grand lady of the hallowed Luo family. If you want something, you can get it immediately with a single word, right? Why do you even have to do it yourself?" Luo Qinghan eagerly interrupted him. "You don't know. What's in that cave can't be measured by money." Although her words were simple, they made Jiang Hao immediately realize that there must be amazing opportunities here. What could make the Luo family's eldest miss so moved was by no means unusual, even going so far as to risk her life to get it. With such a rare treasure, Jiang Hao wanted to see what it would be. "There's naturally no problem joining forces with you, but you first need to tell me what exactly that demonic beast is. I have to get ahead of myself, too." Luo Qinghan didn't hide anything and spoke directly. "That demonic beast is none other than the nightmare beast." When these words came out, Jiang Hao immediately stared with wide eyes. "What? Dream? Nightmare beast? This hellhole can even have nightmare beasts?" Jiang Hao was simply incredulous. The nightmare beast in his mouth was a special demonic beast that resembled a horse in appearance, with its entire body covered in black scales and its limbs burning with ghostly blue flames. Although the nightmare beast's combat ability wasn't strong, it was extremely good at mental manipulation. He was able to spit out hallucinogenic mist, causing martial artists or demonic beasts to fall into an illusion without realizing it. Once you're deep into the illusion and can't pull yourself out, you're not far from death. In addition, the nightmare beast is also able to infiltrate into the dreams of others and manipulate them through their dreams. It was only then that Jiang Hao reacted to why this place was called a forbidden land. Even powerful demonic beasts didn't dare to step in at will. It turned out that everything was because there was a nightmare beast in this place. Such a rare and uncommon demonic beast that was covered in treasures was able to hide here without being discovered. It was enough to prove how cunning this nightmare beast was. It is rumored that every so often, the nightmare beast will shed some of the black scales on its body. This black scale is called the dream scale, and this dream scale is also the key material for the legendary illusory demon battlesuit. Even as long as one carries a dream scale with them, they are able to keep their mind clear at all times and mitigate mental type attacks. That's what you want, I think. I have to say, this dream scale is indeed priced to sell and extremely rare. After learning of the existence of the nightmare beast, Jiang Hao's expression became incomparably excited. Sure enough, this was the right trip for him. If he could get some dream scales, then at least at this stage, he wouldn't be short of money at all anymore. A complete dream scale was worth at least $1 million. Don't be too happy. The nightmare beast isn't strong in battle, but its abilities are too tricky. Even if I had already taken a medicinal liquid capable of resisting spiritual impacts in advance just now, it still wouldn't be able to do much. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't be injured. It was purely by chance that Luo Qinghan was able to discover the nightmare beast. She knew very well that where there was a nightmare beast, there was bound to be a large number of dream scales that it had shed. Thus, Luo Qinghan didn't hesitate to start a fierce battle with the nightmare beast, but the result was that he was still caught in the nightmare beast's illusion and almost died. Looking at the shocking wound on her left arm, Luo Qinghan couldn't help but feel fearful. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with the nightmare beast. Jiang Hao smiled rather confidently, then took large steps in the direction of the end of the stream. Looking at Jiang Hao's confident appearance, Luo Qinghan couldn't help but frown. She didn't have time to ask more questions, and after swallowing a few healing pills, she hurriedly followed Jiang Hao's footsteps. Soon, the two came to the end of the stream, and a dark cave appeared in front of them. The thick fog around them made the cave look even more eerie. That nightmare beast is inside the cave. This guy is extremely cunning. We have to be careful. As Luo Qinghan said that, she took out a small blue potion from her storage ring and handed it to Jiang Hao beside her. This is a spirit potion, you drink it first. Although it can't completely immunize the nightmare beast's mental attacks, it can at least mitigate some of them. Not so much as to put you in an immediate illusion. Seeing this, Jiang Hao shook his head slightly and didn't take the spirit potion. Sorry, I don't really need this. You might as well keep it for yourself. Jiang Hao was well aware of how terrifying the nightmare beast's abilities were, but at the moment, he wasn't blindly confident. As a spiritual numinous master, his spiritual power was originally far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. The nightmare beast's mental shock would be almost useless to a psychic numinous master like Jiang Hao. Nonsense! If you don't drink the spirit potion, you'll instantly fall into an illusion as soon as you step into the cave. Seeing that Jiang Hao had rejected his spirit potion, it filled Luo Qinghan with doubt and confusion. Jiang Hao smiled bashfully. Do I look like someone who's going to seek death to you? Don't worry, I have my own way of dealing with it. When the time comes, you just need to assist me from the sidelines. Luo Qinghan was just about to open her mouth to say something, but she saw that Jiang Hao had already resolutely stepped into the cave. Her heart tightened. Worrying about Jiang Hao's safety, she hurriedly drank the spirit potion and followed closely behind. The cave was incredibly dim, and the view was obscured by a thick fog, as if it was in a mysterious and unpredictable world. In this environment, they cannot afford to slack off. Jiang Hao casually took out his blast wind-breaking blade and looked around with a wary expression. As for Luo Qinghan, she also quickly drew a light blue longsword, which looked unusual but hid an amazing power. There was a small energy core embedded at the bottom of the hilt, and when Luo Qinghan activated it, the sword instantly emitted a brilliant blue light. In this state, the tip of the sword could instantly shoot out a cold blue ray. This ray of light would quickly lower the temperature of the target upon contact, and could even freeze it instantly. This was none other than the S-ranked weapon, the Frost Sword. It is also a high-tech weapon developed in recent years. It combines the essence of technology and martial arts, and is incredibly lethal and intimidating. Since this is a new development in recent years, its high manufacturing cost makes it difficult to fully popularize. In this day and age, the price of even ordinary high-tech weapons or defenses remains high. Not to mention that this Frost Sword, which had reached S rank in strength, was definitely worth its weight in gold. But, at the moment, Jiang Hao's gaze didn't rest on the Frost Sword, but rather locked onto a demonic beast in front of him. The demonic beast's eyes emitted an eerie blue light, and at first glance it looked like a black horse, but the special black scales that covered its body, as well as the ghostly blue flames that burned in its limbs, none of them revealed its true identity, a nightmare beast. Jiang Hao noticed that the nightmare beast's abdomen was left with several obvious sword wounds. There was no doubt that this should have been left over from the previous fierce battle with Luo Qinghan. This makes the nightmare beasts hostile to humans. When it spotted the two uninvited guests, Jiang Hao and Luo Qinghan, it immediately let out a deafening roar, and quickly spewed out a large amount of mist from his mouth, completely enveloping the two. Jiang Hao, you must take this spirit potion. Luo Qinghan spoke worriedly. This mist will cause people to fall into an illusion and lose all their fighting strength. This nightmare beast in front of us only has the strength of the third rank of the beast general class, so as long as we don't get confused by its mists, we have every chance to kill it. However, as soon as Luo Qinghan's words fell, Jiang Hao directly ignored the surrounding mists and waved his greatsword, charging straight at the nightmare beast. It was as if the mist around here didn't have any effect on him. What? He was actually able to ignore the nightmare beast's mist? Luo Qinghan's eyes widened in disbelief. Normally, without the aid of a spirit potion or special protective equipment, an ordinary martial artist would never be able to resist the nightmare beast's mind control. And now that Jiang Hao was able to remain unaffected by it, it could only mean one thing. Jiang Hao was not an ordinary martial artist. He was a spiritual numinous master. He's hiding really deep. Luo Qinghan sighed in her heart. Doubts rose in her mind. If he really is a spiritual numinous master, then why did Lin Jinbei give up on him? Could it be that Lin Jinbei's brain is dipped in water? While Luo Qinghan was shocked, Jiang Hao had instantly rushed to the nightmare beast, and this move of his was clearly not expected by the nightmare beast, so much so that the nightmare beast didn't even have time to react, and was directly slashed out by Jiang Hao. With this slash, Jiang Hao didn't show the slightest bit of mercy, and under the howling wind, a deep wound appeared on the body of the nightmare beast. Blood gushed out from the nightmare beast's wounds, coloring the ground a crimson red as it wailed in pain. The martial artists that they had encountered in the past, but whenever they inhaled its mists, even if they didn't fall into an illusion, they would definitely be affected and begin to go into a trance. But why was this human in front of me not affected in the slightest? The nightmare beast suddenly developed a great sense of crisis. It wasn't strong in combat itself, relying solely on mental attacks, and the defense granted by its own black scales. In this situation, it knew it was incapable of dealing with the human in front of it, and could only choose to escape. Luo Qinghan, who was on the side, reacted quickly and utilized the frost sword to shoot out freezing rays, instantly sealing the only exit of the cave. No matter how frantically the nightmare beast crashed, it was unable to break through the thick wall of ice. Jiang Hao, I truly didn't expect that you would be a spiritual numinous master. Luo Qinghan walked over to Jiang Hao and spoke in a shocked tone. Are you interested in joining my Luo clan? I promise my father will spare no effort in cultivating you. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry, for the time being, I don't have such thoughts. Our goal now is the nightmare beast in front of us. He knew very well that after he had shown his ability as a spiritual numinous master, Luo Qinghan would definitely invite him as well. After all, the number of spiritual luminaries in this world was really too few and far between. As long as nothing happens, psychic readers often become powerful martial artists. A top family like the Luo clan was bound to pull in Jiang Hao, but the current Jiang Hao didn't want to join this kind of top family. This kind of family with a strong and complex background is bound to be accompanied by all kinds of strife and collusion. Moreover, joining the Luo clan would also mean losing his freedom, and Jiang Hao didn't want to do that. Immediately after, Jiang Hao took out the S-class Nianli weapon Blood Spike, and under its control, it instantly manifested 4 detachments. With a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye, he rushed towards the nightmare beast. The black scales on the nightmare beast's body endowed it with powerful defense. This made it difficult for unusual swords and soldiers to harm it at all. Even with his own full-strength slash just now, he had only injured it. To ensure that he could finish off the nightmare beast, Jiang Hao must not hold back in the slightest now, and must go all out. Under Jiang Hao's control, the blood spikes slashed and pierced the nightmare beast's body one after another. In less than a moment, the nightmare beast was all over the place. The precious black scales, moreover, fell all over the ground. Although Luo Qinghan was a bit surprised by Jiang Hao's refusal, she was also well aware that this was the perfect time to kill the nightmare beast. Without any hesitation, he fully activated the frost sword and launched a fierce attack. Roar! Accompanied by the nightmare beast's agonizing hiss, it eventually collapsed into a pool of blood and died miserably. According to the agreement between us, you and I will share the dream scales within this cave equally, but the corpse of this nightmare beast is entirely mine. I don't suppose you have a problem with that. Jiang Hao was well aware of the preciousness of the dream scale, but compared to the dream scale, the corpse of the nightmare beast was even more precious. Whether it was its beast core, its hair, or any other part, it was all worth a lot. Alright, everything is your arrangement. Luo Qinghan nodded slightly. Although she was reluctant to give up, She would never have been able to kill the nightmare beast without Jiang Hao's intervention this time. Afterward, Jiang Hao decisively put the nightmare beast corpse into his storage ring, and the two of them, Luo Qinghan, began to count the dream scales in the cave. In the meantime, South China main city, inside a gorgeous manor, a rather stocky man roughly holds a naked woman, clothed, down on his crotch. He then gave a rather pouty look, and that's when it happened. The servant hurriedly walked in and knelt in front of him. Young master, Lin Jinbei, the branch master of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall, is looking for you, and he brought a stunning woman with him. Who do you mean, Lin Jinbei? Upon hearing this familiar name, Sun Mingyu's brows furrowed. He remembered that when he traveled to Tianhe Bay City for an inspection, he had his eye on one of Sun Mingyu's adopted daughters. He intended to take this woman away, but was firmly blocked by Lin Jinbei. The Sun family was the largest shareholder of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Center, and Sun Mingyu held a grudge against Lin Jinbei, so he ordered that his path to promotion be blocked. Let him be a tiny sublibrarian for the rest of his life. Now, Lin Jinbei took the initiative to come to him and even brought a stunning woman with him, which really surprised Sun Mingyu. Young master, the woman Lin Jinbei brought with him is none other than the Chen Meichi you had your eye on earlier. When the servant said this, Sun Mingyu's eyes immediately lit up. With that, he kicked the woman kneeling on his crotch away. Ha 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 ha, Lin Jinbei, is this to offer Maggie Chen to me? Kind of funny. Tell him to wait for me in the lobby. Sun Myungwoo's eyes glittered with desire. For the lustful man, Maggie Chen's name was like a fatal temptation. He wanted to see for what reason Lin Jinbei would take the initiative to send his adopted daughter to him. It didn't take long. In the spacious hall of the Sun family manor, Lin Jinbei waited anxiously, thinking back to the time when he offended Sun Mingyu and cut off his promising career. His heart was filled with resentment towards this dude. But now, the only one who could save his precious son was Sun Mingyu. Today, even if he lost all his face, Lin Jinbei asked Sun Mingyu to help him. It was also at this time, Sun Myungwoo walked in with his toes in the air. His gaze completely ignored Lin Jinbei and instead greedily stared at the unconscious Chen Meichi. 3 years ago, when he first met Maggie Chen, she was just a budding 17-year-old girl. Now at the age of 20, Maggie Chen has emerged even more beautiful, with a delicate figure and an exquisitely fair face. The more Sun Mingyu looked at her, the more satisfied she became. He finally shed his gaze from Chen Meichi, glanced at Lin Jinbei, and asked carelessly, "Say, what is it that you came to see me about? Young master Sun, it was my ignorance that offended you back then. I also ask you to be an honorable man and come to the rescue of my son, as long as you are willing. Then from today onwards, Maggie Chen is your woman." Lin Jinbei groveled and begged Sun Mingyu. Your son? Sun Mingyu frowned slightly. Which son are you talking about? I've heard that you have a long-lost eldest son, and the recent death of Zhao Wei, the son of the Zhao family, seems to have something to do with him as well. Could it be that you are asking me to step in and save your eldest son? During this period of time, Sun Mingyu had been in the main city of South China, and had heard a little about Jiang Hao's entanglement with Lin Jinbei, as well as Zhao Wei's tragic death. He guessed that the reason that he could make Lin Jinbei, a war god-level martial artist, lower his voice so lowly was most likely to save that eldest son, Jiang Hao. However, as soon as Sun Mingyu's words fell, a flash of anger suddenly flashed across Lin Jinbei's face. Young master Sun, I've severed my relationship with that rebellious son Jiang Hao. He is no longer my son. I came here today to ask you to save my only son, Lin Zilong. Then, Lin Jinbei recounted in detail how Lin Zilong was arrested by the law enforcement team, but he skillfully concealed the fact that Lin Zilong had falsified evidence. Instead, they portrayed their Lin family as heroes of justice, and it was only because of the Luo family's obstruction that Lin Zilong was behind bars. After listening to Lin Jinbei's account, Sun Mingyu couldn't help but feel shocked. He didn't expect Lin Jinbei to be able to be so determined towards his eldest son, but when he thought about it carefully, it was understandable. After all, Jiang Hao had been living in exile since he was a child and did not have any feelings, unlike Lin Zilong who they had raised with great care. After a short period of contemplation, Sun Mingyu slowly spoke. Lin Jinbei, in fact, if you want to save your son, all you need is a word from me. But back then, you dared to contradict me. Do you think it's enough for you to offer up Maggie Chen voluntarily now? If you want me to save your son, you have to bring Luo Qinghan here for me. In that case, not only can I save your son, I can get you a promotion, so that you are no longer a tiny sublibrarian. Although Sun Mingyu was drooling over Chen Meichi, she still looked inferior compared to Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan was the goddess of his dreams. It was a pity that the Luo family was in a prominent position, and Luo Qinghan, as the eldest miss of the Luo family, was difficult to reach even if he longed for it. Now that Luo Qinghan was in the middle of the tiny Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall branch in Tianhe City, if Lin Jinbei was able to capture her and then cook her with raw rice, then Luo Qinghan would become his woman through and through. If this could lead to an alliance between the Sun and Luo families, it would undoubtedly make the Sun clan even stronger. What did you say? Let me catch Luo Qinghan? When Lin Jinbei heard this, his complexion changed abruptly and his face was filled with horror. The Luo family, along with the Sun family, was one of the 4 top families of the Yan country. To strike at Luo Qinghan, once he was defeated, even if he had 10 lives, it would be hard for him to escape death. Even worse, it could bring about the demise of the entire Lin family. Even though Luo Qinghan stayed alone at the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Center in Tianhe Bay City, as the eldest miss of the Luo family, her safety could not be a child's play? Perhaps the Luo family's top powerhouses were lurking within Tianhe City, secretly protecting her. Lin Jinbei's heart trembled as he thought about this, and he directly knelt down in front of Sun Mingyu. Young Master Sun, please don't make things difficult for me. Luo Qinghan's status is honorable. How could I dare to strike at her? Sun Mingyu laughed contemptuously. You're a battle spirit level 5 martial artist, and you're actually afraid of a Luo Qinghan? Lin Jinbei, all you have to do is just bring Luo Qinghan here. Everything else has nothing to do with you. If you want to make save Lin's alone, or if you want the Lin family to soar, do as I say. Otherwise, all bets are off. As soon as Sun Mingyu's words fell, he then waved his hand and 2 black-faced strong men walked in. Both of these two had an aura that was not weaker than Lin Jinbei's. All of them were war god level powerhouses. To be able to make a martial artist of this level, willing to be a bodyguard, was enough to prove how powerful the Sun family was. I know. Lin Jinbei nodded helplessly. But it will take a little time to capture Luo Qinghan. Please also make sure my son is safe first. Don't worry about that. I'll notify the Tianhe Bay City law enforcement team and have them take proper care of Lin's alone. After receiving Sun Mingyu's affirmative reply, a look of determination flashed through Lin Jinbei's eyes. Lin Zilong was his son. As a father, Lin Jinbei could never watch his son die in prison, whether it's to save his son or for his own future. This time, he had to do it all. Afterward, Lin Jinbei glanced at the still unconscious Chen Meiqi and decisively turned around to leave the Sun family manor. Immediately after, Sun Mingyu walked behind Chen Meiqi with a lewd smile on his face and reached out to touch the softness of his chest. Just then, Maggie Chen suddenly woke up. She realizes that she is being violated by Sun Mianwu and loses her voice in fear, struggling but to no avail. In the next moment, Chen Meiqi's miserable screams echoed over the Sun family manor in a chilling manner. Another aside. Inside the dimly lit cave deep within the grey misty mountain forest, Jiang Hao and Luo Qinghan collected all the dream scales in the cave. Among the complete dream scales, there were 32 of them, and this thing could be sold for millions of dollars for just a single piece, and it's still priced and incredibly valuable. The rest of the damaged dream scales, although their value had decreased, could still fetch a good price. Jiang Hao had really made a lot of money on this trip. After sharing these dream scales equally with Luo Qinghan, the two of them left the cave. Jiang Hao, with your talent and ability, you shouldn't just stay in the tiny Tianhe Bay City. I'd still recommend you join the Lows. Luo Qinghan had wanted to challenge Jiang Hao at first, but now she no longer had that idea. She knew very well how strong Jiang Hao was, and she could never have any chance of winning. After graduating from the Wind and Thunder Martial School this time, she also came to return to her family. She was well aware that Jiang Hao was able to follow her back. I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't have that in mind right now. If I change my mind back there, then maybe go back to you. Jiang Hao waved at Luo Qinghan before heading towards the jungle ahead. For this next period of time, he still wanted to continue hunting demonic beasts. Looking at Jiang Hao's departing back, Luo Qinghan sighed slightly. Afterwards, Luo Qinghan turned around and left the depths of the grey mist mountain forest. She had already hunted and killed 2 demonic beasts long ago, and now that the nightmare beast had also been taken out, there was naturally no need for her to remain here. After leaving the depths of the grey mist mountain forest, he was incomparably shocked when he learned from Li Jinhao's mouth that he was only in second place. Jiang Hao's strength was indeed ridiculously strong. She was now increasingly wondering if Lin Jinbei was brain dead. Such a gifted son, but actually abandoned it like this. In Luo Qinghan's opinion, Jiang Hao's current withdrawn and distrustful personality might be caused by being abandoned by his father, Lin Jinbei. Since childhood, Lin Jinbei the fool. Luo Qinghan cursed in his heart and returned to Tianhe Bay City in a rage. Nightfall. This year's graduation test for the Jodo Martial Arts Center has all but been completed. Although some of the trainees were heavily injured in the process, every single one of them had successfully hunted 2 beast general level demonic beasts and passed the examination. and the news that Jiang Hao had participated in the graduation examination ahead of schedule and had also obtained the first place result had quickly spread throughout the entire Tianhe base city. At this moment, inside the main city of South China's Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, an imposing office, a middle-aged man with a stalwart face was repeatedly checking Jiang Hao's information. The eyes clearly showed his appreciation for Jiang Hao. This person was none other than Duan Hong, the guild master of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. This Jiang Hao is still really powerful. It's been a long time since my Extreme Dao Martial School has produced such a talented martial artist. When Duan Hong said this, he suddenly frowned as if he had thought of something. He looked at a man standing in front of him and opened his mouth in a grave tone to inquire, "Is Jiang Hao and Zhao Wei's death related or not? If there is, then there is a lot of trouble." Duan Hong was naturally aware of the tragic death of the Zhao family's son during this period of time. If Jiang Hao was really a murderer, then even if he was gifted, it would be difficult for him to be preserved. Standing in front of Duan Hong was Li Ming, the procurator of the Extreme Martial Arts School. He responded calmly, "Lord Duan, although there have been rumors about Jiang Hao killing Zhao Wei that have been making the rounds these past few days, but as of now, Zhao Wei's death shouldn't have anything to do with Jiang Hao. Even the only evidence was forged by Lin Jinbei's youngest son, Lin Zilong. I really don't know what this guy, Lin Jinbei, is thinking. Does he have shit in his head to treat his own son like that? And to pay lip service to righteousness is laughable." Li Ming had already secretly investigated these things a long time ago, and when he learned what Lin Jinbei's family had done, he was incomparably angry. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in the way, it would be inconvenient to strike directly. Otherwise, he would have already made a move to teach Lin Jinbei a lesson. After all, the current Jiang Hao was a student of the Extreme Dao Martial School. Lin Jinbei. Hearing this name, Duan Hong clenched his fists in anger. Originally, before this, I quite admired Lin Jinbei. When the terrifying beast tide broke out in Tianhe Base City back then, it was Lin Jinbei who killed the Beast King by himself amongst the thousands of demonic beasts. I was really surprised that he was a moralistic villain. Luckily, Jiang Hao has severed all ties with him. Now since Jiang Hao is not a murderer, his absolute safety must be ensured. Those people from the Zhao family definitely won't let Jiang Hao off easily. Duan Hong knew very well what kind of character Zhao Changming was, and even if he didn't have any evidence, he would definitely take a shot at Jiang Hao in secret. Luckily, Luo Qinghan stepped in to save Jiang Hao. Regarding Luo Qinghan practicing at the Tianhe Base City Extreme Dao Martial Arts Center, Duan Hong had actually been very clear about it. Li Ming responded in a grave tone, "Actually, it's not much of a problem to protect Jiang Hao's safety. Without conclusive evidence, the Zhao family won't be able to strike out openly and honestly. But the problem is, after Jiang Hao graduated from the Extreme Martial Arts School, he didn't intend to head to the headquarters, but rather, he planned to join a mercenary group." When these words came out, Duan Hong's eyes widened. "What did you say? He wants to join a mercenary group?" Although Duan Hong admired Jiang Hao's courage, the mercenary group was really too dangerous. He was truly worried that a genius like Jiang Hao would die young. Not to mention, the Zhao family was still eyeing him. "Yeah, this is something Jiang Hao himself took the initiative to bring up. I'm only afraid it won't be easily changed," Li Ming said rather helplessly. After a short period of contemplation, Duan Hong slowly spoke. "That's just it. Since he wants to join the mercenary troop, then I'll introduce myself for him." Immediately afterward, Duan Hong dialed a phone number. Meanwhile, inside the Wind and Thunder Guild Hall, Zhao Changming's face was filled with rage as he slapped Lu Jinshan in front of him and sent him flying out. He didn't give any face to Lu Jinshan, the procurator ambassador, and ruthlessly stomped on Lu Jinshan's body. "Lu Jinshan, why haven't you caught Jiang Hao after all this time?" Although Lu Jinshan was churning with anger inside, he could only hold his tongue under Zhao Changming's suffocating pressure. "Lord Zhao, this really can't be blamed on me." His voice spoke helplessly. The cause of Zhao Gongzi's death was indeed strange, and although it's possible that Jiang Hao was the murderer, we don't have any conclusive evidence in our hands. Coupled with the fact that the Luo family's eldest miss has come to Jiang Hao's defense, it's really hard for us to act rashly. "I don't care about that," Zhao Changming roared. "I must not let my son die in vain like this." His eyes became stern as a knife, revealing a cold killing intent. "You go contact the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps immediately now. I want to see their leader." Lu Jinshan's face suddenly changed when he heard this. "Lord Zhao, I'm afraid this isn't right. The Black Wolf mercenaries are a bunch of murderous demons. Besides, they're all wanted criminals in the Yen Kingdom. Where do you want me to contact them?" Lu Jinshan was truly overwhelmed by the fact that Zhao Changming had asked him to contact the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. He had never expected that Zhao Changming would actually be this crazy. The Black Wolf Mercenary Corps killed like hell. They didn't care whether their prey was a demonic beast or a martial artist. They're more like a pure killer group. cold and brutal. Over the years, countless innocent people had died tragically under the butcher's knife of the Black Wolf mercenary group. The Yen state government had even issued a bounty order, and anyone who could kill any member of the Black Wolf mercenary group would receive a generous prize. If the private contact with the Black Wolf mercenary corps was exposed, it would reach the ears of the district governor of South China. Then not to mention that Lu Jinshan will suffer. Even Zhao Changming will be just as doomed. Lu Jinshan, do you want to disobey my orders? At this point, Zhao Changming had been overwhelmed by anger. He fiercely grabbed Lu Jinshan's collar and roared, I can make you the Inspector General of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School in South China, and I can just as easily invalidate you. I don't care what means you use. In any case, you must contact the people from the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. I'll take all the consequences afterward. All by myself. In fact, Zhao Changming hated to kill Jiang Nian himself, but the problem was that at the moment he didn't have any hard evidence in his hands. Everything was just based on speculation. If he rashly took action against Jiang Nian under these circumstances, it would trigger unpredictable consequences. Therefore, he decided to take the risk and use the hands of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. After all, these mercenaries were cold-blooded killers who were willing to assassinate anyone as long as the price was right. At that time, as long as Jiang Nian was dead, Zhao Changming would be able to put all the blame on the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, and he himself would be able to stay out of it. Being threatened by Zhao Changming in such a way, even though Lu Jinshan was incomparably angry in his heart, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. Back then, if it wasn't for Zhao Changming's promotion, it would have been impossible for Lu Jinshan to become the Procurator General of South China. Over the years, he had also done a lot of unseemly things for Zhao Changming. He had already been on the same rope as Zhao Changming a long time ago. Right now, even if he was furious in his heart, he could only follow Zhao Changming's orders. Lord Zhou, I can only do what I have to do. Ha! Zhao Changming sneered twice, then instructed, remember, you must be careful about contacting the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. If anyone finds out, don't blame me for putting all the blame on your head. Lu Jinshan forced back the anger in his heart and nodded. Then, hastily, he turned away. That night, at the Tianhe Bay City Jidao Martial Arts Center, Li Zhenhao called Jiang Hao inside his office alone. Jiang Hao, originally, an outstanding graduate like you, according to the past, would have let you go directly to the headquarters, receive better guidance, training at headquarters, but you resolutely chose to join the mercenary group, and I respect your decision and will not make any more stops. Li Zhenhao said in a serious tone. I just received a notification from the guild master that he has already contacted the Southern China a squad of the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps for you. I will personally escort you to the 18 base tomorrow. The Polaris Mercenary Corps had 3 ranks, B, A, and S. Among them, the B-class squads had relatively weak overall strength and were mainly distributed in various base cities. You can join as long as you successfully graduate and are at least warlord level. The A-rank squads, on the other hand, were the strongest mercenary squads in the region in terms of overall strength, with most of their members being hand-picked elites from the B-rank squads. Rarely would there be someone like Jiang Hao who could directly join a squad as soon as he graduated. As for the S-class, those were the top mercenary corps squads at the headquarters of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall, and the minimum standard for wanting to join had to be above the 5th rank of the War General class. The present-day Jiang Hao does not yet meet this criterion. A-team. Hearing Li Zhenhao's words, Jiang Hao was truly surprised in his heart. He had thought that he would, at first, only be able to join the ordinary B squad. It really didn't occur to me that I could just join the most elite A squad right out of the gate. However, Jiang Hao did not feel nervous or uneasy because of this. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. Joining the A squad meant that he would have the opportunity to fight stronger demonic beasts, which would undoubtedly help him increase his strength faster. At the same time, the martial artists in Squad A were all experts with notable strength, so Jiang Hao could just use the system's ability to copy them one by one. Master, this time thank you for taking care of me all this time. Although we haven't spent a lot of time together, you are still the most important person in my life. Jiang Hao bowed respectfully at Li Zhenhao. During this period of time, if Li Zhenhao hadn't sheltered him, he was afraid that he would have met an untimely end. Seeing this, Li Zhenhao hurriedly stepped forward to help Jiang Hao up. Hao, you don't have to be like this. Speaking of which, Master is actually extremely guilty, having obviously taken you on as a disciple, only to realize that there is nothing at all that I can teach you. You are more powerful than what Master had to imagine. Before saying goodbye, Master has decided to give you another great gift. As soon as the words fell, Li Zhenhao casually took out a ring inlaid with a blue gemstone. This item is called the Phantom Shield Ring, and it belongs to the S-class high-tech defense equipment with energy crystals embedded inside. During battle, the energy in the illusionary shield ring can be released, thus forming an energy light shield. The energy light shield is extremely defensive, enough to block any attack from demonic beasts below the Lord level. What? The moment he saw the illusory shield ring, Jiang Hao was startled. High-tech weapons and defenses, all of which have only been produced in the past few years, are expensive. Unusual weapons and defenses that were originally strength S ranked were already worth a lot of money, and this S rank high-tech defense tool phantom shield ring in front of him, without even thinking about it, its value was at least $10 million or more. The S-ranked blast-breaking blade that Li Jinhao had given away earlier had already surprised Jiang Nian. Now, he had given himself this precious illusory shield ring, which had left Jiang Hao a bit at a loss for words for a while. Seeing Jiang Hao's hesitant expression, Li Jinhao directly reached out and put the illusory shield ring on Jiang Hao's left index finger. Our master can't offer you any more help in terms of martial arts. All I can do is make sure you're as safe as possible. You'll be joining a mercenary group soon, and all you'll be facing in the future will be terrifying demonic beasts. With this illusory shield ring, even if you make some mistakes or something happens to you during the battle, it will keep you safe. If you truly intend to repay me, then become a top expert like Chief Pavilion Master Mo Wanshan. Master, Jiang Hao didn't choose to refuse, but once again bowed deeply at Li Jinhao. Don't worry, Master, I will never let you down. At this moment, Jiang Hao's eyes became incredibly determined. Afterward, the master and disciple continued to chat for a while, and then they went back to their rooms to rest. Early the next morning, led by Li Jinhao, Jiang Hao traveled to the South China main city. In the meantime, in the mansion of the Lin family, Wang Ruoyo, who had recovered from a serious illness, found Lin Jinbei at the first opportunity and questioned him sternly. You're crazy, Meiqi. What did she do wrong with Meiqi? Why did you give him to that animal son Mingyu? Lin Jinbei, when did you become so scary? Facing his own wife's accusations, Lin Jinbei's face turned blue and he didn't say a word. Seeing that Lin Jinbei did not answer himself, this made Wang Ruoyo even more furious. However, in the end it will turn out to be like this today. Everything that is because of you. If we had brought Hao around and taught him carefully, how could he have become what he is now? She pressed a step closer and continued her accusation. Lin Jinbei, I really don't understand what on earth you're thinking. Why are you so sure that Jiang Hao is the murderer? Even instructed Zarin to plant evidence without any evidence. Do you want to see your son die so badly? Wang Ruoyo was so furious that she was trembling. Even her voice took on a sobbing tone. Now even Zilong is locked up in prison. How can you be so heartless? Lin Jinbei was already in a heavy mood, and now that he had heard his wife's accusations, he could no longer remain silent. He jerked his head up and bellowed angrily. Enough! Do you think I want to see these things happen? Lin Jinbei spoke angrily. In that critical situation back then, if we had brought Jiang Hao with us, he might have died long ago, leaving him in Grey Plains. That's something that can't be helped. Who knows, he'll be taught by those stinky rats in Grey Plains. Now that this rebellious son does not consider me his father, why should I recognize him? Besides, Zhao Wei had gone to the Grey Plains district to look for Jiang Hao before he died, and now it's inexplicably dead. Who else could it be if he didn't kill it? Zilong never planted any evidence. Everything I did was for the future of the Lin family. A great justice. Speaking here, Lin Jinbei looked at Wang Ruoyo with icy eyes. As for why he gave Meiqi to son Mingyu, it was forced upon him. The only one who can save Zarin today is son Myungwoo. I've already lost a son. I mustn't let anything happen to Zarin too. Looking at Lin Jinbei in front of her, Wang Ruoyo's heart trembled violently. She had never envisioned that her husband would one day become so strange and frightening. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she saw her housekeeper, Zhang Ping, walk in hurriedly. Master, it's bad. Li Jinhao took Jiang Hao away. What did you say? When Lin Jinbei was informed of this situation, his brows furrowed and he immediately asked after him. Where did Li Jinhao take him? Although Lin Jinbei said verbally that he severed his relationship with Jiang Hao and never had this son again, but at that time, Jiang Hao was all within the Tianhe base city, and he could find Jiang Hao at any time. During this period of time, he had actually instructed Zhang Ping to secretly keep an eye on Jiang Hao. If Jiang Hao was willing to apologize and repent to him on his knees in public, then Lin Jinbei might still give Jiang Hao another chance. After all, Jiang Hao was incredibly talented, and with such an excellent son, he followed the light. But now, Jiang Hao had been taken away by Li Jinhao, and it was likely that he would never return to Tianhe Base City again. It also meant that he was going to lose Jiang Hao completely and utterly. This was unacceptable to Lin Jinbei in a million ways. Master, Jiang Hao graduated from the Extreme Martial Arts School with first place. According to the things I've probed, it seems that Jiang Hao is choosing to join the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps. Before Zhang Ping could finish speaking, Lin Jinbei angrily slammed his palm on the table. Why would you join such a dangerous mercenary group for a good reason? Is he crazy? In Lin Jinbei's opinion, a talent like Jiang Hao deserved to be sent to the headquarters for focused training. But Jiang Hao didn't do that and instead traveled to the extremely dangerous mercenary group. This is patently unreasonable. Moreover, if Jiang Hao was really the murderer of Zhao Wei, shouldn't it be all the more important to seek help from the headquarters? Lin Jinbei, this is all your fault. It must have been you who forced Jiang Hao to this point. When Wang Ruoyao learned that Jiang Hao wanted to join a mercenary group, she was first shocked, and then she exuded a look of incomparable anger. Jiang Hao must have chosen to join a mercenary group just to avoid you. Even if you don't recognize Jiang Hao, and even falsify evidence to arrest him. If I were Jiang Hao, I'd stay away from Tianhe Bay City too. Impossible. Lin Jinbei rudely interrupted Wang Ruoyao. It's impossible for Jiang Hao to join a mercenary group for no reason. This must be coerced by Li Zhenhao. He wasn't even sincere about accepting Jiang Hao as his disciple. He was more interested in getting back at me. He wanted Jiang Hao to join the mercenary corps to die, causing me grief. I will never let Jiang Hao leave Tianhe Bay City. Before the words fell, Lin Jinbei sprinted out of the Lin family. Wang Ruoyao was filled with worry, fearing that Lin Jinbei would do something impulsive, and immediately chased after him. A few moments later, on a wide avenue leading to the main city of South China, Li Zhenhao personally drove an armored car and drove Jiang Hao towards the base of the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps in the main city of South China. Along the way, he exhaustively introduced Jiang Hao to the various aspects of the mercenary group. However, just then, a stream of light suddenly landed, and Lin Jinbei, with his physical body, was clearly blocking the front of the armored car. Li Zhenhao, who gave you permission to take my son? I'm his father. Without my permission, there's no way he can leave Tianhe Bay City by half a step. Lin Jinbei roared at Li Zhenhao, and his aura from the war god level instantly erupted. What? After seeing that the visitor was Lin Jinbei, Li Zhenhao was instantly shocked. He had never expected that Lin Jinbei would block Jiang Hao from leaving. Anger rose in his heart, and he was about to get out of the car to argue with Lin Jinbei, but Jiang Hao stopped him. Master, let me deal with him, Jiang Hao said calmly, then pushed the door and jumped out of the armored car. Then he looked coldly at Lin Jinbei. Who the hell are you? Who are you to stop me? It's all been fucking severed and now you have the nerve to come running around calling yourself my father? It's ridiculous. Jiang Hao's words changed. Lin Jinbei, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You don't let me leave Tianhe Bay City. It's just because you're thinking that one day I'll return to your Lin family. I'm telling you, there's no way I'm going back in this life. You don't deserve to be my father either. Get out now. For Jiang Hao to contradict himself like this, Lin Jinbei had already expected it. He clenched his fists and spoke in a grim tone. Jiang Hao, I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup Li Zhenhao has given you that made you have to go to the mercenary group, but let me tell you clearly, if you leave Tianhe Bay City, there's only a way to die. Now that the Zhao family has their eyes on you, if you join a mercenary group to go out and hunt demonic beasts, you will surely die without a burial place. Come back. Only when you return to the Lin family will I be able to shelter your safety. Lin Jinbei had long planned to defect to the Sun family. In this way, relying on the Sun family's patronage, the Lin family would be able to soar. At that time, even the Zhao family would no longer need to be put in mind. Even if Jiang Hao really killed Zhao Wei, Lin Jinbei would be able to step in and shelter Jiang Hao. But the premise of all this is that Jiang Hao must kneel down and kowtow to Lin Jinbei and apologize in front of all the real media, and admitted that during this time, he was compelled by Li Zhenhao to do such beastly things. Only then could Lin Jinbei forgive Jiang Hao and let him return to the Lin family. Ha! Just then, Jiang Hao sneered twice. Your Lin family is capable of sheltering me? So if you're so capable, then why do you need to falsify evidence to arrest me? You don't say anything about righteousness? Everything is because you were worried that the Lin family would be implicated, so you decisively abandoned me. Speaking here, Jiang Hao's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. I'll tell you the truth. Zhao Wei was indeed killed by me. He came to the Great Plains district with the purpose of eradicating me as a so-called stain on the Wind and Thunder martial arts school. I was only trying to protect myself. That's why I stepped in to finish him off. And the only reason he took a shot at me was because of you. Jiang Hao looked at Lin Jinbei with extreme disgust in his eyes. If you hadn't spread rumors to discredit me, how would Zhao Wei have set his sights on me? And you claim to be my father. You're worse than a dog. It was a pity that Jiang Hao's current strength was still too weak, and he didn't have any chance of winning against a war god level martial artist. If not for that, he would have struck out at this Lin Jinbei fellow long ago. What do you mean? Lin Jinbei was horrified when he heard this. You really killed Zhao Wei. From the very beginning, Lin Jinbei was actually all just suspecting Jiang Hao. The main reason for having Lin Zilong forge evidence at that time was Lu Jinshan's coercion, which forced him to take action against Jiang Hao. He also wanted to take this opportunity to teach Jiang Hao a lesson. If the plan went well, then Jiang Hao would be captured by the law enforcement team and sent directly to the Zhao family. In this situation, Jiang Hao would have apologized to him on his knees and begged for his forgiveness. It was then that Lin Jinbei would consider giving up Chen Meiqi in exchange for Jiang Hao's safety. But plans can't catch up with changes. No one expected that the Luo family would suddenly appear. Now not only was Jiang Hao not in the least bit of trouble, but on the contrary, it was his precious son, Lin Zilong, who was being held in a large prison. Thinking of this, Lin Jinbei became furious. Good you Jiang Hao. I knew you must be the murderer. It's because of you that Zarin is being held in the brig. Put your bullshit on. Jiang Hao retorted angrily. He was arrested because he falsified the evidence himself. Who are you to blame me? Stupid hat. Being verbally abused by Jiang Hao one after another, Lin Jinbei could no longer stand it. Just as he was about to strike, Wang Ruoyao ran out from the side. Her face was full of tears as she pulled Jiang Hao's hand. Hao, we're all family. There's no need to get into this mess. Mom knows you're upset and understands that your father didn't handle this properly. But even so, you shouldn't treat us like this. We're your parents anyway. Go back with Mom, or else the Zhao family won't let you go. Wang Ruoyao had heard all of what Jiang Hao had just said. She never expected that it would really be Jiang Hao who killed Zhao Wei. Even though Luo Qinghan had stepped in to protect Jiang Hao, Luo Qinghan was after all the high and mighty Luo family's eldest lady. She didn't think that the Luo family would shelter Jiang Hao because of this. Then all that could be relied on now was the Sun family. If Jiang Hao was willing to go back with them, then under the threat of the Sun family, Zhao Changming would never dare to take action against Jiang Hao. But if Jiang Hao went to the mercenary group, then the Zhao family could strike at will. Wang Ruoyao knew that she had been ashamed of Jiang Hao all these years, so she had always wanted to make amends. At the moment, she held Jiang Hao's hand tightly, hoping that he would come back to her. Jiang Hao, didn't care about her in the slightest and ruthlessly shook off Wang Ruoyao's hand. Put away your false face. If you guys really cared about me, why would all this be happening now? I'm not halfway related to you anymore, and please leave me alone. Jiang Hao finished speaking and turned around to leave. Wang Ruoyao, however, suddenly pulled out a dagger. Hao, if you don't go home with Mom today, Mom will die in front of you. Ha! Jiang Hao sniffed and sneered twice. Trying to threaten me with suicide? Do you think I'm 3 years old? Since you want to die so badly, go ahead and die. It has nothing to do with me. For Wang Ruoyao, Jiang Hao was equally filled with disgust. Over the years, she, like Lin Jinbei, had never really cared about herself. Jiang Hao still remembered until now the desperate, disgusted look on Wang Ruoyao's face after she had dragged herself through 5 consecutive paternity tests. It was as if Jiang Hao was a stain on her life. Everything Wang Ruoyao did now was merely for her to make up for her inner turmoil. If Jiang Hao remained a waste, Wang Ruoyao wouldn't care about him at all. What? Wang Ruoyao didn't even think that she had forced herself to die, but it was actually useless. Even offered to talk her to death. Jiang Hao's cold words made Wang Ruoyao's heart feel like death, and the dagger unconsciously slipped out of her hand, falling to the ground with a crisp ring. Jiang Hao! Lin Jinbei's furious roar cut through the silence. You sinful animal! Your mother begged so much, and you did nothing, even forcing her to die? Anger made Lin Jinbei lose his mind, and it was as if Jiang Hao in front of his eyes became an enemy instead of a son by blood. He charged at Jiang Hao without mercy, intending to kill him in one blow. In the nick of time, Li Zhenhao blocked in front of him. Lin Jinbei, do you still need some face? At least you are a war god level martial artist. I am truly not sure where you got the face to take a shot at a junior. What's more, he's your son. Mouthing off that Jiang Hao is an animal. I think you're the one who's an animal. Li Zhenhao turned his head to Jiang Hao and said, Disciple, Master can only send you here. The armored fighting vehicle has been set to autopilot, so you'll head directly to the main city of South China. This beast Lin Jinbei, I'll deal with him. Thank you, Master. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he quickly boarded the armored combat vehicle and sped towards the main city of South China. Looking at Jiang Hao's chariot that was gradually moving away, Lin Jinbei's anger reached its peak. He vented all his anger on Li Zhenhao. The two engaged in a fierce battle. The battle continued into the evening. Nay, Li Zhenhao's strength was evenly matched with his, and even if he was in a rage, he simply couldn't defeat Li Zhenhao. Finally, under Wang Ruoyao's persuasion, Lin Jinbei then chose to withdraw his hand and turned to leave. And in the meantime, Jiang Hao had arrived at the South China main city. The destination set by the armored fighting vehicle was none other than the base of the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps in the main city of South China. He had just gotten out of the car when he saw a group of serious-faced people staring at him wistfully. Any one of these people had the strength of at least the 3rd rank of the war general class. Big brother, that backdoor kid is here. while Jiang Hao was uncertain. A middle-aged man with a robust figure walked out from the house with great strides. He shot a glance at Jiang Hao with a cold expression. Then he spoke. Kid, I heard that you passed the graduation test before you had even reached the realm of a battle general level martial artist. There's no denying that your grades are truly outstanding and your potential is quite impressive. But the level of danger in Team A of the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps is far beyond your imagination. I'd advise you to give up on the idea of joining the A team. Otherwise, if a talented martial artist like you were to die young here, I would not be able to bear the responsibility. This sharp-tongued middle-aged man was none other than the leader of Squad A of the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps, Lu Gaozhua. He himself possessed a powerful strength of the first stage of the War God class. The members of the A squad under his command, the weakest in terms of strength was also a War General level 3rd ranked martial artist, but it came from a martial artist who hadn't even reached the rank of Battle General yet. Despite Jiang Hao's exceptional talent, in Lu Gaozhua's mind, he was still just a backdoor walker. If it wasn't for the order of Guild Master Duan Hong, he would never have allowed Jiang Hao to join a squad. In his opinion, a genius like Jiang Hao should go to the headquarters to receive the best training instead of risking his life in a mercenary group. He was worried that Jiang Hao might inadvertently lose his life while carrying out his mission, which would cause him great trouble. The thought that he would need to send someone to protect Jiang Hao at all times when hunting demonic beasts in the future made him feel incredibly irritated. Before Jiang Hao came to South China main city, Li Zhenhao had briefly introduced the situation of a squad to him. Jiang Hao instantly recognized the burly man in front of him as Lu Gaozhua, the leader of a squad. Jiang Hao didn't show the slightest bit of anger in the face of Lu Gaozhua's contempt and hostility. After all, in a certain situation, Jiang Hao was indeed considered to have come in through the back door. It was normal for Lu Gaozhua to harbor hostility towards himself. Afterwards, he clasped his fists at Lu Gaozhua. Captain, since I chose to join Squad A, I am naturally aware of how dangerous Squad A is. You don't need to be able to care if I live or die. I'm just like any other A team member. Even if I really was killed by a demonic beast, it was because my own strength was too weak. When Jiang Hao said this, Lu Gaozhua obviously froze for a moment. Immediately afterward, he smiled disdainfully. Jiang Hao, first of all, I admire your courage for choosing to join a mercenary group, but the mission that A team is on is extremely dangerous. Even if the guild master lets you join Squad A, I'll still have to test you. If you are not qualified, then you must leave. Speaking here, Lu Gaozhua looked to the side at a brown-haired man wearing glasses. Peek, it'll be you who will take him to undergo the examination. Don't let this kid die during the examination. Otherwise, the big man at the top will not be happy. Peek pushed his gold-framed glasses and spoke faintly. Don't worry, big brother. I know what to do. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Hao and waved his hand at him. Follow me. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao followed Peek's lead and headed towards the basement of the mercenary group's base. The moment he entered the basement, Jiang Hao heard a roar of demonic beasts. After noticing Jiang Hao's shocked expression, Gao Feng smiled coldly. Jiang Hao, let me briefly introduce myself to you first. My name is Summit, and I'm the vice captain of A team. Every once in a while, our squad will capture some demonic beasts and come back to be held in cages. And your test today is to behead one of these demonic beasts. The fact that you were able to pass the graduation test shows that you have the strength to kill a beast general level demonic beast. But don't get complacent too early. The demonic beasts imprisoned here are all at least beast general ranked 3rd or above. And the long period of captivity has made them more bloodthirsty. If you're afraid, it's not too late to regret it. Gao Feng and Lu Gaozhua had the same idea, and both thought that it was extremely inappropriate for Jiang Hao to stay in a squad. They didn't want to have to guard a so-called genius day and night, so how else could they hunt demonic beasts to their heart's content? Right now, all he had to do was to make Jiang Hao know what to do. As long as Jiang Hao voluntarily chose to quit the A squad, then the higher-up leaders naturally wouldn't blame them. But what Feng Feng didn't expect was that at this moment, Jiang Hao didn't look the least bit intimidated. He spoke in a firm tone. Lieutenant, I'm not the hothouse flower you think I am. No matter what test you arrange for me today, I will definitely pass it. Gao Feng sniffed and snorted coldly. Humph, it's useless to show off. When you truly face those bloodthirsty demonic beasts, you will naturally feel fear. He didn't say anything more, but brought Jiang Hao to a place similar to a coliseum, surrounded by one special cage after another, and all of those imprisoned in these cages were demonic beasts. These demonic beasts already hated humans, and now they were being held here for a long time. Thus, when they saw a human enter, they all let out roars of unbridled anger and frantically banged against the cage. Unfortunately, the cage was extremely sturdy, and there was no point in letting these demonic beasts crash into it. Jiang Hao, you haven't reached the war general level after all, so I won't deliberately arrange for you to have a demonic beast that's too powerful. You're up against it now. Gao Feng pointed forward to an ape with crimson fur in the right front cage. This guy's size was around 3 meters, and under extreme anger, his eyes, as well as the hairs on his limbs, would ignite into a blazing fire. The current aura reached the third stage of the beast general class. This is the red flame ape? Jiang Hao glanced at the demonic beast in the cage and opened his mouth to inquire. Exactly, Gao Feng replied in a cold tone. Not only has this red flame ape's strength reached the third level of beast general, it has even not eaten for 3 days. Once it is released from its cage, it will surely try to kill and eat you regardless. So you still dare to take this test? As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Hao immediately took out his blizzard breaker blade. Captain Gao, cut the crap and just get started. Gao Feng really didn't expect Jiang Hao to choose to accept the challenge when he learned that his opponent was the bloodthirsty red flame ape. This made Feng Feng a bit impressed with Jiang Hao. He wanted to see where exactly Jiang Hao got this backbone and confidence. So, he walked to a corner and activated the protection shield of the Colosseum to ensure that the battle energy would not leak out. Then he decisively pressed the switch on the cage. The moment the cage was opened, the red flame ape let out a deafening roar as its entire body ignited into flames. Just like a fire meteor, it rushed toward Jiang Hao at breakneck speed. At this moment, not only was Gao Feng hanging on to a heart, even Lu Gaozhua and the others in the mercenary group's base were showing nervousness. They clearly saw the red flame ape being released through the surveillance. All of them were worried that Jiang Hao was too arrogant and would be seriously injured by the red flame ape. However, just as the crowd was on edge, Jiang Hao, however, easily dodged the red flame ape's attack with his ghostly stance, and the moment he dodged, he swung out a blade. The whistling gusts of wind condensed into a green-colored blade chi, cutting off the right arm of the red flame ape with a single slash. Roar! Accompanied by the red flame ape's mournful scream, a large amount of blood gushed out from its right shoulder as it rolled on the ground in pain. No one had expected that Jiang Hao would heavily injure a beast general rank 3 demonic beast to this point with a single slash. Originally, Peak was all ready to strike out and kill the red flame ape. At this moment, after seeing the red flame ape's arm chopped off, he stood in shock. Whether it was the stance Jiang Hao displayed when he dodged the red flame ape's attack, or the blade he swung out, it was enough to prove how strong he was. And this scene is happening. Naturally, they were all seen clearly by Lu Gaozhua, who was in the base of the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps. The stance that this kid just performed should be the Swift Thunder Steps of the Wind and Thunder Martial School. How old is he? How did he cultivate the Swift Thunder Steps to such an extent? And the blade technique he used just now was ridiculously strong. Someone please tell me what's going on with Jiang Hao. How could a freshly graduated martial artist be so powerful? Lu Gaozhua's eyes were wide with disbelief. Even though Jiang Hao's slash was powerful because the weapon he wielded was the S-ranked breaking wind blade. However, without a sufficiently powerful blade technique to back it up, it would never be possible to cut off the red flame ape's arm with a single slash. While the crowd was shocked, Jiang Hao waved his blast-breaking blade and launched a fierce attack on the red flame ape. The red flame ape, which had already lost an arm, was simply powerless to defend against Jiang Hao's attack. In less than a moment, Jiang Hao chopped off his head with a single slash, quickly ending the fight. Jiang Hao put away the sky-breaking blizzard blade and looked to the side at Gao Gao. Captain Gao, follow the rules of the test you mentioned before. I should kind of pass now. Without waiting for Peak to open his mouth, Lu Gaozhua had already walked in with many squad members. Jiang Hao, I admit that I did belittle you just now, and I apologize. From now on, you are officially a member of A-Team. Lu Gaozhua had witnessed the entire process of Jiang Hao killing the red flame ape, and Jiang Hao's strength was too much more powerful than he had imagined. Even a beast general rank 3 demonic beast could be killed so easily, so it was no wonder that he would be placed directly into the A squad. From this moment onwards, whether it was Lu Gaozhua or the rest of the A squad members present, they no longer had the contemptuous look they had before. In its place, there was a deep identification with Jiang Hao. The Extreme Dao Martial Hall had always adhered to the principle of honoring the strongest, and the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps was no exception. Jiang Hao used his strength to prove that he had the qualifications to join a squad, and they naturally welcomed him warmly. Afterwards, Lu Gaozhua looked at Gao Feng. It just so happens that tonight you need to lead Team B and head to the Star Origin mountain range to hunt demonic beasts. By the way, bring Jiang Hao along as well, so that he can familiarize himself in advance with what we need to do during the weekdays in our squad. Among the A squad, it was additionally divided into A and B teams, and Summit, who was the vice-captain, was leading the B team. Team B is a little weaker than Team A overall, but even so, the hunting mission that Squad A had to carry out was very difficult. Now that Jiang Hao had proven himself, then Lu Gaozhua had to make sure that Jiang Hao could grow up as soon as possible. Tonight's mission of sneaking into the Star Origin mountain range to hunt demonic beasts was just the thing to sharpen Jiang Hao. Okay, no problem, Gao Feng agreed cheerfully, then waved his hand at Jiang Hao. Come with me. I'll take you to receive the uniform of our Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps. By the way, I'll give you a good tour of the base, which will be your home from now on. Led by Gao Feng, Jiang Hao left the basement and officially stepped into the base of the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps. There are 3 whole floors here in addition to the basement. The first floor contains areas for recreation, fitness and cafeteria. The second floor was where the members of the mercenary group lived, each with a separate one room. The third level, on the other hand, featured several training rooms for mercenary group members to spar and fight to their heart's content. After briefly introducing the situation inside the base, Gao Feng brought Jiang Hao to room 315 on the second floor of the base. This room is yours from today. Just swipe your face to open the room. You get some rest and meet on the first floor of the base at 8 p.m. Gao Feng handed Jiang Hao the team uniform and turned to leave. These seemingly unusual team uniforms are all made of special fabrics. Not only is it waterproof and fireproof, but it also provides some degree of physical damage reduction. Jiang Hao put away his team uniform and opened the door to room 315 immediately afterward. What came into view was a suite of roughly 80 square feet, appliances and furniture, everything. Although it wasn't very big, in the middle of a big, bustling city like the main city of South China, it was already very good to have such a cozy one to live in, compared to the Great Plains area. This is heaven. Just as Jiang Hao was busy organizing his room, Lu Jinshan, the procurator of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School, with a grim face, stepped into the middle of the noisy bar. He wore a black skull mask the entire time to ensure the stealth of his actions. Shortly afterward, he found a shirtless, fit man in a lavish box. This person is embracing left and right, indulging in the tenderness of a beautiful woman. Everybody out. With a command from Lu Jinshan, the aura of the war god level instantly surged out. Inside the box, other than the middle-aged man, the rest of the people fled in haste out of fear. At this time, Lu Jinshan took off his mask and revealed his true face. Great Procurator Lu, what do you mean by that? Even if you arrest me, it's not your turn. When the robust man saw Lu Jinshan's appearance, his original lethargic expression instantly became extremely murderous. This person was none other than one of the squad leaders of the Black Wolf mercenaries, named Zhang Yan. Even though all of them in the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps were wanted criminals, but not many people have actually seen their true colors at all. Plus, Zhang Yan himself had a strong enough strength that he didn't need to worry about his identity being exposed. Even now that Wind and Thunder Martial School Procurator Envoy Lu Jinshan was standing in front of him, Zhang Yan didn't feel the slightest bit flustered. Don't worry, I didn't come here to capture you, Lu Jinshan said calmly. Rather, I have business to discuss with you. At those words, the killing intent on Zhang Yan's face instantly dissipated. He let out a cold laugh. What a surprise! The Procurator Envoy of the Hallowed Wind and Thunder Martial Hall would come to me, a member of the Black Wolf Squad, to talk business? Lu Jinshan, aren't you afraid of exposing your identity and incurring the trouble of killing yourself because of this? Zhang Yan was indeed shocked at the arrival of Lu Jinshan. However, Lu Jinshan didn't pay any attention to his taunts and just said coldly, I came here on behalf of Lord Zhao Changming. If you're not interested, then it's as if I haven't been here today. Wait, Zhang Yan hurriedly called out to Lu Jinshan. You just said that it was Zhao Changming who was looking for me? Originally, Zhang Yan's heart was already filled with curiosity, and now that he learned that the person who really wanted to find him was actually Zhao Changming, this deepened his curiosity even more. Without hesitation, he asked, tell me straight, what exactly does Zhao Changming want me to do? As the guild master of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall, he would even send someone to contact the Black Wolf Squad. In Zhang Yan's opinion, there must be an ulterior motive hidden in this. Lu Jinshan sniffed and directly pulled out a photo from his pocket and threw it in front of Zhang Yan. This person is the son of Lin Jinbei, the branch master of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts School in Tianhe Bay City. Jiang Hao, Lord Zhao wants Jiang Hao to disappear from this world. Name your price. Zhang Yan did not respond immediately, but casually picked up the photo on the desktop. Jiang Hao, Lin Jinbei's son. This guy seems to be in full swing lately. Zhao Changming wanted to kill him, so it seems that Zhao Wei's death does have something to do with Jiang Hao. Then, he sneered twice. It's too easy to make Jiang Hao completely disappear from this world. I can easily take care of him by casually sending one of my men. Lu Jinshan didn't want to listen to Zhang Yan's nonsense, and immediately interrupted him. Cut the crap and make a direct offer. If you need a deposit, I can give it to you now. He hadn't had a good feeling about the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps people in the first place. Right now, he only wanted to complete Zhao Changming's mission as soon as possible and then quickly leave this place. The corner of Zhang Yan's mouth rose slightly. No need. I can complete this order for free for Lord Zhao. It's just a rookie who just graduated from a martial arts school anyway. Only. Speaking of this, Zhang Yan actually walked over to Lu Jinshan. It's just that after I kill Jiang Nian, I need to meet Zhao Changming in person. That shouldn't be too much. After saying that, Jiang Yan exuded a treacherous smile. After a brief hesitation, Lu Jinshan nodded. Don't worry, I will tell Lord Zhao about your request. But you must kill Jiang Yan as soon as possible. That kid should have joined Team A of the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps. Jiang Yan did not care about this and spoke in a cold voice. I don't care what organization he joined. Any prey I set my sights on is only going to die anyway. Hearing this, Lu Jinshan turned around and walked out of the box. Ha! Looking at Lu Jinshan's departing figure, Jiang Yan smiled coldly. Jiang Hao, your time to die has come. Another aside. In the base of the Yakuza Mercenary Corps, all the members of Team B were concentrated in the combat conference room on the first floor of the base. In addition to the newcomer Jiang Hao, there were the remaining 5 members. The one with the most outstanding strength had already reached the 6th rank of the War General class, and as the vice captain, Gao Feng even possessed a powerful strength of the 8th rank of the War General class. Everyone has more or less been informed about tonight's mission. Gao Feng spoke calmly, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. But due to the addition of newcomers to Team B, I'd like to formally announce the content of tonight's mission. He casually pressed the switch on the large screen behind him, and a large, terrifying-looking spider covered in black armor suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. This demonic beast is named Dark Moon Demon Spider. According to the information gathered so far, the Dark Moon Demon Spiders in the Star Origin Mountain Range generally have strengths between the 3rd and 5th ranks of the Beast General class. Our mission tonight is to hunt 5 Dark Moon Demon Spiders. Under normal circumstances, with our Team B's strength, it's actually quite simple to hunt 5 Dark Moon Demon Spiders. But demonic beasts like the Dark Moon Demon Spider fear the light of the sun, so they usually don't show up during the day. They will only choose to come out to feed at the strike of darkness. If we want to kill the Dark Moon Demon Spider, we can only choose to sneak in at the most dangerous darkness. This has undoubtedly greatly increased the difficulty of this mission, and it will also be more treacherous. Speaking of this, Peak looked at a black-faced strong man sitting beside him. Chen Tao, we'll act according to the old rules of the past. We'll be in charge of the main attack, and the rest of us will be in charge of the hold. If there is danger, protect your teammates at the first opportunity. As he uttered the last sentence, Peak visibly glanced at Jiang Hao. Although Jiang Hao's strength had been recognized by them, but after all, they had only just joined the mercenary group, and tonight's mission was so dangerous that they had to ensure Jiang Hao's absolute safety. Don't worry, big brother Gao, I know what to do. Chen Tao nodded slightly. Afterwards, under the leadership of Gao Feng, all of them boarded the armored vehicles and hurriedly drove out of the South China main city and entered the Star Origin Mountain Range. The Star Source Mountain Range was amongst the several most treacherous mountain ranges in the Yin country, where demonic beasts gathered. Even the demonic beasts in just the outskirts of the mountain range were much more powerful than the demonic beasts in the Grey Mist Mountain Forest before. There were even powerful monarch-class demonic beasts deep within the mountain range. Luckily, the destination of their trip was only the outskirts of the Star Origin Mountain Range. With Team B's strength, it was enough to deal with the demonic beasts here. It was precisely because of this that Peak had agreed to take on this well-paid mission. After arriving at the entrance of the Star Source Mountain Range, Gao Feng instructed everyone to get down from their vehicles and choose to enter the Star Source Mountain Range on foot. Although the armored vehicle's defense was strong enough to withstand the attacks of an unusual beast general-level demonic beast, but even a strong defense has its limits. Plus, the roar of the armored car's engine as it drove along stung in the silent darkness of the night. This made it easier to attract demonic beasts in the dark. Once surrounded by a large number of demonic beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Hao, who was wearing the uniform of the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps, followed in the center of the group and looked around vigilantly. No one made much noise during the process. As much as possible, he collected his own martial artist aura to ensure that he wouldn't attract the demonic beasts around him, making his way in the direction of a damp valley not far ahead. In the meantime, in another direction on the outskirts of the Star Origin Mountain Range, 2 men who looked exactly the same were walking forward calmly. The only difference between them is that one wears glasses and one doesn't. Brother, this time our mission is too simple, right? We're actually just killing a freshly graduated rookie. We're all experts at the 4th rank of the War General class. This is a bit too big of a deal. The man in the duo, wearing glasses, spoke rather irritably. Although the target of the hunt is weak, don't forget that that guy is now a member of the Extreme Mercenary Corps. As far as I know, the members of Team B of the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps, led by Peak, are hunting demonic beasts in this place. It seems the target is the Dark Moon Demon Spider. If we want to deal with Jiang Hao, we must first lure away the duo of Gao Feng and Chen Tao. Otherwise, once they find out, not only will they not be able to kill Jiang Hao, they'll be killed by them instead. The other man, who wasn't wearing glasses, spoke warily. They were a pair of twins, older brother Li Changyun and younger brother Li Changhai, both belonging to the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. Li Changhai smiled disdainfully at his words. Brother, wanting to draw Peek and Shen Tao away? This is too easy. Isn't their goal the Dark Moon Demon Spider? Then we'll give them a big gift. If I remember correctly, that mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider seems to be in this neighborhood. That mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider is extremely strong, reaching the 7th rank of the Beast General class. A demonic beast of this level would be difficult to defeat in a short period of time, even by Peek. Furthermore, this mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider has a mist skill similar to the Nightmare Beasts. It's quite tricky. In this situation, in order to protect his teammates, Gao Feng will definitely join forces with Chen Tao to deal with this mutant Dark Moon Demon Spider first, and will be able to secretly strike it this time and finish off Jiang Hao. Li Changhai pushed his glasses and spoke confidently. Brother, what do you think of my plan? Li Changyun sniffed and thought briefly for a moment. Then he spoke slowly. The plan is indeed quite good, but not perfect. Although that mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider is powerful, it definitely won't be able to stop the joint siege of Gao Feng and Chen Tao. If you want to completely restrain the two of them, you need to add me to the mix. Li Changyun whispered beside Li Changhai's ear, elaborating on his plan. Upon hearing this, Li Changhai nodded with deep approval, and the two of them then moved quickly. On the other side, on the outskirts of the Star Origin mountain range, in a dark and damp valley, Gao Feng led a group of Team B members and managed to kill 3 Dark Moon Demon Spiders after a fierce battle. Although 2 teammates were inadvertently injured in the process, they were only flesh wounds and not serious injuries. Summit then instructed his teammates to rest in place to regain their strength. Jiang Hao, how do you feel now? Can you get used to the rhythm of our A-team? Gao Feng sat beside Jiang Hao and spoke in a gentle tone. During the battle just now, Gao Feng was actually keeping an eye on Jiang Hao at all times. He was worried that something might happen to Jiang Hao. After all, the Dark Moon Demon Spider not only had a powerful attack, it also had an extremely terrifying toxin. If Jiang Hao had an accident on his first day out on a mission, then he, the vice captain, could not be blamed. Luckily, Jiang Hao's strength was indeed powerful, and even though he had just encountered 3 Dark Moon Demon Spiders at the same time, Jiang Hao hadn't even been injured. Whether it was combat skills or reaction speed, he had performed extremely well, even surpassing some of the senior mercenary corps members. Big Brother Gao, even though this is my first time hunting demonic beasts late at night, but overall, it's all still within my reach. Are we going to leave here next, or are we going to stand guard here? When Jiang Hao had entered this valley just now, he had already discovered that there were quite a few Dark Moon Demon Spider eggs in this place. Apparently, this valley was the nest of the Dark Moon Demon Spider. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to encounter the attack of 3 Dark Moon Demon Spiders as soon as they arrived here. He believed that as long as he waited here, there would definitely be another Dark Moon Demon Spider appearing. Since we've discovered the Dark Moon Demon Spider's lair, there's no need to leave this place. Gao Feng carefully analyzed. There aren't many Dark Moon Demon Spider eggs in this place. It is estimated that there should only be around 5 or 6 Dark Moon Demon Spiders living in this valley. Now that we've killed 3 of them, the remaining ones, the Dark Moon Demon Spiders, should be out hunting yet to return. We'll ambush here, and as long as the rest of the Dark Moon Demon Spiders return to their nests, we'll be able to kill them all in one fell swoop. Gao Feng's words were echoed by the rest of the Team B members present, but it was at this time. Suddenly the deafening sound of demonic beasts roaring came from the front. Next moment, several incomparably sharp spider silk shot toward Jiang Hao, Gao Feng, and the others at extremely fast speeds. No good. All of the mercenary corps members present were those who had been fighting demonic beasts for years, and their reaction speeds were all quite fast. They swung their weapons at the first opportunity to block the spider's attack. Immediately after, a large, colorful spider slowly appeared from the darkness. This fellow's looks were extremely similar to the Dark Moon Demon Spider, but the colors on his body were completely different, and the aura was far beyond that of an ordinary Dark Moon Demon Spider. Crap! What the fuck is this guy? When did Dark Moon Demon Spiders come in this color? The crowd looked beyond horrified as they witnessed the large, colorful spiders in front of them. The mutant Dark Moon Demon Spider let out a roaring sound when it saw so many humans intruding into its territory. A large amount of white mist was then spewed out. These mists are not poisonous, but they have the ability to cause hallucinations. Those who inhaled the mist visibly began to go into a trance and became dizzy. In a way, it had the same ability as the nightmare beast that Jiang Hao had encountered earlier. It was only that his mists were significantly weaker than the nightmare beasts, which didn't have any effect on Jiang Hao, a mentalist. However, the white fog severely obscured his vision, and Jiang Hao could no longer see the surrounding area clearly. No good. I'm afraid that this fellow is a mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider, possessing an ability similar to a mental attack, and the aura is at least at the 7th level of the Beast General class. Everyone take a spirit potion immediately. Even though Summit had his teammates drink spirit potions to ward off the mists at the first opportunity, he was still a step too late. No one had expected that the mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider would actually use mental attacks, so much so that many people were caught up in the illusion without reacting. Now at the side of the peak, only Chen Tao was left. The two of them were strong enough in their cultivation, plus the help of the spiritual potion, which barely managed to block the Dark Moon Demon Spider's spiritual attack. Chen Tao, we can only kill this mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider as soon as possible when it comes down to it. Otherwise, under the influence of the white fog, the situation of the teammates will be extremely dangerous. As soon as Gao Feng's words fell, he took the lead in launching an onslaught of attacks on the mutant Dark Moon Demon Spider. His weapon was a reddish steel rod that ignited into flames as he wielded it. Chen Tao's weapon, on the other hand, was a black steel sword, but just as the two of them were about to join forces to attack, Li Chengyan suddenly stepped out from the side. The rule of the Black Wolf mercenaries was that when hunting, they had to wear the exclusive Black Wolf mask. Not only was it a symbol of the Black Wolf mercenary group's identity, it could also conceal their faces. The two of them, Gao Feng and Chen Tao, looked horrified when they noticed the Black Wolf mask on Li Chengyun's face. The Black Wolf mercenaries. How did these guys get here? Although Chen Tao was able to sense that Li Chengyun was only at the 4th rank of the War General class, there was no guarantee that there would not be accomplices around. No one expected to encounter the Black Wolf mercenary corps this night. Shit, it looks like this mutant Dark Moon Demon Spider was deliberately attracted by the Black Wolf mercenary corps people. They must be killed at once. Gao Feng gave Chen Tao a wink and told him to take charge of blocking Li Chengyun's attack. Summit himself, on the other hand, went all out to deal with the mutant Dark Moon Demon Spider. Also while they were busy fighting, Jiang Hao, who was in the mist, watched with cold eyes. Another mysterious man with a black wolf mask in front of him. You're actually immune to the mists? Li Chenghai said with slight surprise. From the looks of it, it should be that you drank the spirit potion in advance, but it doesn't matter. Even if you're not affected by the mist, you're bound to die today. So you planned all of this tonight? Although Jiang Hao hadn't encountered anyone from the Black Wolf mercenary corps, there were things about them that he more or less understood. Upon seeing the Black Wolf mask on Li Chenghai's face, Zhang Nian immediately knew the other party's identity. Also, this guy didn't attack the other people from the Extreme Dao mercenary corps, which meant that the other party's target should only be him. Jiang Hao, in fact, you and I have no grudges, so there's no need for me to kill you at all. The people of the Extreme Dao mercenary corps are not to be messed with, and usually, we don't take action against them, all because a big shot wants to buy your head. Li Chenghai sneered. Now that your teammates are basically deep in the illusion and unable to extricate themselves, they will definitely die as time goes by. If you don't want your teammates to die or be injured too badly, then give up resisting. This way, I'll let you die in pain. With these words, Jiang Hao instantly understood everything. The big shot he was talking about was definitely referring to Zhao Changming. As early as the moment he stepped into the South China main city, Jiang Hao had predicted that Zhao Changming would do whatever he could to get at him. Zhao Changming, as the Guild Master of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall, would have a wide impact if he personally took action. And by utilizing the Black Wolf mercenary corps as a pawn, one could shirk all responsibility cleanly after the fact. Kid, so you're stunned? Seeing that Jiang Hao was silent, Li Chenghai immediately shouted angrily. Answer me, will you kneel down and surrender yourself, or will I do it myself? Ha! In the face of Li Chenghai's threat, Zhang Yan smiled disdainfully. Just you alone, you want to kill me too? I'm sorry, but you just can't do it. The moment he saw Li Chenghai, Jiang Hao had already sensed the other party's realm. It was nothing more than a battle general level 4th ranked martial artist. Even though Jiang Hao hadn't yet stepped into the war general level, and was merely an unusual 10th ranked martial artist. However, relying on the means of the spiritual luminaries, it was easy to deal with him. Moreover, the white fog around him that obscured his vision made it easier for Jiang Hao to strike and kill him. What the hell? I'm a 4th ranked battle general level martial artist. Would I not have the means to kill you? It was the first time that Li Chenghai had been belittled so much since he had grown up, which made his heart grow angrier and angrier. Good. Congratulations on successfully provoking me. I'll let you see how the Black Wolf mercenary corps tortures people. As soon as Li Chenghai's words fell, he waved the short black blade in his hand and rushed towards Jiang Hao. When he was planning to utilize the mutant Dark Moon Demon Spider, Li Chenghai had already drank a spirit potion in advance with his elder brother, immune to the effects of the mist to a certain extent. After all, the mutant Dark Moon Demon Spider's mental attacks were not very powerful. far from being able to match the nightmare beast's level of demonic beasts. However, although mental attacks could be immunized, the white fog around them still severely obscured their vision. The moment he rushed in front of Jiang Hao, a bloody light cut through like lightning. Before Li Changhai had any chance to react, he was directly penetrated through his waist and abdomen by the bloodlight. Blood spurted out, instantly staining the ground. Ah! Li Changhai let out a wail of pain and collapsed to the ground, covering his waist and stomach in his hands with death. His eyes widened in horror as he watched the blood thorns hovering beside Jiang Hao, manifesting 4 detachments under his control. Even if Li Changhai's reaction was slow, he realized the seriousness of the problem at this moment. Jiang Hao, who stood before his eyes and was regarded as a rookie by him, was in fact a spiritual nihilist. This also rationalized how Jiang Hao could be unaffected by the mists. Moreover, the Nianli weapon Jiang Hao was using was also ridiculously strong, reaching at least S rank. Otherwise, it would be impossible to inflict such terrible damage on him with just one strike. If it was under normal circumstances, with his strength at the 4th stage of the War General rank, it would be easy to deal with a martial artist who had not yet stepped into the War General rank. But things are different now. The ability of the spirit nemesis was too powerful. Plus the white fog around them that obscured their vision made it even more favorable for the spirit nemesis to attack. There's no way he can have a chance of winning in this situation. Not to mention, he was already heavily injured and his wounds were getting worse due to the special effect of the blood spikes. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Changhai turned around and fled, attempting to use the white mist that obscured his vision as cover. He quickly escaped from this place. Nah! His every move was expected by Jiang Hao. Before he had stepped into the war god level, the advantage of the spiritual luminaries was too great. And even if Li Changhai escaped at the first opportunity, he was still too slow. Jiang Hao maneuvered the blood spike body as well as the 4 doppelgangers and launched a fierce attack on it. Li Changhai swung his sword to resist, but it was difficult to resist this dense rain-like attack. In less than a moment, his body was riddled with holes, and he eventually collapsed miserably in a pool of blood. For scum like the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, Jiang Hao didn't need to show any mercy at all. Immediately afterward, Jiang Hao continued to maneuver the blood spikes and flew rapidly towards the mutant Dark Moon Demon Spider. Peak, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, suddenly heard a burst of air-breaking sounds from the side. Before he could react, the blood spikes, as well as the 4 detachments, quickly began to frantically cut the body of the mutant Dark Moon Demon Spider. Even if their defenses were strong, it would be difficult for them to withstand such a high frequency of attacks. What's more, it was said that the blood spike was already powerful. In a matter of moments, on the mutant Dark Moon Demon Spider's body, it was already bruised and battered, stinking purple blood that ran everywhere. Gao Feng was incomparably shocked as he witnessed this scene unfold. When he looked back behind him and realized that the person manipulating these blood-colored short swords was none other than Jiang Hao, he was dumbfounded on the spot. Spiritualist, oh my god, you actually hit it so well. Summit's eyes were wide with disbelief. However, in the current situation, he couldn't be bothered to question Jiang Hao more, but instead turned his head to launch a more violent attack on the mutant demon spider. With Jiang Hao's cooperation, he shattered the head of the mutant Darkmoon Demon Spider with a single blow of his stick and managed to kill it. At that moment, Jiang Hao realized that Chun Tao was fighting another member of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, and he didn't hesitate to continue maneuvering his blood stimulus to shoot away. Li Chengyun didn't even know what was happening before the blood thorn cut through the aorta of his neck and blood gushed out. After struggling for a few moments, he collapsed in a pool of blood and died miserably. With the death of the mutant Dark Moon Demon Spider, the mist that shrouded the valley gradually disappeared. When the crowd saw several blood-colored short swords hovering beside Jiang Hao, they all exuded a look of incomparable shock. Crap! He's a spiritualist. Jiang Hao, you have this special ability. Why are you still staying in a place like Tianhe Base City? Shouldn't this just bail out of headquarters? The crowd gathered around Jiang Hao's side, their eyes looking enviously at the blood-colored short swords that were hovering. As martial artists, they were all too aware of how strong the abilities of spiritual luminaries were. Even if all of their realms were stronger than Jiang Hao's, it was unlikely that they would be a match for a spiritual nihilist. However, after the shock, everyone's complexion became extremely grave. Why did the two Black Wolf Mercenary Corps killers suddenly appear? That mutated Dark Moon Demon Spider just now was obviously attracted by those two Black Wolf Mercenary Corps members. It's really strange. Even though the people of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps are a bunch of brutes, they definitely wouldn't intentionally mess with our Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps. What the hell is going on here? The crowd looked at the two corpses of the Black Wolf mercenaries and fell into deep thought. Even Vice Captain Peak had a puzzled look on his face. It had never happened before this. The Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps was no ordinary mercenary corps. Behind it was Mo Wanshan, the chief pavilion master of the Extreme Dao Martial Hall, one of the strongest martial artists in the world today. How could someone from the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps dare to make a move against them for no reason? Just then, Jiang Hao spoke slowly. I think their target should be me. When these words came out, everyone present looked at Jiang Hao in shock. It's you? When Gao Feng heard this, he looked horrified. Jiang Hao, what exactly did you do? Why would the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps people target you? If I'm not mistaken, they should have been instructed by Zhao Changming. Jiang Hao's brows furrowed as he explained in a grave tone. This guy thinks I killed his son, but doesn't have any evidence to personally take a shot at me, and so it brought in these Black Wolf mercenaries. When the crowd heard this, they suddenly realized the previous incident of Zhao Weiyi's sudden and strange death was a big deal. There are indeed rumors that the real culprit is Jiang Hao. The vast majority of people, however, think it's just nonsense. After all, everyone thought that there was a huge difference in strength between Jiang Hao and Zhao Weiyi. Moreover, Zhao Weiyi was still a graduate of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall headquarters, so how could he somehow be killed by Jiang Hao? There's obviously something wrong with that. Zhao Changming, this old son of a bitch, he actually dared to hire someone from the Black Wolf Squad to lay hands on you. Do you really think that our Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps is easy to bully? Gao Feng and the other members of the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps clenched their fists, filled with rage. To them, it was obvious that Zhao Changming couldn't find the murderer, and could only let Jiang Hao take all the blame. However, he was worried that doing it himself would have great repercussions, which was why he chose Black Wolf's people. Big brother Gao, this is actually just my one-sided guess. Now that the Black Wolf Squad is dead, before Jiang Hao could open his mouth to finish, Gao Feng immediately interrupted him. Jiang Hao, I know you don't want to implicate us, but since you've joined the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps, we're family, so how can we just sit back and do nothing? What's more, the Black Wolf Squad has always sworn not to stop until they achieve their goal. This time the person they sent was killed in return. They will definitely make another move. Don't worry, as long as we're around, we'll never let anyone hurt you. As the vice captain of the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps, if Gao Feng were to shed a member of his team because of something like this, then what face does he have as a vice captain? Even if this matter was related to the guild master of the Wind and Thunder Martial School, Pete did not have any fear at all. The rest of the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps present nodded in agreement. Then thank you all. Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't say anything more and rushed at the people present to clasp his fists. He had planned to face this matter alone. After all, the Zhao family was quite powerful in the area. Plus, there were still people from the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps who had their eyes on him now, so not wanting to involve the people of the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps, Jiang Hao decisively used the ability of the spiritual luminaries just now, in order to not let his teammates have any deaths or injuries. Now, the righteous behavior of Gao Feng and the others really touched Jiang Hao, recalling that Lin Zhenbei had decisively abandoned him earlier, even going so far as to falsify evidence and hand Jiang Hao over to Zhao Changming. Just let Jiang Hao loathe him more and more. What a shit bloodline to bloodline. In the end it's not as good as a bunch of teammates you just met. No need to be polite, we are all family. Right now, even though both of the Black Wolf Squad's men are dead, it's hard to guarantee that they won't still have accomplices. We can't stay here any longer. Hurry back to the base. As soon as Gao Feng finished speaking, he immediately led the crowd to evacuate the valley. During the process, he encountered another Dark Moon Demon Spider, and after successfully killing it, he quickly left the Star Origin mountain range. In the meantime, far away in Tianha Bay City, in the Lin family mansion, Lin Zhenbei recalled that Jiang Hao had contradicted him in public and even threatened to let Wang Ruoya die, making him incredibly angry. Ma'am, that's what you call a good son? Lin Zhenbei looked at Wang Ruoya with fury. If Li Zhenhao hadn't blocked me today, I would have scrapped that brute no matter what I said. Wang Ruoya hadn't come back to her senses until now. She just couldn't imagine how the child she had carried to term could turn out like this. Ma'am, I don't care what you think right now. Anyway, from now on, Jiang Hao doesn't have half a relationship with us. I won't collect his body even if he dies outside. Wang Ruoyao's face was incomparably ugly as she said, is it really going to come to this? Why can't we just live together as a family? What? Could it be that you're still expecting this beast Jiang Hao to come back now? Lin Zhenbei shouted angrily. I'm telling you, this is never going to happen. Even if he comes around and wants to apologize to us, I will never recognize him as my son. Wang Ruoya has actually been trying to persuade Lin Zhenbei to forgive Jiang Hao and father and son to make up again. But what Jiang Hao did today was unacceptable even to her, let alone Lin Zhenbei. At that moment, she suddenly remembered Lin Zilong, who was still in prison, and hurriedly spoke. Where's Zilong? What's Zilong going to do then? I've already lost a son. I can't lose Zarin again. Didn't Sun Mingyu say he would help us? Why hasn't Zilong been released until now? Hearing these words, Lin Jinbei's face sank and he subconsciously clenched his fists. This Sun Mingyu fellow is abominable to the core. I had thought I could get Zarin back by giving him Mickey, but he actually wanted me to capture Luo Qinghan. When these words came out, Wang Ruoyo immediately widened her eyes. What did you say? Catch Luo Qinghan? Are you crazy? She's the eldest miss of the Luo family. Our Lin family is equivalent to a mole compared to a behemoth like the Luo family. If we really make a move against Luo Qinghan, once the Luo family finds out, we'll all be screwed. Sun Mingyu, this is clearly a deliberate attempt to trap you. The more Wang Ruoyao thought about it, the angrier she felt. She really didn't expect Sun Niangwo to make such a hateful request. Lin Jinbei sniffed and spoke in a grim tone. I'm naturally aware of what kind of price I'll pay if I take a shot at Luo Qinghan, but until now, do we have room to refuse? If I don't do this, Zilong will die for sure. I can only choose to fight to the death. Anyway, if it's done cleanly enough, no one will suspect me. Even though Wang Ruoya knew that this matter was extremely risky, she could only do so if she wanted to save Lin Zilong. After a short silence, Wang Ruoyo inquired in a grave tone, then what are you going to do? Luo Qinghan is ostensibly alone within the extreme Dao martial hall, but she is after all the Luo family's eldest miss, and it's impossible for her not to have experts beside her for secret protection. The consequences of making a rash move are unimaginable. Don't worry, ma'am, since I dared to do this, I've already thought of a foolproof plan. Lin Jinbei spoke with confidence. I guarantee that this matter will be done cleanly, and no one will suspect me. Wang Ruoyao sniffed and didn't say anything more. After nodding slightly, she turned around and went back to her room to rest. She'd been through so much in the meantime that it was a bit much for her. Until now the body has still not fully recovered. As for Jiang Hao's matter, there was no way for her to retain it anymore. She could only listen to God's will. Lin Jinbei then called out to his housekeeper, Zhang Ping, and spoke in a cold voice. Have you done everything I asked you to do? Master, it's all done. Zhang Ping looked worried as he said, But do we really have to do this? What? Do even you dare to teach me things now? When Lin Jinbei said this, he scared Zhang Ping to kneel directly underneath. Master, it's not like that. I'm just worried that if this matter comes to light, then everyone up and down the Lin family will be finished. Lin Jinbei angrily slapped the table in front of him. Zhang Ping, listen to me carefully. You are just a servant of my Lin family. I don't need you to tell me how to act. Zhang Ping was too frightened to squeak, and could only nod his head repeatedly. With that, he trembled and handed a black box to Lin Jinbei. When Lin Jinbei opened the box and saw what was inside, he revealed a grim smile. Luo Qinghan, originally, you and I have no grudges or hatred. There's no way I would have taken action against you. But who let Sun Mingyu take a liking to you? And for the sake of my son Zilong's life, I had no choice but to do so. If you want to blame it, blame Sun Mingyu. Lin Jinbei properly put away the black box and looked at Zhang Ping with cold eyes. Have you investigated Luo Qinghan's whereabouts nowadays? Master, Luo Qinghan did not return to the Luo clan after graduating from the Extreme Dao Martial School. As far as I know, she should be heading to South China main city. Exactly what staying in the main city of South China is actually going to do, that I don't know at the moment. Lin Jinbei sniffed and nodded in satisfaction. The next thing doesn't need you to interfere. Listen to me. If this gets out, I promise I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Along with your family, I will make them disappear from this world. Please don't worry. My lord, I definitely wouldn't dare to tell. Zhang Ping was so scared that he kowtowed while expressing his loyalty. Lin Jinbei didn't say anything more and turned around to leave the Lin family. That night, Gao Feng took the members of Team B and returned to the base of the Extreme Mercenary Corps. The first time, he informed the captain Lu Gaozhua about the encounter with the Black Wolf Squad. What did you say? Zhao Changming colluded with the Black Wolf Squad and attempted to assassinate Jiang Hao? Lu Gaozhua never expected that Jiang Hao would have an accident on his first day of duty. What he hadn't expected was that Jiang Hao was actually a spiritual nihilist. Captain, although there's no definitive proof, as of right now, it's definitely Zhao Changming's doing. This guy decided that Jiang Hao was the murderer of his son, so he wanted to get rid of Jiang Hao at all costs. Originally, as Jiang Hao is a member of our mercenary corps, we have to protect him, not to mention, Jiang Hao is also a spiritual numinous master. If something happens to him, the entire Yin kingdom will suffer heavy losses. Lu Gaozhua sniffed and nodded in agreement. This old son of a bitch, does he really think we're easy to bully? Don't worry about it. I know how to fix this. At first, Lu Gaozhua had thought that Jiang Hao was just an exceptionally gifted martial artist, and that it would be good to stay in the squad to hone his strength. But now it seemed that Jiang Hao must not remain in his squad. He was well aware of how brutal the Black Wolf mercenary corps people were in their methods, and any prey that was targeted by them basically only had a way to die. Plus, there was also Zhao Changming. the powerful Wind and Thunder Martial Hall Guild Master. If he really pushed him, he would only really deal with Jiang Hao at any cost. In this situation, their squad was no longer capable of protecting Jiang Hao, and the only way was to send Jiang Hao to the headquarters. Afterwards, Lu Gaozhua hurriedly left the base of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Center and headed to the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Center Guild Master to personally meet Duan Hong. He had to tell Duan Hong about Jiang Hao's status as a spiritual thinker. In the meantime, Jiang Hao, who was in the base dormitory, didn't care too much about the Black Wolf Squad's assassination of himself. In Jiang Hao's opinion, it was better to seize every opportunity to become stronger than to spend the whole day in fear. He immediately entered the Void Martial Arts Arena. Immediately afterward, a combat mannequin that looked exactly the same as Luo Qinghan slowly emerged. Previously, during the graduation test, Jiang Hao had already duplicated Luo Qinghan with the power of the system. As the eldest miss of the Luo family, the martial skill that Luo Qinghan practiced would definitely be extremely powerful. Jiang Hao could just take this opportunity to master these martial arts techniques of the Luo family. By the way, let's see how much of a gap there was between him and a famous young lady like Luo Qinghan without the aid of a spiritual necromancer's ability. Begin! With Jiang Hao's order, Luo Qinghan's eyes in front of him flashed with a glint. Without any hesitation, he waved the frost sword in his hand and killed Jiang Hao with great speed. During the process, the frost sword continued to emit powerful ice attribute energy fluctuations. The large void martial arts arena was instantly covered in frost. In this environment, Luo Qinghan's aura became significantly more powerful. In just an instant, Luo Qinghan rushed to Jiang Hao, showing no mercy, stabbing his sword at Jiang Hao's chest. With the speed of the swift thunder steps, Jiang Hao easily dodged Luo Qinghan's attack. He was going to launch an attack, but unexpectedly, the frost sword violently shot out a freezing ray. Even though Jiang Hao dodged at the first opportunity, his right leg was still grazed by the frozen light. The injured area, instantly frozen by ice, greatly affected Jiang Hao's speed. Next moment, Luo Qinghan suddenly moved at a high speed, and all around her were the residual shadows she left behind. She was so fast that Jiang Hao couldn't even see her exact position. Before Jiang Hao could react, Luo Qinghan had instantly moved behind him and ran a sword through his heart. Crap! An exclamation of surprise passed. Jiang Hao resurrected in place and looked at Luo Qinghan in front of him with an incomparably shocked expression. Regarding the martial skill Luo Qinghan was using, as well as the frost sword in her hand, Jiang Hao had actually seen it before when he fought the Nightmare Beast. The powerful ice martial skill, combined with the frost sword, was indeed quite powerful. But what Jiang Hao didn't expect was that Luo Qinghan hadn't even tried her best at that time. Within the Void Martial Stadium, the special stance martial skill that Luo Qinghan had displayed was simply beyond imagination in its power. Even though Jiang Hao had already cultivated the swift thunder steps to its peak, he still couldn't catch up with Luo Qinghan's speed. In order to explore the exact nature of this special body martial skill of Luo Qinghan, Jiang Hao once again engaged her in a fierce battle. This time, even though Jiang Hao had been fully prepared mentally and managed to injure Luo Qinghan with the aid of the swift thunder steps, but it still can't turn the tide of battle. Luo Qinghan's speed was astonishing with that divine stance. Jiang Hao once again lost to Luo Qinghan. However, this time Jiang Hao wasn't completely unproductive. Through careful observation and judgment, he probably knew what kind of stance martial skill Luo Qinghan had performed. That was none other than the legendary SSS grade stance martial skill, the flowing light transportation. As the name suggests, when a martial artist performs this stance martial art, he or she will transform into a stream of light and move at high speed. It was so fast that it would even leave a residual shadow in its place. If one could practice the flowing light transportation to the peak of the realm, then under high-speed movement, even the surrounding space might distort. In addition to speed, this stance martial skill also granted the cultivator an extremely high degree of flexibility. In combat, the practitioner can easily dodge the enemy's attacks. It is even able to change the direction of attack in a very short period of time, giving the enemy a surprise blow. It was said that this flowing light recluse was accidentally discovered by the Luo family's ancestor from the ruins of an ancient civilization. However, the flowing recluse found at that time was not complete. It was the ancestors of the Luo family who had spent a great deal of time and effort to perfect it. As the Luo clan's family treasure, the flowing light transportation has been passed down from generation to generation, and people from outside the family name are simply unable to learn it. Nowadays, the flowing light escape had become the Luo family's signature martial skill. Incomplete stance martial arts are capable of reaching the SSS level. I have to get this flowing light transportation. Jiang Hao was now relying on the peak wind Jedi blade, plus the undercurrent of the spiritual numinous master. When dealing with martial artists below the 5th rank of the war general class, they could basically easily defeat them. But even so, he still felt that he lacked a life-saving card. If he could master the flowing light transportation shadow and instantly cultivate it to the peak with the assistance of the system, this would undoubtedly greatly enhance his strength. In the face of such a powerful stance martial skill, Jiang Hao simply couldn't defeat Luo Qinghan by relying on his own strength alone. Even if one casts the flowing light transportation, it requires a lot of physical strength. But often, before Luo Qinghan ran out of stamina, Jiang Hao died first. In order to ensure that he could obtain the flowing light transportation shadow, Jiang Hao could only defeat Luo Qinghan through the power of the spiritual luminaries. Without any hesitation, Jiang Hao then maneuvered his blood spike, splitting into 4 doppelgangers in midair and launching a fierce attack on Luo Qinghan. Even though Luo Qinghan was able to dodge the blood spikes raining down on him at first with his speed of the flowing light transportation, however, continuous casting was extremely draining on her stamina. Moreover, Luo Qinghan herself had only cultivated the flowing light transportation to the introductory realm and was not skilled. As long as he was slightly inadvertently hit by the blood spikes, Jiang Hao would see the right moment to rush forward and swing his sword wildly. With the means of a spiritual numinator, Jiang Hao easily defeated Luo Qinghan 10 times. Not only did his realm successfully advance to the first rank of the war general class, he also mastered the long-awaited flowing light transportation as well. Within the void martial stadium, as long as a martial skill was dropped, Jiang Hao would not only be able to comprehend it in an instant, but he could even reach the point of reaching the peak. It was as if this was a martial art that he had already mastered in his own right and had just temporarily forgotten about it. And with the help of the system, he recalled it again, a feeling that was both magical and incredible. In addition, Jiang Hao had acquired other martial arts skills during his battle with Luo Qinghan, but compared to the flowing light transportation, the other martial arts were so inferior that Jiang Hao didn't even bother to use them. He couldn't wait to start fighting with Luo Qinghan again. This time, Jiang Hao didn't utilize the power of a spiritual numinous master, but instead relied on the terrifying speed of the flowing light transportation shadow. Like a stream of light, he instantly rushed to Luo Qinghan. It was so fast that even its own space distorted. Luo Qinghan didn't even have time to draw his sword before his body and head were separated. The entire process was completed in the blink of an eye, and even Jiang Hao was shocked by his own strength. What was even more appalling was that on Luo Qinghan's body, he actually had the same imitation dark gold demon armor as Zhao Wei before, but it turned out that Jiang Hao's speed was so fast that Luo Qinghan didn't even have time to activate his battle armor before his body and head were separated. Plus, with his own realm reaching the first stage of the battle general rank, Jiang Hao had a premonition that nowadays, as long as a battle god-ranked martial artist didn't appear, the rest of the martial artists, Jiang Hao was able to defeat them all, just by virtue of this Dingfeng's flowing light recluse. Not many people could block it. Immediately afterward, Jiang Hao exited the void martial arts arena with satisfaction. He had planned to take a bath and sleep comfortably, but he didn't expect that Luo Qinghan would suddenly send him a message at this time. Jiang Hao opened his cell phone and took a serious look at it. Jiang Hao, if you're free tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, come to the South China main city Shan Shui Park. There's something I'd like to talk to you about face to face. Looking for me to talk? Jiang Hao frowned slightly when he saw this, but he didn't reject Luo Qinghan's invitation and casually replied, okay, wait for me tomorrow. Afterward, Jiang Hao didn't think much about it, and after taking a comfortable shower, he fell into a sound sleep. The next day, Jiang Hao had planned to ask Peek to see if there was a mission to hunt demonic beasts today. Unexpectedly, just after walking out of the room, he met the captain Lu Gaozhua. Jiang Hao, I already know about what happened in the Star Origin mountain range last night. You're really too confused. How can you hide the fact that you're a spiritual numinator's strength? Nowadays, the number of spiritual numinaries in the Yin country are all less than 2,000. How precious every spiritual numinary is. If the Black Wolf Squad had sent experts to surround you last night, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although Lu Gaozhua verbally accused Jiang Hao, he was also clear on why Jiang Hao was hiding his strength. After all, Kang Ho had been abandoned by his family since he was a child, and was still living in that filthy environment of the Grey Plains district. This caused Jiang Hao to develop a withdrawn personality that didn't trust anyone. Captain, Jiang Hao was about to open his mouth to explain, but was interrupted by Lu Gaozhua. Jiang Hao, you don't need to say anything more. I can actually understand you. Let's go. I'll take you out of the A-team and head for the South China Yakuza Hall. Your current condition is no longer fit to remain here. At these words, Jiang Hao was stunned. What? Are you trying to kick me out? No, you're mistaken. Lu Gaozhua hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. From the moment you joined a squad, we are family. You are the equivalent of my own brother to me, but now you're being targeted by the Black Wolf Squad, and Xiao Changming is also eyeing you. If you continue to stay in a squad, with my strength, I will not be able to ensure your safety. That's why I've already informed Lord Duan of this matter. and he'll arrange for you to head to the headquarters of the Yakuza Hall and join the War God training camp. Jiang Hao's eyes widened at the words. Captain, what did you say? Warlord training camp? I'm qualified to enter a place like this? The War God training camp he spoke of was precisely the one established by Mo Wanshan of the Extreme Dao Martial Hall, also known as the War God Preparatory Camp. As the name implied, those who were able to join this War God training camp would definitely become War God level powerhouses in the future. Any random teacher in here was at least a War God level martial artist, and all the students of the War God training camp would be nurtured by the Extreme Martial Arts School without sparing any effort. Even the Chief Pavilion Master Mo Wanshan would personally teach them from time to time. However, it was extremely difficult to join the War God training camp, and in the entire South China region, there was only one spot per year. The same applies to the other 6 regions. In the huge Yin country, there were only 7 places each year. Although Jiang Hao knew that there was such a top-notch training camp, he had never thought that he could join it. Looking at the entire South China region, there were far too many gifted martial artists, and according to past experience, the closer a martial artist was to the War God level, the easier it would be to be able to this quota. Jiang Hao had never expected that he would be able to get this spot when he had only just stepped into the War General level. Obviously, this must have been because of his status as a spiritual thinker. Jiang Hao, according to the past rules, you really aren't qualified to join the War God training camp. After all, you're only... Before Lu Gaozhua could finish his words, he suddenly seemed to perceive something and exuded an incredulous look. How could it be so fast? You've actually reached the War General level. Yesterday, when Jiang Hao had just joined a squad, he was clearly only an unusual 10th ranked martial artist. But today, it actually instantly reached the first rank of the War General class, which caused Lu Gaozhua to be incomparably shocked. He was a person who had been there before, and was well aware of how difficult it was to advance from an unusual martial artist to a War General ranked martial artist. Many martial artists without talent might not be able to advance in their entire lives. Back then, he was stuck at the 10th ranked martial artist for a full 5 months before he broke through. That's pretty fast. But Zhang Nian did it overnight? Moreover, Jiang Hao was only 20 years old now, and this talent was truly remarkable. What was even more terrifying was that Jiang Hao was also a spiritual nihilist. He really couldn't figure out. Such a proud son of heaven. Lin Zhenbei actually gave abandonment? That's not something even the dumbest person would do. It could only mean one thing, and that was that Jiang Hao wasn't a spiritual nihilist before, and was awakened later. Lin Zhenbei didn't care about Jiang Hao, which was why he didn't notice Jiang Hao's change. Go, come with me now. You can't stay here any longer. It would be a great loss if something happened to you. Lu Gaozhua didn't give Jiang Hao any chance to refuse, pulling him out of the base and getting into an armored car before hurrying to the Yakuza Club. And on the other side, in the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Duan Hong ignored the obstruction of the people of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall and walked into the Wind and Thunder Hall with an incomparably angry expression. Zhao Changming, get the fuck out of there. As Duan Hong let out a roar, his aura from the 10th rank of the War God class instantly erupted. The people of the Wind and Thunder Guild Hall were simply unable to resist this terrifying aura, and they were all pressed to half kneel on the ground. Zhao Changming also walked out at this time with a gloomy face. Duan Hong, who gave you the guts to come to my Wind and Thunder Guild Hall and cause trouble? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Zhao Changming had actually never been on very good terms with Duan Hong. In the past, the two sides often had heated arguments over some martial arts matters, but it's usually on point, and the two never get into a big fight. But today, Duan Hong had barged into the Wind and Thunder Guild Hall without any warning, which had caught Zhao Changming a little off guard. You're the only one who wants to kill me? Can you do it? Duan Hong didn't care about Zhao Changming's threats, nor did he care about how much of an impact he would have if he barged into the Wind and Thunder Club today. Today, he had barged in here at any cost just to protect Jiang Hao. He rushed to Zhao Changming with an instantaneous step. I'm warning you for the last time. If you dare to secretly send someone against Jiang Hao again, don't blame me for flipping out. Zhao Changming had actually guessed the purpose of Duan Hong's trip, but there was no fear. Coldly speaking, he responded, Duan Hong, Jiang Hao is the murderer of my son. Can't I bring him to justice? Fart. Duan Hong shouted angrily, you say he's your son's murderer, then may I ask where's the evidence? All I know is that your son died in the middle of nowhere and that his body was eaten up by demonic beasts. He died at the hands of a demonic beast. It's none of Jiang Hao's business. If you really have evidence, why did you let the Black Wolf Squad take a shot at him? The whole place was in an uproar at these words. The Black Wolf Mercenary Corps was a criminal wanted by the Yin Kingdom, and the people present were naturally aware of that. Who would have thought that the dignified guild master would secretly contact the people of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps? Zhao Changming had already felt incomparably angry at Duan Hong's words, and now he was saying the Black Wolf Squad thing to his face. This made Zhao Changming unable to stand it any longer and angrily rebuked. Duan Hong, what gives you the right to spit blood? You said I contacted the Black Wolf Squad to kill Jiang Hao. What proof do you have? Ha! Duan Hong laughed twice in a careless sneer. Yeah, I don't have any evidence. So do you? After you slandered Jiang Hao, did you ever think that you were also spitting blood? I'm too lazy to talk more nonsense with you. Jiang Hao is a member of my Extreme Dao Martial School and is also about to enter the War God training camp. If you still dare to make a move against him, then you are an enemy of the entire Extreme Dao Martial Hall. After saying that, Duan Hong ignored the shocked gazes of the crowd and turned around to walk out of the Wind and Thunder Guild Hall. What did he say? Jiang Hao entered the War God training camp? What gives him the right? Didn't he just graduate? On what basis can he enter the War God training camp? The Fenglai Martial Hall situation was completely different from the Extreme Dao Martial Hall, and they didn't have the so-called War God training camp. However, as the Guild Master of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall, he was naturally aware of what the Extreme Martial Hall God of War training camp was like. If he really let Jiang Hao enter the War God training camp, it would mean that he might not be able to avenge his son in his lifetime. No, I can't wait any longer. With that, he immediately dialed Lu Jinshan's phone. Where is everyone? Get your ass back to the clubhouse immediately. If I don't see a sign of you in 3 minutes, don't ever come back. A few moments later, inside the Wind and Thunder Club office, Lu Jinshan hurriedly ran in, intending to open his mouth to say something, but then he noticed Zhao Changming's expression filled with killing intent. Frightened, Lu Jin directly knelt on the ground. Lord Zhao, what in the world happened? And you have the nerve to ask me what happened? Zhao Changming angrily rebuked. What exactly did you tell the Black Wolf Squad about why Jiang Hao isn't dead? A martial artist who hasn't even reached the rank of battle general yet can actually miss? Now that Jiang Hao is about to enter the God of War training camp of the Extreme Martial Arts School, if he doesn't make a move, he'll never get another chance. What? What? Lu Jinshan exclaimed incredulously. Missed? I'm contacting the leader of the Black Wolf Squad, Hikari no Kichika. Did he not do it himself? After thinking about it, Lu Jinfan only felt that this could be the only reasonable explanation. After all, Zhang Yan was a war god level martial artist with great strength. If he personally attacked, Jiang Hao would never be able to survive. But now not only is Jiang Hao still alive, but he's even spooked the snake. This meant that Zhang Yan hadn't even done anything himself, and had only sent a few random minions to deal with Jiang Hao. Shit, that stupid bastard. Lu Jinshan cursed in his heart as he thought of this. I don't care what tactics you use. I must see Jiang Hao's corpse. Zhao Changming actually roughly guessed what was going on and felt very helpless in his heart. Don't worry, Lord Zhao. I'll make sure that Zhang Yan, this fool, does it himself. Make sure you can definitely finish off Jiang Hao. After saying that, Lu Jinshan turned around and hurriedly left. In the meantime, Jiang Hao was led by Lu Gaozhua and entered the Extreme Dao Hall in the main city of South China. After waiting in Duan Hong's office for a while, it was only then that he saw Duan Hong walk in. Lord Duan, I've brought Jiang Hao. Before Lu Gaozhua's words fell, Duan Hong couldn't wait to walk in front of Jiang Hao. The aura of a battle general level. You actually promoted so quickly. This kind of talent is simply astounding. Even though Duan Hong was meeting Jiang Hao for the first time, he already had an in-depth understanding of Jiang Hao through various sources. At the moment, he was overflowing with satisfaction with Jiang Hao. Lord Duan, if I remember correctly, there's only one spot in the entire South China main city to enter the War God training camp, right? It used to take a fierce fight to get it. Can I really just get in this year? Jiang Hao was full of doubts about this. Being able to enter the War God training camp, his strength would surely skyrocket. However, he was also worried that accidents might happen. After all, his current cultivation level was still only at the first stage of the battle general rank. Of course there's no problem. Duan Hong replied affirmatively. Although your current cultivation level is slightly weaker, you are a spiritual nihilist. With your status as a spiritual numinator, you are fully qualified to directly enter the War God training camp. In the past 10 years, the South China main city hadn't even given birth to a spiritual numinous master. It was not easy for a genius like Jiang Hao to appear. So naturally, he had to spare no effort in cultivating him. Counting on it, he really had to thank Lin Jinbei. If he hadn't abandoned Jiang Hao, how could the Extreme Martial Arts School have gotten a pride of heaven for nothing? Whenever he thought about it, Duan Hong felt immensely excited. You should refrain from participating in A-Team's missions for the next few days, and just immediately stay at the base and rest. I will arrange for you to go to the War God training camp as soon as possible. As soon as Duan Hong's words fell, suddenly a young man rushed in angrily. Why is the spot that belongs to me gone? Lord Duan, I'm not convinced. The young man who spoke, named Zhang Sun, had an incomparably robust figure, close to 2 meters. As he questioned Duan Hong, he clearly glanced at Jiang Hao, his eyes full of hostility. Some time ago, the War God training camp quota competition had been held in the main city of South China. Zheng Sun was only 23 years old, and with his strength of the 8th step of the battle general rank, he crushed all the contestants, qualified to enter the Warlord training camp. But who would have thought that the quota that was already in their hands could still be taken away? This was unacceptable to Zhang Sun. Thus, he came directly to meet Duan Hong today despite the obstruction of the people of the Extreme Dao Martial Hall. Zhang Sun, you calm down first. The spot to enter the War God training camp next year will definitely be yours. This year it's because of a special circumstance that happened. Duan Hong knew that this matter was a bit unfavorable to Zhang Sun, and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. After all, Jiang Hao, he's a spiritual nihilist. So what? Is it possible to take away the spot that belongs to me just because he's a spirit numinous master? Besides, even if he's a spiritual numinous master, he's only just reached the war general level at the moment. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced, Zhang Sun said, pointing at Jiang Hao. I'll fight him. I'll prove that I'm not weaker than a spiritual nihilist. I'm definitely not giving up my spot this year. In fact, he was well aware of how strong the abilities of a spiritual numinator were. Below the war god level, a spiritual numinator fighting an unusual martial artist would be a descending blow. But he just wasn't convinced. He wasn't willing to work so hard for so long, only to end up with a basket of water. Even though Duan Hong had promised him that he would definitely let him go to the War God training camp next year. But that was just a verbal promise after all. If something happened, wouldn't he never be able to go again? No matter what, he's going to die trying to get that spot this year. Duan Hong didn't expect Zhang Sun to be so persistent. Just as he was about to continue persuading, Jiang Hao, however, spoke before him. Alright, I accept your challenge. Jiang Hao had actually expected this to happen. If not, he wouldn't have opened his mouth to question Duan Hong just now. At this moment, since Zhang Sun wanted to challenge him, then Jiang Hao definitely had no reason to refuse. After all, it was indeed him who had snatched this year's quota from Zhang Sun's hands. The only way to prove his strength and make Zhang Sun die was to defeat him. What? Zhang Sun really didn't expect that Jiang Hao would accept so decisively. After a brief moment of shock, Zhang Sun exuded a warlike expression. Jiang Hao, don't think that you're invincible just because you become a spiritual nihilist. The stronger I am than you, there is no way you can defeat me. Today I will defeat you in public and defend the spot that belongs to me. Zhang Sun put down his harsh words and indeed headed towards one of the battlegrounds within the Extreme Dao Hall. Jiang Hao followed closely without the slightest bit of fear. This is a fight? Lu Gaozhua, who was sitting on the side, was really surprised. Lord Duan, will anything happen to this? Zhang Sun is a martial artist of the 8th rank of the battle general class, and Jiang Hao has only just been promoted. Even with the ability of a psychic nemesis, it's not necessarily possible to win. Hey, Duan Hong sighed deeply. Zhang Sun's strength is outstanding. I'm afraid Jiang Hao doesn't have much of a chance of winning this battle. That's just it. If Jiang Hao loses, I'll find a way to reflect this situation to the higher-up leaders. Let's see if we can apply for an extra spot. Let's go. Go and see the contest between the two of them. Don't let either of them get hurt. After that, Duan Hong and Lu Gaozhua hurriedly headed to the battlefield. Wait until the duo arrived at the battlefield. Jiang Hao and Zhang Sun had already prepared for battle. A large number of people from the Extreme Dao Martial Hall were gathered around, all watching the match. Seeing this, Duan Hong hurriedly uttered an admonition. Listen up, you two, there's no harm in sparring and competing, but remember not to injure your lives. His words carried an unquestionable majesty. Violators will be immediately expelled from the Extreme Dao Martial Hall, and disqualified from entering the War God training camp. Hear that? Zhang Sun in the battle arena smiled faintly. Lord Duan, just don't worry. I'm not convinced by your decision, but I also know how important spiritual readers are, and how could I possibly lay a hand on him? Between words, he glanced at Jiang Hao, his eyes filled with disdain. In his opinion, if Jiang Hao had not been qualified to be his opponent because of this special status of a spiritual numinous master, how could he have been qualified to be his opponent? Even though the ability of a mental reciter should not be underestimated, Zhang Sun was still confident that he had enough strength to defeat Jiang Hao. After all, he was already a powerful person of the 8th rank of the battle general class, while Jiang Hao had only just stepped into the threshold of the battle general class. The disparity in cultivation between the two sides was Zhang Sun's greatest strength. Jiang Hao, I'll give you one last chance. Do you really want to accept my challenge? Zhang Sun's words carried a hint of mockery. If you're willing to give up your qualifications to enter the War God training camp right now, then I'll never make a move against you. However, Jiang Hao didn't pay any attention to his provocation. just blandly took out the Skybreaker blaster blade and coldly responded, "Cut the crap and just get started." Good. Very good. The corner of Zhang Sun's mouth hooked into a cold smile. "Since you're so insistent, then don't blame me for not being polite." He was well aware that the weapon in Jiang Hao's hand was of S-class strength, but he didn't take it to heart, because he also possessed a weapon of this class. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Sun casually took out a silver-white longsword from his storage ring. A lifelike white dragon was engraved on the body of the sword, as if it would break through the sword at any time and soar into the sky. This was none other than the S-ranked weapon, the White Dragon Spirit Sword. Zhang Sun firmly believed that with the White Dragon Spirit Sword in his hand, he was enough to easily defeat Jiang Hao. To make sure, Zhang Sun did not let Jiang Hao strike first. The moment he took out the White Dragon Spirit Sword, he rushed toward Jiang Hao with lightning speed, intent on a quick battle to prove themselves. But just when Zhang Sun thought that Jiang Hao must not be able to react, the Jiang Hao who was originally in front of him suddenly disappeared. What? Where are the people? This sudden turn of events left Zhang Sun in a daze as he looked around, but there was no sign of Jiang Hao. Before he could react, Jiang Hao had quietly appeared behind him. The incomparably sharp blizzard-breaking blade was against Zhang Sun's neck, and as long as Jiang Hao was willing, Zhang Sun would have long since landed on his head. "Sorry, you lose." Jiang Hao spoke in a cold tone. Zhang Sun's face turned pale as an unprecedented fear surged in his heart. How? How could this happen? He's so fast that he can't even be captured by the naked eye? This can't be. This can't be right. The martial skill that Zhang Sun practiced was a wind-attributed martial skill, and the White Dragon Spirit Sword in his hand also carried wind-attributed energy. With the help of the wind attribute, Zhang Sun was far beyond an ordinary martial artist in both his own dexterity and speed. In his opinion, if Jiang Hao wanted to outpace him, he would have to rely on the ability of a spiritual thinker. Because of this, Zhang Sun wanted a quick battle, not giving Jiang Hao the chance to use his spiritual thoughts. But as it turned out, Jiang Hao didn't have any spiritual nemesis abilities at all. Rather, it was pure speed that outdid him. This huge blow made Zhang Sun simply unable to accept it for a moment, and he directly sat down on the ground. The occurrence of this scene was naturally seen by everyone present. Duan Hong and Lu Gajua, who were still worried that something would happen to Jiang Hao, were even more shocked and stared wide-eyed. "Lord Duan, did you ever see Jiang Hao's movements clearly just now? How in the world did he move to Zhang Sun's back in an instant?" Lu Gajua, as a War God level 1 martial artist, actually didn't see Jiang Hao's movements clearly even in that situation just now. In his eyes, Jiang Hao was the uncanny equivalent of instantly moving to Zhang Sun's back. High table. I have to confess to you that I actually didn't see it clearly. But one thing is for sure, the strength of the body martial skill Jiang Hao performed is at least above SS grade. And, here Duan Hong paused noticeably. Lu Gajua realized that something was wrong and hurriedly inquired in a low voice. "And what? Could it be that you think there's something odd about Jiang Hao's stance martial skill?" "No, but I think this body martial skill of his looks very familiar. Do you feel extremely similar to the Luo family's flowing light transportation?" As soon as these words came out, Lu Gajua immediately widened his eyes. "What did you say? This is the flowing light transportation? Lord Duan, you're joking. This will never be possible." The flowing light transportation shadow is a martial art that the Luo clan does not transmit out. How could Jiang Hao have mastered it? Furthermore, Jiang Hao is obviously extremely skillful with that stance martial art. It doesn't seem like he learned it recently at all. In my opinion, it should be a body martial art similar to the flowing light transportation. Duan Hong sniffed and nodded in agreement. "Actually, I'm just guessing. It is indeed impossible for the flowing light transported shadow Jiang Hao to master." Afterwards, Duan Hong walked into the battle arena and looked at Zhang Sun, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground. "Zhang Sun, you've seen Jiang Hao's strength nowadays. Even if your cultivation is far stronger than his, you won't be able to defeat him. But after all, you've already earned a spot into the War God training camp before. I will report this situation to headquarters and see if I can apply for 2 places." Zhang Sun shook his head in a disoriented manner. No need. Jiang Hao defeated me without using his spiritual thoughts at all, which only shows that my strength is still too weak. Lord Duan, I'll continue to cultivate hard for a year, and next year I'll still capture the qualification to enter the War God training camp. After saying that, Zhang Sun slowly got up and stood up, leaving the extreme Dao Hall. With Zhang Sun's departure, it was also announced that the places in the War God training camp were officially finalized. It was won by Jiang Hao. Duan Hong immediately reported the matter and grabbed the time to send Jiang Hao to the War God training camp. And at the moment, Jiang Hao, instead, he hurriedly left the Yakuza Hall and headed for the Shanshui Park in the main city of South China. According to last night's agreement with Luo Qinghan, they would meet here tonight. But what made Jiang Hao feel puzzled was that it was clear that the agreed time had passed, but Luo Qinghan never showed up. In the process, repeated messages and phone calls were sent to Luo Qinghan, and no response was received. Jiang Hao suddenly had an extremely uneasy feeling. It was also at this time that a luxury car pulled up in front of Jiang Hao. A handsome man in a suit with deep features got out of the car angrily. "Jiang Hao, where did you get my sister?" The handsome man who spoke looked quite similar to Luo Qinghan. It was none other than Luo Qingsheng, the youngest master of the Luo family today. Originally, he had planned to bring Luo Qinghan back to the Luo clan today. However, Luo Qinghan insisted on seeing Jiang Hao again, so Luo Qingsheng had no choice but to compromise. But he never expected that Luo Qinghan would suddenly disappear after arriving at Landscape Park. No matter how much Luo Qingsheng tried to contact him, he failed to get any response from Luo Qinghan. What is even more bizarre is that all the surveillance equipment in the Shanshui Park has been destroyed, leaving no records. Therefore, Luo Changsheng concluded that Jiang Hao had abducted his sister and came to question him, along with Luo Qingsheng who came down from the car. There was also a bald, burly man with a beard. This person's aura was extremely powerful, at least above the 8th stage of the War God class. "Tell me, where the hell is my sister?" Luo Qingsheng grabbed Jiang Hao's collar and questioned loudly. "She came to Shanshui Park to see you, but now she's missing. This must have something to do with you." In the face of Luo Qingsheng's groundless accusations, Jiang Hao didn't choose to hold his tongue. He shook off Luo Qingsheng's hand and looked straight into the other party's eyes and said, "I've only just arrived at Shanshui Park, and I haven't even seen your sister's silhouette. Now that she's missing, what's it got to do with me? If I were you, I would never be here right now to make an unreasonable scene, but would instead search the entire city for Luo Qinghan's whereabouts." Even though Luo Qingsheng hadn't introduced himself, Jiang Hao had already judged his identity from his looks and words. "You think I haven't been looking?" Luo Qingsheng responded angrily. After realizing that Luo Qinghan was missing, he immediately searched the city for her whereabouts. As one of the 4 top families in Yin country, the Luo family's industries were spread all over the country. There were naturally people from the Luo clan within the South China main city. They searched for Luo Qinghan in the main city of South China as well as the major base cities in the first place, but found nothing. If not, Luo Qingsheng wouldn't have suspected Jiang Hao's head. At this time, Luo Qingsheng once again looked at Jiang Hao angrily. "Jiang Hao, I don't care how. My sister is missing because of you. If anything happens to her, I will never let you go." Though he had some basic information about Jiang Hao from his sister's mouth, knowing that he was the first ever student of the Extreme Dao Martial School to successfully graduate before he had even reached the rank of War General, even the person himself was a psychic Numenera, and was quite powerful. But even so, Luo Qingsheng still didn't have any favorable feelings towards Jiang Hao. He thinks his sister's disappearance is all because of Jiang Hao. Just as Jiang Hao was about to say something, the burly man standing beside Luo Qingsheng suddenly looked as if he had discovered something and hurriedly walked towards a corner. When he picked up a piece of black debris in the corner, his pupils instantly shrunk. "Young master, look at this." Luo Qingsheng sniffed and immediately ran over, picking up the black piece of debris and examining it carefully. This is a fragment of the Black Wolf Squad's mask. It's from Black Wolf Squad." He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "These brutes, how dare they strike at my sister? What are you waiting for? Gather everyone at once. Even if we have to destroy the South China main city, we have to uncover the Black Wolf Squad. I'll show them what happens when they hurt my sister." The burly man didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and turned around to leave in a hurry. And before Luo Qingsheng left, he glared at Jiang Hao once again. "You better hope my sister is alright, or else I will definitely not let you off the hook either." Jiang Hao completely ignored Luo Qingsheng's threat. He stood still, looking at the black shards that fell to the ground. Although he knew very well that the people of the Black Wolf Squad were a bunch of murderous brutes, but the Luo clan was one of the 4 top families in Yin country, so how could the Black Wolf Squad dare to casually take action against the Luo clan's people? Moreover, Luo Qinghan was still the eldest miss of the Luo family. To make a move against her, aren't you afraid of suffering the Luo family's crazy retaliation? The fact that the people of the Black Wolf Squad were able to exist to this day proved that they couldn't all be a bunch of idiots. How can you do such a death-seeking act now? In addition, the Black Wolf Squad had struck out at him only last night, and since the mission had failed, they had already spooked him. It was simply impossible for them to somehow take action against Luo Qinghan when they had already offended the Extreme Dao Martial Hall. Subsequently, Jiang Hao repeatedly asked the staff of the Landscape Park and got an extremely useful piece of information. In the 5 to 6 o'clock timeframe at Mountain View Park, a biggie arrives. This person was none other than the second youngest master of the Sun family, Sun Mingyu. Although Sun Mingyu had only been here for about half an hour, as soon as he left, the surveillance of the Shanshui Park was inexplicably all broken. After that came the disappearance of Luo Qinghan. In Jiang Hao's opinion, this was definitely not a coincidence. Contemplating in place for a moment, Jiang Hao hurriedly left the landscape park. Another aside. In the main city of South China, Sunjiazhuang Park, a man wearing a black wolf squad mask slowly walked inside the hall. Casually, he placed a sack he was carrying on a couch to the side. Seeing this, Sun Mingyu couldn't wait to walk up and open the sack. Inside was indeed Luo Qinghan, who was already unconscious. Ha 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 ha, you did a great job. Sun Mingyu surveyed Luo Qinghan colorfully. The thought of being about to cook rice with Luo Qinghan made Sun Mingyu's heart wildly happy. At that moment, the man standing aside casually removed the mask of the Black Wolf Squad. He is none other than Lin Jinbei, young master's son. As per your request, I've brought Luo Qinghan. You must also fulfill your promise to make sure my son is safe and sound. As soon as Lin Jinbei finished speaking, Sun Mingyu laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, don't worry. I've just informed my men to contact the captain of the law enforcement team in Tianhe Bay City. Your son should be safely home by now. But, speaking here, Sun Mingyu's smile came to an abrupt end and his tone was grim as he said, did you handle it cleanly enough? If someone finds out that Luo Qinghan is here with me, you should know exactly what the consequences will be. Sun Mingyu was well aware that nowadays, Luo Qingsheng, the Luo family's youngest master, was within the South China main city. Once Luo Qingsheng knew that his sister was with him, then the Luo family would definitely make a move against the Sun family at all costs. Sun Mingyu only hoped that he wouldn't be discovered by the Luo family tonight. As long as tonight was over, then the raw rice would be ripe for the taking, and Luo Qinghan would naturally be his woman. Don't worry, when I took away Luo Qinghan, I intentionally left pieces of the Black Wolf Squad's masks in some of the more conspicuous places. It just so happens that during this time, the leader of the Black Wolf Squad, Zhang Yan, is lurking within the South China main city. Lin Jinbei spoke confidently. Nowadays, the Luo family's people should be frantically searching for the Black Wolf Squad. No one will even suspect us. The thing that Lin Jinbei had asked his butler Zhang Ping to prepare earlier was none other than the Black Wolf Squad's mask. Of course, this is not authentic, but a knockoff. In order to use the Black Wolf Squad's identity to capture Luo Qinghan. In this way, even if the Luo family wanted to trace it, they would only point the finger at the Black Wolf Squad, and no one would suspect Lin Jinbei's head. The moment. Sun Mingyu nodded with considerable satisfaction after hearing Lin Jinbei's words. Not bad. You're a lot smarter than I thought. Sun Mingyu got up and patted Lin Jinbei's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll do what I say. Not only will I make sure your son is safe and sound, but I will also arrange for you to go to headquarters as soon as possible. What do you think of the position of head of headquarters? At these words, Lin Jinbei's eyes immediately lit up. The head of the headquarters is second in power only to the chief librarian. How could Lin Jinbei not be moved? He hurriedly spoke. Son, young master's son, you're not joking. Sun Mingyu smiled faintly. My Sun family is the largest shareholder of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall. Even the chief pavilion master must give face to my Sun family. There's no problem in placing a reliable person in a supervisory position. Originally, Sun Mingyu could not look at Lin Jinbei. Plus, Lin Jinbei's behavior some years ago made him extraordinarily irritated. But now, he realized that Lin Jinbei was very smart, and still obedient enough. It just so happens that one of the supervisors at the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial Arts Center died unexpectedly, and a person is needed to fill the position. In Sun Mingyu's opinion, Lin Jinbei was quite suitable. Many thanks, young master's son. Many thanks. After receiving Sun Mingyu's affirmative reply, Lin Jinbei was incomparably excited and directly knelt down for Sun Mingyu. Well, you've had a hard night, so go back and rest. By the way, remember to take Maggie Chen's body away. Hearing this, Lin Jinbei's heart shook. What he feared most had happened, and Maggie Chen was indeed dead. Granted, it's very sorry for the dead brother, but for the sake of his own son's life, as well as his own future, Lin Jinbei could only hold back. He didn't have much whatsoever, and after a slight nod, he turned to leave. Afterwards, Sun Mingyu walked to Luo Qinghan with a devious smile on his face. He didn't rush into it, but had the servants clean up the room first. After all, Luo Qinghan was the eldest miss of the Luo family, but not the kind of goods that Maggie Chen was. It was also at this time, Luo Qinghan, who was originally unconscious, gradually awoke. When he saw Sun Mingyu standing in front of him, his eyes widened in horror. How did I get here? Sun Mingyu, if you dare to harm me, the Luo family will not let you go. Luo Qinghan vaguely remembered that as soon as she arrived at Shanshui Park, a black shadow suddenly flashed by and she lost consciousness. Now that she saw Sun Mingyu, it made Luo Qinghan understand everything. It was Sun Myungwoo who sent someone to capture her here. Luo Qinghan knew very well what kind of person Sun Mingyu was, and if she didn't have a way to leave tonight, then everything would be over. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Luo Qinghan's terrified appearance, Sun Mingyu felt more and more excited. Qinghan, I advise you to give up struggling. Besides, how could I hurt you? I just want to enjoy the fish and water with you. After tonight, you will be the young lady of the Sun family, and our two families will be married from now on. No way, Luo Qinghan shouted angrily, even if I die, I won't let you have your way. My elder brother is within the South China main city. I will definitely not let you go. Facing Luo Qinghan's threat, Sun Mingyu didn't care at all and spoke faintly. Your elder brother is indeed not to be messed with, but how would he know you were here with me? As long as you and I are born and raised tonight, when the time comes, you'll have to marry if you don't. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sun Mingyu made a look at the bodyguard at the side. The bodyguard immediately understood and instantly rushed behind Luo Qinghan, striking her neck violently. Luo Qinghan lost consciousness on the spot. Bring Luo Qinghan to my room. I'll take my time with her after I've had a shower. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by Sun Mingyu's loud laughter, he walked towards the bathroom in triumph. In the meantime, at the side door of the Sun family's manor, Jiang Hao arrived silently. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he leapt and lightly scaled the wall. Unexpectedly, as soon as he landed on the ground, two Sun family bodyguards suddenly appeared in front of him. What man? Before the two could finish speaking, Jiang Hao instantly rushed in front of them with the speed of the flowing light transportation shadow. The two didn't even have a chance to react, and were directly beheaded by Jiang Hao with a single slash. The entire process was completed in the blink of an eye, and even the duo did not have time to let out their miserable screams. The strength of these two were both around the 5th rank of the war general class. In the eyes of today's Jiang Hao, it was simply unbeatable. Perhaps because of the prominent status of the Sun family, no one dared to easily break into this place on weekdays, and the bodyguard patrols in the manor were not strict. Plus, Jiang Hao possessed the divine speed of the flowing light transportation, as well as the ability of the spiritual luminaries to instantly kill others from a distance. He arrived at the villa in the center of the estate with ease. At the entrance of the villa, there stood two bodyguards with particularly powerful auras, both with strengths around the 5th rank of the war god class. Facing an opponent of such a level, Jiang Hao knew that he had little chance of winning. Thus, relying on the speed of the flowing light transportation, he skillfully dodged the sight of these two bodyguards and leapt in through the window on the side of the villa. When he landed, it coincided with a Sun family servant walking up. Jiang Hao saw the right moment and instantly rushed over, grabbing her neck. Answer me, where is Luo Qinghan? Don't kill me, don't kill me. Luo Qinghan is in young Master Sun's room on the 2nd floor. She was just an ordinary person, facing the threat of a martial artist, so scared that her whole body was trembling. In extreme fear, he said everything. Very good. Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction, then slammed her neck, knocking her out and dragging her to a corner. Immediately afterward, he once again performed the flowing light transportation and rushed towards the direction of the 2nd floor. There were almost no bodyguards in the villa, which was what made Jiang Hao's infiltration plan go more smoothly. With little hindrance, he entered Sun Mingyu's room. As soon as he entered the place, he saw Luo Qinghan who was trapped on the bed. Found it! Jiang Hao was ecstatic in his heart and immediately rushed forward to isolate the rope, carrying the unconscious Luo Qinghan and leaping down from the 2nd floor window. He had intended to rely on the speed of the flowing light transportation shadow to quickly leave this place. However, due to the severe physical exertion and the fact that he still needed to carry Luo Qinghan on his back, his speed slowed down significantly. Before he could escape, the two war god level bodyguards that were originally guarding the entrance of the villa had already appeared in front of him. Unbridled, where did the little thief come from that dares to trespass the Sun family manor? Accompanied by the angry voices of the two war god level bodyguards, the many black-clothed bodyguards acted quickly and surrounded Jiang Hao. It was then that they realized that there were corpses in all corners of the Sun family manor. Obviously, this was all killed by Jiang Hao in front of him. A burly man at the head of the group, who was at the 7th stage of the battle god level, instantly exuded an incomparably angry expression. He was the ace bodyguard sent here by the Sun family to protect Sun Mingyu, named Zhang Feng. He is also in charge of the security system for the entire estate. But now, Jiang Hao had slipped in under his nose and even killed so many people. This was undoubtedly a public slap in Zhang Feng's face. Sun Mingyu was already a brutal character, and what happened tonight would surely make him furious. At that time, Zhang Feng would face an extremely terrible punishment. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's anger became more and more difficult to contain. He would get rid of Jiang Hao tonight no matter what. But it was at this time, Sun Mingyu walked out of the villa in a bathrobe, his face ugly. He never expected that he had only gone to take a short bath and Luo Qinghan had almost been rescued. And so many people died on the estate. Although he didn't care about the lives of these people, this was the Sun family's territory after all. A guy who came out of nowhere and was able to just barge in? Sun Mingyu thought that all of this was a result of Zhang Feng. This punk, not doing his job properly. So he walked over to Zhang Feng and slapped him hard. Young master, I'm sorry, please spare your life. Zhang Feng was so frightened that he directly fell to his knees, his entire body trembling. Even though Sun Mingyu was only a battle general rank 5 martial artist, his strength wasn't strong. However, he was the second youngest master of the Sun family, a prominent position. Even a martial artist of Zhang Feng's level would not dare to offend him easily. I'll teach you a slow lesson about tonight later, Sun Mingyu said coldly, but right now, you must chop this brat into mincemeat. I'll let him know what happens when he offends my Sun family. As for Jiang Hao's identity and origin, Sun Mingyu wasn't interested and didn't really want to know. All he wanted now was to recapture Luo Qinghan as soon as possible. Obviously, he had prepared everything and was about to enjoy fish and water with Luo Qinghan. But it was at this time that Jiang Hao ran out to mess things up, which made him furious to the extreme. Obey! Obey! Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Feng immediately got up and stood. The aura from the 8th stage of the War God class instantly erupted. Damn! I didn't think they'd still find out. Jiang Hao looked around. With his current physical strength, he would be able to perform the flowing light transportation once at most at full strength. He had to use this opportunity to escape the Sun family manor. However, right at this moment, the originally unconscious Luo Qinghan gradually awoke. She basically knew everything about what was happening now. She then looked at Sun Mingyu angrily. My elder brother already knows about me being captured by you. If you let me go now, then I can pretend that nothing happened tonight. But if you insist on making a move, I can guarantee that all of you present will die. You should know well what kind of temper my elder brother has. Luo Qinghan was actually currently unclear about where exactly his elder brother was, and what she was doing now was to shock Sun Mingyu. Jiang Hao, who had Luo Qinghan's back, understood Luo Qinghan's intentions in an instant. Then he spoke in a cold voice. That's right, now Luo Qingsheng is already on his way here. Sun Mingyu, I advise you to better think clearly. As soon as these words came out, Sun Mingyu, who was originally furious to the extreme, suddenly showed a hint of awe. Luo Qingsheng was the young master of the Luo family, while he was only the second young master of the Sun family. If Luo Qingsheng really rushed in later, then with his understanding of Luo Qingsheng, the Sun family would surely bleed to death tonight. It was even possible for Luo Qingsheng to kill him directly with his hands in a fit of rage. Sun Mingyu knew very well what kind of person his father was. There was no way he would go and tear his face off with the Luo family just because of this kind of thing. Besides, it was in itself his fault for forcing Luo Qinghan to come here tonight. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Mingyu could only be forced to compromise. Miss Luo, I'm really sorry. I was drunk tonight and accidentally offended you. Sun Myungwoo gritted his teeth and said, Here, I apologize to you. You can leave. Jiang Hao, hurry up. Let's leave before this guy backtracks. Luo Qinghan rushed to whisper next to Jiang Hao's ear. Don't worry, I know all about it. Jiang Hao didn't have much whatsoever and hurriedly took Luo Qinghan to quickly leave the Sun family. Looking at the figure of them letting go, Sun Mingyu was so angry that his eyes could almost spit fire out. Young master, are we really just going to let them go? Did so many people die in vain? Zhang Feng had been all set to make a move, but he could only watch Jiang Hao leave, which made him feel extraordinarily upset. By this time, Sun Mingyu was already in a rage, and he was so angry that he viciously kicked him in the abdomen after hearing these words from Zhang Feng. However, since Zhang Feng was a martial artist of the 8th stage of the War God class with a strong physical body, Zhang Feng's soft kick did not hurt him at all. Seeing that his kick on Zhang Feng's divine color, it actually had no effect at all. This made Sun Mingyu furious on the spot, casually lifting a stone from the side and angrily smashing it down towards Zhang Feng's head. 1, 2, 3. It was only after smashing more than 20 times and smashing Zhang Feng's to the point where his head was bleeding that he stopped. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Feng did not dare to fight back and could only endure in silence. Zhang Feng, listen to me carefully. That little bastard who broke into the manor just now is by no means a member of the Luo family. I'll give you one day to find out who the hell he is for me. Otherwise, I will kill you myself. Sun Mingyu knew very well that if the Luo family's people had already discovered that Luo Qinghan was here, then they would never send a brat to barge in alone. With his understanding of Luo Qingsheng, he would definitely directly have a large number of Luo family members surround the entire Sun family manor. But nowadays, apart from Jiang Hao, there was no other Luo in sight at all. In Sun Mingyu's opinion, it should have been Jiang Hao who first discovered Luo Qinghan's whereabouts, then came in alone to save Luo Qinghan, and in the meantime also tipped off Luo Qingsheng. So all of this was caused by Jiang Hao. When Zhang Feng heard this, he hurriedly nodded his head. Don't worry, young master, I will definitely investigate for you. Humph. Sun Mingyu let out a cold snort and returned to the villa with an incomparably angry expression. At that moment, he happened to see a pretty-looking maid kneeling on the ground and shivering. Sun Myungwoo walked straight forward, took off the bathrobe he was wearing, and pressed the maid to his crotch. Mud! I'm on fire right now, he roared. Let the fire out of me. In the meantime, Jiang Hao had long ago led Luo Qinghan away from the Sun family manor and stopped in a narrow alley. That was close. Almost couldn't get away. Jiang Hao confirmed that no one from the Sun family had caught up with him before slowly releasing Luo Qinghan. Jiang Hao, thank you for saving my life. If it wasn't for you tonight, I'm afraid I would have been brutally poisoned by Sun Mingyu. Recalling what had just happened made Luo Qinghan shudder. She never expected that Sun Mingyu would actually be heartless to such an extent, but compared to that, she was more shocked by Jiang Hao's strength today. Surprisingly, he could break into the Sun family manor alone. No harm done. After all, you were taken because of your appointment with me. If I don't find a way to save you, then your big brother will kill me. When I left the Sun family just now, I already informed your elder brother. He should be here soon. When these words came out, Luo Qinghan's brows immediately furrowed. She was well aware of her brother Luo Qingsheng's temper, and it was obvious that Luo Qingsheng had definitely looked for trouble with Jiang Hao before. I'm sorry, I apologize for my brother, Luo Qinghan said guiltily. Just then, a luxurious black sedan pulled up outside the alley. Luo Qingsheng immediately rushed into the alley after getting down from the car. Only after seeing Luo Qinghan unharmed did he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he looked viciously at Jiang Hao. Don't think I'll thank you. After all, tonight was all because of you. If not, how could this beast Sun Mingyu have taken my sister? Luo Qingsheng didn't feel grateful to Jiang Hao for saving Luo Qinghan in time. On the contrary, it made him loathe Jiang Hao even more. In his opinion, since Jiang Hao knew Luo Qinghan's whereabouts, he should have notified him at the first opportunity. The only way to ensure that Luo Qinghan was safe and sound was to have the Luo family surround the Sun family, instead of sneaking into the Sun family alone like Jiang Hao. Now that Jiang Hao had rescued Luo Qinghan before informing him to come over, Luo Qingsheng thought that this was Jiang Hao looking down on him. Brother, how could you treat Jiang Hao like this? If Jiang Hao hadn't appeared in time tonight, I might have died. Luo Qinghan really didn't expect that under these circumstances, his elder brother would still speak ill of Jiang Hao. Sister, even though it was this boy who saved you, it was just a fluke. If he already knew that you weren't captured by the Black Wolf Squad, why didn't he notify me first? If he breaks into the Sun family alone like this, what should he do if he doesn't rescue you? Speaking here, Luo Qingsheng turned to look at Jiang Hao. But after all, you managed to save my sister, so I have to show you something. Luo Qingsheng casually waved his hand and two black-clad bodyguards walked in, placing 4 black suitcases in front of Jiang Hao. There's $10 million in cash in here as payment for you. If you want to join my Luo clan in the future, you can also contact me at any time. After saying that, Luo Qingsheng decisively left with Luo Qinghan. During the process, Luo Qinghan and Jiang Hao were not allowed to say anything more, and their attitude was very strong. Che, what a shit, I shucks. Jiang Hao only felt disgust in his heart as he looked at Luo Qingsheng's unbeatable appearance. But, he didn't refuse the $5 million that Luo Qingsheng gave him. For Jiang Hao, money was very important at this stage. Don't want it for nothing. Afterward, Jiang Hao turned around and left the alley, returning to the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps base. Due to the Luo family's sudden and frantic purge of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps within the South China main city, causing Zhang Yan's men to suffer heavy losses, he hadn't even expected the Luo family to do this. He had no choice but to flee the main city of South China overnight and hide in a secluded jungle outside the city. Mud. What the hell is going on here? Why would the Luo family do this all of a sudden? Zhang Yan counted his men and realized that a large portion of theirs had died at the hands of the Luo family. It angered him to no end. And, last night, 2 of his men were sent in to assassinate Jiang Hao, and surprisingly, they failed as well. It even exposed his whereabouts as a result. On one side was the Extreme Dao Martial Hall, and on the other side was the Luo clan, which made Zhang Yan feel tricky for a while. Big brother, it's rumored that the Luo family's eldest miss has disappeared. In the place of the disappearance, there are still pieces of our Black Wolf Squad masks. That's why Luo Qingsheng made such a crazy move. After hearing these words from his men, Zhang Yan, who was already furious, became even more furious at this moment. The Luo family was one of the 4 top families in the Yan country, and Zhang Yan was well aware of the price he would pay for striking out against someone from the Luo family. What's more, that Luo Qinghan was still the Luo family's eldest miss. Even if he gave Zhang Yan 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to do this. There is no doubt that this must have been deliberately planted. Damn it! I don't care what means you use. You must investigate this matter clearly. I want to know who the hell is setting me up. As soon as Zhang Yan finished speaking, his cell phone rang. After connecting it came Lu Jin's angry shout. Zhang Yan, what the hell were you thinking? This is a task that Lord Zhao ordered you to do, and you're actually so slack? Do you realize that because of your mistake, the Yakuza martial arts school is now alerted? I'm going to give you one last chance. If you fail to get rid of Zhang Hao, then you'll be waiting for Lord Zhao's insane revenge. Listening to Lu Jinshan's roar, even though Zhang Yan was extraordinarily upset in his heart, he could only forcefully hold back the anger in his heart at this moment. He spoke in a cold voice. Procurator General Lu, you are well aware of what happened today. I had no choice but to leave the South China main city to avoid the wind in order to avoid the Luo family. But don't worry about it, since I promised Lord Zhao that I would get rid of Zhang Hao, I will definitely do it. After saying that, Zhang Yan hung up the phone decisively. Then he looked at his men on the side. Where is Zhang Hao now? Big brother, according to the information I've gotten, Zhang Hao has been staying at the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps base. In addition, Zhang Hao has also obtained the qualification to enter the War God training camp. It shouldn't take long before he leaves here. Zhang Yan clenched his fists when he heard this. No wonder Zhao Changming is so anxious. It turns out that this kid Zhang Hao is actually going to the Victory training camp. If we really let this kid go, then there will never be another chance. At that time, Zhao Changming will definitely kill me. Big brother, then what should we do now? The henchman beside him inquired in a nervous tone. What else? Find a way to kill Zhang Hao before he heads to the War God training camp. Zhang Yan's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said, I still don't believe it. I, as a battle spirit ranked martial artist myself, would have no way to kill him? While Zhang Yan and the others were plotting against Zhang Hao, Lin Zhenbei had hurriedly returned to Tianhe Bay City. The moment he returned home, the captain of the law enforcement team, Gu Hong, personally brought Lin Zilong to the Lin family. Although Lin Zilong had only been held in jail for a few short days, he had suffered a lot during that time. There are wounds all over his body. His face is yellow and thin, and it is especially painful to see Lin Zhenbei. Wang Ruoyao learned of this situation and also hurriedly ran out. When she saw Lin Zilong's current appearance, she burst into tears and hugged Lin Zilong. Mom, I thought I'd never see you guys again in my life. Lin Zilong had been scared day and night for the past few days. He had been locked up in jail. Now it is hard to go home. The aggression in the heart like a tide used to, on the spot ran out and cried. Elder brother Lin, I have to say, it's still you who has the skills. I was truly surprised that your relationship with second young master son was actually so good. Why didn't you tell me you had that kind of relationship? Gu Hong smiled fawningly. If I had known that you were second young master son's redhead, I would not have dared to arrest your son. Don't worry, the injuries your son suffered are flesh wounds. With a martial artist's power of recovery, he's bound to recover as good as new in 2 days. At first, Gu Hong did not intend to release Lin Zilong. After all, he needed a scapegoat after offending the Luo family. But he never expected that the Sun family would intervene in this matter. Sun Mingyu used his connections to make sure that he had to release Lin Zilong, and Gu Hong would not dare to disobey. So, overnight, Lin Zilong was sent back. Gu Hong, I'm telling you, this matter is not over. You made my son like this. I will definitely settle this score with you later. Now get the hell out of the Lin family. Although Lin Zilong had safely returned to the Lin family, Lin Zhenbei was still incomparably angry with Gu Hong. If Sun Mingyu hadn't stepped in this time, his son would have definitely been killed by Gu Hong. But Gu Hong was, after all, the captain of the Tianhe Bay City's law enforcement team, and Lin Zhenbei didn't dare to casually take action against him, so he could only verbally threaten him. Gu Hong was naturally clear that Lin Zhenbei didn't dare to take a shot at him, and smiled slightly. Since elder brother Lin is so angry, then I will leave first. Bye. As the words fell, Gu Hong turned around and hurriedly left. Lin Zilong then walked over to Lin Zhenbei. Dad, you must avenge me. In the end, the only reason I was arrested was because of Zhang Hao. Zhao Wei obviously killed him. So why was I the one arrested in the end? I almost died inside a jail cell. Lin Zilong's eyes were reddened, and his hatred for Zhang Hao grew stronger in his heart. Son, don't worry. Zhang Hao, he can't run away. Now that he's joined the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps, he's been staying in the South China main city. Lord Zhao won't let him go. Lin Zhenbei had long since lost any emotion towards Zhang Hao, his so-called eldest son. Just like a stranger, his eyes were incredibly cold. Afterwards, Lin Zhenbei and Lin Zilong briefly talked about what had happened during this period of time. Lin Zilong learned that Zhang Yan had participated in the graduation examination of the Extreme Martial Arts School ahead of schedule and had also graduated in first place. This made him more and more jealous of Jiang Hao in his heart. In Lin Zilong's opinion, his own talent potential was definitely stronger than Jiang Hao's, and it was only because of bad luck that he was surpassed by Jiang Hao. If he hadn't been imprisoned inside the prison, he would have likewise been able to participate in the Fong Lei Martial School's graduation examination ahead of schedule. By then, it would be him, not Jiang Hao, who would be in the limelight. Zarin, all you have to do now is get some rest. When you've recovered, I can likewise allow you to participate in the graduation test early. Moreover, Sun Mingyu has already promised me that soon he will make me the head of the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial School. At that time, I will arrange for you to enter the headquarters as well and become a personal disciple of the chief pavilion master. When Lin Zilong heard this, his originally ugly complexion instantly eased up quite a bit. It even showed a rather smug look. He had already planned to seek revenge on Jiang Hao once he officially stepped into the war general level. He was going to finish off Jiang Hao with his own hands, just as father and son. Thinking about the future, Butler Zhang Ping walked in with a hurried look. Master, an honored guest has arrived. Before Zhang Ping could finish, Sun Mingyu, the second youngest master of the Sun family, strutted in like he was in no man's land. Sun, young master Sun, Lin Jinbei and Lin Zilong, including Wang Ruoyo, were so frightened that they immediately got up and stood up. They had never expected that Sun Mingyu would actually come to their Lin family late at night. Sun Mingyu walked to the main seat of the hall with a gloomy face and slowly sat down. Following him were several Sun family bodyguards. Young master Sun, why have you suddenly come here at this hour? Lin Jinbei was very nervous as he opened his mouth to inquire. In his opinion, Sun Mingyu was so horny that he was surely going to flirt with Luo Qinghan at this time. And he didn't do that. Apparently, there should have been some kind of accident. Lin Jinbei was worried that Sun Mingyu would take it out on him, which made him quite alarmed. Lin Jinbei, you've given birth to a good son. Are you aware of what he did to Jiang Hao tonight? Sun Mingyu could hardly suppress the anger in his heart, and then he moved a chair aside and ruthlessly smashed it down towards Lin Jinbei's head. Boom! With a loud bang, the chair instantly burst into pieces. Seeing this, Lin Zilong beside him immediately clenched his fists. Sun Mingyu, before Lin Zilong could open his mouth to finish, Lin Jinbei immediately stopped him and angrily rebuked. Get out! Who told you to disrespect young master Sun? Go to your room at once. Ma'am, you're leaving along with me. Lin Jinbei was a war god level martial artist with a strong physical body, and he was barely affected by being smashed by the wooden chair. But being able to make Sun Mingyu so angry, he immediately realized that something big had happened tonight. The probability was that Jiang Hao had ruined his good deed with Luo Qinghan. Lin Zilong wanted to continue saying something, but Wang Ruoyo blocked him and forcefully led him away. At this point, Sun Mingyu spoke in a cold voice. Originally, tonight was the night that Luo Qinghan and I caved in, but it was at this time that Jiang Hao barged in. If it wasn't for him, Luo Qinghan would have been my woman by now. The more Sun Mingyu thought about it, the more angry he became, and his body was shaking with anger. After Jiang Hao left with Luo Qinghan just now, Sun Mingyu asked Zhang Feng to investigate Jiang Hao's identity. He casually looked it up and ended up learning everything. It turns out that the young man who broke into the Sun family's manor tonight is Lin Jinbei's eldest son, Jiang Hao. He didn't have any relationship with the Luo family at all, and he didn't even inform Luo Chengshang and the rest of the Luo family. From start to finish, he had been tricked by Jiang Hao and Luo Qinghan. Sun Mingyu really couldn't swallow this breath, which is why he broke into the Lin family late at night. Son, young master Sun, do you mean that Jiang Hao broke into the Sun family's manor alone and even saved Luo Qinghan? That's a bit unlikely. Lin Jinbei didn't really know too much about what exactly Jiang Hao's current strength was, but in his opinion, even if Jiang Hao's potential was strong, at most, he would be around the first rank of battle general. Moreover, the Sun family manor was heavily guarded, and there was even the presence of Zhang Feng, a 7th-ranked war god level martial artist. How could Jiang Hao break in alone, and even manage to leave with Luo Qinghan unharmed? Lin Jinbei simply couldn't believe it. Do you think I'm playing you on purpose? Sun Mingyu angrily slapped the table in front of him. I'm telling you, everything I said tonight really happened. I'm not sure what exactly Jiang Hao used to avoid the sight of so many bodyguards, but he did save Luo Qinghan. Lin Jinbei, you would have done a rather nice job tonight, but your son ruined my plans. I'm telling you, if you don't bring Jiang Hao to me, I promise I'll make you die a horrible death. Lin Jinbei sniffed and was dumbfounded on the spot. How could this happen? He really couldn't imagine just how Jiang Hao had done it. Even if a large portion of the Sun family's bodyguards were asleep, as long as a martial artist of Zhang Feng's caliber existed, Jiang Hao couldn't possibly do it. After a brief moment of silence, Lin Jinbei hurriedly spoke. Young master Sun, although I'm not sure exactly how Jiang Hao managed to do it, but since this matter is his doing, then I will definitely give you an explanation. It's just that Jiang Hao has recently been at the extreme mercenary core base, so if he doesn't come out, it's impossible to catch him. And please give me a few more days. Before Lin Jinbei could finish, Sun Mingyu immediately interrupted him. You fucking have to actually. Still want to delay? Did you know that Jiang Hao will be joining the War God training camp soon? I'll only give you 1 day tomorrow if you capture Jiang Hao or if you deliberately let him go. Then the Lin family will disappear from this world. Completely. As the words fell, Sun Mingyu immediately left with the many Sun family bodyguards. He had come tonight to inform Lin Jinbei of all the things that Jiang Hao had done, in addition to teaching him a lesson. Whether Lin Jinbei moved or not, he actually didn't care. Sun Mingyu had already told Zhang Yan to get ready anyway. He had received word that the day after tomorrow, Duan Hong, the head of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Hall Association, would take Jiang Hao to the War God training camp, so all that's left for him is the last day tomorrow. If Lin Jinbei also chose to strike at Jiang Hao, then with the addition of Zhao Changming, there would be a three-way force surrounding Jiang Hao. Sun Mingyu believed that under these circumstances, Jiang Hao would surely die. As for Lin Jinbei at this moment, he stood frozen in place. The news that Jiang Hao had broken into the Sun family alone tonight and left safely had been incredible to him. Now Jiang Hao had actually joined the War God training camp. How could this happen? Didn't he just graduate from the Jodo martial arts school? Even if the talent is strong, it's impossible to qualify to enter the War God training camp. What's more, the quota for this year's War God training camp of the Extreme Martial Arts School has already been determined. So how could it suddenly be changed to Jiang Hao? There were so many things that happened tonight that Lin Jinbei simply couldn't take it in for a while. At this point, Lin Zilong and Wang Ruoyo, the two of them, slowly walked in. The two of them didn't leave just now, but hid to eavesdrop. At this moment, both of them were showing disbelief. Dad, why can Jiang Hao join the War God training camp? What gives him the right? Didn't he participate in the graduation test early and win first place? This isn't as bad as joining the Extreme Martial Arts School's God of War training camp. When Lin Zilong learned of this situation, he felt nothing but jealousy in his heart. Although the situation of the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall was different from the Extreme Dao Martial Hall, he was also well aware of what the War God training camp was. As long as he successfully entered the War God training camp, then it meant that Jiang Hao would definitely become a War God level martial artist in the future. And it wasn't just any ordinary War God level martial artist. At least the strength would be above the 5th rank of the War God level. He really couldn't figure out why Jiang Hao could enter such a top-notch training camp. Husband, could it be that Hao is hiding his strength? Otherwise it's impossible to sneak into the Sun family and leave safely, right? As Wang Ruoyao thought about it, the biggest possibility was that Jiang Hao had hidden his cultivation. Perhaps its strength had far exceeded their imagination. No way. Lin Jinbei sniffed and immediately shook his head. He spoke very firmly. When Jiang Hao left Tianhe Base City before, I had already repeatedly sensed his aura. Even I have sent people to the Yakuza Martial Arts Center to secretly investigate. When Jiang Hao graduated, he was merely an unusual 10th ranked martial artist. Even if we have gained some kind of strange encounter these past few days, at most, it would be around the 1st rank of the War General class, and the Extreme Dao Martial Hall's War God training camp. According to previous years, it's at least all martial artists who are close to approaching the War God level before they can qualify. Even if Jiang Hao has hidden some of his strength, it's impossible for him to be close to the War God level. Speaking here, Lin Jinbei clenched his fists. In my opinion, this kid was able to enter the War God training camp, perhaps through the back door. The odds are that it should be someone from the Luo family helping him. It's precisely because of this that Jiang Hao went out of his way to save Luo Qinghan tonight. Damn! How did this kid get so lucky? Lin Jinbei didn't know anything about Jiang Hao being a spiritual numinous master and could only suspect that it was the Luo family that had come to his aid. After all, the Luo family had a very good relationship with Mo Wanshan, the chief pavilion master of the Extreme Dao Martial Hall. Plus, with the Luo family's position in the Yen country, it was just a matter of words if they wanted to arrange for Jiang Hao to enter the War God training camp. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Lin Zilong roared. Why are all these good things going to Jiang Hao's head while I have nothing? If he really went to the War God training camp, then it would be impossible for me to catch up with his strength in my lifetime. Dad, am I going to be stepped on by Jiang Hao for the rest of my life? If that's the case, I'd rather die in prison. As soon as Lin Zilong finished speaking, Lin Jinbei slapped him with incomparable anger. Pa! Crisp slaps echoed through the hall. The slap was extremely strong, and Lin Zilong was directly slapped to the ground. Lin Zilong, if you dare to give up on yourself like this again, I'll be the first to abolish you first. I gave up everything to get you out, and this is how you repay me? I'm telling you, Jiang Hao, he's never going to head to the War God training camp. He's offended so many people. Even if I wanted to protect him, I no longer have any chance. With the Sun family on one side and Zhao Changming on the other, Jiang Hao is in trouble this time. In order not to offend these two big shots, and in order to preserve the future of my Lin family, I'll have to take on Jiang Hao myself. The next day, Jiang Hao received a message from Duan Hong early in the morning. It was confirmed that tomorrow morning, it would be heading to the warlord training camp. It also meant that today was Jiang Hao's last day to stay in the South China main city. It just so happened that he didn't have much to do today. Thus, Jiang Hao was going to find a reliable martial artist store to try and repair the set of battle armor he had obtained earlier. But since Jiang Hao was not familiar with the main city of South China, he then went to Lu Gaozhua. Captain, are you aware of which martial artist stores are the best within the South China main city? I want to go shopping today. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Lu Gaozhua didn't think twice. You're right to ask me. The best martial artist store in South China's main city is located at No. 36, Qingyuan Street. Although the store is small and looks dated, and doesn't even have a signboard, the owner is highly knowledgeable. Not only does the store have a variety of powerful weapons and defenses, but the owner himself is a veteran forger. It's also rumored to be a rare high-ranked forger. Jiang Hao's eyes instantly lit up at these words. Even though the battle armor he had obtained was copied from the dark gold demon armor, it was by no means something that could be repaired by an ordinary person. As for the high-level forger that Lu Gaozhua spoke of, it was a special profession born together with martial artists. Today all weapons, defenses, even high-tech weapons, etc., are made by forgers. From high to low, they are introductory, low, intermediate, high, and the strongest, ultra. A high-ranked forge master meant that he had the ability to create and repair S-rank equipment. Thanks for informing the captain. I'm going to take a look at 36, Qingyuan Street. Jiang Hao was about to leave when Lu Gaozhua suddenly called out to him. Wait, Jiang Hao, you have a special status now. It's too dangerous to go out alone. If you're going to 36, Qingyuan Street, I'll have Peek follow you. Tomorrow Jiang Hao would be heading to the War God training camp. Lu Gaozhua didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Hao on this last day. However, Jiang Hao, immediately shook his head. Captain, if I remember correctly, you guys should still have a mission today. Big Brother Gao is just as tasked. I'll just be making a trip to the martial arts store. It won't be dangerous. As for the matter of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, there's no need to care about it. The Luo family's men swept through the South China main city yesterday. Those people from the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps have only escaped long ago. Jiang Hao didn't want to be followed anywhere he went. This kind of life as if he was being watched. He couldn't stand it. Lu Gaozhua sighed after a short silence. That's just it. You take care of yourself then. Besides, that boss at 36, Qingyuan Street has a weird temper, so you mustn't anger him. Yesterday, the Luo family suddenly swept through the South China main city, frantically arresting people from the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, a matter that Lu Gaozhua was also naturally aware of. Although he wasn't quite sure why the Luo family was doing this, there was no doubt that the Black Wolf Squad's people must have all fled the South China main city. Anyway, the South China main city was heavily guarded, and people from the law enforcement team as well as the martial arts corps could be seen everywhere. Jiang Hao wouldn't be in any danger in broad daylight as long as he didn't leave the main city of South China. After receiving Lu Gaozhua's permission, Jiang Hao hurriedly left the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps base. Soon, he then went to the store at 36, Qingyuan Street. Just as Lu Gaozhua described, the store had no signboard, dim lighting, and the interior was extremely outdated. Even in front of the store, there were piles of all kinds of foul-smelling garbage. If you don't know, you'll think you're back in the Great Plains area. It looks out of place compared to the bustling main city of South China. Jiang Hao observed for a moment, then strutted into the store. What met his eyes was a wide variety of weapons and defense equipment that were extremely beautifully crafted, and the strength is very high, generally around a grade, truly worthy of being a high-ranked forger. Jiang Hao sighed with emotion, and suddenly a scruffy old man with gray hair stepped out of the small room in front of him. He looked Jiang Hao up and down and spoke coldly. Here to buy weapons? Or defense gear? I don't have time to entertain you. Take what you want. Each piece of equipment has a clear price underneath. No bargaining accepted. Love it or hate it. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he picked up the hammer on the side and walked towards the small room. Seeing this, Jiang Hao hurriedly called out to him. Old sir, I'd like to ask you to help me repair a battle armor. Repairing the battle armor? The white-haired old man frowned slightly as he heard this and turned to look at Jiang Hao. What battle armor do you want to repair? If it's some trash battle armor, then I suggest you just throw it away. It's not cost-effective to repair it at all. Don't worry, it's not junk battle armor. Jiang Hao smiled faintly and took out the battle armor he had previously obtained from Zhao Wei from his storage ring. What? This is actually an imitation battle armor of the dark gold demon armor. If I remember correctly, it should be called the black gold battle armor. The white-haired old man visibly exuded excitement, picking up a pair of glasses from the side and scrutinizing them. Not bad, not bad. The craftsmanship of the person who created this black and gold battle armor is not bad. The current damage to the battle armor isn't too severe, so it can be repaired. Seeing that the white-haired old man was interested, Jiang Hao asked after him, "Old sir, so how long will it take to repair this battle armor?" "Price is not an issue. If I need some special materials, I can also go buy them now." To Jiang Hao at this stage, this black and gold battle armor was crucial. It can greatly improve his survivability. But that's when the white-haired old man, however, suddenly shook his head. "I'm sorry, I didn't say I'd help you fix it. Repairing this imitation battle armor is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. I'm too busy with other things right now to help you fix it. You find someone else." As the words fell, the white-haired old man decisively turned around and walked into the small room. Jiang Hao fell into silence on the spot. Obviously, he was interested in the black gold battle armor just now, but it turned out that he didn't want to repair it at all. It was so hard to come across a high-level forger, so Jiang Hao couldn't let it go. He hurried towards the small room in front of him, but unexpectedly, the white-haired old man rushed straight out with a hammer. "Brat! I told you to find someone else. Didn't you hear me? This room is my workspace. Who gave you permission to just walk in here? Come one step closer and I'll crack your head." The white-haired old man roared furiously. "Calm down, old man. I'm not sure exactly what you're working on, but I'd like to ask for your help in fixing it. You can make all the conditions you want, and I'll agree to them all." Hearing Jiang Hao's words, the white-haired old man smiled disdainfully. "Fine, want me to fix this battle armor of yours? Then go find me a psychic reader. Otherwise, get the hell out of here." "Psychic readers?" Jiang Hao frowned slightly. "Old sir, why are you looking for a spiritual chanting master?" The white-haired old man was already irritable, and now Jiang Hao was asking one question after another. This caused him to feel extremely impatient and shouted angrily, "Get lost! My time is precious, you know." Before the words left his mouth, Jiang Hao's eyes suddenly flashed with azure-colored light. The several flying daggers placed on the table aside seemed to be invisibly tugged at this moment, instantly hovering in midair and dancing with Jiang Hao's intention. The white-haired old man witnessed this scene and was dumbfounded on the spot. "Crap! You're actually a spiritualist." After learning Jiang Hao's identity, the white-haired old man's attitude immediately changed. He took Jiang Hao's hand in a pleasant manner and said, "Little brother, why didn't you say so earlier? Repairing just a single piece of black gold battle armor in the district. I'll be able to do it for you today, but you have to do me a favor first." Without waiting for Jiang Hao to respond, he couldn't wait to pull Jiang Hao into the workroom. Unlike the clutter outside, the workroom is neat and organized. Jiang Hao looked around and suddenly noticed a special weapon laying on the workbench, shaped like a disc. It is about a meter in diameter and consists of 6 curved blades spliced together to form a circular disc-like structure. The blade extends and rotates like a giant dart. The white-haired old man noticed Jiang Hao's expression and spoke smugly. "Kid, you haven't seen this special weapon before, have you?" "Truth be told, this is the latest weapon I've developed in a while. I call it the 6-edged arc blade disc. This is no ordinary weapon, but a numinous weapon. If it is successfully manufactured, its strength will be at least S-class." "What the? Thought weapon?" Jiang Hao's eyes widened when he heard this. It was the first time he had ever seen this kind of half-finished nimbus weapon, and it was still of S-class strength, despite the fact that he already possessed the S-ranked Nihongo weapon, the blood spike. But for some reason, he always felt that this half-finished 6-bladed arc saber disc in front of him exuded an extraordinary aura. Its power might surpass that of the blood spike. "What exactly do you want me to do for you, old man? Could it be related to the 6-bladed curved blade disc?" The white-haired old man hurriedly nodded. "That's right. It is no exaggeration to say that this 6-bladed curved blade disc is the most satisfying piece of work I have ever made in my life. It's just a pity that there's one step that's essential for a nimble weapon to be made in its entirety. It's just that you need a psychic numenera to inject the numenera ahead of time. This is the only way to accurately test the data of this numinous weapon." Speaking of this, the white-haired old man sighed helplessly. Spiritual luminaries are too rare. In more than 10 years' time, the South China main city hasn't even given birth to a single spiritual numinous master, and those long-established psychic readers won't come to my aid at all. Forced to do so, I can only try to use some other means to test the 6-edged arc blade disc, but none of the results were very satisfactory, and it's been dragging on forever. Now I've finally waited for a spirit nemesis. "Little brother, as long as you help me test the 6-edged arc blade disc, I'll promise you anything." The white-haired old man pulled Jiang Hao's hand tightly, and at this moment, he seemed to be much younger, his eyes full of anticipation. "Old sir, there's naturally no problem with helping you test the 6-edged arc blade disc, but I'm leaving South China Main tomorrow, and I just have today to spare. Before Jiang Hao could finish, the white-haired old man immediately interrupted him. Enough! To be precise, I'll only take about 3 hours of your time. What about my black gold battle armor? Jiang Hao opened his mouth to inquire. Don't worry, Old Me is not an unusual forger. If you help me test the 6-edged arc blade plate, I will repair your battle armor. Whenever you test it, I'll fix it. As he said this, the white-haired old man looked extremely confident. Jiang Hao didn't think twice. Okay, it's a deal. Immediately after that, the white-haired old man quickly made a list based on the extent of the damage to Jiang Hao's black and gold battle armor. You're in luck. I happen to have all the materials needed to repair the black gold battle armor in my store. Counting the cost of my handiwork and repairing the battle armor against the cost of your test, you only need to give me 2 million for the materials. Jiang Hao was truly shocked in his heart when he heard this price. He wasn't because it was expensive, on the contrary, he thought it was a bit too cheap. One should know that the black gold battle armor was an S-class battle armor, which was worth a lot in itself. The market price is at least $20 million. He had originally thought that repairing this set of black and gold battle armor would require at least a few $1,000,000. That's why he decisively accepted the money given by Luo Qingxin last night. Now, the white-haired old man was actually offering $2 million, which really made Jiang Hao feel incredible. You don't need to be too shocked. I live purely by my craft, but I'm not that kind of crooked businessman. You helped me test the 6-edged arc blade disc, and I helped you repair your battle armor, so there's no reason for me to charge more. After you pay, you can take the 6-bladed arc blade disc and go to the next room for testing. I'll give you a form and you just follow the tests one by one on the top of the form. Jiang Hao sniffed and hastily nodded. No problem. By the way, old man, can I know your name? Feng Qingyu. With a faint response, Feng Qingyu handed Jiang Hao a form and told him to leave with the 6-edged arc sword beside him. He himself stayed in the workroom and focused on repairing the black gold battle armor. Jiang Hao silently memorized this name, and after transferring $2 million to Feng Qingyu, he hurried into the next room. It was a combat room dedicated to testing the strength of weapons and defenses. Traces of battle were everywhere around, and there were even many broken weapons and defenses. After briefly observing it, Jiang Hao slowly placed the 6-bladed arc blade disc in front of him. The moment Jiang Hao's mind power was injected into the 6-blade arc blade disc, the 6-blade arc blade disc instantly erupted with a dazzling golden light. As if activated for a moment, 6 curved blades instantly flew around Jiang Hao. With a movement of his mind, the 6 curved blades instantly combined together, once again forming the shape of a disc. In this state, the 6-bladed arc blade disc's attacks were the most powerful, and after spreading out, it was somewhat similar to Jiang Hao's blood spike, allowing for high-frequency continuous attacks, and each blade was extremely powerful. Also, as Jiang Hao maneuvered the 6-bladed curved blade disc, he realized that these 6 special curved blades could form more than just the shape of a disc. It could also form other special forms according to Jiang Hao's wishes, and was extremely functional. It can even form a shield instantly, providing a decent defense. Good. So awesome. Jiang Hao couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he saw this. And just as he was concentrating on testing the 6-edged arc blade disc, Zhang Yan, who was hiding in the Star Origin mountain range, received a message sent by his men. A bloodthirsty smile then flowed out. Good. This kid Jiang Hao can be considered to have left the mercenary base. Listen carefully, all of you. Sneak inside the South China main city immediately. I don't care what means you use. You must lure Jiang Hao to the black market. I'm going to be there, and I'm going to finish him off myself. 3 hours flew by. Jiang Hao followed the contents of the table and tested the data of the 6-edged arc blade disc. It turned out, amazingly, that the thing wasn't even half finished, but had been made in its entirety. The numbers are fully up to par and incredibly powerful. Jiang Hao had already fallen in love with the 6-bladed arc blade disc after using it for just a short while. Even though the blood spikes had the special effect of aggravating wounds, they were nowhere near as good as the 6-bladed arc blade disc. In Jiang Hao's opinion, this 6-edged arc blade disc, whether it was in form or power, was only infinitely close to SS grade. Such a good chanting weapon. He really liked it too much. We must inquire about the price later, and if it's right, we'll just take it. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, the door to the battle room suddenly opened. Feng Qingyu walked in with a rather ugly face. Seeing this, Jiang Hao hurriedly spoke. Old Mr. Feng, looking at you, is it possible that the battle armor wasn't successfully repaired? No. Feng Qingyu spoke with a bit of embarrassment. Just now, my mind was on the 6-edged arc blade disc, so much so that there were some mistakes when checking the damage to the battle armor. To repair this black gold battle armor of yours, you still need to use a crucial material called secret steel, but the material, secret steel, is too rare, and I don't have it in my store at the moment. As far as I know, The few martial artist stores in the South China main city shouldn't have any stock left either. If you want to buy secret steel, I'm afraid you can only head to the black market. At these words, Jiang Hao frowned. A black market? There's such a place in South China main city? Jiang Hao was naturally clear about the material. Secret steel. Battle armor made with secret steel is able to automatically adjust the shape and size of the armor based on the wearer's body shape and movements. Ensure that the battle armor always fits the body and provides optimal protection. A random piece of secret steel, of poor quality, would cost millions, and also have a price. Because of this, Jiang Hao was that shocked when he heard Feng Qingyu offer $2 million just now. Within the main city of South China, there's actually a local dragons and snakes in a trio of areas. This place did not originally belong to the main city of South China, but rather a small village and town in the surrounding area. Then an extremely powerful martial artist came to this place and ruled this area with absolute strength. Here, as long as you have money, you are able to buy everything you need, including some contraband. Nowadays, although this region is also classified as the South China main city, it is because the martial artists who rule this particular region are too powerful. Even the Yen state government doesn't dare to mess with it easily, so as long as nothing too serious happens in the region, the government won't intervene. And so the black market was formed. After Feng Qingyu briefly introduced himself, he said in a grave tone, Jiang Hao, I actually don't recommend that you go to the black market alone. It's too dangerous there. As a spiritual numinous master, if something were to happen to you, it would be a great loss to the Yen kingdom. How about this? This black gold battle armor of yours can be deposited with me first. I'll keep an eye on the merchants around you during this time, and as long as there's secret steel, I'll be the first to buy it. Then I will repair the black and gold battle armor in its entirety and deliver it to you personally, having to pay any further fees. What do you think? Feng Qingyu actually already knew that Jiang Hao had finished testing the six-edged arc blade disc, but he failed to keep his promise to repair the black gold battle armor. For a moment, it made him feel incredibly guilty. Feng Qingyu has always valued his promises, and when he promises someone something, then he must do it. Even if the constipated steel was very rare, he had to find a way to get it. Otherwise, he would have trouble sleeping and eating. Jiang Hao sniffed and immediately shook his head. Old Mr. Feng, I appreciate your kindness, but this black and gold battle armor is very important to me at this stage. There was no way I could keep waiting, so I decided to make a trip to the black market. When these words came out, Feng Qingyu's eyes immediately widened. This is too inappropriate. If anything happens to you, without waiting for Feng Qingyu to finish, Jiang Hao interrupted. Old Mr. Feng, don't worry, since I dared to go to the black market, I'm fully confident. However, just in case, I'd like you to lend me the six-edged arc blade disc. Jiang Hao wasn't full of confidence. Now that he was in possession of the Luo clan's secret technique, the flowing light transportation, trying to escape didn't stop him at all. In this case, coupled with the six-edged arc blade disc, even if he encountered a war god level martial artist, he would have a way to deal with it. Okay, take it then. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Qingyu nodded slightly. The black market is located in the southwest direction of South China main city. You keep walking in this direction and you'll naturally see the entrance to the black market. Although the black market belongs to the main city of South China, it is essentially a town that exists independently. Remember, once you encounter danger, you must immediately evacuate the black market. I'll find another way to get the secret steel. After Feng Qingyu gave a few final instructions, Jiang Hao left the store for the time being, taking the six-bladed arc blade disc with him. Following the direction Feng Qingyu pointed out, he walked briskly. Soon after, right in front of Jiang Hao, a black stone tablet appeared, with two words black market engraved on it. Although it is only one street away, there is a huge difference between the two environments. The road ahead was dimly lit, and pedestrians were largely invisible on the streets. The members of the law enforcement team who had originally patrolled the streets also didn't dare to casually step into the black market. It was as if it was some extremely scary place that was discouraging. This was so because the ruler of the black market very much disliked the enforcement team. If people from the enforcement team, without his permission, just enter the black market, it would all end in death. However, although the black market did not have a law enforcement team, the place was self-contained. There are clear rules in the black market that no one is allowed to strike at the old, weak, women, children, or ordinary people, and violators will be killed without amnesty. Jiang Hao really found it hard to imagine that there was such a place within the South China main city. After standing at the entrance of the black market and observing for a while, Jiang Hao took a big step inside. Some of the pedestrians passing by were visibly surveying him with strange eyes. It's like staring at something rare. After all, it was rare for a young man like Jiang Hao to dare to enter the black market alone. And just as Jiang Hao was wandering around the black market, several black shadows appeared behind him, and all of them were from the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. It took all the effort to get here. I really didn't expect this guy to actually come to the black market on his own. Why don't we just do it and finish him off? No way. The boss has already said that Jiang Hao must be the one to do it himself. You two hurry up and inform the boss of Jiang Hao's entry into the black market. I'll continue to follow Jiang Hao. This time, no matter what, we have to kill him. From the moment you step into the black market. Jiang Hao then realized that he was in the midst of countless pairs of prying eyes. The several figures quietly following behind him. He naturally saw them all, but did not place them in his mind. It was also at this time. A hunched-over old woman hobbled out of the corner in front of her. She barely managed to squeeze an ugly smile on her face as her gaze locked onto Jiang Hao. Young man, looking at you, could it be that you have something in mind and want to find treasures in this black market? There was a bit of confidence in her words. Old me knows every inch of this black market. Whatever you want, I can show you the way. Of course, this service is not gratuitous, and it's not too much to ask that I charge you $3,000 for the lead, is it? After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Hao spoke in a cold tone. I need secret steel. If you can lead me to the secret steel, I'll give you the 3,000 immediately. Although this place was called the black market, it was not an ordinary market, but a small village in town. The roads are intricate and dim. Jiang Hao didn't want to waste too much time in a place like this. A mere 3,000 was nothing to the present-day Jiang Hao. Secret steel. The old woman pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. This is an extremely rare material, but you're kind of asking the right question. I do know where the secret steel is sold. Go on, follow me. The old woman had been secretly observing Jiang Hao since he entered the black market just now. Daring to come in alone and needing to purchase a rare material like secret steel. This was enough to prove Jiang Hao's extraordinary status. Thinking of this, the corners of the old woman's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing an undetectable evil smile. Under the old woman's guidance, Jiang Hao passed through several narrow streets and eventually came to the depths of a dimly lit alley. There, a martial artist's store with a mottled sign stood quietly. At the doorway lay a wolf dog with red eyes, staring hungrily at Jiang Hao. It was as if he had seen him as prey, with greedy drool hanging from the corners of his mouth. Young man, you need not fear. That big, fang-filled wolf dog doesn't attack people easily. This store may look like it's falling apart, but it has everything you need. The secret steel you need is here too. If you don't believe me, you can go in and ask. When the old woman saw Jiang Hao stop in his tracks, she thought he was fearful and quickly opened her mouth to explain. Afraid? Since I dare to enter the black market alone, do you think I would be afraid? Jiang Hao casually pulled out $3,000 and handed it to the old woman beside him, then walked into the store with great strides. The wolf dog beside him, just like what the old woman had said, merely stared at Jiang Hao and didn't look like it was going to attack in any way. When he walked into the store, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking rather civilized, slowly got up from his reclining chair. The young man looks very familiar. Must be your first time in the black market. As a new customer, I can give you a 10% discount on anything you purchase in our store. Jiang Hao didn't say much, just said lightly, I want a piece of secret steel. If you have the goods, just make a direct offer. The middle-aged man pushed his glasses, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. The secret steel thing is indeed rare, and it's hard to get a glimpse of it on weekdays. But you've come to the right place. This store does still have a piece of secret steel. Only, the middle-aged man revealed a treacherous smile. The secret steel is too precious. I'm a bit reluctant to sell it casually. If you want the secret steel, then you have to exchange it for an equally rare material. Of course, you can also refuse, but I think I'm the only one in the vast black market who should have the secret steel here. Jiang Hao only smiled faintly when he heard this, casually pulling out an intact dream scale from his storage ring and tossing it onto the tabletop. At first, the middle-aged man did not care, only thinking that it was the scales of some special demonic beast. But when he took a closer look at the scales on the tabletop, his eyes immediately went round. To make sure he was not mistaken, he carefully picked up the dream scale and examined it carefully. It's actually really a dream scale, the middle-aged man exclaimed out in shock, his expression incomparably shocked. At the same time, he became interested in Jiang Hao's identity. In today's world, complete dream scales were extremely rare, and Jiang Hao was actually able to casually pull out one. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes became extremely greedy. In his opinion, since Jiang Hao was able to take out the dream scale so easily, it was very likely that there were other precious treasures in his possession. Jiang Hao was only alone in the black market anyway, so what could he do even if he killed him? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man smiled slightly and turned around to open a safe. A dark gold-colored object like a brick was removed from it. This object was the very secret steel that Jiang Hao had been longing for. However, just as Jiang Hao was about to reach out and take the secret steel, the store's door suddenly closed with a bang. The wolf dog that had been lying in front of the store earlier had appeared behind him at some point and assumed a fighting stance. This was not an unusual wolf dog, but a demonic beast that the boss had kept in captivity, a steel-toothed dog. Its strength had already reached the third stage of the beast general class. Lad, you want the secret steel, no problem, the middle-aged man sneered, but you must exchange it with all the treasures on your body. Otherwise, you will definitely be torn to pieces by this steel-toothed dog today. His words carried a few hints of threat and confidence, and he was obviously ready to take all the treasures on Jiang Hao's body. As soon as I came to the black market, I encountered a black store. I'm really lucky. The corner of Jiang Hao's mouth hooked into a cold smile. But do you really think you can scare me like that? Before the words fell, Jiang Hao's figure instantly disappeared in front of the middle-aged man. Before he could react, he saw a blade flash by. The steel-toothed dog at the back that was eyeing Jiang Hao instantly collapsed in a pool of blood. Its body and head separated. What? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in fear at the sight. That was a beast general level demonic beast that he had bred for many years, and it was seconded in an instant? Just as he was shocked, Jiang Yan silently appeared behind him. The incomparably sharp blizzard-breaking blade was against his neck, and as long as Jiang Hao was willing, this guy immediately landed on his head. I don't have time to talk more nonsense with people like you. Jiang Hao's voice was as cold as a knife. Hand over the secret steel to me, or you'll end up like that beast. The middle-aged man himself was also a battle general ranked martial artist, but he had never expected that such a young lad would possess such terrifying strength. He was so scared that his whole body was trembling and cold sweat was running down his face. Under extreme fear, he didn't hesitate to hand the secret steel to Jiang Hao. While Jiang Hao took away the secret steel, he also took the dream scales along with it. Immediately after that, he viciously kicked the middle-aged man's body. With the sound of bones cracking, the middle-aged man flew out backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Fainting, Jiang Hao glanced at it indifferently, then opened the store door and slowly walked out. That's when he realized that the old woman from before was still guarding the front of the store. Old undead thing, you deliberately brought me to the dark store. Think I don't know? Jiang Hao casually waved his hand, and the old woman didn't even have a chance to react, her head falling to the ground on the spot. In the black market, there are no law enforcement officers, but there are black market regulators. This seemingly mixed and lawless place is all bound by the rules of the black market. Outsiders who randomly killed people living in the black market would have unimaginable consequences if they were caught by these regulators. Jiang Hao had no intention of staying here for long. After taking care of the old woman, he hurried towards the exit of the black market. In the meantime, in the Sun's Garden in the main city of South China, Zhang Feng walked in with a gloomy expression. Young master, I received information that Jiang Hao has traveled to the black market alone. At these words, Sun Mingyu immediately clenched his fists. A flash of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Good. Finally waiting for this opportunity. Zhang Feng, I don't care what means you use. You must capture Jiang Hao alive. I'm going to kill him by 1,000 cuts. Thinking back to that night, when Jiang Hao had put Luo Qinghan in front of him, Sun Mingyu hated it so much that he gritted his teeth. What was even more infuriating was that immediately after Luo Qinghan left, he suffered a severe scolding from his father. This made Sun Mingyu hate Jiang Hao even more. Originally, when he learned that Duan Hong would personally take Jiang Hao to the War God training camp, Sun Mingyu had quite a headache. After all, Duan Hong was extremely powerful, and it was difficult for him to find an opportunity to strike at Jiang Hao. But he never expected that Jiang Hao would dare to break into the black market alone. It certainly provided him with a great opportunity. Any movement on Lin Jinbei's side? Has he ever made a move against Jiang Hao? Sun Mingyu asked in a deep voice. Zhang Feng shook his head. Not yet, but he has already arrived at South China main city. It shouldn't be clear about Jiang Hao's trip to the black market yet. When Sun Mingyu heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Then you'll send someone to tell Lin Jinbei about Jiang Hao's presence in the black market right now. I'd like to see him take action. If he chooses to stand by and do nothing, then that person is no longer of any value. In Sun Mingyu's opinion, if Lin Jinbei was able to make a decisive move after learning that Jiang Hao was in the black market, it meant that he was very obedient. In this way, he would still arrange for Lin Jinbei to enter the headquarters of the Wind and Thunder Martial School. However, if Lin Jinbei did not make a move or secretly help Jiang Hao, then Sun Mingyu would not hesitate to order the eradication of the Lin family. After receiving Sun Mingyu's instructions, Zhang Feng hurriedly left the Sun family manor and proceeded to start moving. He immediately ordered his men to tell Lin Jinbei about Jiang Hao's trip to the black market. Learning of this, Lin Jinbei did not hesitate to head to the black market. Zhang Yin of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, Zhang Feng, Sun Mingyu's personal bodyguard, and Lin Jinbei, the branch master of the Wind and Thunder martial arts school. The three battle god-level martial artists stepped into the black market almost simultaneously. This anomaly, naturally, was quickly noticed by the rulers of the black market. Big sister. 3 war god-level martial artists entering our black market at the same time. This is a rare occurrence. Shall I send someone to get rid of them? A scar-faced burly man looked at a woman with long purple hair at the windowsill with a rather respectful expression. This woman he called Big Sister was none other than the ruler of the black market. Her own strength was unfathomable. Not to mention that the Yen state government didn't dare to move her easily. Even the pavilion masters of the Wind and Thunder and Extreme Tao Congresses were extremely scornful of the woman. After pondering for a moment, the purple-haired woman said in a deep voice, "The black market has never had a rule that restricts others from entering. Since they've come to the black market, we naturally welcome them. However, it is still necessary to secretly send someone to keep an eye on the 3 of them. If they dare to go on a killing spree in the black market, they will never be spared." The scar-faced burly man nodded slightly, then seemed to think of something and whispered, "Big sister, there's another special guy who also came to the black market today. It's the recently infamous Jiang Hao. I suspect that the purpose of these 3 is actually Jiang Hao." Eh? The purple-haired woman's brows furrowed when she heard this. This kid actually came to the black market alone? I have to say, he does have a lot of nerve. Send someone to keep a close eye on him. There might be a good show. Your obedience. The scar-faced strong man responded respectfully, then turned around and hurriedly left. Another aside. Jiang Hao, who was planning to leave the black market, was passing through a dimly lit street when suddenly several black shadows leapt out from all around him. All of these people were wearing Black Wolf Squad masks. Zhang Yan, who was walking at the front, sneered, "But I've finally caught my chance. Jiang Hao, today I want to see how you can escape me." As Zhang Yan said this, he casually took off the Black Wolf mask. He wasn't worried about exposing his identity because this was a black market. To make your death a little clearer, I'll introduce myself briefly. My name is Zhang Yan, one of the squad leaders of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. In Zhang Yan's eyes, even if Jiang Hao was exceptionally talented, he was currently only just stepping into the war general level. He, on the other hand, was a war god level 5 martial artist, and there was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. He had enough confidence to finish off Jiang Hao, to ensure that he would not be disturbed by the regulators in the black market. Zhang Yan immediately erupted his terrifying aura at the war god level. The black market rule was that killing people living in the black market wasn't allowed, but it didn't say that they weren't allowed to make a move on outsiders like Jiang Hao. It was because of this that Zhang Yan decided to kill Jiang Hao here. The Black Wolf mercenaries. Looking at Zhang Yan and so many other Black Wolf Squad members, it would definitely be a lie for Jiang Hao to say that he wasn't nervous at all in his heart. After all, the Zhang Yan standing in front of him, that was a war god level martial artist. However, even so, Jiang Hao didn't show the slightest hint of fear. He spoke in a cold voice. "Zhang Yan, if I guessed correctly, it should be Zhao Changming who asked you to kill me." Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yan laughed out loud twice. "Congratulations for getting it right, Jiang Hao. In fact, you and I didn't have any grudges to begin with, and there was no need for me to kill you at all. But nah, you offended Zhao Changming and killed 2 of my men. Today, I will never let you go." As soon as the words fell, a black steel blade immediately surfaced in Zhang Yan's hand, rushing toward Jiang Hao with a thunderous momentum. But just when he thought that his slash was enough to easily decapitate Jiang Hao, the Jiang Hao in front of him actually disappeared in an instant. What Zhang Yan had slashed at was merely a residual shadow left behind by Jiang Hao's. Jiang Hao himself, as if in a flash, could move instantly. How? How did you get so fast? The martial skill that Zhang Yan himself practiced was the Thunder System. The advantage of the Thunder System martial skill was the incredible explosive power, which could erupt into lightning-like speed in a short period of time. But he had never expected that Jiang Hao, a martial artist of around the first rank of the battle general class, would be faster than him? Is that possible? TSK, 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 Zhang Yan, you can't. How is it that a hallowed war god level martial artist is still unable to match my speed? You're weak. Jiang Hao taunted Zhang Yan while making various provocative gestures at him. With the flowing light transportation that had reached its peak, although Jiang Hao wasn't sure of defeating Zhang Yan, he didn't have any problems escaping safely. "Ah, brat, you really think I can't help you?" Zhang Yan was completely enraged by Jiang Hao's words, and instantly his body was wrapped in golden lightning, his speed and strength soaring at this moment. He almost instantly moved in front of Jiang Hao and swung his sword down hard, but even so, his speed was still slightly inferior, and what he cut was still only the residual shadow left by Jiang Hao. Furious, Zhang Yan launched a frantic attack. Even if he inadvertently hurt his own men in the process, he had no intention of stopping. But shockingly, no matter how hard he attacked, Jiang Hao always managed to dodge a step ahead. This scene stunned everyone present. What are you waiting for? All of you. We mustn't let this brat get away today. Zhang Yan couldn't care less about the face of a battle god-level martial artist at this moment. He only wanted to finish off Jiang Hao. As his words fell, all the members of the Black Wolf squad launched themselves at Jiang Hao at that moment. In the face of this situation, Jiang Hao could rely on the speed of the flowing light transportation shadow to dodge their attacks. Despite the fact that he could rely on the speed of the flowing light transportation shadow, but after a long time, with serious physical exertion, the situation would be extremely unfavorable to him. Thus, he did not choose to entangle himself too much with Zhang Yan and the others, but instead rushed out of the black market at an extremely fast speed. As long as they left the black market and entered the confines of the South China main city, Zhang Yan and the others wouldn't dare to act rashly. However, as Jiang Hao turned to escape, a familiar figure appeared. Zhang Feng, Sun Mingyu's personal bodyguard, stepped out from the side and blocked Jiang Hao's path. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slapped it. Luckily, Jiang Hao's reaction was fast enough to dodge Zhang Feng's attack in time with his flowing light transportation. Another one. This guy is even harder to deal with than Zhang Yan. A War God 5th ranked Zhang Yan as well was enough to give Jiang Hao a headache. And now War God 7th ranked Zhang Feng had appeared again. Jiang Hao's face became extremely grave. He actually expected it to be dangerous after entering the black market. However, he really didn't expect that Zhang Yan and Zhang Feng would appear at almost the same time. It was as if the two of them had made an appointment in advance. When Zhang Feng saw that Jiang Hao had dodged his attack, he was a bit shocked but didn't show it in his heart. After all, Jiang Hao had shown amazing speed when he sneaked into the Sun family's manor that night. Afterwards, he looked at Zhang Yan in front of him with a cold smile. You are at least a junior captain of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, and you are considered a first-class powerhouse. There's actually no way to deal with a brat nowadays? How did you appear here? Seeing Zhang Feng's appearance, Zhang Yan was equally shocked in his heart. He questioned in a cold voice. Zhang Feng, I don't care for what purpose you appeared here, but you will never try to obstruct me from hunting Jiang Hao. He is my prey. If you dare to stop me, the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps will never stop. Zhang Yan knew nothing about what happened in the Sun family manor that night. He also didn't understand why Zhang Feng suddenly appeared here and took an interest in Jiang Hao. However, there was one thing that Zhang Yan could be sure of, and that was that Zhang Feng did not seem to want to kill Jiang Hao directly. Otherwise, if he had secretly killed someone just now, Jiang Hao would definitely not have been able to react. Zhang Yan's mission was to bring Jiang Hao's head to Zhao Changming. If Jiang Hao was snatched by Zhang Feng, then how could he deliver with Zhao Changming? I'm sorry, Jiang Hao is the target of second young master's son. There's no way I'll let you kill Jiang Hao. He must be brought back alive. Before Zhang Feng leaves, Sun Mingyu explicitly requests that he be allowed to capture Jiang Hao alive. This was the only way to let Sun Mingyu torture Jiang Hao to his heart's content. How could he let Zhang Yan kill Jiang Hao here? Damn it! Zhang Yan clenched his fists, his eyes glaring at Zhang Feng with indignation. Even though he was no longer upset in his heart, there was nothing he could do at this moment. The Sun family that was one of the 4 top families in the Yan country. Compared to him, the Zhao family was nothing. Zhang Yan didn't dare to offend the Sun family even as a junior captain of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps. There was nothing more he could do in this situation. Everyone evacuate the black market immediately. With Zhang Yan's order, everyone present in the Black Wolf squad turned around and left in indignation. Only Jiang Hao and Zhang Feng were left. Just now, Zhang Feng had watched as Jiang Hao dodged Zhang Yan's attack. He knew deep down that the stance martial skill Jiang Hao had performed was definitely not the Wind and Thunder Martial School's swift thunder steps. Instead, it was a much more profound and powerful body martial art. Plus, what happened at the Sun family manor that night? Zhang Feng was now basically certain that Jiang Hao must have learned the Luo clan's flowing light transportation. Although he didn't know how Jiang Hao, a person with a foreign surname, was able to learn the Luo family's secret techniques. But right now was not the time to dwell on this issue, but to catch Jiang Hao as soon as possible. Without any hesitation, after Zhang Yan turned to leave, Zhang Feng immediately rushed towards Jiang Hao. Kid, you can't get away. Zhang Feng thought that he was a 7th-ranked war god level martial artist, and even if Jiang Hao had mastered the flowing light transportation, he still had complete certainty that he could catch him. Moreover, Jiang Hao had already expended a large portion of his physical strength when he had tangled with Zhang Yan just now. Can't run away? Jiang Hao sneered twice. I don't think so. If Zhang Yan and Zhang Feng had joined forces just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But now, Zhang Feng had actually driven away Zhang Yan and the rest of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, which undoubtedly gave him a great opportunity. At this moment, a terrifying aura that far exceeded his current realm instantly erupted from Jiang Hao's body. The space around them seemed to be distorted at this moment. Zhang Feng was clearly about to grab Jiang Hao, but it turned out that Jiang Hao disappeared in front of his eyes. In a flash, there was even less than half of Jiang Hao's figure to be seen in the surroundings. How? Zhang Feng stood frozen in place, his face filled with disbelief. As a 7th stage war god level martial artist, he was familiar with the Luo plan's flowing light transportation. He knew that when the flowing light transportation shadow was cultivated to its peak, its speed would even distort the surrounding space. But the problem was that even Luo Beifeng, the current head of the Luo family, hadn't been able to practice the flowing light transportation to its peak, so how could Jiang Hao possibly do it? And just as he was shocked, Jiang Hao had long since moved away from the street, having thought that he would be safe after avoiding Zhang Feng, but he never expected Lin Jinbei to show up. Crap, it's not over yet. Lin Jinbei's eyes were cold as he looked at Jiang Hao in front of him. He wasn't sure exactly how Jiang Hao had escaped from Zhang Feng, but for the sake of the Lin family and his own future, he had to stop Jiang Hao today no matter what he said. Rebel son, get on your knees. As soon as Lin Jinbei's words fell, the aura from the war god level suddenly erupted. You murdered Zhao Wei, which has already made Zhao Changming hate you so much that he wants to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Now that you've messed with second young master's son, how can you let me protect you? Ridiculous to the core. Jiang Hao opened his mouth to mock. Lin Jinbei, do you feel ashamed when you say that? Have you ever protected me once since I was a child? I'm sick of seeing your face nowadays. How dare you? Lin Jinbei shouted angrily. Jiang Hao, don't force me to take a shot at you personally. Anymore. I'm your father. As long as you are willing to kneel down and beg for forgiveness today, then I will also consider going to second young master's son to plead for mercy. At least it should keep you alive. Lin Jinbei forced down the anger in his heart, lest he really slap Jiang Hao to death in a fit of rage. Put away your false face. If you were really thinking of me, why would you be here now, blocking my way? Lin Jinbei, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Surely you're planning to hand me over to Sun Myungwoo yourself in exchange for your future. Do you deserve to be a father when you do that? Jiang Hao's words were like sharp daggers that pierced deep into Lin Jinbei's heart. Bastard! How dare you talk about your old man like that? Lin Jinbei roared in anger. Do I still need you to tell me what to do? It's those stinking rats in the Grey Plains district that have taught you wrong all these years. I am more or less responsible for what you have become today. Today, after handing you over to the Sun family, I will go to the Lin family ancestral hall to ask for forgiveness. If you want to strike, just strike. What the hell are you wasting your words for? Jiang Hao raised his hand at Lin Jinbei. Come on, kill me if you can. You made me do it. Lin Jinbei was like a frenzied beast, his eyes incomparably angry as he glared at Jiang Hao. But just as he was about to strike, Zhang Feng stepped out from the side. Lin Jinbei, I'm glad you're here. This shows that young master's son has not misjudged you. But this kid seems to have mastered Luo's secret art, the flowing light transportation, and practiced it to an unimaginable degree. There's no way you alone can catch him. You and I will join forces and take him down. Zhang Feng didn't actually know where Jiang Hao had run off to at first, and the speed of the streaming recluse was too fast for him to react. The reason why he was here now was all because he had sensed Lin Jinbei's aura. It really didn't occur to him that Lin Jinbei had not only come, but had also stopped Jiang Hao. With two war god level martial artists striking at the same time, he didn't believe that there would be no way to catch Jiang Hao. Even if Jiang Hao had mastered the flowing light escape, there was a time when his stamina would run out. What did you say? He mastered the flowing light transportation? Lin Jinbei's eyes widened when he heard this. Thinking back to when he met Jiang Hao just now, he had indeed appeared in a flash, as if in an instant. Plus, Zhang Feng had been chasing after Jiang Hao the entire time. With his war god level speed, how could he not catch up with Jiang Hao? Everything confirmed that Jiang Hao had mastered the flowing light transportation. Regarding this Luo family's secret art that was not transmitted to the public, Lin Jinbei knew too well how powerful it was. He really couldn't imagine that Jiang Nian could actually master it? On what grounds? But this is not the time to dwell on the matter. Since Jiang Hao had mastered the flowing light transportation shadow, it meant that he would be extremely fast. One slip and Jiang Hao would slip out from under his nose. In order to ensure that he could catch Jiang Hao, Lin Jinbei did not reject Zhang Feng's request. Prepare to join forces with him and capture Jiang Hao. Shit. At least you're a war god level martial artist. How can you two be so shameless? Two war god level martial artists. Beating one of me? Shucks. As he watched Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng force their way towards him, Jiang Hao clenched his fists and hurled insults while constantly surveying his surroundings. He had to find a proper escape route. Otherwise, once you run out of stamina, it's all over. However, just as Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng were about to strike, a large python covered in purple and gold spots suddenly leapt out of an alleyway to the side. Next moment, a purple-haired woman with an enchanting figure, leading a group of black market regulators, came from the front. Terrific. Just terrific. I really didn't expect that two hallowed war god level martial artists would actually join forces to bully a youngster. Do you two need any more face? The moment they saw the purple-haired woman appear, both Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng immediately widened their eyes. One could clearly see a flash of fear in their eyes. This purple-haired woman was none other than the ruler of the black market, Duan Yunmeng. His cultivation reached the peak of the 10th stage of the war god class. Even if Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng teamed up, they couldn't possibly be her opponent. Even the purple gold poison python that Duan Yunmeng kept had the terrifying strength of a lord level. In this part of the black market, Duan Yunmeng was the absolute ruler. Miss Duan, this kid is my ungrateful and rebellious son. He is not from the black market. We've gone a little overboard with 2 against 1, but we can't help it. This rebellious son is cunning. Don't worry, we'll take this kid away immediately and will never harm anyone in the black market. Lin Jinbei was extremely jealous of Duan Yunmeng's strength. He knew very well how strong this woman was. Thus, he immediately singled out Jiang Hao's identity to prevent being misunderstood by Duan Yunmeng. Zhang Feng, who was at the side, hurriedly nodded. Miss Duan. In fact, this would just be Lin Jinbei disciplining his disobedient rebellious son. I'll just be a bystander. Oh, so that's how it is. Duan Yunmeng sneered twice. Then since it's a conflict between their father and son, there's no need for you to step in. As soon as the words fell, Duan Yunmeng's pupils instantly became so viper-like. Zhang Feng didn't even have a chance to react and was immediately bound by a purple chain. This purple chain came with an extremely terrifying toxin, and the moment it bound Zhang Feng, it was as if countless sharp poisonous needles were stabbing into his body. Ah! Accompanied by Zhang Feng's agonizing screams, he weakly collapsed to the ground, his entire body trembling. The reason they were afraid of Duan Yunmeng wasn't just because of her strength at the peak of the 10th rank of the war god class. The main reason for this was that Duan Yunmeng had awakened the power of transcendence. Every war god level martial artist would have a chance of awakening the power of transcendence when their own realm reached the 5th rank or higher. Simply put, it means that you will gain a superpower. For example, the Duan Yunmeng in front of her, she had gained the ability to manipulate venom, so she could inflict all kinds of toxins on her enemies at any time, anywhere. War god level martial artists who possessed the power of transcendence were also called extreme war gods. Duan Yunmeng, I'm from the Sun family. If you dare to kill me, the Sun family will not let you go. Zhang Feng never expected that Duan Yunmeng would suddenly strike at him. Although he had reached the 7th stage of the war god class, he hadn't awakened the power of transcendence at all. A war god level martial artist who was unable to awaken the power of transcendence would never be able to step into the planetary level for the rest of his life. He knew that he couldn't defeat Duan Yunmeng at all, so he could only bring out the Sun family in an attempt to deter Duan Yunmeng. Kill you? Duan Yunmeng sneered twice. Killing a shameless guy like you will only dirty my hands. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just temporarily incapacitate you from all fighting abilities. In that case, no one will intervene in the battle between Lin Jinbei and Jiang Hao's father and son. Speaking of this, Duan Yunmeng looked at Jiang Hao on the side. Kid, I'll leave the rest of the time to you. Show me your limits. From the very beginning of Zhang Yan's appearance until now, Duan Yunmeng had actually been secretly observing Jiang Hao. She had planned to merely stand on the sidelines and watch how this farce would end. However, he had never expected that Jiang Hao, a person with a foreign surname, would actually be able to master the Luo family's secret art, the flowing light transportation, and it was also cultivated to an unimaginable level, which really shocked Duan Yunmeng to no end. All she wanted to do now was to see just where Jiang Hao's limits were, in order not to be affected. This was why she made Zhang Feng temporarily lose his fighting ability. The black market was her territory anyway, and she didn't have any problems with what she wanted to do here. Even the Sun family that Zhang Feng spoke of would never dare to take action against Duan Yunmeng so easily. Thank you, Ms. Duan, for coming to my aid. Since you want to see my limits, then I will do as you wish. Jiang Hao's gaze was icy cold as he stared at Lin Jinbei in front of him. He happened to take this good opportunity to try out the power of the six-edged arc blade disc in actual combat. At this moment, Jiang Hao's eyes flashed with stirring killing intent. Adverse son, who gave you permission to look at me like that? Do you think that I won't have any way to deal with you if Zhang Feng falls? Lin Jinbei was incredibly shocked by Duan Yunmeng's sudden and unexpected appearance. However, she didn't actually make a move to save Jiang Hao, but instead gave Jiang Hao a chance to fight himself alone. This was a big joke to Lin Jinbei. He was at least a war god level powerhouse. Could he not deal with a martial artist who had just stepped into the war general level? At this moment, a dazzling blue golden longsword emerged in Lin Jinbei's hand. The body of the sword was engraved with lightning patterns, and an extremely powerful lightning attribute energy instantly erupted. This sword of his was exactly the same as the one Lin Zilong possessed before. Both were S-ranked Lei Jun swords. Among the lightning weapons, It was considered quite a powerful existence. Although with his war god level cultivation, dealing with Jiang Hao was undoubtedly bullying the small with the big. But now in this situation, he couldn't care too much. He had long been disappointed in Jiang Hao and had long since stopped caring about the son. The only way to ensure the Lin family's safety and skyrocket the Lin family was to catch Jiang Hao now. Without any hesitation, Lin Jinbei immediately erupted with lightning speed, wielding the Lei Jun sword in his hand and rushing towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao easily dodged Lin Jinbei's attack with his speed of a flowing recluse, and in that moment, he took out the six-edged arc blade disc. Under the ability of the spiritual nemesis, the six-bladed arc blade disc spun and flew in Jiang Hao's hands, flashing with cold light. It was like a wheel of death, bringing up a gust of biting wind. The occurrence of this scene not only caused Lin Jinbei to be shocked, but Duan Yunmeng and the others who were watching the battle from the sidelines all stared in shock. What? This kid is actually still a spiritual thinker. Duan Yunmeng had only intended to watch Jiang Hao perform the flowing light transportation to see how he would tease Lin Jinbei, a war god level martial artist. However, he had never expected Jiang Hao to directly display the abilities of a spiritual numinous master. How? Lin Jinbei was incomparably shocked as he watched Jiang Hao maneuver the six-bladed arc saber disc, and the thunderbolt sword in his hand was almost unsteady. As a war god level martial artist, he was all too aware of how powerful spiritual luminaries were. There were some unusual small clans that even raised their clans to great heights because of the birth of a spiritual numinous master. His son was now a spirit reader, but he hadn't been able to realize it before? Recalling that Jiang Hao's body was extremely weak before and he couldn't cultivate normally like other martial artists, this was clearly a sign of the mutation of the spiritual nihilist Ah. Instead, he thought that Jiang Hao was a loser, and even thought that Jiang Hao was actually all in disguise on purpose. Damn it, why didn't I notice? Thinking of this, Lin Jinbei couldn't mention how remorseful he felt in his heart. Compared to relying on the Sun family, if he could properly cultivate Jiang Hao, then his Lin family would not need to rely on anyone else, and would be able to soar to the heavens. Lin Jinbei, so is this something you regret? I'm sorry, it's already too late. The me of today has nothing to do with your Lin family. Let's show you what my spirit nemesis is capable of. As soon as Jiang Hao's words fell, the six incomparably sharp arc knives simultaneously emitted azure-colored light. A terrifying aura that far exceeded Jiang Hao's current realm instantly erupted. Rebel son, you used this ability to fight me. Could it be that you really intend to commit patricide? You beast. Although Lin Jinbei felt remorse in his heart, but now the arrow had to be sent. Having gotten to this point with Jiang Hao, how could he back out halfway? Anyway, spiritual luminaries were extremely rare and powerful, and there was no way the Sun family would let Sun Mingyu kill Jiang Hao. There was even the possibility of pulling in Jiang Hao, and as Jiang Hao's father, he could naturally follow suit. Now all he had to do was defeat Jiang Hao. With those words, the thunderclap sword in Lin Jinbei's hand swung out violently. The sword's body flickered with lightning, as if it could tear through the heavens, and slashed toward Jiang Hao with a heaven-destroying power. Jiang Hao's face was fearless as he maneuvered his six-bladed arc saber disc to meet Lin Jinbei's thunderclap sword. The six-bladed arc saber disc drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, intertwining with the thunderous light of the Thunder June sword and erupting in a deafening roar. The battle was exceptionally fierce, and although Jiang Hao's cultivation level was lower, he was surprisingly able to fight against Lin Jinbei with the mighty power of the six-blade arc blade disc. Every exchange of blows caused Lin Jinbei to feel a pang of shock. He really hadn't expected that Jiang Hao's strength would be so outrageously powerful. He, a war god level martial artist, had no way to defeat Jiang Hao? Even though he knew that Jiang Hao couldn't hold out much longer with his current physical strength, it was enough to make Lin Jinbei lose face. For a war god-ranked martial artist to be beaten so badly by a war general-ranked first-ranked martial artist, this would undoubtedly become a great joke if it were to be spread out. It was also because Lin Jinbei felt so humiliated that he made a mistake in his moves, which immediately Jiang Hao found Lin Jinbei's crack. He maneuvered the six-bladed arc saber disc and slashed at Lin Jinbei's shoulder. Lin Jinbei was startled and panicked, swinging his thunderbolt sword to block. However, the power of the six-edged arc blade disc was simply too powerful, coupled with the fact that he was a step slow in reacting. So much so, the Lei Jun sword in his hand was actually sent flying by a hard earthquake, and his shoulder was chopped open with a bloody gash as blood gushed out. That's it? What a bullshit god of war. You're just a piece of trash. Jiang Hao was ecstatic when he saw that he had injured Lin Jinbei. However, that move just now had also almost exhausted his physical strength, and he had absolutely no chance of winning if he continued to fight Lin Jinbei. Thus, while Lin Jinbei was doubting his life, Jiang Hao gathered all of his own strength and executed the last flowing light transportation, escaping the black market. I was actually injured by him. Lin Jinbei looked at the wound on his left shoulder and doubted life on the spot. Even though he was concerned about Jiang Hao's status as a spiritual nihilist, He hadn't poured out his best efforts in the exchange just now, but he was, after all, a war god 5th ranked powerhouse. How could he be injured by a mere battle general level martial artist? Even if the other party possessed the ability of a psychic numero uno, this seemed too unbelievable. This huge blow was too much for Lin Jinbei to accept. On the other hand, Duan Yunmeng, who had witnessed the entire battle, was also deeply shocked by the strength Jiang Hao had displayed. She had originally thought that even if Jiang Hao relied on his ability as a spiritual numinous master, he might not be able to deal with Lin Jinbei. However, the truth was far beyond her expectations. Jiang Hao not only managed to injure Lin Jinbei, but also escaped the black market in a flash. She was sure that she had read it correctly. What Jiang Hao had just performed was none other than the flowing light transportation shadow, and it had been cultivated to at least the grand completion realm. Otherwise, he could never distort the space around him. It was really hard for her to imagine that a martial artist who was so young could cultivate the flowing light transportation shadow to such an extent. Such talent is simply unbelievable. It was a pity that Jiang Hao ran too fast. Otherwise she would have left Jiang Hao behind and had a good chat. Big sister, what should we do with the two people, Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng? At that moment, a pugilist walked up to her and inquired in a low voice. Don't mind them. Duan Yunmeng responded indifferently and turned toward the front. The farce is over, so all of you disperse as well. Duan Yunmeng then disappeared around the corner. Zhang Feng, who had originally been severely poisoned and was dying, also recovered at this time. What had just happened? He had seen clearly. In his opinion, it wasn't that Lin Jinbei was gullible, but that Jiang Hao's strength was really too strong. Even he hadn't expected that a war god level martial artist would actually be injured. In the current situation, he had to report Jiang Hao's strength as a spiritual nihilist to Sun Mingyu immediately. If Jiang Hao was just an ordinary martial artist, then his life and death might not matter, but as a spiritual numinator, he could never be killed easily. Lin Jinbei also followed Zhang Feng's lead and left the black market after coming back to his senses. In the meantime, with the speed of the flowing light transportation shadow, Jiang Hao had already moved away from the black market and into the confines of the South China main city. Even though Jiang Hao was now exhausted, he was safe, being within the South China main city. Even if Lin Jinbei and Zhang Feng wanted to capture him, they didn't have a chance to do so. Jiang Hao ate something on the street to recover his strength before rushing back to 36 Qingyuan Street. Well, did you get it? Feng Qingyu saw Jiang Hao return and hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. Of course. Jiang Hao nodded rather confidently, then took out a piece of secret steel from his storage ring. The quality of this piece of secret steel was quite good, and if it was based on the market price, it would be at least $3 million or more. Jiang Hao had originally planned to use the dream scale in exchange, but who would have thought that the boss would be insatiable, forced to do nothing. Jiang Hao can only $0 purchase. Well, yes. Feng Qingyu excitedly hugged secret steel. Give me a little more time, and I promise to return you a complete black gold battle armor. The words fell out of his mouth and he immediately rushed into the workroom. In less than an hour, Feng Qingyu handed over the repaired black gold battle armor to Jiang Hao. After briefly confirming the black gold battle armor, Jiang Hao put it on his body. At this moment, the black gold battle armor effect triggered, automatically absorbing some of the blood from Jiang Hao's body. Afterward, it was as if it were skin, fitting perfectly with Jiang Hao's body. It lacks agility, though it cannot change form at the wearer's will like true dark gold magic armor. But for the current Jiang Hao, it was completely enough. Jiang Hao, even though I helped you fix the black gold battle armor, I still owe you a favor. Tell me, what do you want me to do? As long as it's within my power, I can oblige you. Feng Qingyu had promised Jiang Hao that he only needed $2 million to repair the black gold battle armor. However, his mistake caused Jiang Hao to travel to the black market midway to purchase the secret steel. He thinks it is his word against his word and thus feels guilty about Jiang Hao. Old senior, I'm already very grateful to you for helping me repair the black gold battle armor. And will I ever ask you to work for me again? I just wish, Jiang Hao said, casually taking out the six-bladed arc saber disc from before. The old-timer is able to sell me this numinous weapon. What? You want a six-bladed arc blade disc? Feng Qingyu frowned. It's not that I'm unwilling, but this six-edged arc blade disc is still only in its initial stages. Initial stage? Jiang Hao looked skeptical. Old senior, what do you mean by that? Could it be that this six-edged arc blade disc can still be upgraded? Feng Qingyu opened his mouth to explain. In fact, my initial design was not this six-edged arc blade disc, but rather a far stronger Nianli weapon. I call it the Star Chopper. It is a nimble weapon that has reached SS grade in strength. Feng Qingyu sighed slightly. Nay, I don't have enough ability to directly forge SS grade weapons yet. It can only be weakened on top of the chopper. That's what makes a six-bladed arc blade disc. Now the six-edged arc blade disc is basically considered complete. And after your tests, there are no problems with it. It also means that my forging skills have been greatly improved. I'm now completely confident that I can make the chopper. And to create the chopper, one must upgrade from the six-bladed arc blade disc. That's why I don't want you to take it away. Besides, the materials needed for the six-edged arc blade plate are extremely difficult to come up with. After hearing Feng Qingyu's words, Zhang Hao came to a realization. Previously, when he was testing the six-edged arc blade disc, he had already detected that the strength of this Nianli weapon was far stronger than an unusual S-class Nianli weapon. It's almost at SS level. It turned out that all of this was because this six-edged arc blade disc, itself, was based on the SS grade chopper. However, even though he knew the reason why Feng Qingyu didn't want to sell it, this six-blade arc knife plate Zhang Hao used it too smoothly. He really didn't want to give up so easily. Thus, after a short silence, Zhang Hao suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly took out a storage ring and placed it on the table in front of Feng Qingyu. Old sir, with your ability, you are actually perfectly capable of making another identical six-bladed arc blade disc. You don't want to sell it to me for nothing more than a lack of materials. This I can fulfill. Zhang Hao pointed to the storage ring on the desktop. This contains a large amount of precious rare metals, as well as other materials needed for forging weapons. Feng Qingyu sniffed and scrambled to pick up his storage ring. The moment his consciousness probed into his storage ring, his eyes widened. It's still there, and there are actually so many. Among them, there are even key materials needed for the Star Chopper blade. Looking at Feng Qingyu's excited appearance, Zhang Hao smiled slightly. In fact, the items in this storage ring were all taken from Zhao Wei at that time. Zhang Hao had planned to find a suitable opportunity to sell everything in here. Now it was just the right time to hand it over to Feng Qingyu in exchange for the six-edged arc blade disc. Old-timer, so you. Before Zhang Hao could open his mouth to speak, Feng Qingyu immediately interrupted him, saying excitedly, "It's possible. Of course, you can just take this six-edged arc blade plate with you." Originally, he was going to want to keep the six-edged arc blade disc in order to upgrade it to a star chopper. The process inevitably requires the disassembly of the six-bladed curved blade disc. Now that he had obtained so many rare metals, as well as weapon materials, he could completely remake the six-bladed arc blade disc. And by the way, you can refamiliarize yourself with the production process of the time. Moreover, it contained materials that were vital to the Star Chopper sword, so he had no reason not to agree to Zhang Hao. Alright, then I'll take the six-bladed arc blade disc with me. After Zhang Hao finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Feng Qingyu panicked and chased after him. Zhang Hao, I actually have an unforgiving request. I hope that when my Star Chopper blade is finished being made in the future, you'll be able to come back and help me test it. If there are no problems with everything, I will give the Star Chopper sword to you directly without any compensation. Really? Zhang Hao's eyes immediately flashed with excitement. A promise is a promise. Feng Qingyu nodded firmly. Yeah, no problem. You have my contact info anyway. Just contact me anytime. After saying that, Zhang Hao clasped his fists at Feng Qingyu and left Qingyuan Street, returning to the Extreme Dao Mercenary Corps base. Another aside. Inside the Sun family estate, Sun Mingyu was lying on the sofa, enjoying the massages from all the beautiful women, his expression incomparably intoxicated. Just at this time, Zhang Feng walked in with a grave expression. Following him back was Lin Jinbei. Sun Mingyu glanced at the two of them with his eyes open and spoke faintly. How's it going? Zhang Hao should have caught it. Bring him to me quickly, and I will torture him myself. Young master, something big has happened. Zhang Feng didn't dare to look directly at Sun Mingyu and spoke nervously. We failed to catch Zhang Hao. When these words came out, Sun Mingyu, who originally still had a pinched look on his face, snapped his eyes wide open. What did you say? Didn't catch Zhang Hao? Damn it! Sun Mingyu kicked the beautiful woman kneeling in front of him and aggressively walked to Zhang Feng and Lin Jinbei. One of you is at the 7th rank of War God, and one of you is at the 5th rank of War God. There's actually no way to deal with a mere Zhang Hao? Sun Mingyu was furious and reached out to give Zhang Feng and Lin Jinbei each a big mouth. Trembling with anger, he really couldn't imagine that two War God level martial artists could strike at the same time and still fail. Young master, the situation is not what you think. Actually, we could have caught Jiang Hao right away, but that's when Duan Yunmeng, the ruler of the black market, showed up. It was because of her meddling that I had no way to deal with Zhang Hao. We can only rely on Lin Jinbei to catch Jiang Hao. Speaking here, Zhang Feng pointed to the wound on Lin Jinbei's left shoulder. Young master, you know Lin Jinbei's strength very well. With his strength, he can completely deal with Jiang Hao, but he was injured by Jiang Hao. This is all because Jiang Hao has mastered the Luo clan's flowing light transportation. And Jiang Hao himself is actually a spiritual nihilist. When Sun Mingyu heard this, he froze in place on the spot, his face full of incredulity. For Jiang Hao, a person with a foreign surname, to master the Luo family's flowing light transportation was already mind-boggling, but he didn't expect that Jiang Hao was actually still a spiritual numinous master. This was completely beyond Sun Mingyu's expectations, and for a moment he was a bit at a loss for words, sitting paralyzed on the sofa. If it was an ordinary martial artist, Sun Mingyu wouldn't have much of a problem even if he killed him on the street. Anyway, with the Sun family's position, it can be completely squared away. However, Jiang Hao was now a spiritual thinker. Looking at the entire Yen country, the number of spiritual luminaries would not even exceed 2,000. The main city of South China was even closer to a decade without the birth of a spiritual numinous master. Now that Jiang Hao's appearance would undoubtedly cause a huge stir, and if Sun Mingyu killed him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shit, how can this kid be a spirit nemesis? Sun Mingyu was so angry that he blasted the table in front of him with his palm. Immediately after, he glared angrily at Lin Jinbei. You're damn well Jiang Hao's father, aren't you? And you didn't see it? I do somewhat understand why Jiang Hao disowned you as his father. And you're damn near derelict in your duties. Damn it! Sun Mingyu was furious not only because he couldn't retaliate against Jiang Hao anymore, but more so, because the Wind and Thunder Martial School had lost a spiritual nihilist. Sun Mingyu had already been scolded by his father before because of Luo Qinghan. If Jiang Hao's strength as a spiritual thinker was known to him, then Sun Mingyu would undoubtedly be punished extremely severely. The reason why Sun Mingyu stayed in South China main city for a long time was not to come here to enjoy himself. Rather, he took the initiative and came to serve as the supervisor of the Wind and Thunder Club in South China, for the sake of wanting to show up in front of his father and prove himself. But as a result, it caused the Wind and Thunder Martial Hall to lose a spiritual nihilist for no reason at all. At the thought of his father's severe chastisement, Sun Mingyu felt panic in his heart. He attributed all of this to Lin Jinbei's dereliction of duty, and he was so angry that he lifted his chair and ruthlessly smashed it on Lin Jinbei's body. Mud, this is all because of you. Sun Mingyu pointed at Lin Jinbei and cursed angrily. Young Master Sun, I know that I bear a great deal of responsibility for this matter, but I also didn't expect that Jiang Hao, who was frail and sickly from a young age, would awaken to become a spiritual nihilist. Even if a martial artist has some special signs before awakening to become a spiritual numinous master, it won't be like Jiang Hao. This is all too weird. After Lin Jinbei briefly explained, he hurriedly spoke. Young Master Sun, at this point in time, it's no longer useful for us to be in a hurry here. Must try to redeem Jiang Hao. Lin Jinbei now clearly recognized how strong Jiang Hao was, as long as they were fully cultivated. In the future, not to mention being at the war god level, they would even be able to surpass the war god and reach the planetary level. Jiang Hao's potential far exceeded Lin Jinbei's imagination. In his opinion, if he could redeem Jiang Hao, then he, as Jiang Hao's father, could definitely follow in the light. Along with the entire Lin family will soar. He had to get Sun Mingyu to give up on the idea of retaliating against Jiang Hao and start pulling Jiang Hao in instead.